Waking up to find yourself not only in a different world but also as a prodigy with the title of elite trainer in the Alliance is quite a surprise. On a scorching summer morning in Shuda City, Xia Yu was indulging in a lazy sleep under the covers when a young voice pierced the quiet. "Brother, it's time to get up. Stayed up late writing last night. Let me sleep a bit more," Xia Yu mumbled in response. Brother is talking in his sleep again. Brother Yu Hao is waiting downstairs to go to the Pokemon breeding center with you. This jolted Xia Yu awake. Wait, Pokemon? Aren't I living alone? Who's talking? Ice Vulpix, use powder snow on brother. With this playful command, a chill swept over him. Xia Yu jumped up from the cold, only to see a cute little girl standing by the bed, holding a pristine Alolan Vulpix. In his shock, a flood of memories surged into his mind. This world is a fusion of Pokemon and Blue Star. Its history has been rewritten by legendary Pokemon. Yu the Great used Kyogre to control floods, Qin Shi Huang unified the land with Rayquaza, Chao Chao used Raikou to settle the Three Kingdoms, Li Shimin created a prosperous era with Victini, and Zhu Yuanzhang founded the Ming dynasty with the help of Moltres. Technology leans toward everyday life, giving rise to unique professions like trainers and breeders. Various leagues captivate the world, with Pokemon battles being the main attraction. To Xia Yu's surprise, the background of this body is prestigious. His father is an elite trainer in the Alliance, his mother a senior Pokemon researcher, his grandfather a fire-type gym leader, and his grandmother a Pokemon breeding master. The luxurious villa, exquisite Pokemon decorations, and this adorable, sensible sister all seemed like a dream. After getting ready, Xia Yu went downstairs. Uncle Lu, the butler, informed him that his parents had left early. In the dining room, he found Zhang Yuhao and his sister waiting for him. "If we don't leave now, all the good Pokemon will be picked," Zhang Yuhao urged. Xia Yu glanced around the courtyard but didn't see the shiny Charizard that had grown up with him, guessing it was out for its morning training. Legendary creatures gathered. Xia Yu tightly held his sister as he and his round-bodied friend, Zhang Yuhao, boarded the car that Uncle Lu had meticulously arranged for them. Their destination was the Shudu City Pokemon Breeding Center, where they would witness an important milestone in their lives, their first encounter with a Pokemon. Inside the car, Xia Yu explained to the two why they could only now receive their first Pokemon. This was a regulation set by the Pokemon League of Huabua to ensure educational fairness. Only students about to enter their senior year of high school could begin capturing Pokemon, and they had to be either an egg or a newborn less than 10 days old. This rule not only balanced educational resources, but also effectively prevented wealthy families from gaining an unfair advantage through early trained Pokemon in college entrance exams. As the vehicle pulled up to the breeding center, the sight before them was astonishing. The phrase "a sea of people" barely captured the scene. Countless parents and children were lined up in a seemingly endless queue. "How are we supposed to deal with this?" Zhang Yuhao muttered in despair, looking at the never-ending line. Xia Yu smirked, pulling a shiny card from his pocket and waving it in front of his friend. "Wow, an employee card." Zhang Yuhao's eyes lit up instantly. "We can use the staff entrance. You're the best, Yu." The trio smoothly passed through the employee entrance into the center. The inside of the breeding center was even more spectacular than in the anime, bustling with people and activity. Xia Yu's heart raced with excitement as he was about to receive his very first Pokemon. A staff member warmly approached them and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Xia Yu and Zhang Yuhao handed over their IDs and stated their purpose. After scanning their documents on a machine, the staff member smiled and said, "The system shows that you both qualify to receive one of the starter Pokemon. Let me take you to make your selection." Since birth, they had been contributing to the League's Pokemon funding, granting them the privilege of obtaining one of the rare starter Pokemon. In contrast, most ordinary people could only choose from less expensive Pokemon or eggs. The market value of a starter Pokemon exceeded 1 million, far beyond what an average family could afford. Moreover, the Pokemon at the Shudu Breeding Center were generally of higher quality than those outside, making them even more expensive. Only students about to enter their senior year could enjoy this discount for their first purchase. Along the way, Zhang Yuhao excitedly shared his plans with Xia Yu. "Yu, I already have a Sandshrew, and I'm planning to build a Sandstorm team. This time, I need a Pokemon that complements my lineup, something fierce." Xia Yu patted his friend's shoulder, encouraging him. "You've got this. I believe you'll be the next Sandstorm champion." The little girl tilted her head, looking at Xia Yu with curious eyes, and softly asked, "Brother, what is a Heavenly King? Is it like our dad, a powerful trainer?" Xia Yu smiled and replied, "Yes, Heavenly Kings are indeed impressive. But you should know, my goal is to surpass Dad. My dream is to become the Pokemon champion, and I believe I can achieve it." Although the little girl didn't quite grasp the concept of a Pokemon champion, she chose to trust her brother. Xia Yu was deeply moved by his sister's trust and couldn't help but give her several kisses on the cheek, making the little girl roll her eyes. Nearby, a chubby boy heard Xia Yu's ambitious words and chose to ignore them, not wanting to engage with the siblings' interaction. Soon, the three of them arrived at a place where Pokemon gathered. A staff member enthusiastically introduced, This is the Fire-type Pokemon area, home to newly hatched Pokemon. You can see Charmander, Chimchar, Litleo, Torchic, Numel, and Fennekin here. Xia Yu excitedly asked, "Can we touch these Pokemon?" The staff member nodded with a smile. Of course. These newly hatched Pokemon are quite gentle. As long as you don't make any sudden or dangerous movements, they won't attack. As soon as the words left the staff member's mouth, Xia Yu and the chubby boy eagerly reached out to touch the adorable little Pokemon. Just as Xia Yu's fingertips made contact with one of them, a clear voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully contacted a Pokemon, activating the ultimate Pokemon system. This unexpected voice made Xia Yu pause. As a seasoned web novel author familiar with system settings, he quickly adjusted his mindset and internally asked, "Hey system, what functions do you have?" The system immediately responded. The system offers the following features. First, it grants the host the true sight ability, allowing you to see detailed information about all Pokemon and items. Second, the system will issue tasks based on the host's current situation, with corresponding rewards upon completion. Additionally, the system has a shop function where you can use task rewards to purchase Pokemon-related items or exchange useless items for shop currency. Lastly, the system provides a lottery feature, where you can spend shop currency to draw items from the Pokemon world, including legendary creatures. Hearing these features, Xia Yu was ecstatic inside, but maintained a calm exterior. He excitedly thought, "Wow, this is the allure of a system. I love it. From now on, you're my buddy." Being able to draw legendary Pokemon is incredible. Becoming a champion will be a breeze. Groudon, Kyogre, don't even come near. I don't want my buddy to get the wrong idea. While Xia Yu was lost in his wonderful daydreams, the chubby boy's voice brought him back to reality. "You, what are you grinning about?" Xia Yu quickly composed himself, feigning nonchalance. "Oh, nothing." The chubby boy shook his head, thinking this friend might be hopeless, and decided not to ask further. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Xia Yu's mind again. Ding! First task issued. Please choose a Pokemon with at least the potential of a Heavenly King as your initial partner. Rewards will be based on the chosen Pokemon, with no penalty for failure. The system added, "Please note, a Pokemon's potential can be improved with sufficient resources or rare high-quality items. If you're fortunate enough to obtain fur from a legendary Pokemon, it can also enhance a Pokemon's potential." After hearing the task description, a gleam appeared in Xia Yu's eyes as he began to carefully examine the surrounding Pokemon, preparing to select his initial partner. Upon hearing the system's task, Xia Yu immediately focused his attention on the surrounding Pokemon. His gaze swept across them like a radar, eagerly searching for a Pokemon with a champion-level potential to be his initial partner. His eyes first landed on a Charmander. A transparent data screen appeared instantly, detailing the Charmander's attributes. Level 2, female, fire type, with the Blaze ability. Xia Yu quickly scanned the information, acknowledging that this Charmander had decent potential and talent, but it wasn't perfect. He decided to find an even stronger Pokemon for Fatty later. Xia Yu's gaze then moved over several other Pokemon. Elite level, professional level, advanced, elite level. He silently tallied in his mind, lamenting the scarcity of high-potential Pokemon. With his sister and Fatty, Xia Yu continued to wander through various sections of the breeding center. They carefully examined each Pokemon, but the results were disappointing. Only Mudkip and Snivy reached the gym level, with a Litten possessing near-gym potential. Most other Pokemon were at a professional level or lower. The long search left Xia Yu and Fatty Zhang Yuhao exhausted. Only Xia Yu's sister remained enthusiastic, darting among the Pokemon, sometimes petting an Eevee, other times playing with a Mareep, thoroughly enjoying herself. With a final glimmer of hope, they arrived at the Pokemon Egg House. About 200 eggs lay quietly before them, waiting for inspection. Xia Yu quickly pulled his sister and Fatty to start selecting. They checked the information of each egg one by one. Bulbasaur, elite level. Caterpie, advanced. Sandshrew, elite level. Suddenly, Xia Yu's eyes fixed on one egg. Gligar, gym leader level, with the Sandveil ability. He immediately handed the egg to Fatty, excitedly explaining how this Glisker would be perfect for his Sandstorm team. A joyful smile spread across Fatty's face, finally finding the right Pokemon. Xia Yu continued his search and finally discovered the Pokemon egg he had always dreamed of. He carefully cradled the egg, and the information appeared. Aron, champion-level potential, with the heavy metal hidden ability, and it had inherited Double Edge and Earthquake. Xia Yu's heart raced, knowing he had found the perfect partner. Seeing Xia Yu finally select a Pokemon egg, Fatty also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Xia Yu would be dissatisfied with the breeding center's Pokemon. At this moment, all three of them were leaving with great expectations, their faces beaming with smiles. What kind of Pokemon egg is that? The chubby guy curiously leaned closer to the egg in Xia Yu's hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xia Yu smirked proudly, gently stroking the egg's smooth surface. "It's a Aron, pretty cool, right?" He raised an eyebrow at the chubby guy, a hint of challenge in his voice. "Do you even know the value of a reverse-type master?" There's no such thing as a weak Pokemon, only lousy trainers. Just wait until I beat you. Inwardly, he was secretly thrilled. With my skills, defeating you will be a piece of cake. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously smirked, bursting into laughter. A little girl nearby was infected by their laughter and giggled along. The joyous scene of the two adults and one child drew the attention of passersby, who looked on with envy. Afterward, they took their carefully selected Pokemon eggs to the staff for registration. The staff patiently explained, once the Pokemon hatch, you can register with the Pokemon Association to become rookie trainers. With this status, you'll be able to take on tasks, participate in official competitions, and more. The two nodded in understanding and then, with the little sister, went to a nearby store to purchase a Pokemon egg incubator and some nutrient solutions. At the breeding center's entrance, they agreed to have a battle once the Pokemon hatched, then parted ways. Xia Yu, along with his exhausted sister Xiaotong, boarded the bus home. As soon as they arrived, Xiaotong hugged her beloved Alolan Vulpix and went to her room to rest. Xia Yu carefully placed the Pokemon egg into the incubator in his room, adding some nutrient solution to accelerate the hatching process. Suddenly remembering he hadn't seen his shiny Charizard yet, he headed to the training ground behind the villa. Sure enough, the shiny Charizard was there, training hard. Xia Yu couldn't help but remark, "You're really pushing it. Aiming to become a muscle-bound dragon, huh?" He closely examined the information on the screen next to Charizard. Shiny Charizard. Level, 53 professional level. Gender, male. Type, fire, flying. Ability, solar power. Hidden ability. In sunny weather, special attack increases, but HP decreases each turn. Potential, elite level. Moves, scratch, growl, smokescreen, heat wave, dragon claw, dragon breath, fire fong, slash, flamethrower, fire spin. Learned skills, swords dance, sunny day, thunder punch, protect, rock tomb, outrage, fire punch, dragon dance, dragon pulse. After seeing these impressive stats, Xia Yu could only exclaim, wow, this is an incredible Pokemon. High potential, hard-working, and with an incredible skill set. No wonder it's my ace that grew up with me. You'll be the face of my team. After praising Charizard, Xia Yu fed it some high-grade fire-type energy cubes for nutrition, then returned to his room. Opening the system, Xia Yu checked the rewards for completing his task. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing a Pokemon with elite potential. Task completed. Rewards for the host. Agronite for Mega Evolution, a Keystone. An Evolution Stone increases defense and special defense when held by a Pokemon that can still evolve, and 100 store credits. Seeing these generous rewards, Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, just what I need for Aron. Xia Yu stared at the system panel, furrowing his brows as he felt like he was forgetting something important. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he slapped his forehead. Right, where's my newbie gift pack? Isn't that a standard feature of any system? Eagerly, he asked the system. System, where's my newbie gift pack? You didn't secretly take it, did you? The system responded immediately, with a hint of displeasure in its tone. Ding. Please do not insult the system. This system has no interest in such trivial items. The newbie gift pack is a hidden benefit for newcomers and can only be obtained by actively inquiring. As soon as the system finished speaking, it announced, congratulations. You have successfully triggered the hidden benefit and received a newbie gift pack. You have gained an upgrade of 1 level in all your Pokemon's qualities, Mega Evolution Stones for Charizard XY, a Keystone set, an exceptional Fire Stone, the System Space Unlocked, Intermediate Viridian Force, a complete guide to making energy cubes, and 1,000 store credits. Upon hearing this string of rewards, Xia Yu was overjoyed, too thrilled to care about the system's disdain. He felt lucky for having thought about it, or he would have missed out on such a generous newbie gift pack. As the system transmitted the knowledge of Viridian Force and energy cube creation to him, Xia Yu felt a warm current flow through his body. He opened his palm to see a soft green light emanating, with the power of healing flowing at his fingertips. Viridian Force, isn't that Giovanni's special ability? Xia Yu excitedly muttered to himself. Not only can I use healing powers, but I can also communicate with Pokemon telepathically. It's practically a divine skill. I have superpowers now. Plus, I can make high-quality energy cubes myself without letting middlemen profit. This is fantastic. Xia Yu quickly stored the other items in the system space, feeling pleased that Charizard's gear was complete as well. He turned to look at the Beldum egg in the incubator and noticed its quality had indeed been elevated to a Quasi Champion level, suspecting that Charizard's condition was likely the same. Starting with 2 Quasi Champion Pokemon, who can compare? Xia Yu thought smugly, but soon he was deep in thought again. The high school league required 3-on-3 battles, and with Charizard unable to compete, he needed to capture at least 2 more Pokemon. It would be best to secure them all during this summer break, so I can form a strong team quickly, he calculated to himself. It's a long road ahead. Regarding the evolution stones, Xia Yu realized that this world had yet to discover Mega Evolution, Dynamaxing, Terrestrial Phenomenon, and Z-moves for Pokemon. He planned to visit his mother's laboratory sometime, grateful that she was a senior researcher. Otherwise, it would be challenging to figure out these special evolutions. Just then, Xia Yu's thoughts were interrupted as a word flashed through his mind. Sylvian. As the sun set and dusk fell, the roar of a car engine echoed outside the villa. A luxurious sedan slowly pulled up in front of the entrance. The doors opened, and a distinguished middle-aged couple gracefully stepped out. Uncle Lu was already waiting at the door, slightly bowing in welcome. The elegant middle-aged woman glanced at Uncle Lu and softly asked, "Has Xia Yu chosen a Pokemon yet?" Uncle Lu respectfully replied, "Yes, he has. It's a Pokemon egg, currently incubating." The robust middle-aged man beside her, intrigued, inquired further, "Oh? What kind of Pokemon is it?" "It's an Aron egg," Uncle Lu explained in detail. "The eggshell is shiny and flawless, indicating that it will be a Pokemon of considerable quality." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed heartily. "That's my son, always making good choices." He turned to his wife, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "But we have a surprise for him too." The couple exchanged a knowing smile, perfectly in sync. This middle-aged couple was none other than Xia Yu's parents. His father, Xia Tianyun, was a renowned fire-type elite trainer, poised to challenge the Elite Four. As the head of the Alliance's Western Shu Region Division, he was responsible for maintaining the safety and defense of two large secret realms around Shidou. His mother, Qi Liuyi, was a senior Pokemon evolution researcher for the Alliance, operating a substantial research institute on the outskirts of Shidou. She focused on researching evolution methods and pathways, achieving breakthroughs such as Phoeba evolving into Milotic through a beauty scale, and Eevee evolving into Sylvian after learning fairy-type moves. The couple released their Pokemon into the yard to roam freely before entering the house. They instructed Uncle Lu to call the siblings down for dinner. Soon, the siblings descended from upstairs. Upon seeing their parents, the little girl burst into joyful cheers, bouncing towards them and waving her little hands excitedly. "Daddy, Mommy, did you miss Xiaotong?" the little girl asked sweetly. "Of course we did," her mother responded gently. "Did you have fun with your brother today?" "It was so much fun. I saw many beautiful Pokemon and even got to touch them," the little girl proudly exclaimed. "That's amazing, our little princess," her mother said, picking up the little girl and planting a kiss on her rosy cheek. Seeing his daughter run into his wife's arms first, the father showed a slightly jealous expression. At this moment, Xia Yu also approached. Although it was his first time meeting his parents since his arrival, he felt a deep, soul-stirring connection. He couldn't help but call out, "Dad, Mom, you're back." His father's eyes lit up, and he remarked to his wife, "See, I told you that being able to use Pokemon legally would change things a bit." His mother scrutinized Xia Yu and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he seems more mature." "All right, let's eat first," his father suggested. "We have a gift for you after dinner." After the meal, Xia Yu looked at his parents with eager anticipation, his eyes full of longing for the promised gift. His parents exchanged a smile, and his father pulled out a golden certificate from his pocket, handing it to Xia Yu. Xia Yu took the certificate and examined it carefully, but couldn't make sense of it. He scratched his head and looked to his father for an explanation. His father explained, "This is an internal Pokemon acquisition certificate from the Alliance. A few days before your school starts, the Alliance headquarters will distribute a few newly hatched pseudo-legendary Pokemon eggs to each division as a reward for contributors. Your old man doesn't need this pseudo-legendary egg, so I'm giving it to you as a gift for becoming a rookie trainer. Don't forget to claim it when the time comes." After hearing his father's words, Xia Yu was so moved that he was left speechless. At that moment, his father seemed to radiate a golden light, like an angel descending. This precious gift was not only a blessing for him becoming a trainer, but also a deep expression of his father's hopes for him. Summer Yu's mother's gift was simple yet generous. She handed him a bank card with 10 million stored in it, as his initial funds for nurturing his Pokemon. She added that if it wasn't enough, he could come back for more. Such extravagance made Summer Yu marvel. Which official could withstand such a test? He admitted he couldn't. With the gift from his parents in hand, Summer Yu returned to his room, finally calming his complex emotions. He once again appreciated the charm of his family's background, then lay on his bed and opened the system panel. The panel displayed: Host, Summer Yu. Talent, Intermediate Evergreen Power. Pokemon, Shiny Charizard, Aron. Items, Aggron Mega Evolution Stone, Charizard Mega XY Evolution Stone, Keystone X2, Evolution Stone, Supreme Fire Stone. Shop coins, 1100. Curious, Summer Yu checked out the system shop and found it filled with a dazzling array of items. Pokemon category: Arceus 999,999,999 shop coins. Necrozma 888,888,888 shop coins. Eternatus 777,777,777 shop coins. Legendary birds each 1 million shop coins. Item category: Master Ball 100,000 shop coins. Custom Pokeball 100 shop coins. Mega Evolution Stone 500 shop coins. Keystone 500 shop coins. Supreme Firestone 500 shop coins. Soaring 500 shop coins. Permanent Move Tutor 2000 shop coins. Single-use Move Tutor 100 shop coins. Summer Yu's attention was drawn to the Pokemon category, drooling over the legendary creatures. But seeing the long string of numbers, he felt a sense of despair. How long would it take to save up that much? He might capture a legendary Pokemon before accumulating so many shop coins. With a sigh, Summer Yu turned his attention to the item shop. He noticed the vast price difference between the Master Ball and ordinary Pokeballs and asked the system for the reason. The system explained, the Master Ball can catch any Pokemon with 100 success, including legendary ones, thus its high value. Other Pokeballs have limited effectiveness and are priced the same, but they can be customized as needed. Other items of the same price can also be customized freely. Summer Yu suddenly understood and praised the system. He then inquired about the lottery mechanism. The system responded, the lottery can draw any item in the shop, including legendary Pokemon. Each draw costs 100 shop coins, with a guaranteed high-quality item for every 10 draws. Accumulating 1,000 draws guarantees a random legendary Pokemon. Summer Yu's eyes lit up. Only 100,000 shop coins to potentially get a legendary Pokemon. What if luck is on my side and I get Arceus? That would be incredible. He began to fantasize about ruling the world with his legendary Pokemon. The system interrupted his daydream. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Wiping the drool from his mouth, Summer Yu excitedly said, yes. Let's do a 10 draw and see if I'm lucky or not. The system prompted, detected first 10 draw, triggering new user guaranteed reward. This draw will award one random legendary Pokemon and one random high-quality item. Summer Yu leaped off the bed in excitement, his anticipation evident. He watched the system's drawing process intently, as if every second felt like an eternity, wondering which legendary Pokemon he would receive. Ding! Drawing complete, the system announced. Congratulations on obtaining Luxury Ball X5, Dragon Fong, Treasure Compass, Single-Use Move Tutor Rock Slide, Master Ball, and the legendary Pokemon Melmetal. Wow, my luck is through the roof, Summer Yu exclaimed. Melmetal, the Tier 1 legendary, a relative of Motor Lizard, with all sorts of transformation forms. I'm invincible now. There's no place I can't go. Melmetal. Xia Yu excitedly looked at the Master Ball in his hand, secretly delighted. I really am lucky. He eagerly commanded the system to release Miltank. With a flash of white light, a massive creature, 6 meters long, appeared in his bedroom. As soon as Miltank emerged, a powerful energy wave instantly radiated from Xia Yu's room. Sensing something amiss, Miltank quickly restrained its aura, but the wave had already spread. Throughout Showdown City, Pokemon were awakened from their slumber, looking around in search of the energy source. However, the wave came and went quickly, soon dissipating without a trace. In the Xia family villa, Xia Yu's father, Xia Tianyun, was awakened by the wave. He immediately rushed out to check the situation, and after questioning the family Pokemon, he found that the wave had vanished without any abnormalities. He promptly called the Alliance headquarters to report the situation in Showdown City. The Alliance decided to hold a full meeting the next morning to discuss the matter. Meanwhile, Xia Yu was completely unaware of the events outside. He gazed at Miltank with shining eyes, his hands continuously stroking the mythical creature, feeling its unique texture. Miltank seemed to enjoy Xia Yu's touch, showing no signs of wariness. Xia Yu thought to himself, this must be the charm of the system. He carefully examined Miltank's data. Name Miltank. Level, 132 First-Class God. Gender, none. Type, Electric, Dragon. Ability, Proton Engine sets up an electric terrain upon entry, boosting special attack when in electric terrain. Aptitude, First-Class God. Moves, Thunder Shock, Dragon Breath, Electric Terrain, Shockwave, Charge, Parabolic Charge, Discharge, Agility, Dragon Pulse, Wild Charge, Metal Sound, Mirror Coat, Outrage, Thunder, Overheat, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Charge Beam, Confuse Ray, Dazzling Gleam, Draco Meteor, Terrablast, Thunderbolt, Volt Tackle. Looking at this impressive panel, Xia Yu couldn't help but be amazed. Is this the power of a first-class god? Whether in terms of strength or the depth of its move pool, it far surpassed ordinary Pokemon, like the difference between an elephant and an ant. Xia Yu couldn't resist asking the system. System, are these mythical creatures authentic? There won't be any issues, right? The system immediately responded, please do not casually doubt the system. These mythical creatures have been scavenged from another collapsed Pokemon world. We have crafted new suitable bodies for them from their souls, not only ensuring authenticity, but making them even stronger. They are absolutely loyal to you and retain their memories and personalities from their previous world. You can rest assured. Hearing the system's explanation, Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they're obedient, he thought, I should be able to soar to new heights. As long as I don't encounter those other first-class gods, won't this world be mine to roam? Returning Miltank to the Master Ball, Xia Yu drifted into a deep sleep, filled with dreams of grandeur. Even though mythical creatures without divine authority don't have as vast a power gap compared to those with it, they can still fight above their level, with their potential maxing out at a master level. It's worth noting that in this world, the spirits are generally larger than those in anime, with more powerful moves and a more formidable aura. The next morning, Xia Yu woke up from his slumber and stretched comfortably. He turned his head to look at the master ball beside his pillow and carefully held it in his hand. As he touched the smooth, cool surface of the ball, a joyful smile appeared on his face. This isn't a dream. I've really captured a mythical creature, he thought to himself with delight. I can proudly call myself a mythical creature tamer now. Using the power of Viridian, Xia Yu established a mental connection with the creature in the master ball, Mildon. Is it comfortable staying in the master ball? Do you need to come out for some fresh air? Mildon's voice echoed in his mind. No need. The environment inside can be adjusted according to my thoughts, and the space is quite ample. It's pretty comfortable. All right then, just do whatever makes you comfortable, Xia Yu replied. After freshening up, Xia Yu went downstairs to the hall for breakfast. He looked around and noticed that his family was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but ask, Uncle Lu, where is everyone? Why is no one around? The butler, Uncle Lu, respectfully replied. Young master, the master left early this morning, looking like he had something urgent. The madam took the young miss to the research institute. Hearing this, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. So I'm the outsider here, not informed about anything. After breakfast, Xia Yu decided to spend the next 2 days at home, focusing on hatching his Aron. Meanwhile, he opened his computer and ordered a large amount of mineral resources online to prepare for the birth of his Aron. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper in Shuda City, Xia's father was attending a high-level alliance video conference. The topic of the meeting was the mysterious energy fluctuation from the previous night. In the video, a high-ranking man asked, President Xia, is there any progress regarding last night's event? Xia's father replied solemnly, reporting to the champion. According to the machine's detection, the energy fluctuation appeared for less than 2 seconds, but its power was beyond imagination, even greater than the energy released by Lord Nti last time. Based on the data, it's speculated that this could be an undiscovered mythical creature passing over Shuda City, inadvertently releasing its energy. I had people investigate the surrounding area this morning, and no anomalies were found. It seems to be a random occurrence. The champion pondered for a moment and said, I see. I'll take note of that. All the regional presidents should be on alert, as there are signs of mythical creatures appearing worldwide. This isn't happening by chance. If you notice any suspicious individuals, make sure to monitor them. The world is becoming restless. That will be all. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting ended, the champion stood alone by the window, overlooking the cityscape. He asked in a low voice, what do you make of this? As soon as he finished speaking, a shadowy figure emerged from the champion's shadow. It was a pitch-black spirit resembling a candle, with eyes glowing red, chilling to behold. This spirit, named Marshadao, spoke. From what you've discussed, there's no doubt this is an existence on par with Lord Ho-Oh. Though we don't know why it appeared in Shudu, it's clear it doesn't have harmful intentions towards humans. Otherwise, the city would have been destroyed. The champion frowned and said, but didn't you say that beings like Lord Ho-Oh are secluded from the world now? Why would such an entity suddenly appear, and in Huagua, no less? I have to remain extremely vigilant, Marshadao. Marshadao responded coolly. How would I know the purpose of such an entity's appearance? Perhaps only Lord Ho-Oh would understand the reason. Even if it came with malicious intent, there's nothing you could do. Although you are the current rainbow hero and possess the treasures bestowed by Lord Ho-Oh, when facing an entity of the same level as Lord Ho-Oh, you're just a slightly larger ant. Despite knowing Marshadao spoke the truth, the man known as the strongest champion in history couldn't help but smile wryly. The gap between humans and gods is truly worlds apart. He thought to himself, hoping that if problems did arise, Lord Ho-Oh would descend upon the country it has always protected. 3 days later, in the Xia family's villa, a tense yet expectant atmosphere filled the room. Xia Yu was intently watching the incubator, where the Pokemon egg was showing fine cracks. Even his Charizard had paused its training, standing by eagerly waiting for the new companion to arrive. Xia Yu had considered having Miridon witness this moment too, but decided against it, fearing its powerful aura might frighten the newborn Aron. There'll be time enough for introductions, he thought to himself. Suddenly, the Pokemon egg shook violently, and a round little hand emerged from the shell. The entire shell then shattered, revealing a Pokemon covered in armor. Yum! The newborn Aron cooed affectionately before turning around to munch on its eggshell. Watching this adorable scene, Xia Yu felt a wave of warmth. Once the little one finished eating, he carefully picked it up, surprised by its weight. Wow, you're definitely a heavy metal type Pokemon, aren't you? Xia Yu chuckled. Little guy, from now on, you're my partner. He motioned for Charizard to say hello. Charizard patted Aron's side, saying in a deep voice, you're my little buddy now. I've got your back. It then flexed its muscles as if to show off. Xia Yu took out a luxury ball and gently tapped Aron's head. The little one understood and touched the button, being absorbed into the ball with a flash of red light. Xia Yu couldn't help but make an exaggerated capture pose, excitedly shouting, "Aron, I've caught you." Releasing Aron again, Xia Yu carried it to the yard. A pile of high-quality ores, the result of his recent online shopping spree, awaited them in a corner. The Aron in his arms wriggled excitedly at the sight of the ores, instinctively wanting to dive in. Smiling knowingly, Xia Yu placed Aron on the pile of ores. Before he could say anything, the little one eagerly grabbed an ore and started munching. "Full of energy, aren't you?" Xia Yu remarked, as he opened the system space to retrieve suitable items for Aron, carefully placing them in its armor crevices to promote growth. He checked Aron's information panel closely. Name, Aron. Level 1. Gender, male. Type, steel rock. Ability, heavy metal. Hidden ability, doubles its weight. Held item, evolution stone. Potential, quasi-champion level. Moves, tackle, harden, metal claw, double edge, earthquake, rock slide. Seeing the updated panel, Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction. "In a few days, after your infancy, you'll be ready for battle," he said softly to Aron. At this moment, Charizard signaled it wanted to train. Although reluctant, Xia Yu agreed with a sense of pride, retrieving a superior fire stone from the system space to speed up its growth. Time flew by, and with unlimited resources at its disposal, Aron grew rapidly, its strength and size increasing day by day. During this period, Xia Yu's sister, Xiaotong, visited to see the newly hatched Aron. She wanted to give it a hug, but due to its weight, she settled for patting its head, looking a bit disappointed. 2 days later, Xia Yu received a call from his chubby friend Zhang Yuhao, who informed him that his Gligar had also passed its infancy and was ready for the promised showdown. Just then, the system unexpectedly issued a task: win your first battle. The reward was a permanent move learning machine Protect and 100 store credits. Seeing this task and its generous rewards, Xia Yu was even more excited about the upcoming battle. The two agreed to meet tomorrow morning at Xia Yu's grandfather's fire-type gym for a battle, gathering at the entrance, and also to visit the old man. The next morning, as sunlight streamed down the streets of Shoudu City, Xia Yu and his sister, Xiaotong, finished their breakfast and hurried off to the fire-type gym. Xia Yu's grandfather's fire-type gym is located in the heart of Shoudu City and ranks among the top 5 gyms in the league, holding a unique status. This grand building is not only a landmark of Shoudu City, but also a popular spot attracting numerous tourists and trainers daily for visits and battles. The gym covers a vast area and is divided into several functional zones: the battle area, training area, visitor area, and breeding area. The battle area is further divided into the regular battle zone and the gym badge challenge zone. Xia Yu and his companions were headed to the regular battle zone, an ideal place for all trainers in Shoudu City to hone their skills. With a comprehensive competition system, medical facilities, and professional referees, along with affordable fees, it is favored by most trainers. Xia Yu got off the vehicle with his sister and spotted the chubby boy waiting at the entrance from afar. As they walked over, the chubby boy complained, "Finally, you're here. Took you long enough, Brother Yu and Xiaotong. Come, let Brother Yu Hao give you a hug." He reached out to Xiaotong as if to hug her. Xia Yu immediately became alert, glaring at the chubby boy, and said, "You came early by yourself, alright? No one forced you, Xiao Hao, and don't even think about hitting on my sister." Xiaotong cheerfully greeted the chubby boy. "Good morning, Brother Yu Hao." The two bickered as they walked into the gym, with the chubby boy boasting about showing him a thing or two in the upcoming battle, while Xia Yu, holding Xiaotong's hand, dismissively gestured for him to bring it on. At the reception, Xia Yu handed over the super VIP card his grandfather gave him to the gym staff, requesting a VIP battle room. The three then entered the luxurious battle room and closed the door. Xia Yu turned to Xiaotong and said, "Xiaotong, sit over there and watch how your brother teaches this chubby Xiao Hao a lesson." The chubby boy retorted, "Huh, you just keep bragging. Watch your brother Hao perform." Xiaotong cheered for both. "Go, brother, you must win, and good luck to Brother Yu Hao too." Hearing his sister's encouragement, Xia Yu was filled with energy, almost wanting to shout the classic line, "I can take on 10 of you." The two stood at opposite ends of the battle platform, took out their pokeballs, and prepared to start the battle. "Come on out, my partner, Gligar," the chubby boy called out dramatically. "Come on out, Aron, show him what we've got," Xia Yu responded confidently. The two Pokemon appeared on the field, with Gligar being noticeably larger than Aron. Xia Yu quickly scanned Gligar's stats: level 6, male, ground flying type, with the sand veil ability. He thought, not bad, but still not quite up to my level. In contrast, Xia Yu's Aron's stats were more impressive: level 8, male, steel rock type, with the heavy metal ability, and holding an Everstone. Looking at these impressive stats, Xia Yu felt even more confident. "Let the battle begin," announced the referee Rotom flying above. The chubby boy launched the first attack: fly up, Gligar, and use sand attack on Aron. Xia Yu calmly countered, "Aron, harden, and wait for the sand attack to end." Seeing the move was ineffective, the chubby boy shouted, "Gligar, Charge in with Metal Claw. Xia Yu was prepared. Aron, use Tackle the moment it comes close. Engaging in close combat with my heavy metal Aron, interesting choice. The two Pokemon collided, and the resulting energy whipped up a sandstorm on the field. As the dust settled, Aron merely shook its head, while Gligar was already wobbling. Sensing trouble, the chubby boy shouted, "Gligar, fly up and away from Aron." Xia Yu seized the opportunity. Aron, use Rock Slide on Gligar. Aron hurled rocks accurately at Gligar, and with a bang, Gligar fell from the sky, its eyes turning into swirls. Aron wins this match, declared the referee Rotom. Congratulations, you've completed the task, and the reward has been issued. The system's notification sounded in Xia Yu's ear, making him even more excited. Gligar, are you alright? The chubby boy hurried over to his Pokemon, looking worried. Xia Yu happily hugged Aron. Well done, Aron, you'll get a special treat at home. Yay, brother one. You're the best. Xiao Tong cheered excitedly. Xia Yu returned Aron to its Pokeball, took his sister's hand, and said to the chubby boy, the gym has a medical center. Let's take it there for treatment. Aron, the chubby boy muttered softly, following Xia Yu and Xiao Tong to the medical center, bringing this exciting battle to a close. The three of them quickly headed to the medical center with their Pokeballs in hand. Xia Yu and the chubby boy handed their balls to the Pokemon nurse. Shortly after, the nurse returned with a smile, giving the fully recovered Pokeballs back to them and gently said, there's nothing serious. A short rest, and they'll be back to normal. The two of them thanked her repeatedly and turned to leave the medical center. Xia Yu turned to the chubby boy with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. We're going to see Grandpa later. Do you want to come along? The chubby boy shook his head firmly. No, you guys go ahead. I plan to go back and intensify my training and maybe catch a few more Pokemon suitable for my Sandstorm team. Let's have an exciting match when we're back at school. Xia Yu nodded with a smile. All right, good luck. See you at school. The siblings waved goodbye to Zhang Yuhao and then turned to head inside the gym. Their destination was the breeding area, where their grandparents usually spent time unless there was a high-level gym challenge. As they passed the gym badge challenge area, they were drawn in by an intense battle taking place and decided to stop and watch. As they stepped through the door, they noticed Song Tian, the second senior sister of the gym, intently watching the battle, and Li Yin, the senior brother, directing the match. Both were prized students of their grandfather, as neither Xia Yu nor his father Xia Tianyun intended to inherit the fire-type gym, leaving their grandfather to personally train disciples as successors. Noticing the siblings' arrival, Song Tian smiled and waved them over. Xia Yu and his sister greeted her in unison. Good morning, Sister Tian. Good morning, Sister Tian. Song Tian responded while picking up the little girl. Good morning, Xia Yu and Xiaodong. Xia Yu curiously asked, is this a gym badge challenge? Song Tian nodded and explained, yes, it's an intermediate gym badge challenge. She went on to elaborate on the close relationship between the badges and the national Pokemon leagues. Beginner badges correspond to the National High School Pokemon League, intermediate badges to the National University Pokemon League, and advanced badges to the National Youth Championship Pokemon League. Each level requires a certain number of badges to compete, and participants are the top performers in their age group. Song Tian emphasized that the top 4 in the National Youth Championship Pokemon League would represent China in the World Youth Championship Pokemon League, held every 4 years. This is the only international Pokemon League, attracting global attention. She added that their family's fire-type gym ranked among the top, and those daring to challenge it were mostly elite students from prestigious universities. Xia Yu's attention was drawn to the Pokemon on the battlefield, where a Blaziken and a Greninja were fiercely exchanging moves and showcasing their abilities. Name, Blaziken, level 56, professional grade. This male Pokemon has dual attributes of fire and fighting, with the ability Blaze which increases the power of fire-type moves when its HP is low. It carries Charcoal and has gym-level potential. Blaziken knows a variety of moves: Scratch, Double Kick, Growl, Quick Attack, Feather Dance, Fire Punch, Ember, Flamethrower, Flame Charge, Detect, Slash, Bulk Up, Reversal, Flare Blitz, Protect, Close Combat, Takedown, Blast Burn, Focus Punch, Sunny Day, and Thunder Punch. Facing it is a Pokemon named Greninja, level 55, also professional grade. This male Pokemon has water and dark dual attributes, with the ability Torrent which boosts the power of water-type moves when its HP is low. It carries a Mystic Water and has near Elite Four potential. Greninja is skilled in moves such as Shadow Sneak, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Smokescreen, Feint Attack, Spikes, Aerial Ace, Substitute, Extra Sensory, Double Team, Dark Pulse, Protect, Throw, Waterfall, Rain Dance, Rock Slide, Surf, Swords Dance, and Ice Punch. Xia Yu stood on the sidelines, watching the intense battle intently. Master Li Yan's Ace Blaziken and the challenger's Greninja were evenly matched, each using intricate moves in a fierce back and forth. The Pokemon on the field darted around, with flames and splashes of water intertwining in a dazzling display. Ultimately, Greninja landed a precise Shadow Sneak. knocking out Blaziken and securing the victory. Afterward, Li Yin solemnly handed the intermediate fire badge to the challenger. Xia Yu and his sister approached to greet the master. Morning, Brother Yin. That was an amazing battle, said Xia Yu. Little Tong added sweetly. Good morning, Brother Li Yin. Li Yin smiled and replied. Good morning, Xia Yu and Little Tong. Sorry you had to see that. What brings you here today? Xia Yu briefly recounted his Pokemon battle with Little Fatty and their plan to visit their grandparents. After listening, Li Yin informed Xia Yu and his sister of their grandfather's whereabouts. After bidding farewell to Li Yin and Song Tian, Xia Yu and his sister continued on their way. They eventually found their grandfather at a small Chimchar habitat in the breeding area, feeding the Chimchar. His ace Pokemon, Volcarona, hovered nearby. Xia Yu quietly checked Volcarona's stats, level 73, Elite 4 grade. This male Pokemon has bug and fire dual attributes, with the ability Flame Body, which can sometimes burn opponents that make contact. It carries a life orb and has Elite 4 potential. Volcarona's impressive moves include Fiery Dance, Bug Buzz, Flame Charge, Flare Blitz, Fire Spin, Whirlwind, Ember, Double Edge, Tackle, Gust, String Shot, Flame Wheel, Bug Bite, Screech, Absorb, Signal Beam, Heat Wave, Amnesia, Hurricane, Blast Burn, Protect, Air Slash, Hyper Beam, Sunny Day, Substitute, U-Turn, and Will-O-Wisp. Seeing such a powerful Volcarona, Xia Yu couldn't help but gasp. He knew it was his grandfather's ace Pokemon, but didn't expect it to be at Elite 4 level, with such a wide array of skills. Truly his grandfather's reliable partner. Good morning, Grandpa. Xia Yu greeted politely. Good morning, Grandpa. Did you miss Little Tong? Little Tong chimed in sweetly. Seeing his grandchildren arrive, their grandfather couldn't stop smiling. He warmly said, My big grandson and little princess are here. Oh dear, I didn't prepare any gifts. I'll take you to my collection room later to pick something as a gift. Faced with his grandfather's warmth, Xia Yu felt a bit embarrassed but nodded in agreement. Little Tong cheerfully responded. Volcarona softly chirped nearby, as if also welcoming the siblings. Xia Yu stood in his grandfather's yard, gripping a Pokeball tightly in his hand, filled with anticipation. He had just finished his senior year of high school and was finally at the age to receive his Pokemon. Xia Yu, has your Pokemon hatched? His grandfather asked kindly. Xia Yu nodded, a proud smile spreading across his face. Yes, Grandpa. I've received and hatched them. With that, he took out 2 Pokeballs and gently tossed them. Come out, Aron and shiny Charizard. With a dazzling flash of light, 2 Pokemon appeared in the yard. Aron was endearingly clumsy, while shiny Charizard looked majestic. The old man scrutinized the 2 Pokemon, nodding approvingly. Not bad. You've raised them well, the old man praised. Xia Yu, you're truly a natural trainer, worthy of being my grandson, with the potential of a champion. Xia Yu scratched his head bashfully, a hint of blush rising to his cheeks. The old man continued. Let Volcarona take Charizard and Aron for some special training. Xia Yu nodded eagerly, secretly delighted. Opportunities like this were rare. Come on, let's head home first. Your grandma doesn't know you've arrived yet, the old man said, leading the way inside. Xia Yu and his sister Xiao Tong replied in unison. Okay. Their grandparents lived in the gym itself, which made it convenient to take care of the Pokemon there without having to travel around. Soon, they arrived at their grandparents' homey, a spacious bungalow with a lush garden. As they entered, they saw their grandmother busy in the kitchen. The siblings quickly went up to greet her. Good morning, Grandma. Upon seeing them, Grandma immediately put down her utensils, beaming. Oh, my dear grandson and granddaughter are here. Come let Grandma hug you. With that, she scooped Xiao Tong up in her arms. After chatting with the siblings for a while, Grandma returned to preparing lunch. Grandpa suggested Xiao Tong watch some TV, then took Xia Yu to a hidden hatching room. See this Pokemon egg? Grandpa pointed to an egg glowing softly. I want it from the psychic gym leader. Take a look. Xia Yu leaned in for a closer look, and a set of data suddenly appeared before his eyes. Name, Ralts. Level 0. Gender, female. Type, psychic, fairy. Ability, trace copies the opponent's ability upon entering battle. Potential, Elite 4 level. Moves, growl, disarming voice, dazzling gleam, confusion. Seeing this information, Xia Yu couldn't help but nod. Who could resist such an excellent Ralts, especially a female one? Xia Yu expressed to his grandfather how much he liked the Ralts egg. Grandpa smiled and said, I knew you were going to become a new trainer, so I prepared this especially for you. Xia Yu hugged his grandfather, deeply moved. At that moment, he truly felt the warmth of family. Whether it was his parents, grandparents, or sister, they all showered him with love. Xia Yu felt completely integrated into this family, into this life. After examining the Pokemon egg, Xia Yu and Grandpa returned to the living room. They chatted about family matters and played with Xiao Tong, enjoying a harmonious time together. This cozy moment lasted until Grandma called them for lunch. After the meal, Grandpa took Xia Yu and Xiao Tong to his collection room to choose gifts. Xia Yu, dazzled by the array of collectibles, didn't know where to start. After browsing through the rows of treasures, he finally chose a high-quality life orb for Charizard. Xiaotong's choice was much simpler. She was drawn to the shiny items and eventually picked a Radiant Dawn stone. Among the old man's collection was a mysterious stone emitting unusual energy waves. While browsing, Xia Yu also found several Mega Evolution stones and key stones, though none for a Ralts. As evening fell, Xia Yu recalled Aron and Charizard from their special training with Volcarona. He carried the Pokemon Egg of Ralts, said goodbye to his grandparents with his sister, and set off on the journey home. Once home, Xia Yu let the two Pokemon play in the yard and casually equipped Charizard with a life orb. He quietly returned to his bedroom, carefully placed the Ralts egg into an incubator, poured in the nutrient solution, and anticipated the arrival of new life. Lying in bed, Xia Yu opened his system panel to check his status. Host, Xia Yu. Talent, Intermediate Viridian Force. Pokemon, Charizard Shiny, Aron, Milotic Legendary, Ralts Unhatched. Items, Aron Mega Evolution Stone, Charizard Mega XY Evolution Stone, Keystone X2, Luxury Ball X4, Dragon Fong, Treasure Compass, Permanent Move Tutor Protect. Shop coins, 200. Looking at the scant shop coins, Xia Yu couldn't help but complain about the system. The system explained that only by venturing out could tasks be triggered more easily to earn more shop coins. Xia Yu had planned to set off once Aron hatched, but now with Ralts Egg 2, he had to wait a bit longer. With 2 months left before school started, Xia Yu began planning for the future. He decided to take them to a small secret realm in the suburbs of Shoodu City for some training once Ralts hatched. 2 days later, Ralts was finally ready to hatch. Xia Yu gathered Aron and Charizard to witness the birth of their new companion. During this time, Aron had advanced to the beginner level, and Charizard had also leveled up with the help of a superior fire stone, showing impressive progress. Crack, crack, the sound of the eggshell breaking was heard, and a pure white little Pokemon poked its head out. It had 2 pinkish little horns atop its head, and its green hair covered most of its small face, making it look particularly cute. Ralts shyly glanced at Xia Yu and the other Pokemon, gracefully greeting them. Xia Yu looked at this Ralts, resembling a little lady, and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's called waifu Pokemon. It's so elegant and charming from a young age." Aron and Charizard warmly greeted their new companion, promising to take good care of her. Ralts didn't eat her eggshell, but instead looked eagerly at the moo moo milk nearby. Understanding her desire, Xia Yu gently picked her up and fed her like a baby. Ralts happily drank the milk and soon felt sleepy. Xia Yu first captured her, then released her again, carefully placing her on the bed to rest. A few days later, Ralts successfully passed her birth phase and was ready to join battles. Xia Yu checked the status of his Pokemon. Ralts. Level, 6 Gender, Female Type, Psychic, Fairy. Ability, Trace copies the opponent's ability upon entering battle. Potential, Elite. Moves, Growl, Disarming Voice, Dazzling Gleam, Confusion, Double Team, Telekinesis, Protect. Aron. Level, 13 Gender, Male Type, Steel, Rock. Ability, Heavy Metal Hidden, doubles own weight. Held item, Eviolite. Potential, Near Champion. Moves, Tackle, Harden, Metal Claw, Double Edge, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, Roar Protect. Charizard Shiny. Level, 54 Professional Gender, Male Type, Fire, Flying. Ability, Solar Power Hidden, increases SP ATK in sunny weather, loses HP each turn. Held item, Life Orb. Potential, Near Champion. Moves, Scratch, Growl, Smokescreen, Heat Wave, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Fire Fong, Slash, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Swords Dance, Sunny Day, Thunder Punch, Protect, Rock Tomb, Outrage, Fire Punch, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Inferno. Looking at the status of his Pokemon, Xia Yu felt it was time to embark on his first grand adventure in this world. He looked forward to meeting the Gardevoir family in the future. That evening, Xia Yu announced to his parents his decision to embark on a journey for self-improvement. His father, with a serious expression, advised him to be wary of people who act suspiciously or sneakily, and handed him a Pokeball, saying, "Things aren't very safe lately. This will protect you." Xia Yu took the Pokeball, feeling secretly pleased. "It's not that I'm afraid of bad people, but they should be afraid of me. With Miltank in my hand, I'm a walking disaster." He verbally agreed with his father, but internally couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh reminiscent of a Soul Hall elder. On the other hand, his mother was more generous. She transferred a whole 10 million into Xia Yu's account and gently advised, "Take good care of yourself out there. Buy whatever you want, don't skimp on yourself." Overwhelmed by his parents' affection, Xia Yu accepted the generous gift with tears in his eyes. Despite their inevitable worries, Xia Yu's parents chose to support his pursuit of dreams. The next morning, Xia Yu recalled all his Pokemon into their Pokeballs and took a ride to the largest Pokemon mall in Shoodu City to purchase survival gear for the wilderness. As he entered the mall, he was greeted by a plethora of Pokemon-related stores. Xia Yu headed straight to a shop called Pokemon Wilderness Survival Specialty Shop. Inside, the store was filled with various outdoor gear, leaving him dazzled. A staff member quickly approached to ask about his needs. Xia Yu wasn't familiar with the equipment, but followed the principle that expensive items must be good. He began a shopping spree, choosing the most expensive version of each item without hesitation, much to the staff's astonishment. Finally, he nonchalantly swiped the black gold card his mother had given him. Next, Xia Yu went to the Pokemon backpack specialty store next door and bought a massive 2-meter by 2-meter backpack. He stuffed all the professional gear he had purchased into this backpack, as the mysterious system space was not something he could easily reveal. Finally, he purchased a large quantity of berries and an energy cube maker from the Energy Cube specialty store, planning to try making energy cubes himself. With the heavy backpack on his back, Xia Yu stepped out of the mall into the warm sunlight, ready to begin his Pokemon journey. Just then, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Detected that the host is about to embark on an adventure. Task initiated. Capture 6 Pokemon with at least Elite 4-level potential excluding legendary Pokemon to complete a team configuration. Task rewards. All Pokemon's potential increased by 1 level legendary Pokemon excluded, intermediate aura power, Master Ball X1, 2,000 store credits. Xia Yu was secretly delighted. It seems going out is indeed the way to trigger tasks. However, he didn't alter his plans because of the system task and decided to stick to his original plan to first train in the small dungeons around Shooda City. In this world, dungeons are categorized into small, medium, large, extra large, and forbidden levels. Pokemon in small dungeons are at intermediate level or below, medium dungeons are elite level or below, large dungeons are gym level or below, extra large dungeons are champion level or below, and forbidden dungeons are the mysterious habitats of legendary Pokemon. With Xia Yu's current team of a beginner Aron and a novice Ralts, he was more than capable of handling battles in small dungeons. With excitement in his heart, Xia Yu set off on the path to the dungeons, officially beginning his Pokemon adventure. Xia Yu stepped into the entrance of a small secret realm in the western part of Shooda City, surrounded by the bustling sounds of people and ongoing trades. He headed straight to the branch of the Elf Association to register and obtain a week-long pass for the secret realm. Afterward, he patiently queued up, gradually approaching the entrance. When it was his turn, he handed the pass to the guard and stepped into the realm. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Xia Yu was instantly transported inside. He bent over, holding his head as he waited for the dizziness to pass. Damn, this teleportation is really uncomfortable, Xia Yu muttered to himself. Looking around, he found himself in a dense forest. Xia Yu released his elf companions, Kecleon, Ralts, and Charizard. As for Miltank, the lazy dragon preferred not to be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. Turning to Kecleon and Ralts, Xia Yu encouraged them. This is your home turf. Ready for the challenge? The 2 elves responded with confident cries. Xia Yu retrieved an old treasure compass from his system space. Studying this high-tech device, he was pleasantly surprised to find it could not only detect nearby treasures, but also indicate the power levels of nearby elves. What a handy tool, Xia Yu thought to himself. Despite the compass's powerful features, Xia Yu decided to adopt a straightforward approach. With Charizard's support, this beginner-level secret realm posed no threat to him. He activated the treasure exploration function, and several deep green lights appeared on the screen. Xia Yu chose the nearest green dot and set off. Along the way, Xia Yu encountered many small elves. He focused on those that attacked actively, directing Ralts to use Psychic on Rattata and Kecleon to use Metal Claw on Arbok. Watching the 2 elves easily defeat one opponent after another, Xia Yu smiled with satisfaction. Before long, both elves leveled up, proving that battles were indeed a quick way to increase strength. As they neared their target, Xia Yu slowed down, cautiously observing his surroundings. The green dot led them to a tranquil lake, with no other elves in sight. Xia Yu and his elves approached the water's edge carefully. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the lake's surface, and a massive splash erupted from the center. A Gyarados over 8 meters long emerged, majestically hovering in the air. Xia Yu quickly scanned it with the compass. Name Gyarados. Level, 25. Gender, male. Type, water, flying. Ability, intimidate. Held item, intermediate water stone. Potential, professional grade. Moves, tackle, leer, water gun, twister, bounce, thrash, whirlpool, ice fong, brine, scary face, waterfall, crunch. Seeing this powerful, self-evolved wild Gyarados, Xia Yu couldn't help but think, so the green light marked the intermediate water stone it carries. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Xia Yu felt a surge of battle spirit and instructed Kecleon to prepare for combat. The Gyarados roared thunderously at the small Kecleon, its intimidate ability releasing a powerful aura that bore down on Kecleon. However, Kecleon, accustomed to being around high-level elves, was immune to such intimidation. It stood tall and let out a defiant roar of its own. Realizing its intimidation had failed, Gyarados charged directly at Kecleon. Xia Yu swiftly established a mental link with Kecleon, directing it to counter with tackle. The two elves collided, the impact cracking the ground beneath them. Both were left momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu ordered Kecleon to use Rock Slide. A massive boulder appeared from nowhere, crashing down on the disoriented Gyarados. Gyarados let out a pained cry as it fell from the sky, yet it continued to struggle fiercely. Xia Yu pressed the attack, commanding Kecleon to use Metal Claw. Gyarados barely managed to focus, firing a water gun at the approaching Kecleon. Xia Yu skillfully used a special technique to help Kecleon dodge the attack. Kecleon seized the moment, landing a powerful Metal Claw on Gyarados, successfully defeating it. With the battle over, Kecleon leveled up again. Observing the unconscious Gyarados, Xia Yu thought, wild elves without a trainer's guidance mostly rely on instinct in battles, unable to use their skills flexibly. Otherwise, this fight wouldn't have been so easily won. Xia Yu used his evergreen power to heal Kecleon's injuries, then approached the Gyarados to retrieve the precious intermediate water stone as his spoils. As the sun set and darkness began to fall, Xia Yu decided it was time to find a spot to camp. Following a tributary of the lake, he came upon an open area. Swiftly, he unpacked his camping gear and set up his tent with practiced ease. Once everything was settled, he addressed the spirits. Feel free to roam around, but don't wander too far. With that, Xia Yu took out his energy cube-making device and a pile of colorful berries, ready to start his culinary display. Following the recipe in his mind, Xia Yu crushed and mixed the berries in precise proportions before carefully placing them into the device. Soon, freshly made energy cubes, exuding a tempting aroma, were ready. Ralts, come and try this, Xia Yu called out. I've made this flavor especially for you. Ralts happily took a bite of the energy cube, letting out a delighted Ralu, as if praising Xia Yu's craftsmanship. This silent encouragement boosted Xia Yu's confidence, prompting him to create energy cubes tailored for Aron, Charizard, and Miltank. After tasting, Aron and Charizard immediately made sounds of enjoyment, collectively praising Xia Yu. However, Miltank fixed Xia Yu with a serious gaze, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Could it be that Miltank doesn't like the flavor? Xia Yu wondered anxiously. Just then, Miltank communicated telepathically. Please make sure I get to eat this every day. It's just too delicious. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, so that's how you are, Miltank. He promised to provide the special energy cubes daily. Miltank nodded in satisfaction, adding, feel free to reach out if you need anything. I, Miltank, am your designated enforcer. After dinner, Xia Yu and the two little spirits settled into the tent to rest. The energetic Charizard volunteered, I'll keep watch tonight. Xia Yu approved with a smile, good job, buddy. As long as I have food, you won't miss out either. Early the next morning, Xia Yu, not yet accustomed to the outdoor environment, woke up early. He quietly exited the tent, prepared breakfast, and then woke the still sleeping spirits. Together with the old Charizard, they enjoyed breakfast, packed up the campsite, and continued their journey. Over the next 3 days, Aron and Ralts grew rapidly through intensive battles. Xia Yu also gained a few useful items. With just 3 days left before they had to leave, and having scoured the area thoroughly, Xia Yu decided to move to a new location for further exploration. They headed towards a rocky area, encountering no trouble along the way. Thus, their week-long training journey came to an end. Seeing the fruitful but slightly weary Aron and Curlies, Ralts had successfully evolved during this secret realm exploration. Xia Yu felt both pleased and a bit guilty, thinking, after all, they're still just babies. Perhaps I pushed them too hard. The spirit known as Curlia, at level 21, is female and possesses both psychic and fairy attributes. Its special ability is Trace, which allows it to copy the opponent's ability upon entering the battle. This Curlia has reached the elite level and has mastered several powerful moves: Growl, Disarming Voice, Dazzling Gleam, Psychic, Double Team, Confusion, Protect, Hypnosis, Draining Kiss, Teleport, and Psybeam. Accompanying Curlia is a spirit named Aron, at level 26, male, with steel and rock attributes. Its special ability is Heavy Metal, which doubles its weight. Aron carries an Eviolite, elevating its strength to a near-champion level. It is skilled in moves such as Tackle, Harden, Metal Claw, Double Edge, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, Roar, Protect, Headbutt, and Iron Head. Xia Yu smiled with satisfaction as he observed the significant improvement in the abilities of his two spirits. This secret realm expedition was not in vain, and he decided to let everyone relax and unwind to conclude this adventure on a high note. After leaving the secret realm, Xia Yu quickly found a hotel. He swiftly checked in and rushed into the bathroom to enjoy a refreshing shower. The arduous journey of the past few days had taken its toll, especially the last 3 days in the rocky area where he couldn't find a single water source, leaving him covered in dust. Xia Yu made a mental note to capture a water-type spirit, not just for battle, but to have a portable water source. Feeling refreshed after his shower, Xia Yu lay comfortably on the bed and opened the system interface. Host, Xia Yu. Talent, Intermediate Viridian Force. Spirits, Charizard Shiny, Aron, Mewtwo Level 1 God, Kirlia. Items: Agronite, Charizard Mega XY Stones, Keystones X2, Luxury Balls X3, Dragon Fong, Treasure Compass, Permanent TM Protect, Septolite. Shop currency, 200. Xia Yu was thrilled with the abundant items in his inventory, confirming that this secret realm expedition was indeed worthwhile. The unexpected acquisition of the Septolite was particularly exciting for him. Driven by curiosity, Xia Yu decided to try the system's selling feature. He commanded the system, recycle all the intermediate fire stone, intermediate water stone, and basic grass stone. The system promptly responded, "Ding, recycling successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 400 shop currency." Xia Yu was surprised to find that the selling price matched the system shop's purchase price exactly. "Isn't this just buying back at the original price?" he asked. The system replied coolly, "Yes, there's no middleman to profit." "Well done." Xia Yu gave the system a thumbs up, appreciating the fairness of the transaction mechanism. He then asked curiously, "Can the items drawn by the system be sold?" The system firmly replied, "System-produced items cannot be recycled." Upon seeing this answer, Xia Yu sighed, realizing he couldn't exploit the system. After closing the system interface, Xia Yu released his spirits to enjoy dinner. After the meal, he quickly prepared to rest, as the past few days of travel had left him exhausted. The next day, Xia Yu slept until noon. He stretched comfortably, leisurely packed his bags, and then checked out. To ensure the two newly captured little companions were well rested, Xia Yu decided to take them to the Pokemon Park in Showdown City for a day of fun. They took a taxi straight to their destination. Upon arrival, Xia Yu felt relaxed seeing the bustling park filled with people and various spirits. He released Aron and Kirlia, while Charizard showed little interest in such environments. Instantly, many eyes were drawn to Xia Yu, especially to Kirlia. Both Aron and Kirlia are quite rare spirits, after all. Aron remained composed under the public gaze, while Kirlia, feeling shy, quickly hid behind Xia Yu. Unfazed, Xia Yu held Kirlia's small hand, gestured for Aron to follow, and walked boldly into the Pokemon Park. As they entered, the little spirit's eyes were immediately captivated by the variety of items, delicious food, and entertainment options. Xia Yu took the two little spirits to enjoy all the attractions, allowing them to experience immense joy. Seeing the cheerful Aron and Kirlia, Xia Yu's own fatigue began to ease. As they left the Pokemon Park, Xia Yu noticed that the two little spirits had fully regained their energy, making the visit well worth it. They found a hotel to rest and recharge for the next leg of their journey. For the next 2 days, Xia Yu and his spirits indulged in fun and relaxation. Afterward, he decided to explore the black market in Showdown City. Though he had only heard of it and never seen it in person, Xia Yu, with his true sight, was curious to see if he could find any bargains there. The next morning, Xia Yu donned a mask he had bought in advance and stepped into the basement of a mall. It was a secret location he had learned about from his friend, Pongzi. As he pushed open a concealed door, the scene before him left him astonished. It was like an underground city, a bustling black market filled with people wearing various masks. Shops and stalls crowded the space, offering a dazzling array of goods. The air was filled with shouts of vendors selling all sorts of items, tools, spirit eggs, and spirits, making it hard for Xia Yu to take it all in. This place is so thriving, yet hasn't been cracked down by the official alliance. They must be tacitly approving or even involved, Xia Yu speculated silently. Probably for better management. He shook his head, thinking, but what does that have to do with me? I'm here to find a bargain, and others can handle the rest. Just then, the system suddenly issued a task. As the host of the system, how can you not make a gain in the black market? Task: find a bargain. Reward: a ditto mask, which allows you to take on the appearance of anyone, with the mask level depending on your gain, plus 400 store credits. Feeling determined, Xia Yu began his quest for hidden treasures. He meticulously examined each shop and stall, leaving no stone unturned, whether they sold items or spirit eggs. His gaze was as precise as a scanner, ensuring he missed nothing. Although he didn't find any major treasures, he did manage to snag several smaller ones. The surrounding merchants, observing Xia Yu's thorough approach and decisive buying style, watched with gleaming eyes, thinking a big spender had arrived. Xia Yu noticed their gazes but remained unfazed. He chuckled inwardly. You think I'm just on the first level? No, I'm observing you from outer space. Finally, at an inconspicuous stall, Xia Yu stumbled upon a true gem. It was two seemingly ordinary stones, but Xia Yu's discerning eye saw through them. One stone contained a feather of the legendary Pokemon Cresselia, whose energy was nearly depleted but still held significant power for Psychic-type Pokemon. The other was a Metagross Mega Evolution Stone. Xia Yu felt a surge of joy. This small stall hides such treasures. It seems the vendor is quite fortunate. But now, your fortune belongs to me. A triumphant laugh echoed in his mind. Feigning arrogance, Xia Yu waved his hand at the stall owner. How much for these things? Name your price once. If it's unreasonable, this deal is off. The stall owner, wary of losing the opportunity, replied nervously, these 10,000. Seeing Xia Yu frown, he quickly corrected himself. No, no, you misheard. 8,000. Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction and agreed to the deal. Both wore expressions of satisfaction, each unsure who had gotten the better bargain. Having secured the main prize, Xia Yu glanced around and realized there were only a few shops left unvisited. With a sigh, he concluded that his journey through the black market was coming to an end. The boss noticed Xia Yu's look of dissatisfaction and said, "Young man, it seems like you haven't bought enough. Got money burning a hole in your pocket?" Xia Yu's expression almost made the boss want to punch him, but he held back and continued. "There's a monthly auction at the black market today, selling all sorts of rare items. If you're interested, you should check it out. It's just inside that grand store over there." The boss pointed to a lavishly decorated shop ahead. Xia Yu's eyes lit up as he thought, "An unexpected surprise?" He thanked the boss, saying, "Thanks, I'll definitely come back next time," and headed towards the auction. The boss watched Xia Yu's back, secretly pleased to have retained a big customer. Xia Yu pushed the door open, and a young woman in a uniform immediately approached him, politely asking, "Sir, how can I assist you?" With an air of confidence, Xia Yu replied, "I heard there's an auction here today, and I'm here to participate." The young woman was about to explain the verification process when Xia Yu interrupted her, pulling out a black universal card from his pocket. Upon seeing the card, the young woman immediately understood, refraining from further explanation, and respectfully escorted Xia Yu into the auction hall. Xia Yu was seated in a luxurious VIP room. After a brief explanation of the bidding process, the young woman left. Xia Yu sampled the fruit platter in front of him while waiting for the auction to begin. Half an hour later, the auction officially started. A glamorous woman, dressed elegantly, took the stage and announced the beginning of the auction with a tap of her gavel. The first item is a high-quality Chimchar Pokemon egg, starting at 1 million. "Let's begin," the woman announced loudly. Xia Yu looked at the egg, and his system panel displayed. Name, Chimchar. Level 0. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, Iron Fist. Hidden ability, increases the power of punching moves. Potential, gym level. Moves, Scratch, Leer, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. Wow, a gym-level Chimchar with a hidden ability. This auction is no joke, Xia Yu thought, intrigued by what else might be up for bid. Although Xia Yu wasn't interested in the egg, others eagerly placed their bids. The price quickly soared from 1.2 million to 1.3 million, eventually reaching 3 million. With the word sold, the first item was auctioned off at an impressive price, surprising Xia Yu. The subsequent items didn't catch Xia Yu's interest. He placed a few symbolic bids to soak in the atmosphere. As more items were sold, a pair of unusually colored stones were brought to the stage. The auctioneer introduced them, saying, "These stones contain immense energy, though we haven't identified their purpose. They are certainly valuable, starting at 500,000. Xia Yu was stunned when he saw the system panel's description. These stones were the Mega Evolution Stones for the legendary siblings Latias and Latios. His eyes burned with determination to acquire them. Initially, the auction room was silent, with no bids. Slowly, people began to test the waters, raising the bid from 550,000 to 600,000. It seemed most attendees viewed the stones as mere collectibles. 700,000. Xia Yu decisively bid. After a brief pause, someone hesitantly offered 750,000. 1 million. Xia Yu raised the stakes, leaving no room for competition. The crowd focused on Xia Yu's room, recognizing his determination, and gradually withdrew from the bidding. Bang! The gavel came down. Sold for 1 million. Hearing this, Xia Yu exhaled deeply, having secured the invaluable stones. He was thrilled, thinking, "These are connected to legendary Pokemon, what a profit." He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. As the auction was drawing to a close, Xia Yu's interest remained undiminished. His eyes carefully scanned each item, hoping to find a treasure that suited him. Just when he thought he might leave empty-handed, an astonishing item appeared, a quasi-legendary Pokemon egg. The auctioneer announced loudly, "The next item is a Gible Pokemon egg." Her voice carried a hint of hesitation. "However, it is in a somewhat unusual condition. Starting bid is 1 million. Xia Yu's attention was immediately drawn to the egg on stage, which had visible cracks. He couldn't help but think, no wonder the starting price is so low. A perfect quasi-legendary egg starts at least 10 million. This one looks like it's on the verge of dying, almost worthless unless it's used for soup. As if understanding Xia Yu's thoughts, the Gible egg suddenly emitted a strong wave of dissatisfaction. Xia Yu curiously checked the Gible's potential, and the results shocked him. Name, Gible Life Force Draining. Level 0. Gender, male. Type, Dragon, Ground. Ability, Sand Veil. Potential, Basic Champion level. Moves, Tackle, Sand Tomb, Dig, Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse, Earth Power, Earthquake. Description: this is a Pokemon egg whose life force and potential are continuously declining due to a broken shell at birth. Without a timely supplement of substantial life energy or dragon energy, this egg is doomed. Xia Yu was amazed. It was the highest potential Pokemon egg he had seen, aside from legendary creatures. Without a doubt, it was a future champion. He felt regret, but couldn't think of where to find the massive life energy needed to save it. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Reminder, the system shop has such items. For example, the cheapest Hoa's feather, which can revive the dead, costs just 5,000 shop coins. Xia Yu was exasperated. 5,000? You're trying to kill me here. I only have 600 right now. Where am I supposed to get 5,000 to buy it? The system calmly added. Reminder, dragon energy is also an option. This statement struck Xia Yu like lightning. He realized. Of course, if Hoa's feather has such an effect, I have a dragon-type legendary creature here, on par with Ho-Oh. This should be no problem for it. He turned to look at Milodon, smiling. Right, Milodon? You wouldn't want your future underling to be a cripple, would you? After receiving Milodon's affirmative response, Xia Yu jumped up excitedly. That's why you're the best, and the system too. What a great system. Then came the moment to win the Pokemon egg. On the auction stage, the auctioneer, seeing no one was bidding, was a bit flustered. She thought, surely no one would spend 1 million on a nearly dead Pokemon egg, even if it's quasi-legendary. Just as she was about to declare a no sale, a calm voice spoke up. 1 million. Xia Yu casually called out the price, and the auctioneer, fearing he might change his mind, quickly hammered down. Bang, sold. Seeing the auctioneer's nervous expression, Xia Yu chuckled to himself. You might think you made a good deal, but I'm the one who got a steal. He felt proud of acquiring the champion potential Pokemon egg at the lowest price without any effort, silently praising himself. Not bad, if I say so myself. The rest of the auction didn't offer anything else worth picking up. Xia Yu patted his face, jokingly thinking, how did I become so greedy? Something's off, it must be the system's fault. Turning a bright, handsome young man like me into such a greedy person, though I don't really mind. Xia Yu thought with a grin, feeling satisfied with this unexpected gain. The auction concluded, and Xia Yu quickly swiped his card, carefully stowing the Mega Evolution Stones for Latias and Latios, as well as the Gible Pokemon egg, into his backpack. He briskly left the black market, his heart still racing. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding. Host task completed, evaluating rewards. Another chime followed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've received a champion-level Ditto mask. This mask not only alters appearance, but also adjusts body shape, and only those with a master level or higher skill can see through it. Additionally, 400 shop coins were quietly credited to his account. Back at the hotel, Xia Yu lay on the soft bed, carefully reviewing his gains from the black market. He couldn't help but thank the system in his heart. My system brother, you're amazing. Xia Yu opened the system panel to carefully check his status. Host, Xia Yu. Gift, Intermediate Viridian Force. Pokemon, Shiny Charizard, Aron, Mewtwo Level 1 Mythical, Kirlia, Gible Pokemon Egg. Items, Aron Mega Evolution Stone, Charizard Mega XY Evolution Stone, Keystone X2, Luxury Ball X3, Dragon Fong, Treasure Compass, Permanent TM Protect, Sceptile Mega Evolution Stone, Cresselia's Feather Thin, Metagross Mega Evolution Stone, Latia's Mega Evolution Stone, Latios Mega Evolution Stone, Miracle Scale, Advanced Thunderstone, Advanced Water Stone, Advanced Sunstone, Intermediate Leaf Stone, Ditto Mask. Shop Coins, 1,000. System Task. Capture 6 Pokemon with at least elite level potential excluding Mythicals to complete a team configuration. Completion, 46. Looking at the panel with the Pokemon Egg, Xia Yu suddenly remembered something. He carefully took out the Gible Pokemon Egg and called upon Mewtwo for assistance. Mewtwo gazed at the cracked Pokemon Egg, gently exhaling to envelop it. It gracefully removed a scale and softly integrated it into the egg. After completing the task, Mewtwo quietly returned to its Master Ball. Xia Yu was puzzled. Is it really that simple? He couldn't help but question if this was the wonder of a level 1 mythical Pokemon. However, when he saw the cracks on the Pokemon Egg slowly healing and its colors becoming more vibrant, his anxious heart finally settled. Before long, the Pokemon Egg was completely restored, even more radiant than before. Xia Yu checked the Pokemon Egg status panel and couldn't help but gasp. Name, Gible. Level 0. Gender, male. Type, Dragon, Ground. Ability, Sandvale. Potential, Champion level improving. Held item, Mewtwo's Scale. Moves, Tackle, Sand Tomb, Dig, Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse. Earth Power, Earthquake, Thunder. Description, a lucky Pokemon Egg blessed by the level 1 mythical Mewtwo, continuously improving in potential until the Mewtwo Scale is fully integrated, inheriting some of Mewtwo's moves. Xia Yu asked in surprise. Mewtwo, why didn't you tell me you were this powerful earlier? Mewtwo shrugged helplessly. You never asked. Xia Yu pondered. If just a breath and a scale have this effect, why bother with anything else? He curiously asked if Mewtwo could have the same effect on other Pokemon. Mewtwo explained that its scales are highly effective on Dragon and Electric-type Pokemon, while the effect is average on other types. Among Xia Yu's Pokemon, Gible was currently the most suitable. A thought struck Xia Yu. Wait, Charizard gains the dragon type after Mega Evolving. It could use a scale to enhance its dragon energy. Mewtwo set a condition. Sure, but you'll need to provide a month's worth of energy cubes in one go. After all, it takes 10 seconds to regrow a scale. Xia Yu only heard the first part, confidently assuring, a month's worth of energy cubes is no problem, leave it to me. He took a gleaming scale from Mewtwo, called out Charizard, and carefully handed the scale to its claws. Charizard curiously examined the mystical scale, eager for the changes it would bring. A gleaming scale was absorbed directly into Charizard's body from its hand. Instantly, an intense dragon-type energy enveloped old Char, significantly boosting its aura, clearly indicating a substantial gain. Xia Yu observed Charizard's transformation closely, calculating silently in his mind. Name, Charizard Shiny. Level, 57 professional level. Gender, male. Type, fire, flying. Ability, solar power in sunny weather, special attack increases, but HP decreases each turn. Held items, life orb, Miltank scale. Potential, quasi-champion level improving. Moves, scratch, growl, smokescreen, heat wave, dragon claw, dragon breath, fire fong, slash, flamethrower, fire spin, swords dance, sunny day, thunder punch, protect, rock tomb, outrage, fire punch, dragon dance, dragon pulse, inferno, wild charge, overheat. Xia Yu was secretly delighted. This lucky Charizard, infused with the scale of a dragon-type mythical creature, not only had its dragon-type moves enhanced, but its potential and growth rate would continue to improve significantly until the scale's energy was fully absorbed. Even more exciting, Miltank's moves had appeared in its skill set. Not bad at all. No wonder it's a mythical creature, Xia Yu murmured to himself, then instructed the system to recycle some useless stones from the system space. Ding, recycling successful. You have received 1100 store credits. The system's prompt sounded. Seeing his store credits surpass 2,000, Xia Yu had an idea. Should he go for a lucky draw? Or a lucky draw? Or a lucky draw? This question lingered in his mind. Eventually, he decided on the lucky draw. As 2,100 store credits couldn't buy anything substantial, and items from mythical creatures were too expensive, while he didn't lack anything else. Sigh, having money is such a burden. I really have no interest in money. You have to believe me. Xia Yu joked to himself, and then ordered the system. System, let's do a tenfold draw first. Rubbing his hands together, Xia Yu waited eagerly for the results. Ding, system drawing complete. Congratulations, you have received Luxury Ball X4, Basic Rare Candy X3, Superior Water Stone, Fairy Feather, Gigantamax Band. Looking at the items drawn, Xia Yu felt it wasn't too bad, though he was a bit puzzled about the use of the Basic Rare Candy. Adopting a don't know, just ask attitude, he inquired about its purpose. The system explained, rare candies produced by the system are divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate. They can respectively increase the level of a high level or below Pokemon, professional level or below Pokemon, elite level or below Pokemon, and master level or below Pokemon by 1 level unconditionally. After hearing the system's response, Xia Yu exclaimed, this is a treasure. If I keep drawing these, wouldn't my Pokemon's level skyrocket? Achieving the feat of going from a novice today to invincible tomorrow. In Xia Yu's mind, a vision emerged of him leading a team of master-level Pokemon, stepping on champions, and contending with mythical creatures. However, at that moment, far away in the Imperial capital, a champion suddenly shivered, sensing an ominous premonition. Snapping back to reality, Xia Yu, like a gambler on a roll, waved his hand again. System, another tenfold draw. Congratulations, you have received Luxury Ball X3, Basic Rare Candy X5, Soaring, Wishing Star. Upon seeing the draw results, Xia Yu noticed he was close to collecting various evolution items, letting out a wry smile. Although these consecutive lucky draws were quite fruitful, they still seemed a bit short of his expectations. This undiscovered method of evolution was truly exciting, and Xia Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He gently caressed the Pokemon egg in his hand, his mind racing with possibilities. Having been a trainer for less than a month, he knew he couldn't reveal this secret to the public just yet. He began to sketch out a plan for the future. Apply for a leave to challenge gym badges after the start of his senior year, participate in the high school league, and then discuss with his mother how to gradually unveil these evolutionary methods. Xia Yu carefully placed the Gible Pokemon egg into the incubator provided by the auction house and gently poured in the nutrient solution. His gaze lingered on the egg, as if he could already see his future partner. Then, he decisively released Aron and Kirlia. He handed the Lunar Wing and Fairy Wing to Kirlia, explaining patiently. This one can provide you with psychic energy to accelerate your growth. The other will enhance the power of your fairy-type moves. It's perfect for you. Kirlia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she carefully received the treasures. Xia Yu took out a handful of basic rare candies from his backpack, deciding to first elevate Aron to a higher level, and then give the remaining ones to Kirlia. He watched as Aron devoured the candies one by one, the energy within growing increasingly intense. Suddenly, a powerful evolutionary energy surged around Aron, and a dazzling white light enveloped it. When the light faded, a brand new Lyron stood before Xia Yu. Its size had doubled, with a length surpassing 2 meters, and its metallic armor gleamed like a moving fortress. Xia Yu beamed with delight. This was his first official Pokemon. He carefully checked Lyron's stats. Name: Lyron. Level: 31 advanced. Gender: male. Type: steel rock. Ability: heavy metal. Hidden ability: doubles its weight. Held item: evolution stone. Potential: semi-champion level. Moves: tackle, harden, metal claw, double edge, earthquake, rock slide, rock tomb, roar, protect, headbutt, iron head, metal sound. Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction, thinking, among its peers, Lyron will be unmatched, capable of defeating any opponent. Next, he handed the remaining candies to Curlia. Her level quickly rose to 27. Xia Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This was nothing short of a miracle for a novice trainer. Who would have thought that in less than a month since receiving his Pokemon, he would have already nurtured an advanced level Pokemon and one nearing the advanced level? Under normal circumstances, breaking through to the intermediate level by the start of school would already be considered genius. Feeling a bit smug, Xia Yu thought to himself, with the system by my side, I'm not targeting anyone specifically. I'm just saying, everyone here is no match. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had passed since he left. Xia Yu decided to return home the next day to visit his long-missed sister and hatch the Gible egg. After handling his affairs, he fell asleep instantly, sprawled out in a carefree manner typical of the young. The next day, feeling refreshed, Xia Yu packed his belongings, checked out of the hotel, and took a taxi back to the Xia family villa. As he stood before the familiar entrance, a smile crept onto his face. Pushing open the gate, he saw his sister playing with an Alolan Vulpix in the yard. The Vulpix tossed a pink ball with its tail, and the little girl happily ran to fetch it. Xia Yu watched, momentarily unsure of who was entertaining whom. The little girl picked up the ball, and, looking up, saw Xia Yu standing at the door. She immediately dropped the ball and ran towards her brother, shouting, "Brother, you're finally back. Xiaodong missed you so much. Did you miss me?" Xia Yu scooped up his sister, planting kisses on her rosy cheeks, and softly said, "Of course I did. I missed you so much I couldn't sleep." The little girl giggled in her brother's arms, her face radiating happiness. Hearing the commotion, Uncle Lu stepped out of the house and nodded slightly upon seeing Xia Yu. "Welcome home, young master." Xia Yu nodded back in acknowledgement and released Charizard, Lyron, and Curlia, allowing them to roam freely in the yard. Holding his sister, he walked toward the familiar home. When Xia Yu returned home, it was almost noon. He opened the door to an empty house as his parents hadn't come back yet. Quietly, he tiptoed upstairs and carefully placed the Gible Pokemon egg in his bedroom, hoping it would hatch soon. Afterward, Xia Yu went downstairs to find his sister playing in the living room. The siblings immediately started to laugh and play, filling the room with joy. Xia Yu was secretly delighted, as this time together eased his longing for his sister, and he was sure she cherished every moment with her brother as well. Although she enjoyed playing at home, Xia Yu believed she must also be missing her brother from China. However, amidst the happiness, a hint of worry crept into Xia Yu's heart. After the summer break, he would embark on a journey of training and adventure. This meant he might not see his sister for a long time. The thought of this made Xia Yu's face turn somber. What concerned him even more was that after the summer, his sister would start school. If she made new friends, would she still care about her brother? "A thought of you brings tears to my eyes, lamenting the long separation." This line of poetry echoed in Xia Yu's mind from nowhere. He shook his head, trying to dismiss these unpleasant thoughts, and continued to focus on spending time with his sister. Time flew by, and before long, night fell. Xia Yu's parents walked in to find the siblings lying on the couch, watching TV. Seeing Xia Yu home, their faces lit up with joy. Though Xia Yu's father tried to maintain a composed demeanor, his concern was evident. His mother, unable to contain her curiosity, immediately asked about Xia Yu's recent experiences. While his father didn't speak, he listened intently, eager to catch every word from his son. Faced with his mother's barrage of questions, Xia Yu answered everything truthfully. He vividly recounted his thrilling adventures in the secret realm, particularly how he led 2 newly hatched Pokemon to shine. His storytelling was so vivid it seemed the secret realm was a stage designed just for him. Of course, Xia Yu didn't mention anything about his escapades in the black market. He knew his parents wouldn't approve of him venturing into such a dangerous place at his age, worried he might be deceived. So, when explaining the origin of the Gible Pokemon egg, Xia Yu simply said it was a stroke of luck. Although it was indeed an unexpected find in the black market, Xia Yu felt he wasn't lying, only omitting some details. His mother listened with great interest, occasionally interjecting with questions about the details. Xia Yu patiently answered each one. When she heard about the Gible Pokemon egg, she was so thrilled she stood up, proclaiming that her son Xia Yu was destined for greatness and had the potential to become a master. Amused by his mother's overzealous reaction, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, his father gave Xia Yu a peculiar look when he heard about the Gible Pokemon egg but said nothing more. He only reminded Xia Yu that the league headquarters would distribute semi-legendary Pokemon eggs to each branch half a month before the school started, urging him to remember the date and collect it on time. Xia Yu immediately took out his phone, set a reminder, and assured his father he wouldn't miss it. Then, his father asked about Xia Yu's plans. After some thought, Xia Yu calculated the time. It would take about 10 days for the Gible to hatch and get through its early days, and with the need to pick up the semi-legendary Pokemon egg half a month before school, he had about 20 days of free time left. Considering the limited time, a long-distance training journey wasn't feasible. Xia Yu decided to explore nearby areas to find good spots for training his Pokemon. After expressing his thoughts to his father, Xia Yu received a suggestion to head to Yangcheng in the south, a city adjacent to Huawa's largest evergreen forest. This vast woodland is home to countless spirits, ranging from the highest level to beginners, making it an ideal place for training. Xia's father had also ventured there in his youth, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he recounted his adventures. This suggestion aligned perfectly with Xia Yu's own plans. Hearing his father's advice only strengthened his resolve. Xia Yu decided that as soon as the Gible hatched, he would set off for Evergreen Forest to experience the life of a bug catcher. Upon hearing her son's plan, Xia's mother expressed her support, though she worried about Xia Yu's finances after purchasing the rare spirit egg. Out of love, she secretly transferred 10 million into Xia Yu's bank account. Faced with such generous support, Xia Yu repeatedly declined, insisting he had enough pocket money. However, his mother was firm, and Xia Yu had to accept the gift, adhering to the principle of accepting what is given by one's elders. 3 days later, Xia Yu woke up early, eagerly waiting by the Gible's egg. Charizard, Aron, and Kirlia gathered around, with Kirlia particularly excited as it was her first time witnessing a spirit hatching from an egg. As more cracks appeared on the eggshell, Gible was about to emerge. The shell shook violently, and a fin-like part broke through first. Soon, a Gible fully revealed itself, gazing at Xia Yu and the other spirits with clear, slightly naive eyes. Xia Yu warmly greeted Gible and introduced its future companions. Each spirit welcomed the newcomer in its unique way. Charizard maintained its usual aloofness, nodding slightly to indicate it would look after the new arrival. Aron was more composed, promising to guide Gible in training. Kirlia gently patted Gible's head, expressing her intention to care for it well. After the introductions, Gible extended its tiny, almost negligible arms and let out a hungry cry. Seeing this, Xia Yu picked up Gible and fed it the prepared moo milk. Once fed, Gible started to doze off. Xia Yu first returned it to its pokeball and then gently placed it on a small bed he had prepared. Watching Gible sleep peacefully, Xia Yu opened its attribute panel. Name, Gible. Level 1. Gender, male. Type, dragon, ground. Ability, Sand Veil. Potential, Quasi-Master level improving. Held item, Miridon scale. Moves, Tackle, Sand Tomb. Dig, Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse. Earth Power, Earthquake, Thunder. Description, a lucky spirit blessed by the first-class god Miridon, with potential continuously improving and growth speed significantly enhanced until the Miridon scale is fully integrated, inheriting some of Miridon's moves. Seeing that Gible had already reached a Quasi-Master level potential and that Miridon scale was still merging, Xia Yu was once again amazed at Miridon's power. With the energy support from Miridon's scale, Gible's growth rate would far surpass that of ordinary rare spirits, a significant advantage for a species known for its slow development. With ample resources and the dual support of Miridon's scale energy, Gible quickly passed its infancy and entered its growth phase, ready to begin participating in battles. The early maturation of Yuan Lushan disrupted Xia Yu's original plan, but fortunately, the preparations were already in place, only requiring a slight adjustment to the schedule. That evening, Xia Yu announced to his parents that he was planning a training journey to Viridian Forest. His parents, Mr. and Mrs. Xia, did not interfere much, only reminding him to stay safe and to contact them if needed, assuring him that they would always be his strongest support. Listening to their warm words, Xia Yu felt a surge of warmth and solemnly promised to become the greatest trainer and not to let them down. The next morning, Xia Yu carefully checked his gear after getting up, ensuring the safe carriage of his Pokeballs, and then set off on his second adventure. Considering the long distance and time constraints, he decided to head straight to the airport and fly to his destination to save precious time. The family car drove smoothly on the road to Shuda City Airport. Just as they were about to reach the airport, a sudden and intense energy fluctuation erupted throughout Shuda City. Through the car window, Xia Yu was astonished to see the sky near the city turn fiery red, as if engulfed by massive burning clouds. However, the sight was far from ordinary, evoking a sense of oppressive dread, as if a colossal entity was about to break through the clouds and descend upon the world, causing a chill to run down one's spine. At that moment, Xia Yu's phone rang. He quickly answered, hearing his father, Xia Tianyun's urgent voice. Son, don't go to the airport. Come back immediately. Did you see the anomaly in the sky? A super large secret realm has appeared in Shoodow City, and energy detection results indicate a severe situation. Stay home for now, and don't go out unnecessarily. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu suddenly realized that the anomaly was caused by the arrival of a secret realm. He couldn't help but worry about his father's safety, given that champion-level Pokemon might inhabit a super large secret realm. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Xia Yu decided to heed his father's advice and immediately instructed the driver to turn around. On the way back, the broadcast from the Shoodow City Alliance division came through the car, announcing that the secret realm's location was in the outskirts, still some distance from the urban area, and urging citizens to remain calm while the Alliance worked to handle the crisis. Meanwhile, after ending the call with his son, Xia's father promptly reported the emergency of the secret realm's arrival in Shoodow City to the Alliance headquarters, requesting reinforcement. Upon receiving the news, the Alliance headquarters quickly convened an emergency meeting, and the Alliance champion decided to dispatch an Elite Four member to Shoodow City to assist in handling the secret realm incident. However, while everyone's attention was focused on the impending secret realm, a brown-haired man in a suit stood quietly in a corner of Shoodow City. Holding a mysterious device, he locked his gaze on the distant, approaching secret realm with a satisfied smile. He whispered into his earpiece, "Doctor, your device is indeed effective. Judging by the energy fluctuations, this is indeed a super large secret realm, and our objective has been achieved." The doctor on the other end replied, "Since the experiment was successful, you should withdraw immediately. Remember, leave no traces behind. China is not an opponent to be trifled with, and we have no intention of starting a conflict now." With that, the doctor ended the call. After receiving his instructions, the brown-haired man in the suit blended into the bustling crowd like a ghost and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Xia Yu, who had just returned home, was preparing to stay indoors and train, waiting for the commotion surrounding the secret realm's arrival to settle down. Suddenly, a mechanical voice abruptly sounded in his ear. Ding system detected a secret realm arrival, issuing system task. Explore the secret realm. Task rewards will be granted based on the level of exploration. Xia Yu stared at the virtual system interface before him and couldn't help but smile wryly. Wasn't this forcing his hand? At this special time, all factions were closely monitoring the secret realm's arrival. How was he, just a kid, supposed to blend in? He knew very well that it was impossible to enter with his real identity. Not to mention that a kid trying to get into a super large secret realm was a fantasy in itself. Even these newly emerged secret realms were first explored by officials from the Alliance. The entrance to the secret realm would be strictly controlled by staff, leaving no chance for ordinary people. Even with his unusual status, his high-ranking father would never agree. Xia Yu's gaze fell on the champion-grade Ditto mask in his system space, a magical item capable of altering appearance and even body shape. It's like the ultimate travel essential, he thought with relief. Mom won't have to worry about me being recognized. He decided to infiltrate the secret realm under another identity. But the challenge was, although the mask could change his appearance and body shape, it wasn't a substitute for him. He still needed to act personally. The current dilemma was what reason he could use to go out, and it had to be a reason that allowed for an extended absence. With the secret realm not fully arrived yet, he needed to come up with a plan quickly. By evening, Xia's mother returned home, indicating that she would also be staying home and not going to the lab for experiments for the time being. Meanwhile, Xia's father, involved in the affairs of the secret realm, was unlikely to return home until the situation was resolved. After dinner, Xia Yu lay in bed, contemplating various plans, hoping to find one that was both practical and wouldn't arouse suspicion. After dismissing a slew of unrealistic ideas, he realized he could only rely on his best friend, Zhang Yuhao. Once the idea was settled, Xia Yu immediately picked up his phone and dialed the number of his chubby friend. "Hey, Yugo, why are you calling so late?" Zhang Yuhao's voice carried a hint of drowsiness. "Xiaohao, how do you think Yugo treats you?" Xia Yu asked mysteriously. "Huh? Are you feeling okay? Just say what you need." "I haven't been resting well because I've been busy training these past couple of weeks." Zhang Yuhao sounded a bit impatient. Sensing his friend's mood, Xia Yu quickly sweetened the deal. All right, help your brother out, and I'll ensure you get a big opportunity in the future." "Oh, now I'm interested." Zhang Yuhao's tone turned lively. "What do you need help with?" "I'm planning to go out for a while, but the timing isn't certain," Xia Yu explained in a hushed voice. "You know the situation in Shoodow City lately. My parents won't let me out, so I need your help." "What's so urgent that you need to go out now?" Zhang Yuhao asked, puzzled. "Well, I can't disclose the details, but it's really important to me," Xia Yu said urgently. "Will you help me or not?" When Yugo asks, "How could I refuse? Tell me, how can I help?" "Tomorrow, I'll say I'm going to stay with you for a while to train. You just need to cover for me." "No problem, consider it done. My parents aren't home anyway, so I can say whatever I want." Zhang Yuhao agreed readily. Thanks, Xiao Hao. You're a real brother, Xia Yu said gratefully. Hanging up the phone, Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief. His backup plan was ready, thanks to his loyal friend. He vowed that if he found something suitable for Zhang Yuhao, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. The next morning at the breakfast table, Xia Yu told his mother, who was preparing breakfast, "Mom, I'm planning to stay at Yuhao's for a while to train with him." Xia's mother didn't seem too surprised, as the two families were familiar with each other, and it wasn't Xia Yu's first time staying over at Zhang Yuhao's. She simply advised, "Just stay at Yuhao's place, don't go out, it's not safe." Xia Yu nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved when he heard his mother's approval. Having cleared this hurdle, he started devouring the buns on his plate, thinking to himself, "Delicious." After getting everything ready, Xia Yu said goodbye to his mother and sister before leaving the villa. He decided to find a place to stay near the secret realm, so he took a car to the location. The streets were becoming less crowded, and before long, he arrived at his destination. Ahead was the security line set up by the official alliance. Xia Yu strolled along the street, looking for a suitable hotel while carefully observing the security perimeter. After surveying the area, he chose a hotel with a view of the secret realm. Considering his stay might be indefinite, he booked a room for 20 days. Once in his room, Xia Yu opened the window and watched the busy official personnel outside. After a moment, he closed the window and waited for the complete arrival of the secret realm. Inside the room, Xia Yu took out the Ditto mask from his system space and put it on. Instantly, a strange sensation surged through his body, as if he could easily change his physique and appearance. He walked to the mirror, carefully observing his body's transformation. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and his physique expanded, reflecting an over 200-pound man in the mirror. After inspecting his hefty form, Xia Yu imagined returning to his original appearance, and his body immediately reverted. "Amazing," Xia Yu murmured, beginning a real-life, face-shaping game. He continuously adjusted in front of the mirror, modifying here and there, adding a beard and thickening his eyebrows, thoroughly enjoying himself. In no time, the mirror showed a rugged yet seasoned-looking middle-aged man. Satisfied with this new look, Xia Yu started sculpting his body. Why not go for an 8-pack abs? This thought, something he'd never experienced before, suddenly emerged. He acted on it, and soon the mirror reflected a 6'3", muscular man with 8-pack abs, yet with a face that told stories of life. Despite the striking contrast, Xia Yu didn't mind. As long as it looks cool, Xia Yu thought, this is meant to be the disguise for using the legendary beast Mewtwo. How else could I tame a mythical creature without standing out or exuding charisma? Next, Xia Yu began thinking of a name for this disguise. I can't just call myself Zhang San, Li Si, or Wang Matzi. That's too plain. After much deliberation, he decided on Wang Batian, a name that sounded powerful and commanding. Since he intended to make a statement, he would go all the way. With the character image complete, Xia Yu started contemplating which Pokemon to use. He immediately ruled out the 3 small ones, as they were too weak for such a large-scale secret realm, let alone for battles. Xia Yu waited patiently in the hotel for the arrival of the secret realm, contemplating his plan. He dismissed the idea of using the flashy Charizard, despite its ability to Mega Evolve, as it was too recognizable as the signature Pokemon of the division leader's son. Ultimately, he decided on using Miltank as his partner. This paradoxical Pokemon from the future was both powerful and obscure, perfectly fitting his needs. 2 days later, the energy fluctuations of the secret realm intensified, almost becoming tangible. The abundant energy attracted a large number of Pokemon, forming a massive beast tide heading towards Shu City. The Alliance quickly responded, organizing personnel to block this overwhelming wave of Pokemon. At this moment, the secret realm fully manifested. A massive spatial rift appeared in the sky above Shu City, connecting reality with the secret realm. Under the fiery red sky, countless people were eager to seize this opportunity to rise to new heights. As the first person rode a Pokemon towards the rift, many others followed suit. Poachers, opportunists, and trainers seeking breakthroughs, all sorts of people rushed towards this gateway to the unknown. Xia Yu also joined this torrent. He summoned Miltank, transforming it into glide mode. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous, Miltank's unique appearance and Xia Yu's weathered demeanor drew considerable attention. However, he paid no heed and flew straight towards the spatial rift. After a dizzying moment, Xia Yu and Miltank successfully entered the secret realm. Before them stood a massive volcano, explaining the fiery red hue of Shu City's sky. Xia Yu opened his treasure-seeking compass and began his exploration of the secret realm. Along the way, they encountered many aggressive Pokemon. But under Miltank's intimidation, these Pokemon quickly became docile, refraining from reckless actions. Xia Yu swiftly collected a wealth of valuable resources, also encountering some adversaries attempting to steal his spoils. Faced with these threats, Xia Yu decisively commanded Miltank to attack. A burst of dragon breath obliterated the enemies and their Pokemon in an instant. Experiencing such a scene for the first time, Xia Yu was somewhat shocked but quickly regained his composure. He reminded himself to avoid destroying the spoils along with the enemies next time, as that would be too much of a loss. In this world of survival of the fittest, Xia Yu quickly adapted to the harsh rules. He decided that if anyone showed malice and attacked him, he would ruthlessly eliminate them along with their Pokemon. In this secret realm, his principle was to leave no future threats. Xia Yu was leisurely exploring the secret realm, unaware that his father, Xia Tianyun, was currently facing a daunting task. The Alliance's officials, when investigating newly emerged secret realms, always purposefully seek out spirit tribes. These tribes often harbor powerful beings, and the Alliance's goal is to establish a peaceful coexistence with them. Xia Tianyun and Sukai, one of the four heavenly kings specializing in fighting types, split up to delve into different directions of the secret realm. It wasn't long before Xia Tianyun encountered a formidable Alakazam. He immediately summoned his ace Pokemon, Charizard, and the two Pokemon engaged in an intense battle. Sparks flew, and psychic waves surged as the two Pokemon exchanged blows, evenly matched for a time. However, Xia Tianyun, a seasoned Alliance veteran, remained calm and composed, expertly directing his Charizard. After a fierce struggle, Charizard seized an opportunity and unleashed a powerful attack, knocking Alakazam to the ground. After the battle, Xia Tianyun retrieved a sophisticated device from his backpack. This was the latest Pokemon translator developed by the Alliance's Pokemon scientists. He skillfully adjusted the device and spoke into it. Our Huagua Alliance bears no ill will towards you. We hope to collaborate and share resources, as long as you do not harm innocent humans. He pressed a button on the translator, and his words were transmitted to Alakazam through special waves. Alakazam, upon hearing this, appeared thoughtful. After a moment, it slowly nodded, agreeing to Xia Tianyun's proposal. Such negotiations were simultaneously taking place throughout the secret realm. Strong Alliance members were tasked with communicating with powerful Pokemon tribes, while those less powerful sought out tribes of corresponding strength. If they encountered extremely powerful beings unwilling to communicate, that area would be designated as off-limits. The Alliance did not insist on reaching an agreement with all Pokemon. Cooperation from the majority was sufficient. Meanwhile, Xia Yu's luck seemed to have taken a turn. He unexpectedly encountered Sukai, one of the four heavenly kings, who was searching for Pokemon tribes someone Xia Yu had only seen on television. Looking at this legendary figure who had risen from humble beginnings to become one of the four heavenly kings, Xia Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. However, he had to remain composed and not reveal any flaws. Sukai blocked Xia Yu's path and sternly asked, "Who are you? Don't you know that unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering the secret realm?" Xia Yu, feigning calm, replied, "You're joking, King Su. These rules apply to those of lesser strength, but for people like us, they hold no restraint." When Sukai saw Xia Yu and the spirit next to him that resembled a motor lizard, a flicker of interest crossed his eyes. As a martial arts champion, he was naturally obsessed with fighting and couldn't resist the urge to challenge a strong opponent. He carefully observed the spirit beside Xia Yu, intuitively sensing that its strength was on par with his own ace, Lucario. Sukai's robust physique was like a moving wall of bronze and iron, with well-defined muscles exuding an intimidating aura. Accompanied by Lucario, he strode towards Xia Yu, his face full of the desire for a challenge. However, Xia Yu remained unfazed in the face of the imposing martial arts champion. Standing in front of Miridon, he calmly assessed Lucario. Using his innate power, Xia Yu quickly gathered detailed information about Lucario. Name, Lucario. Level, 83 champion level. Gender, male. Type, fighting, steel. Ability, justified. Hidden ability, boosts attack when hit by a dark-type move due to his sense of justice. Held item, life orb. Aptitude, champion level. Moves, copycat, feint, helping hand, rock smash, metal claw, vacuum wave, detect, reversal, screech, quick attack, counter, water pulse, double team, work up, focus blast, calm mind, metal sound, quick guard, bone rush, swords dance, heal pulse, meteor mash, dragon pulse, extreme speed, close combat, aura sphere, protect, flash cannon, focus punch, ice punch, substitute, thunder punch. Xia Yu couldn't help but feel impressed. Lucario, as the ace spirit of the martial arts champion, certainly had a remarkable set of moves. Yet, he knew that even such an outstanding Lucario was no match for the divine Miridon. This was the vast difference between a deity and ordinary spirits. Sukai noticed Xia Yu's calm demeanor, and his anger rose. He shouted, "Lucario, use Aura Sphere." Xia Yu communicated to Miridon through his power, "Hold back a bit. Don't accidentally take it down. This is my idol, after all." Miridon responded internally, "Got it. Hold back. I'll play along for a bit before finishing it. I'm just too merciful." As the Aura Sphere came roaring in, Miridon casually breathed out a weakened dragon breath. The two energies collided in midair, creating a crater on the ground. Seeing his opponent easily neutralize Lucario's attack, Sukai felt the pressure. The sensation reminded him of challenging the champion years ago. Yet, he wasn't willing to admit defeat so easily and commanded, "Lucario, go all out with close combat." Miridon responded by simply flicking its tail. The dragon tail clashed fiercely with Lucario, unleashing a powerful energy wave. When the smoke cleared, Lucario was barely standing, while Miridon remained unscathed. The disparity in their strength was evident. Despite his reluctance, Sukai understood he had been thoroughly defeated. Not wanting Lucario to suffer further, he said to Xia Yu, "I concede. Name your terms." Xia Yu was surprised by Sukai's straightforwardness and, unsure of what to say, replied, "There's no need for that. We don't have any conflict, and I have no intention of opposing the League. I'm just here to explore this newly emerged secret realm." Sukai, however, insisted, "No, since I challenged you and lost, I must leave a trophy. If you don't know what you want, take this." He handed over a blue and gold card. "Just present this to me, and I'll grant you one request." Faced with Sukai's persistence, Xia Yu accepted the card, relieved since he had nothing else to offer. "May I know your name?" Sukai asked. With a weathered expression, Xia Yu replied with his alias, "My name is Wang Batian." Sukai's eyes lit up. What a dominant name. Wang Batian. "I, Sukai, will challenge you again." With that, the two parted ways in different directions. As the sky darkened, Xia Yu found shelter in a cave. Leaning against the cave wall, he replayed the intense encounter with Sukai in his mind. The formidable Lucario left a deep impression on him and gave him a clearer understanding of the strength of elite 4-level opponents. Gently pressing the button on a Pokeball, Xia Yu released his companions in a flash of light. After being confined in their Pokeballs for so long, his Pokemon seemed a bit restless. Looking around, Xia Yu realized that the chances of encountering other trainers in this vast, ultra-large secret realm were actually quite low. An idea began to form in his mind: why not start practical training for his Pokemon from tomorrow? Although the secret realm was home to powerful Pokemon, there were also plenty of lower-level ones suitable for battles. Xia Yu turned to Miridon, deciding it would be responsible for monitoring the surroundings. If anyone were to approach, the other Pokemon would be recalled into their Pokeballs immediately. Xia Yu took out some energy cubes from his backpack and carefully fed each of his Pokemon. After feeding them, he lay down, exhausted, ready to sleep. Charizard volunteered to stand guard at the cave entrance. The next morning, Xia Yu led his team of Pokemon towards a resource point, guided by a compass. Along the way, they encountered numerous wild Pokemon attacks. Xia Yu quickly devised a strategy. Charizard would handle opponents of medium strength. The weaker ones would be left to the 3 smaller Pokemon, and the most challenging ones would be tackled by Miridon. This distribution allowed each Pokemon to gain ample training opportunities. After a few days, Kirlia evolved into the elegant Gardevoir, reaching an advanced level. The other Pokemon also showed varying degrees of progress, especially Gible. Its combative instincts, possibly awakened and enhanced by Miridon's scales, were propelling it towards intermediate strength. However, the continuous intense battles left the Pokemon exhausted. Xia Yu decided to find a pleasant environment for everyone to rest for a couple of days. Following a river, they arrived at a clearing by a medium-sized lake, where they prepared to set up camp. 2 powerful Pokemon resided in the lake. Seeing Xia Yu's group at the lakeside, they became vigilant, ready to assert their territorial dominance. Completely drained, Xia Yu had no desire to fight. He signaled Miridon to release its powerful aura. Instantly, the 2 Pokemon froze in place, trembling uncontrollably. They were filled with a single thought. They had picked the wrong fight, and now they were in big trouble. Xia Yu had no intention of troubling them. Using his verdant force, he communicated with the 2 Pokemon, explaining that he only intended to stay for a short 2-day rest. Relieved, the 2 Pokemon expressed understanding and even offered to relocate if Xia Yu wished to stay longer. After clarifying the situation, Xia Yu said no more. He jumped into the refreshing lake for a revitalizing bath, and then prepared a hearty dinner for everyone. After the meal, he retreated into his tent and fell into a deep sleep. The frequent use of verdant force to heal his Pokemon had indeed drained a lot of his energy. After resting by the lake for 2 days, Xia Yu and his Pokemon resumed their exploration of the secret realm. On their way to a sandstone area, a sudden surge of intense energy erupted ahead. Xia Yu quickly recalled the 3 smaller Pokemon into their Pokeballs, taking only Charizard and Miridon to investigate. Climbing a small hill, Xia Yu witnessed the scene in front of him. 2 Pokemon hunters, one plump and one slender, were collaborating to capture a Tyranitar. A desert dragonfly was harassing Bangiloss in the air, while an adjacent Steelix launched its attacks. The data panels of the 3 Pokemon were clearly visible. Bangiloss, level 55, professional tier, male, rock dark type. Its special ability is Sandstream, which triggers a sandstorm upon its appearance. It carries a smooth rock, with a champion-level potential. Its moves include Tackle, Fire Fang, Leer, and other powerful skills. Desert Dragonfly, level 64, Gym tier, female, ground dragon type. Its special ability is Levitate, making it immune to ground-type moves. It carries a Dragon Fang, with elite 4-level potential. It knows a variety of moves like Dragon Claw, Sand Attack, and Supersonic. Steelix, level 61, Gym Tier, Male, Steel Ground type. Its special ability is Rock Head, preventing recoil damage from its moves. It carries Leftovers, with Gym level potential. Its moves include Bind, Tackle, and Rock Throw, among others. The battle raged intensely. Despite Banji Loss being only at the professional tier, its champion level potential allowed it to hold its own against the 2 Gym level Pokemon. However, under the combined assault of the Desert Dragonfly and Steelix, Banji Loss was gradually losing ground. Xia Yu decided to intervene. He had 3 motivations: to capture this rare champion-level pseudo-legendary Pokemon, to express his disdain for these illegal Pokemon poachers, and to seek an opportunity for his Charizard to break through to the next level. Despite strict crackdowns by the international alliances, poachers like these remain rampant, employing agile tactics to wreak havoc, much to the frustration of law enforcement agencies. Xia Yu planned to send only Charizard into battle, allowing it to gain crucial combat experience as it teetered on the brink of a breakthrough. Middleton stood by, ready to ensure Xia Yu's safety at any moment. Seeing Banji Loss about to falter, Xia Yu acted decisively. He commanded Charizard to unleash a flamethrower. The black Charizard soared into the sky, releasing a scorching vortex of flames down onto the 2 Pokemon below. Caught off guard, the Desert Dragonfly and Steelix were engulfed in flames, letting out cries of agony. The battle had officially begun. The 2 poachers were caught off guard as Xia Yu and his Charizard appeared from behind. The skinny poacher warily questioned, "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Xia Yu glanced at them with disdain and replied coldly, "Do I need a reason to deal with poachers like you?" The chubby poacher uneasily asked his partner for a plan. A glint of greed flashed in the skinny poacher's eyes as he quickly assessed the situation. "Take them out. That Tyranitar is already down, and his shiny Charizard doesn't seem to be at gym leader level yet. We have the upper hand." His gaze shifted excitedly between Xia Yu's Pokemon. "Didn't you notice? His shiny Charizard and the mutated Dragapult are both rare breeds. If we take him down and capture these 2, we'll be rich overnight." The chubby one was swayed by these words, and the greed and malice in their eyes became evident. Seeing this, Xia Yu decided to hold nothing back. He silently commanded, "Charizard, use Dragon Breath on Flygon." Charizard seized the moment when the enemies were caught off guard and unleashed a powerful Dragon Breath at Flygon. The poachers finally realized Xia Yu had initiated an attack and hurriedly ordered, "Flygon, dodge it. Steelix, use Rock Slide on Charizard." Charizard deftly dodged the Rock Slide and then trapped Steelix in a Fire Spin. Continuing the assault, it flew towards Flygon, its sharp claws ready to strike. Realizing the danger, the poachers quickly responded, "Steelix, dig to escape the Fire Spin. Flygon, counter with Dragon Claw." The Dragon Claws of the 2 Dragon-type Pokemon clashed fiercely in midair. However, Charizard's Dragon-type attacks, enhanced by Milotic Scales, proved superior, knocking Flygon to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Xia Yu pressed the advantage, ordering Charizard to launch a Dragon Pulse at Flygon. Seeing the tide turn against them, the chubby poacher commanded the Steelix, which had just escaped the Fire Spin, use Sand Tomb on Charizard to block its view. Instantly, a sandstorm whipped up around Charizard, interrupting its attack. Xia Yu quickly instructed Charizard to fly out of the sandstorm's range. Realizing Xia Yu was tough to handle, the 2 poachers exchanged a glance and decided to use the same tactics they employed against Tyranitar. "Flygon, use Screech on Charizard." Flygon let out a piercing cry, causing Charizard to writhe in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Steelix used Rock Tomb, and Charizard, unable to dodge, was hit by the rocks and roared in agony. Seeing this, Xia Yu immediately ordered Charizard to swiftly retreat from the danger zone and then unleash Inferno on Steelix. A searing flame burst from Charizard's mouth, engulfing Steelix completely. Steelix let out a chilling scream as it rolled frantically on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. Charizard seized the moment and charged at Steelix with a Flare Blitz, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. In a critical moment, the chubby poacher shouted, "Steelix, use Protect." Facing Charizard's unstoppable charge, Steelix desperately put up a defensive barrier, bracing for the fierce impact. "Desert Dragonfly, use Dragon Rush on Charizard now." The battle was rapidly changing. Charizard's Flare Blitz was solidly blocked by Steelix's Protect, but this was just the beginning. As Charizard appeared momentarily flustered, the nearby Desert Dragonfly seized the opportunity, charging forward like an arrow with a powerful Dragon Rush that sent Charizard flying. Charizard crashed heavily onto a nearby mound, creating a noticeable crater from the impact. Amidst the rising dust, it let out a pained growl, clearly having suffered significant damage. Xia Yu frowned as he assessed the battle, thinking to himself, "It seems Charizard is struggling against 2 gym-level Pokemon." With that realization, he decided to stop holding back. "Time to show them what we're really made of." A decisive glint flashed in Xia Yu's eyes. It was time to demonstrate the power of Mega Evolution to the world. Are you ready, Charizard? He called out to his partner. Charizard responded with a spirited roar, as if saying, I'm ready whenever you are. Xia Yu sprang into action, tossing Charizard's Mega X Evolution Stone into the air with one hand, while tightly gripping the key stone with the other. Charizard adeptly caught the Evolution Stone, as if there was a shared understanding between them. Answer my bond. Charizard, Mega Evolve. Xia Yu declared dramatically, extending the hand holding the key stone towards Charizard. A brilliant white light suddenly enveloped Charizard, and its form began to change dramatically. When the light dissipated, a newly evolved Charizard stood before everyone. Over 4 meters long, with skin of a mysterious green hue, majestic red wings spread wide, and fierce flames burning at its mouth and tail. What is this? How can Charizard evolve again? The skinny poacher exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide, soon replaced by a greedy grin. Wow, this could be a huge score. His partner, the chubby poacher, rubbed his hands together excitedly. We're in for a windfall. A new evolution method. How much could this sell for? Xia Yu didn't bother to respond to their ignorance and greed, merely casting a cold, deathly gaze in their direction. The energy radiating from the newly evolved Charizard X surpassed gym level, nearing the level of an Elite Four. Xia Yu observed silently, noting that Charizard X's level had soared to the peak of level 70. It seems Mega Evolution can elevate a Pokemon by an entire stage, he analyzed internally. Charizard, it's time to turn the tables. The Charizard returned to its original form, and the intense battle allowed it to successfully break through to the gym leader level. After handling the scene, Xia Yu slowly approached the weakened Tyranitar. Tyranitar let out a weak growl as Xia Yu approached, seemingly worried about its fate. However, Xia Yu ignored its warning and extended his hand, using the power of Viridian to heal Tyranitar's injuries. Feeling the pain gradually fade away, Tyranitar stopped growling and looked at this mysterious human in confusion. After the healing was complete, Xia Yu communicated telepathically with Tyranitar, inviting it. Tyranitar, would you like to join me in exploring the outside world, becoming stronger, and reaching the peak of the world? Faced with this sudden proposal, Tyranitar first looked at Xia Yu, then glanced at the Charizard nearby, and fell into brief contemplation. Ultimately, it slowly nodded, accepting the invitation. A joyful smile appeared on Xia Yu's face, and he then removed his disguise, revealing his true appearance. This sudden change left Tyranitar looking bewildered, until Xia Yu patiently explained, and it finally understood. However, Tyranitar made a request it needed to go home to say goodbye to its parents, as it had sneaked out. Xia Yu readily agreed, and followed Tyranitar to its tribe's location. Soon, they arrived at a mountain deep within a forest. Xia Yu was surprised to find numerous Larvitar, Pupitar, and Tyranitar inhabiting the area. As soon as they stepped into the tribe's territory, countless eyes vigilantly watched Xia Yu and his Pokemon. Suddenly, a massive Tyranitar appeared, towering over 10 meters and exuding an imposing aura, clearly the leader of the tribe. It let out a series of roars at the Tyranitar beside Xia Yu, and the two Pokemon began to communicate. Taking this opportunity, Xia Yu quietly activated the Eye of True Sight to scan the surrounding Tyranitar tribe. What he saw left him secretly amazed. The tribe was indeed worthy of being a pseudo-legendary Pokemon group, with impressive strength. Most of the evolved Tyranitars were at least at the gym leader level, with 6 at the Elite Four level and 3 at the champion level. The most striking was undoubtedly the leader they were conversing with. Xia Yu's Eye of True Sight quickly captured its detailed information. Name, Tyranitar. Level, 89 champion level. Gender, male. Type, rock, dark. Ability, Sandstream causes a sandstorm upon entering battle. Held item, smooth rock. Potential, champion level. Moves, tackle, fire fong, leer, ice fong, rock throw, thunder fong, dark pulse, payback, iron defense, bite, scary face, rock slide, stomp, screech, knock off, crunch, earthquake, stone edge, outrage, sandstorm, hyper beam, giga impact, earth power, power gem. Facing this Tyranitar on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the champion level, Xia Yu was deeply impressed. Reaching such a level solely through its efforts in this secluded secret realm was rare, even for a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Xia Yu thought to himself that this leader was likely one of the top powerhouses in the entire secret realm. Before long, the two Tyranitars finished their conversation. They both looked at Xia Yu and let out low growls. Through the perception of the power of Viridian, Xia Yu was surprised to discover that the powerful leader was actually the father of the Tyranitar beside him. No wonder its potential was so high. It had inherited such a lineage. The clan leader was immensely grateful to Xia Yu for saving his son. Not only did he support his son's decision to follow Xia Yu on his journey, but he also warmly invited Xia Yu to stay with the clan for a while. Xia Yu gladly accepted and decided to stay for a night. He released all his Pokemon to let them roam freely while he wandered around. Thanks to the power of the Everstone and the clan leader's invitation, Pokemon like Larvitar, Pupitar, and Tyranitar all showed friendliness towards Xia Yu. During his exploration, Xia Yu discovered several places where Pokemon eggs were stored, including about a dozen Larvitar eggs. This discovery sparked an idea in him. Could he take one for his close friend, Xiaohao? After all, Tyranitar is the core of a Sandstorm team, and Xiaohao aspires to become a Sandstorm champion. Moreover, Xiaohao had contributed significantly to their successful entry into the secret realm. Xia Yu decided to put this thought aside for the moment and planned to discuss it with the clan leader later. In the evening, Xia Yu used the berries gifted by the clan leader to make energy cubes suitable for Tyranitars and distributed them to the entire clan. The Tyranitars roared in excitement at the delicious taste, clearly having never tasted anything so delightful before. Seeing their enjoyment, Xia Yu took the opportunity to request the clan leader's permission to take a Larvitar egg with him. To his surprise, the clan leader agreed readily. He believed it was beneficial for the young Pokemon to experience the outside world, which might lead to better growth. Xia Yu solemnly promised to raise it well. The next morning, the clan leader accompanied Xia Yu to choose a Pokemon egg. Xia Yu carefully examined them and found that most of the eggs had potential to reach elite levels, with one even having the potential to reach semi-champion level. He prudently chose the semi-champion level egg. At the moment of farewell, Xia Yu placed the clan leader's son into a luxury ball in front of him, then released him again to say goodbye to his father. As a parting gift, the clan leader presented Xia Yu with a Tyranitar's Mega Evolution Stone and a Dragon Z Crystal, a gesture of generosity that pleasantly surprised Xia Yu. With his new partner, Xia Yu bid farewell to the Tyranitar clan and continued his journey exploring the secret realm. A week later, he had explored much of the surrounding area, collected a wealth of resources, and his Pokemon had greatly benefited from frequent battles. Checking the date on his phone, Xia Yu realized it was nearly time to collect the quasi-legendary Pokemon egg, signaling it was time to head home. He recalled all his Pokemon, leaving only Miridon out. Riding on Miridon, now in ride mode, Xia Yu headed towards the exit of the secret realm, filled with satisfaction from the adventure and anticipation for the future. As the exploration of the secret realm neared its end, Xia Yu rode on Milodon towards the exit. The Alliance staff didn't stop him, evidently having been informed beforehand by the martial arts champion, Sukai. Xia Yu understood this, but remained composed. He maneuvered Milodon to a secluded area, then reverted to his original appearance, and casually walked back to the hotel. A timely system notification sounded, announcing the task's completion. Although the exploration was only 30 complete, Xia Yu was still overjoyed. This was the result of his relentless efforts over the past 10 days. The rewards were generous: 10 basic magical candies, 5 intermediate magical candies, an upgrade to advanced level for the power of Verdant, a Gardevoir Mega Evolution Stone, and 2,000 mall coins. Returning to the long-missed hotel, Xia Yu indulged in a refreshing shower, then headed straight to the restaurant to feast and satisfy his hunger from the past days. After eating his fill, he lay on the soft bed, eager to check the system and tally his gains. First, there was the growth of his Pokemon. Kadora had reached level 40, with steel and rock attributes, a heavy metal characteristic, carrying an evolution stone, and had quasi-champion level potential. Gardevoir had advanced to level 35, with psychic and fairy dual attributes, a mimic characteristic, carrying a fairy feather and a Cresselia feather, boasting champion level potential. Despite being only level 27, Gabite had quasi-master level potential and was still improving. It carried a dragon tooth and Milidon scale, blessed by the first level god Milodon, with an astonishing growth rate. The shiny Charizard was in a league of its own, with level 62 strength reaching gym level. It had fused with Dragon-type Mythical Beast scales, significantly increasing the power of its Dragon-type moves, with notable improvements in potential and growth speed. Tyranitar was not far behind, with level 57 professional level strength and champion level potential, carrying a Sandstorm Rock, showing greater power in sandstorm conditions. Watching the rapid progress of his Pokemon, Xia Yu's face beamed with satisfaction. The hard training over these days had finally paid off, with each Pokemon exhibiting remarkable potential and growth. Their efforts had been rewarded, filling Xia Yu with confidence and anticipation for future challenges. Xia Yu opened the system panel and carefully reviewed his assets. His talent was the advanced Evergreen Power, and his Pokemon lineup included a shiny Charizard, Aron, the first-level god Milotic, Gardevoir, Garchomp, and Tyranitar. His item inventory was filled with various valuable items: rare candies, Mega Evolution Stones, Keystones, luxury balls, treasure compasses, and more. Particularly eye-catching were the permanent TM, Protect, and various rare evolution stones. Looking at the overflowing system space, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile foolishly. He began to plan how to utilize these resources and decided to recycle some temporarily unused items back to the system shop for future needs. System: recycle the Marvel Scale, Supreme Thunderstone, Waterstone, Sunstone, Leaf Stone, Mystic Water, and Sharp Claw, Xia Yu commanded. The system promptly responded. Ding! Items successfully recycled. The host has gained 4,500 shop coins, making a total of 6,600 shop coins. Seeing the surge in shop coins, Xia Yu marveled. Exploring undeveloped secret realms really pays off. With a large sum of shop coins in sight, Xia Yu's urge to draw cards was growing. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands, returned to his bed, and sat down, closing his eyes to mentally chant. Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Lord Buddha, Taishang Laojun, bless me to get something good this time, preferably another legendary Pokemon. System, give me a 10 draw, Xia Yu decisively ordered. The system quickly operated. Ding, drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4x basic rare candy, permanent TM Shadow Ball, Panacea, 2x physical attack enhancer, 2x speed enhancer. Xia Yu was a bit puzzled by these enhancers and asked the system. The system explained, Panacea can cure all abnormal statuses of a Pokemon, and the physical attack and speed enhancers can permanently increase the base stat of the corresponding attribute for a Pokemon, excluding legendary Pokemon. Wow, such good stuff exists, Xia Yu exclaimed, immediately searching for these enhancers in the system shop. Each bottle cost only 200 shop coins, which tempted Xia Yu greatly. But he quickly calmed down and thought, direct purchase doesn't seem very cost-effective. This draw alone yielded 4 bottles, almost breaking even. Moreover, direct purchases don't count towards the draw count and can't trigger the guaranteed legendary Pokemon opportunity. It seems these can only be obtained through draws. I'll leave it to fate, Xia Yu murmured. System, give me 30 more draws. He decided to keep some shop coins for emergencies. The system operated again. Ding, drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10x basic rare candy, 5x intermediate rare candy, 2x special attack enhancer, 3x physical attack enhancer, 2x physical defense enhancer, 3x special defense enhancer, Fire Z Crystal, Mega Evolution Stone from Mega Garchomp, Terra Orb, Fire Terra Shard, Supreme Water Stone. Total draws, 601000. Looking at these newly acquired items, Xia Yu, although he didn't draw any particularly powerful tools, found them useful for his current stage. He felt that the results of this draw were fairly acceptable. Looking at the vast collection of magical candies in the space, Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly began the level-up plan for his Pokemon. First, he took out 20 basic magical candies and carefully distributed them to Kadora and Shineduo. Kadora received 1 candy, while Shineduo got 6. As the candies were consumed, their bodies began to undergo wondrous transformations. Kadora reacted first. Its body was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant light of evolution, and as the light faded, a majestic Kadora, nearly 4 meters tall, appeared before Xia Yu. This imposing Pokemon was so impressive that Xia Yu couldn't help but reach out to touch it, thinking to himself, being cool is a lifelong thing. Following closely, Shineduo successfully advanced to the elite level with the help of 6 basic magical candies. Xia Yu didn't stop there. He fed both Pokemon 5 intermediate magical candies each, quickly boosting their levels to 46. At this point, Xia Yu was ready to challenge a beginner-level gym badge, and not just any gym, but a top-tier one. He gave the remaining basic magical candies, for in total, to Gabite, helping it reach an advanced level. The rest were reserved for the soon-to-arrive quasi-legendary Pokemon. As for the potions that enhance base stats, Xia Yu pondered for a moment and decided to use them all on a single Pokemon. Although each potion only increased the base stat by 1 point, he was curious to see what effect maxing out a Pokemon's base stats to 600 would have. The lucky recipient was none other than Charizard. As an original member, it deserved this honor. After consuming the potions, Charizard's base stats soared from 534 to 548. It flexed its biceps, as if proudly showing Xia Yu just how much stronger it had become. Having completed all this, an exhausted Xia Yu lay down and fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the clock showed it was only 4 in the afternoon. He quickly checked out and planned to visit his best friend Zhang Yuhao to give him a surprise. Hopping into a taxi, Xia Yu arrived at Zhang Yuhao's villa. Before he even entered, he saw the chubby fellow training his Pokemon in the yard. Besides the familiar Dugtrio and Glisker, there was now a Rockruff and a Trapinch. It seemed his Sandstorm team was growing closer to completion. Xia Yu rang the doorbell, and Zhang Yuhao looked up at the sound, immediately running over with excitement. Yuga, where have you been? You've been gone so long, Zhang Yuhao asked as he opened the door. Xia Yu replied with a grin. Of course, I've been improving my Pokemon's strength and stumbled upon a bit of fortune. Zhang Yuhao confidently suggested. Oh, how about a Pokemon battle then? I've made a lot of progress this month and can definitely get back at you for last time. Xia Yu glanced at the levels of the chubby fellow's Pokemon. Aside from the Dugtrio he raised from a young age, his highest level Glisker was only level 25. Meanwhile, the lowest level Pokemon Xia Yu had, Gabite, had already reached an advanced level. Not wanting to crush his friend's confidence, Xia Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, let's wait until school starts. Then you'll see the difference between us. Zhang Yuhao, undeterred, became even more smug. All right, it seems you're afraid I'll get my revenge, Yuga ha. Xia Yu didn't argue, thinking to himself, there will come a time when you'll realize. He silently anticipated Zhang Yuhao's surprised reaction when school started. It was sure to be interesting. The two of them returned inside, and Xia Yu carefully took out the larvitar egg from his backpack, gently placing it on the coffee table. The eggshell faintly glimmered, as if it was brimming with life. Zhang Yuhao leaned in curiously, exclaiming, wow, what kind of Pokemon egg is this? It looks quite lively. Xia Yu smirked slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. If I tell you, you'll have to call me Dad immediately, believe it or not? No way. Zhang Yuhao retorted instantly, puffing out his chest. I, Zhang Yuhao, have never been outdone by anyone. You're dreaming if you think that's going to happen. Seeing the defiant expression on the chubby boy's face, Xia Yu couldn't help but laugh, eagerly anticipating what was to come. He announced mysteriously, this is a larvitar egg. Come on, I thought it was something else. Just a larvitar egg. Zhang Yuhao began to say, then suddenly realized, eyes widening. Wait, larvitar? You mean the egg that evolves into Tyranitar? Xia Yu stifled a laugh and nodded slowly. Oh, are you sure? Is it really the egg of the near-legendary Tyranitar, the core of the Sandstorm team? The chubby boy confirmed again, his tone filled with disbelief. Mm. Xia Yu nodded again, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Wow, Xia Yu, where did you get this? You're unbelievable. I'm so jealous. The chubby boy shouted in shock, his eyes full of envy. Do you know my dad has been trying to get a Tyranitar egg for years without success? And now there's one right in front of me, but it doesn't belong to me. Do you know how much that hurts my young heart? It's like getting slapped in public. As the chubby boy complained with a face full of envy and jealousy, Xia Yu couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. You still have the nerve to laugh. You've changed. You're not the same person you used to be. The chubby boy feigned heartbreak. Is that so? Xia Yu raised an eyebrow. I told you, if I revealed the name of this Pokemon egg, you'd have to call me Dad, and you didn't believe me. Zhang Yuhao tried to remain calm. Huh. Even though I admit I'm envious, so what? It's not my egg. There's no way I'd do something so undignified. Xia Yu feigned disappointment. Really? I was going to give you this Tyranitar egg. Looks like it wasn't meant to be. For me? Really, Godfather? The chubby boy's face changed instantly, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. I've wandered the world for so long, longing for a wise leader. If you don't mind, I'd be honored to call you Godfather. Xia Yu was amused, laughing as he said, All right, seeing your ridiculous act, I said it's yours, so it's yours. Do I look like I need another near-legendary? Xia Yu, you're so generous. I don't know how to repay you, so I'll offer my eternal gratitude. Zhang Yuhao exaggeratedly expressed his thanks. Get lost, don't disgust me. Xia Yu laughed and scolded, then seriously informed him that this egg was an unexpected find from his recent trip and reminded him to take good care of it. The chubby boy nodded repeatedly, secretly delighted, as who wouldn't want to nurture a near-legendary Pokemon. After saying goodbye, Xia Yu left Zhang Yuhao's house, ready to head home. Zhang Yuhao watched Xia Yu's departing figure, feeling silently moved, contemplating whether to let Xia Yu win in their next battle. Then, he carefully picked up the larvitar egg, gently placing it into the incubator, and as he watched the egg glow softly inside, a silly smile spread across his face. Xia Yu got off the car, standing before the familiar villa, overwhelmed with an urge to shout, I'm back. After spending so long in the secret realm, he deeply missed everything about home. Gazing at the warm and welcoming house in front of him, Xia Yu felt a wave of warmth wash over him, eager to open the door and embrace the long-missed warmth of home. Xia Yu pushed open the door to his home and was greeted by the sight of his mother's Milotic swimming leisurely in the pool. Uncle Lu heard the noise and quickly came out to welcome Xia Yu upon seeing him. Xia Yu then released all his Pokemon except for Tyranitar, deciding to save the big guy for when he challenges the gym for a badge. Entering the living room, Xia Yu's mother and sister were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Upon seeing Xia Yu return, they quickly got up. His mother, with a slightly reproachful tone, said, You're finally back. You've been gone so long without a call. Who did you learn that from? Xia Yu explained with a wry smile. I couldn't help it. There's no signal in the secret realm. Little Tong cheered and ran to her brother. Brother, you're back. I missed you so much. Xia Yu picked up his sister, spun her around twice in the air, and kissed her on her soft cheek, expressing his own feelings of longing. Sitting on the sofa, Xia Yu's mother asked about his plans. Xia Yu replied that he would go to the League branch the day after tomorrow to collect a Pokemon egg and would train at home until school started. Hearing that her son would be home for a while, Xia Yu's mother didn't say much more, only mentioning that his father would probably return in a few days. The family chatted away the entire evening, and Xia Yu lay in bed reflecting on this busy summer vacation. 2 days later, Xia Yu woke up early, excited to collect the semi-legendary Pokemon egg. Although he already owned a legendary Pokemon, he was still filled with anticipation for the unknown new Pokemon and future companion. With the golden card given by his father, Xia Yu took a ride to the Shudu City League branch. Standing before the towering building, he looked up at the prominent words Huagua Pokemon League branch and stepped into the bustling lobby. Inside, it was lively and crowded. Xia Yu approached the front desk, explained his purpose, and handed over the golden card. After checking the information, the staff arranged for a colleague to escort him to the incubation room. As the elevator doors opened, Xia Yu stepped onto a heavily guarded floor, filled with patrolling staff. After passing through several security checkpoints, they arrived at a special door. Swiping the card to enter, they were greeted by an elite-level Arcanine, alertly guarding the precious semi-legendary Pokemon eggs. The staff guided Xia Yu to the innermost section, where 4 Pokemon eggs were displayed. These are this year's semi-legendary Pokemon eggs distributed by the headquarters. You can start choosing. Xia Yu nodded in thanks and began to carefully observe each egg. The 4 semi-legendary Pokemon eggs were those of Bagon, Gible, Dano, and Beldum. Xia Yu gazed at them, contemplating the important decision he was about to make. Through keen observation with the eye of true sight, Xia Yu was thrilled to discover that the eggs he had selected were of extraordinary quality. The Bagon egg was of a pseudo-champion level, while the Gible and Dano eggs reached the elite level. However, what truly caught his attention was the Beldum egg. This egg emitted a faint glow, and upon closer inspection, Xia Yu found its details. Shine level 0, genderless, with dual attributes of steel and psychic, and the characteristic of clear body. Even more exciting was that it not only had champion-level potential, but also inherited powerful moves like Future Sight and Zen Headbutt. Xia Yu was secretly delighted, as this was a rare gem, comparable to Steven's illustrious Metagross. Without hesitation, Xia Yu chose the Beldum egg. He carefully cradled it, completed the registration process with the staff, and hurried home. Once inside, he dashed upstairs to place the egg in the pre-prepared incubation device, added nutrient fluid, and eagerly awaited the new life. In the following days, Xia Yu spent most of his time with his sister. He eased up on the training demands for his Pokemon, allowing them to train independently. Fortunately, his Charizard was proactive, taking the lead and guiding the other Pokemon in their training. Xia Yu thought to himself that for now, being at home, his sister was the priority, and he could intensify training once they set out on their journey. Meanwhile, Xia's father returned from the secret realm and, along with fighting King Sukai, headed to the league branch to report to the champion. In the meeting room, the champion directly inquired about the situation in the secret realm. Chairman Xia calmly replied, "Champion, most of the Pokemon groups in the secret realm have agreed to ally with us, and we're in talks with the remaining few. We believe the secret realm will be fully developed soon." The champion nodded in approval, then shifted the topic with a teasing remark. "I heard King Su encountered a mysterious figure in the secret realm and had a bit of a setback." Sukai, slightly embarrassed, explained, "That's true. The person claimed to be Wang Batian, and his strength is unfathomable. His mutated toxicity might have already reached master level." The champion pondered briefly but quickly turned his focus to more pressing matters. He presented a confidential report, saying, "A mysterious space has appeared over Hawaii, with many aggressive Pokemon escaping. Countries are organizing aid, and we need to send representatives. I'll hold a 4 elite meeting shortly to select one to lead an investigation." After the meeting, Xia's father and Sukai exchanged a meaningful glance, sensing the impending storm. Back home, Xia's father saw his children playing, warming his heart. Little Tong cheerfully jumped into his arms, pleading, "Daddy, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Come back sooner next time, okay?" Xia's father gently lifted his daughter and spun her around, making her giggle with delight. He turned to Xia Yu and said, "The secret realm matters are almost settled, and the alert will soon be lifted. Then you can go out and have fun. By the way, which pseudo-legendary egg did you choose?" "I picked the Beldum egg, and it should hatch in the next couple of days," Xia Yu replied excitedly. Xia's father nodded and advised, "Remember to treat your Pokemon well." Xia Yu solemnly agreed. That evening, the family gathered around the dinner table for a long-awaited reunion. Laughter and joy filled the room, creating a warm atmosphere that seemed to make up for their previous separations. In the stillness of the night, the iron dumbbell spirit egg suddenly began to tremble, with tiny cracks spreading across its shell. Gardevoir, with her keen senses, immediately noticed the anomaly and woke from her light sleep. She gracefully approached the egg, observing the increasing number of cracks and realizing that a new life was about to emerge. Gardevoir urgently shook Xia Yu awake from his slumber. He blinked his sleepy eyes, following Gardevoir's direction, and instantly became alert. He quickly got up and carefully approached the spirit egg. As the cracks widened, a shiny, iron ball-shaped head emerged from the shell. Xia Yu and Gardevoir held their breath, witnessing this wondrous moment. A shiny Beldum fully hatched, curiously surveying its surroundings. Xia Yu gently cradled the newborn Beldum, introducing himself and Gardevoir. He took out specially made energy cubes and patiently fed the little creature. After eating its fill, the Beldum seemed a bit drowsy, so Xia Yu placed it into a luxury ball and then released it again, settling it onto a small bed he had prepared. At that moment, a system notification sounded, announcing the completion of his mission. Xia Yu was thrilled to discover that he had successfully captured 6 Pokemon with at least elite 4-level potential, completing a team configuration. The system generously rewarded him. All Pokemon's potential increased by 1 level excluding legendary Pokemon, a Master Ball, intermediate Aura Power, and 2,000 shop coins. Xia Yu was overjoyed, especially with the acquisition of Aura Power. He pondered to himself that he might now be considered an Aura Guardian, wondering if he could conjure Aura Spheres with his hands. Looking at the Beldum and Gardevoir beside him, he found that their potentials had already risen to Quasa Master and Quasa Champion levels, marking a significant leap forward. Thinking about the Master Ball in his hand, Xia Yu couldn't help but fantasize about capturing Groudon, Kyogre, or Rayquaza. He laughed out loud, startling Gardevoir, who looked at him curiously. The next day, Xia Yu brought the shiny Beldum to the yard to introduce it to the other Pokemon. Seeing Gardevoir's interest in taking care of the young Pokemon, he entrusted Beldum to her care. Meanwhile, he supervised the training of the other Pokemon and later returned indoors to make energy cubes of various attributes. As his crafting skills improved, Xia Yu once considered obtaining a breeder's license at the Pokemon Breeding Center. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, as he was only making energy cubes for his own Pokemon and had no intention of selling them or engaging in related work. 10 days flew by, and Xia Yu's vacation was nearing its end, with the start of his senior year approaching. During this time, Beldum passed its infancy, and Xia Yu fed it all the remaining basic rare candies, allowing it to evolve into Metong. In these few days, Xia Yu also gradually became familiar with his aura power. He could sense the aura around him and condense it into aura spheres to launch, a newly acquired ability that filled him with excitement and pride. Xia Yu could feel the aura emanating from the elves, whether it was benevolent or malevolent, much like the observation hockey in One Piece, but with an added element. Over the past few days, he had meticulously crafted a series of portable accessories, cleverly integrating each elf's Mega Evolution Stone and Key Stone into them. Armlets, necklaces, bracelets, and gloves, each piece shimmered with a mysterious glow. He wore a pair of specially made gloves himself, adorned with 2 shining key stones. On the morning of the first day of school, Xia Yu carefully arranged his attire. A wave of excitement surged within him, envisioning himself making a mark at the school. This is a scene that can't be missed in the protagonist's story, he mused to himself. I've got to play this part perfectly. He only brought the Pokeballs of Metong, Garchomp, and Gardevoir, leaving the rest of his Pokemon at home for self-training. Stepping out of his house, Xia Yu boarded the bus headed for the number 1 high school in Shu capital. The city was particularly bustling today, with people and Pokemon thronging the streets and sidewalks, as if the secret realm from a few days ago had never descended. This must be the relaxed spirit of the people of Shu capital, Xia Yu thought to himself. With a screech of the brakes, Xia Yu arrived at his destination, the best high school in Shu capital, where he would spend his next 3 years. As he got off the bus, he was taken aback by the throng of senior students and their Pokemon at the school gate, feeling overwhelmed. Why are there so many people? Didn't I delay my arrival to avoid this? Is everyone late? With no other choice, Xia Yu squeezed into the school along with the crowd. Once inside the campus, Xia Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. He headed towards his senior class's classroom and could hear laughter coming from inside before he even entered. The loudest voice was unmistakably that of the chubby Zhang Yuhao, boasting about his Larvitar. Pushing the door open, Xia Yu found that more than half of his classmates had already arrived. They were surrounded by various Pokemon: Ivysaur, Charmeleon, Wartortle, Nidorino, Pidgeotto, Eevee, Litten, and more, most of which had already evolved once. His classmates greeted Xia Yu warmly, and he responded to each of them. As the perennial top student, Xia Yu was an object of admiration among his peers. "You, why did you come so late? Come check out my Larvitar. How's it coming along?" Zhang Yuhao shouted excitedly. Xia Yu glanced over and saw that the Larvitar had reached level 13, nodding in approval. Reaching this level in just 10 days is indeed impressive. Zhang Yuhao beamed with pride at Xia Yu's acknowledgement. "You, aren't you going to show us your Pokemon?" Other classmates chimed in. "Yeah. Xia Yu, let us see what your Pokemon look like. Come on, genius, let us admire your Pokemon." Faced with his classmates' eager gazes, Xia Yu reluctantly took out the luxury ball containing Metong. "All right, since you all want to see, come on out, Metong." With a loud noise, the shiny Metong made a grand entrance, its appearance starkly different from a regular Metong, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. Xia Yu took the opportunity to closely examine Metang's stats. Name: Metong Shiny. Level: 27 Intermediate. Gender: none. Type: Steel Psychic. Ability: Clear Body prevents ability reduction from opponents' moves or abilities. Held item: Life Orb. Potential: Quasi-Master level. Moves: Tackle, Confusion, Metal Claw, Bullet Punch, Future Sight, Psychic, Hone Claws, Zen Headbutt, Magnet Rise, Flash Cannon, Takedown, protect. Looking at Miltank's impressive stats, Xia Yu nodded silently, feeling a sense of pride. As expected of me, the strongest trainer. Is that a pseudo-legendary metal monster? And it's shiny too? Amazing. The classroom was immediately filled with gasps of admiration. Classmates gathered around Xia Yu, their eyes glinting with envy. As expected of the top student, capturing a shiny pseudo-legendary. Our class already has 2 pseudo-legendaries. Truly the strongest. Everyone chimed in with praises one after another. Xia Yu listened to these compliments, a proud smile unconsciously forming on his lips. He looked around, secretly hoping someone would step forward to challenge him, so he could showcase his skills. Unfortunately, no one dared to show off in front of him. After showing off for a while, Xia Yu returned the metal monster to its luxury ball and went back to his seat by the window at the back of the classroom. As soon as he sat down, the chubby kid next to him leaned over, chattering excitedly. Did you know? The class beauty and monitor from Class 2, Luo Bing, captured a pseudo-legendary Dratini, and it's reportedly evolved into a Dragonair. It takes reaching a high level to evolve it. Truly beautiful and powerful. Xia Yu nodded, indifferent. He thought to himself that being able to train a pseudo-legendary to a high level over the summer was indeed impressive. However, he remained unfazed, thinking, do as you please, I'm unbeatable. Before long, the classroom was bustling as students gradually arrived. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a gray shirt with a receding hairline walked in. He was Mr. Wong, the homeroom teacher of Senior Class 1. It seems you all had a great summer, Mr. Wong said from the podium, surveying the suddenly quiet students. He didn't engage in much banter and got straight to the point. I'm going to talk about a few things, and then you can go home. Classes officially start tomorrow. Mr. Wong proceeded to announce 3 important matters: class division, key areas for college entrance exams, and the upcoming mock high school league battle. He explained the differences between cultural studies and battle studies and their respective future career paths. Finally, he emphasized the importance of the upcoming school competition and encouraged all students to participate actively. After Mr. Wong finished speaking, he left the classroom, and it immediately buzzed with excitement as students discussed these significant matters that were closely related to their futures. Just then, Xia Yu heard the system prompt. Ding! The system has issued a task. Win the school's mock competition championship. System rewards: 2 beginners magical candies, 500 store credits. Hearing this task, Xia Yu secretly resolved that he was determined to win the championship. What are your plans? The chubby kid asked curiously. Me? Xia Yu replied confidently. Isn't it obvious? I'm choosing battle studies. I'll conquer the gyms, win the league championship, and get a direct admission. A seamless path. Nice, very confident. That's the you I know, the chubby kid laughed. But that's what I'm thinking too, huh? The two continued to banter as they headed home. In Xia Yu's mind, he was already planning his future training schedule, preparing for the challenges ahead. Xia Yu released the elves and walked into the house, where he saw his sister cuddling an ice Vulpix, intently watching the TV screen. He quietly joined her, getting absorbed in the program together. In the evening, Xia Yu's parents returned home, looking weary from their day. Eagerly, Xia Yu shared his teacher's suggestion and his own thoughts with them. After listening carefully, his parents smiled warmly and assured him, follow your own ideas, without any worries. Remember, family will always be your strongest support. These words filled Xia Yu with warmth, making him feel incredibly lucky to have such supportive and trusting parents. The next morning, Xia Yu quickly finished his breakfast, grabbed his backpack, and headed to school. Sitting in his senior class, he listened attentively as the teacher explained the history of elves. Surprisingly, what seemed like a dull subject turned out to be fascinating, and Xia Yu found himself thoroughly engaged, with time flying by. Just like that, a joyful and fulfilling week passed by swiftly. The senior students were about to face their much-anticipated first official battle. After the morning study session, all the senior students who registered for the competition gathered on the playground, where a mix of tension and excitement filled the air. A total of 1,000 students were randomly assigned to 5 venues: A, B, C, D, and E, with 200 students in each. Xia Yu was assigned to venue A, his friend Xiaopeng to venue D, and the class president of Class 2, Luo Bing, to venue B. The rules of the competition were simple, 1 vs 1, with no switching of elves allowed. For fairness, Xia Yu decided to compete with only his Metong. When it was Xia Yu's turn, he released his Metong, causing a stir. The appearance of a shiny pseudo-legendary naturally drew everyone's attention. His opponent had merely a level 17 Geodude, making the disparity in strength evident. Despite not wanting to overwhelm his opponent, Xia Yu knew this was a competition. He commanded his Metong to execute a swift bullet punch, instantly defeating the opponent. Seeing the dejected look on his opponent's face, Xia Yu silently wished for him not to lose confidence. After advancing, Xia Yu turned his attention to Xiaopeng's match. He watched as Xiaopeng skillfully commanded his level 28 Glisker to easily subdue his opponent. Xia Yu had to remain in the venue since he had another match to compete in that day. Soon, Xia Yu was called to battle again. This time, His opponent was a fully evolved Victory Bell. However, the significant power gap still led to another quick victory for Xia Yu, allowing him to advance effortlessly once more. Thus ended the first day of the competition, with all the expected seed players advancing. The next morning, Xia Yu headed straight to the playground, finding it already bustling with spectators, mostly fellow students eager to watch the matches. Today would determine the top 10 contestants, while tomorrow would decide the champion and feature the award ceremony. The remaining 50 contestants in each venue drew lots, and Xia Yu drew number 12, meaning his opponent would be number 38. As the competition was about to begin, Xia Yu took a deep breath, ready to face the new challenge ahead. The atmosphere at the competition was tense, with the contestants eager to showcase their skills. Soon, it was Xia Yu's turn to take the stage. He sent out his Metagross, while his opponent, a female classmate, released a level 25 Kirlia. Xia Yu thought to himself that if it weren't for facing him, this opponent might have made it to the top 10. As a trainer skilled in handling Kirlia, Xia Yu commanded his Metagross to use psychic power to control the opponent, preventing it from teleporting. Against the higher-level pseudo-legendary Metagross, Kirlia struggled to break free. Xia Yu then ordered a Zen Headbutt, knocking Kirlia out in one blow and securing an easy victory. Although defeated, his opponent accepted her loss with grace, her eyes still filled with determination, silently vowing to seek revenge next time. Xia Yu simply nodded with a smile, leaving it at that. The first round concluded quickly, and Xia Yu got a bye in the second round, much to the relief of other contestants who were glad to avoid facing such a formidable opponent. In the third round, Xia Yu's opponent was a classmate who had tamed a Pidgeotto. Despite its level 24 and aerial advantage, Pidgeotto stood no chance against Xia Yu. Metagross swiftly immobilized it with psychic power, followed by a metal claw that ended the match. His classmate smiled wryly and sincerely wished Xia Yu luck in winning the championship for their class. Xia Yu nodded solemnly, determined to claim the title. In the next round, Xia Yu faced a level 26 Grotle. The battle was somewhat challenging, but Xia Yu ultimately triumphed over the sturdy opponent. The day's matches concluded, and each field determined its top 2 contenders. Field A featured Xia Yu and Li Yong with his Empoleon. Field B had the school beauty Luo Bing with her Dragonair and Ming Kai with his Machamp. Field C saw Wang Hao with his Charmeleon and Zhu Zhu with her Vanillite. Field D had the chubby Zhang Yuhao and Lin Chun with his Torracat. Field E included Hao Kai with his Slowpoke and Wu Jin with his Golbat. After the matches, Xia Yu and the chubby Zhang Yuhao bantered with each other, each boasting about their impending victory and championship glory. They joked their way home, preparing for the final showdown. The next day, the contestants gathered at the battle arena to hear the principal announce the prizes. The rewards were enticing. From 5th to 10th place, participants would receive a 50,000 yuan prize and a month's supply of medium energy cubes. Third place would earn 100,000 yuan along with a month's supply of high-level energy cubes. The runner-up would get 200,000 yuan and a month's supply of high-level energy cubes, while the champion would take home a whopping 500,000 yuan, also with a month's supply of high-level energy cubes. The generous prizes motivated all the contestants, fueling their determination to give their all in the final showdown. These rewards may not seem impressive, but for students from ordinary backgrounds, they are quite a generous incentive. The competition is about to begin, and since there are only 10 finalists, the entire event will be held in one venue for the convenience of the audience. The first match kicks off with the chubby contestant taking the stage first. His opponent is Ming Kai, who uses Machoke. They stand at opposite ends of the arena and release their Pokemon Glisker and Machoke. Xia Yu stands off to the side, carefully observing the stats of both Pokemon. Glisker, level 28, male, ground, and flying type. Its ability is Sand Veil, which increases its evasion in a sandstorm. It holds a Razor Claw and has gym-level potential. Its moves include Sand Attack, Harden, Poison Jab, Thunder Fong, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Knock Off, Acrobatics, Night Slash, Earthquake, and Protect. Machoke, also level 28, female, fighting type. Its ability is Guts, which boosts its attack when it suffers from a status condition. It holds boxing gloves and has professional level potential. Its moves include Leer, Focus Energy, Low Kick, Sweep, Knock Off, Scary Face, Vital Throw, Fire Punch, Bulk Up, and Protect. Looking at the stats, Xia Yu can't help but chuckle. Despite being the same level, Machoke lacks any flying type moves, making it an easy target. He predicts that the chubby contestant should win this match easily. As expected, the match unfolds just as Xia Yu anticipated. The chubby contestant commands Glisker to maneuver in the air, wearing down Machoke's stamina. Lacking any aerial attacks, Machoke can only swing its fists futilely on the ground, leaving its trainer Minkai red-faced and flustered. In the end, Minkai has no choice but to accept defeat with tears in his eyes. Judging by his expression, his first task at home will likely be purchasing some flying-type move discs for Machoke. The chubby contestant walks off the battlefield with a smug look, while Xia Yu shakes his head internally. Is this all it takes? exploiting an opponent's inability to fly. If it were me, I'd make sure you felt the power of the Cliff's Edge sword. Next up is the second match, featuring the school beauty, Luo Bing, against Wu Jin, the trainer of Galbat. They step onto the field and release their Pokemon Dragonair and Galbat. Xia Yu's attention is immediately drawn to Luo Bing's Dragonair, his biggest competitor. Dragonair, level 32, female, dragon type. Its ability is Marvel Scale, which boosts its defense when it suffers from a status condition. It holds a Dragon Fang and has elite level potential. Its moves include Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Tail, Agility, Slam, Aqua Tail, Dragon Pulse, Protect, Body Slam, and Flamethrower. In comparison, Galbat seems less impressive. Level 27, male, poison, and flying type. Its ability is Inner Focus, preventing it from flinching. It holds a Choice Band and has professional level potential. Its moves include Supersonic, Absorb, Screech, Mean Look, Poison Fang, Quick Guard, Air Cutter, and Crunch. Seeing Luo Bing's Dragonair, Xia Yu nods in admiration. Its potential, level, and unique ability are all extraordinary, making it a worthy opponent. In contrast, Galbat is not in the same league, and the outcome of this match is already clear. Indeed, the match proceeds without suspense. Dragonair easily overpowers Galbat, demonstrating overwhelming superiority. Wu Jin does not appear too disheartened, knowing the strength of pseudo-legendary Pokemon is well known. He consoles his Galbat for its efforts and resolves to train harder, hoping for a better performance next time. Luo Bing descended the steps with an air of aloofness, her gaze inadvertently sweeping in the direction where Xia Yu stood. The referee's voice soon announced the next match, Xia Yu versus Zhu Zhu. Hearing his name, Xia Yu stepped onto the battle stage. Opposite him, a tall woman with fiery red hair also approached the platform. Both released their Pokemon in sync, and Xia Yu's eyes fell on his opponent's Pokemon Mini Ice. He couldn't help but feel a sense of incongruity, as Zhu Zhu's appearance seemed at odds with her Pokemon. Xia Yu carefully examined Mini Ice's data panel. Level 29 Intermediate, female, Ice type, ability, Snow Cloak. It carried Nevermelt Ice and had potential close to an Elite 4 level. Its moves included Harden, Scare, Taunt, Mist, Icy Wind, Avalanche, Freeze Dry, Hail, Icicle Spear, Uproar, Protect, and Light Screen. Seeing this information, Xia Yu immediately discarded any underestimation, realizing this would be a challenging battle. At the referee's signal, the battle commenced. Zhu Zhu took the initiative, commanding Mini Ice to use Hail. Instantly, a dense hailstorm began on the battle stage. Xia Yu reacted swiftly, ordering his Metagross to use Psychic in an attempt to interrupt Mini Ice's actions. However, Zhu Zhu was prepared and had Mini Ice use Light Screen. A transparent barrier appeared in front of Mini Ice, blocking most of the Psychic attack. Seeing the limited effect of Psychic, Xia Yu decisively changed tactics, directing Metagross to use Zen Headbutt for a direct assault on Mini Ice. This attack broke through the Light Screen's defense, hitting Mini Ice hard and eliciting a pained cry. Zhu Zhu quickly retaliated, commanding Mini Ice to use Icy Wind. A chilling gust roared from Mini Ice's mouth, aiming straight at Metagross. Xia Yu remained composed, directing Metagross to dodge nimbly, and then launch a swift bullet punch counterattack. Zhu Zhu instructed Mini Ice to evade, but just as it was about to counter, Xia Yu's Metagross suddenly charged with a Meteor Mash, catching Mini Ice off guard and sending it flying. Seeing Mini Ice in poor condition, Zhu Zhu began to panic, ordering it to use Freeze Dry. Xia Yu was prepared, instructing Metagross to quickly ascend, avoiding the freezing attack, and then unleash a powerful flash cannon. Zhu Zhu, realizing Mini Ice couldn't dodge, had it use Protect. Although it successfully blocked the flash cannon, the following Zen Headbutt ultimately defeated Mini Ice. Zhu Zhu reluctantly recalled her incapacitated Mini Ice into its Pokeball and approached Xia Yu, saying, "I've heard about your reputation as the top of the class, and seeing you today, it's well-deserved. I concede defeat, but I'll challenge you again, and I hope you won't refuse." With that, she turned and left the stage without waiting for Xia Yu's reply. Xia Yu shrugged helplessly and quietly stepped down from the platform. A nearby classmate exclaimed, "Great job, you." Zhu Zhu is a battle fanatic from Class 4, and she spent the summer battling like crazy. She's not easy to deal with. Xia Yu nodded thoughtfully, sensing from Zhu Zhu's parting look that the future might not be so peaceful. However, Xia Yu wasn't too concerned. He had already planned that once this mock tournament was over, he would apply to go on a gym badge challenge journey. Once he left school, Zhu Zhu wouldn't have the chance to challenge him. Thinking of this, Xia Yu couldn't help but feel smug about his cleverness. The next match kicked off with much anticipation as Li Yong faced off against Wang Hao. Li Yong released his Prinplup, while Wang Hao sent out his Charmeleon. The two Pokemon stood opposite each other, both exuding fierce energy. Xia Yu carefully observed the data panels of the two Pokemon. Prinplup, level 28 Intermediate, male, water type, with the Torrent ability. It carried leftovers and had a potential close to gym level. Charmeleon was level 27 intermediate, also male, fire type, with the Blaze ability, carrying a charcoal, and similarly had gym level potential. The two Pokemon were evenly matched, but Xia Yu had already made a judgment. In battles between novice trainers, type advantage often plays a decisive role. Sure enough, despite a thrilling contest, Prinplup ultimately used its type advantage to defeat Charmeleon with a water gun, securing Li Yang's advancement. The final match began shortly after, pitting Lin Chen's Litten against Hao Kai's Slowpoke. As the two Pokemon took the stage, Xia Yu once again scrutinized their data. Litten, level 27 intermediate, female, fire type, with the Intimidate hidden ability. It wore a Soothe Bell and had gym level potential. Slowpoke was level 28 intermediate, male, dual water and psychic type, with the Oblivious ability. It carried leftovers and had professional level potential. Based on the data, Slowpoke seemed to have the upper hand. However, the battle's outcome was unexpected. Litten, with its agility and flexible tactics, managed to overcome its type disadvantage. Slowpoke, hindered by its Oblivious ability, reacted sluggishly, ultimately falling to Litten. This surprising turn of events left Xia Yu both amused and impressed. Thus, the top 5 contenders emerged: Xia Yu, Zhang Yuhao, Luo Bing, Li Yang, and Lin Chen. After another draw, Xia Yu was fortunate enough to get a bye, advancing directly to the top 3. The other competitors had no objections, as Xia Yu's strength was evident. The chubby Zhang Yuhao was less fortunate, drawing the formidable Luo Bing. The other match was between Li Yang and Lin Chen. Once the Pokemon had recovered, the second round of battles commenced. First up was the match between the chubby Zhang Yuhao and Luo Bing. Facing Luo Bing's Dragonair, which had evolved to an advanced level, Zhang Yuhao's previously relaxed demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious and worried expression. The battle commenced, with little Fatty Sizer unable to withstand Luo Bing's Hakuryu, resulting in a defeat. Little Fatty gave a wry smile, patted Xia Yu on the shoulder, and said, "You, it's up to you to avenge me. Teach her a good lesson." Xia Yu put on a confident look and joked, "Watch how I perform. Just don't get too obsessed with me. I'm just a legend." Next, Li Yang faced off against Lin Chen. Lin Chen's Torracat failed to uphold its title as the master of type disadvantage, losing to Li Yang's Empoleon. Thus, the top 3 were decided: Xia Yu, Luo Bing, and Li Yang. Wisely, Li Yang chose to concede, avoiding a showdown with the two pseudo-legendary contenders. The finals finally began, pitting Xia Yu against Luo Bing, with the pseudo-legendary Metagross facing off against the pseudo-legendary Hakuryu. The audience erupted in cheers, thrilled by the rare sight of a pseudo-legendary clash. Most favored Luo Bing and her advanced Hakuryu, while only Little Fatty cheered wildly for Xia Yu from the stands, his voice loud enough to seem like he was welcoming a celebrity, causing Xia Yu some embarrassment. As the referee's whistle blew, the intense battle officially commenced. Xia Yu took the initiative, commanding Metagross to use Psychic. Luo Bing reacted swiftly, having Hakuryu dodge the attack with agility. Seeing this, Xia Yu switched tactics, instructing Metagross to use Hone Claws to boost its attack power, preparing for a counterattack. Luo Bing, noticing Metagross's shift to offense, immediately ordered Hakuryu to unleash a fierce flamethrower. Xia Yu, quick on his feet, directed Metagross to dodge and simultaneously retaliate with a powerful flash cannon. Hakuryu agilely evaded the attack in midair, prompting Luo Bing to abandon long-range tactics and instruct Hakuryu to engage in close combat with Dragon Tail. Unyielding, Xia Yu commanded Metagross to charge Hedon. The two formidable creatures collided fiercely in midair. Metagross, with its sturdy defense and resistance to Dragon-type moves, gained the upper hand. After separating, both sustained injuries, but Metagross appeared to have the advantage. As the battle reached its climax, Xia Yu seized the opportunity, having Metagross use Future Sight to lock onto Hakuryu, then launched a Zen Headbutt for a potential decisive blow. The situation on the field shifted rapidly, with spectators holding their breath in anticipation of the pseudo-legendary showdown's final outcome. Luo Bing quickly realized that Heiklong couldn't evade the Future Sight attack, so she decisively commanded it to use Protect. The Metagross's attack was perfectly defended, and Xia Yu couldn't help but admire Luo Bing's tenacity, feeling a surge of excitement. It's been a while since he'd faced such an evenly matched opponent. This passion instantly transferred to Metagross, as if an invisible force surged within it. Perhaps this was the bond between a trainer and their Pokemon. Xia Yu directed Metagross to use Metal Claw, while Luo Bing ordered Heiklong to block with Twister. Seeing this, Xia Yu immediately had Metagross take to the air, cleverly using the dust stirred up by the Twister as cover. In the air, Metagross quickly locked onto Heiklong's position and launched Future Sight, followed by a straight shot with a flash cannon. Amidst the swirling dust, neither Luo Bing nor Heiklong could discern Xia Yu's plan. Suddenly, a blinding beam pierced through the haze, hitting the unprepared Heiklong with precision. The dragon let out a painful cry and crashed heavily to the ground. Seizing this rare opportunity, Xia Yu unhesitatingly ordered Metagross to use Zen Headbutt. A powerful psychic wave surged forth, devastating the already battered Heiklong. As the dust settled, the scene revealed a fallen Heiklong with swirling eyes. Undoubtedly, Xia Yu had won this intense battle, claiming the champion's title. The audience erupted in disbelief, all eyes on Xia Yu, whose remarkable victory from a disadvantaged position was awe-inspiring. Once the spectators regained their composure, they applauded and cheered, offering the most enthusiastic applause for this high-stakes duel. Nearby, a chubby boy danced with excitement, shouting, "I told you my brother Yu is unbeatable, and you didn't believe me. Now you see, who can compare to my brother Yu?" Yet, no one paid attention to his fervent exclamations, letting him celebrate on his own. On stage, Luo Bing collected herself, recalled Heiklong into its Pokeball, and approached Xia Yu with sincere congratulations. "Congratulations on winning the championship. I admit defeat in this match. However, I won't give up so easily. Let's face off again in the National High School League, okay?" She spoke with a tone that was both questioning and assertive. "Of course, we'll battle again in the National High School League," Xia Yu responded firmly, gazing at the cool and aloof girl before him. The two descended from the stage, greeted by the audience's cheers. At that moment, Xia Yu heard a system notification. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving rewards, 2 basic rare candies and 500 shop coins." This message made Xia Yu's smile even brighter. Meanwhile, Luo Bing felt a mix of emotions. It was her first time losing to a peer in a Pokemon battle, and a sense of determination welled up inside her, resolved to reclaim victory at the high school league. Xia Yu approached the still babbling chubby boy, listening to his exaggerated boasts and teased, "If you're going to talk, say more." After a flurry of noise, the principal took the stage to host the award ceremony, inviting the winners to the podium to receive their prizes. With the distribution of awards, this senior year mock competition concluded successfully. From tomorrow, students would return to their classes, continuing their academic pursuits. With nearly half a year until the National High School Pokemon League held every February, students had ample time to train their Pokemon and challenge for beginner gym badges. More importantly, they needed to capture at least 3 Pokemon, as the competition would be in a 3vs3 individual battle format. Under the school's careful guidance, the students' growth was bound to accelerate significantly. Back home, Xia Yu began preparing for his upcoming long journey. His room was scattered with various essentials: a backpack, a sleeping bag, portable cooking equipment, and some dry food. Xia Yu planned to stay at school for another week before applying for leave to embark on his Junior Dojo Badge Challenge journey. His first stop was Viridian Forest, which would mark the beginning of his adventure. He planned to head south afterward, all the way to the Water City at the southernmost tip of Huagua. Xia Yu's goal was to start his challenges at the Water Dojo there, determined to only take on the top-tier dojos. Huagua's dojo system is complex and rigorous. Each city has multiple dojos, divided into 3 levels: first, second, and third. First-level dojos can offer beginner, intermediate, and advanced badge challenges, with generally stronger Pokemon. Second and third-level dojos can only provide beginner and intermediate badge challenges and are not authorized to certify advanced badges. There are 18 first-level dojos nationwide, each corresponding to one of 18 Pokemon types. Second and third-level dojos are numerous and widespread. In megacities like the Imperial Capital and Magic City, there are even dozens of dojos jointly maintaining the city's safety. Xia Yu's grandfather is the master of the Fire-type dojo, one of the 18 first-level dojos, ranked among the top 5 in strength, and hasn't been challenged in a long time. The first Water-type dojo Xia Yu planned to challenge is also a first-level dojo. With a dream of becoming the strongest Pokemon trainer, Xia Yu resolutely chose the most challenging route. A week flew by. Xia Yu's preparations were complete, and he had deep discussions with his family. His parents supported his decision, but his little sister was reluctant to part, tearfully looking at her brother. Faced with his sister's reluctance, Xia Yu, being doting, almost softened. Fortunately, their mother provided timely psychological counseling to his sister. Although Xia Yu didn't know what his mother said, his sister soon happily agreed to his travel plans. Xia Yu, though puzzled, was relieved and prepared to ask his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, for leave the next day. The following day, Xia Yu stood in the homeroom teacher's office, looking Mr. Wang straight in the eye, and said firmly, "Mr. Wang, I'd like to take an extended leave to challenge the dojos. I feel there's nothing more to gain at school right now. I need to enhance my practical experience." Mr. Wang frowned and said, "Even though you say that, the semester just started. Isn't it a bit too soon? You're all new trainers who just received your Pokemon. You could train a bit longer before going out." Xia Yu took a deep breath and honestly said, "To be honest, my initial Pokemon has already reached the elite level. Following the usual training pace would be slow, and I now have the strength to challenge first-level dojos. I came to request leave after thorough preparation." Mr. Wang was silent for a moment, then finally nodded and said, "All right, since you put it that way, I can't stop you. I'll approve your leave. I hope to see your outstanding performance in the high school league in 6 months and bring honor to our school. Mr. Wang patted Xia Yu on the shoulder, his eyes filled with a pleased glow. The younger generation is truly impressive, he remarked, then encouraged Xia Yu. Keep it up. I believe you will definitely succeed. Xia Yu straightened his back, his voice steady and confident. I will. I'm going to win the championship. After leaving the office, Xia Yu quickly returned to the classroom, eager to share the news of his upcoming journey to earn gym badges with his chubby friend. Upon hearing this, the chubby friend let out a wail of envy, his eyes almost sparkling with longing. He too yearned to start his adventure, but lacking the strength, he had to continue practicing diligently at school for a while longer. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Xia Yu's mind. Ding! Task detected. Obtain 4 primary gym badges. Task rewards. 5 intermediate rare candies. Information on a randomly selected champion-level Pokemon, and 4,000 shop coins. Hearing this task, Xia Yu felt his blood boil with excitement. After bidding farewell to his best friend, he strode out of the school gate, heading straight for the airport. He had already booked a flight to Yang City, ready to commence his adventure in the nearby Viridian Forest. During this period, his Miltank, with its own efforts and the help of the primary rare candies, had successfully advanced to a higher level. Now, Xia Yu's entire Pokemon team had reached an advanced level or higher. He secretly hoped that once they all ascended to the elite level, he could apply for the elite trainer qualification at the Pokemon Association. Sitting on the plane, Xia Yu felt increasingly exhilarated. As the plane approached the skies over Yang City, he looked out the window to see a vast expanse of green, the legendary Viridian Forest. By the time the plane landed, it was already 2 p.m. Xia Yu decided to rest in the city for the night and set off for Viridian Forest the following morning. Early the next day, he took a taxi to the forest's edge. Along the way, the enthusiastic driver vividly recounted various legends about Viridian Forest, further fueling Xia Yu's anticipation for the adventure ahead. Upon reaching his destination, Xia Yu was amazed by the sight before him. Even though this was just the forest's edge, there were an array of shops and hotels with bustling crowds. Many young bug catchers were already eagerly setting off with their nets to begin their exploration. There were also official league staff stationed here, but no permit was needed for entry, allowing free access. Xia Yu also bought a map and a bug-catching net from a shop, planning to play the role of a bug catcher and see if he could encounter a Pokemon he fancied. As he stepped into the forest, Xia Yu's inner Viridian force suddenly became extraordinarily active. He felt as if he had formed a mysterious connection with this ancient forest. Here, his healing ability through the Viridian force was greatly enhanced. If the energy could be visualized, people would see Xia Yu surrounded by a green aura, granting him a high affinity with the forest, which maximized the initial favorability of the forest's Pokemon towards him. Xia Yu opened his compass and released all his Pokemon. However, he quickly realized that his entourage made him look nothing like an ordinary trainer. He was more like a walking battle machine, with powerful Pokemon in tow. After consulting with his Pokemon, Xia Yu decided to recall them all into their luxury balls, keeping just Gardevoir by his side, unless they were needed for battles or night watch. Heading south, Xia Yu checked his compass while observing his surroundings. The forest air was fresh and invigorating, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Strangely, they had been walking for quite some time without any Pokemon attacking them. Instead, some weaker Pokemon even brought them berries, leaving Xia Yu amused. Is this what it's like to be the favored child of Viridian Forest? Xia Yu mused. I'm loving it. Continuing towards the resource point indicated on his compass, Xia Yu suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Driven by the principle of never missing an exciting scene, he eagerly ran towards the source of the sound. After pushing through a dense forest, the view opened up to reveal a young man in his 20s attempting to capture a creature. Xia Yu watched with interest. The young man was engaged in a battle with an elite-level Centipede King, while controlling an equally elite-level Sizer. Xia Yu quickly scanned the attributes of both creatures. Sizer, level 46 elite, male, bug steel type. Ability, Technician, which boosts the power of low-damage moves. Holding a metal coat, with gym-level qualifications. Moves include False Swipe, Wing Attack, Leer, and others. Centipede King, level 44 elite, male, bug poison type. Ability, Poison Point, which may poison opponents on contact. No held item, with near gym level qualifications. Knows moves like Poison Sting, Defense Curl, and Rollout. The battle was intense, with the Centipede King steadily losing ground under Sizer's fierce attacks. Xia Yu thought to himself, this isn't even a match. Indeed, the Centipede King was eventually defeated by Sizer's X-Scissor, and the young man captured it. As the spectacle concluded, Xia Yu turned to leave. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hey there, planning to leave after just watching? Xia Yu turned and replied, oh, what do you want? I didn't interfere with your capture. The young man smiled and said, no offense, just noticed you watched so calmly. You must be a skilled trainer yourself. How about a friendly match? Xia Yu considered it briefly, realizing his newly evolved Aron hadn't yet fought in a real battle. and agreed, sure. Xia Yu released Aron, while the opponent relied on his Sizer, evidently his ace creature. Xia Yu quickly checked Aron's attributes. Aron, level 48 elite, male, steel rock type. Ability, heavy metal, doubling its weight. Holding an Eviolite and a Mega Stone, with champion-level qualifications. The young man was impressed by Aron's size, his eyes filled with determination. A pebble falling from the sky signaled the start of the battle. Xia Yu first ordered Aron to use Harden, boosting its defense. Given the opponent's agility, it was a prudent choice. The young man responded by instructing Sizer to use double hit. Without hesitation, Xia Yu commanded, Aron, use Metal Claw. The two creatures clashed fiercely, energy rippling across the battlefield. As the dust settled, Aron stood firm, while Sizer was sent flying. In this round, Aron clearly had the upper hand. The man watched in disbelief as his Pokemon's attack had no effect on Boscadora, realizing that the massive creature possessed not only incredible size, but also formidable defense. He quickly ordered his Sizer to retreat and use a cannon light beam against Boscadora. Not to be outdone, Xia Yu instructed Boscadora to counter with its own cannon light beam. The two beams collided midair, creating a massive crater on the ground and sending dust flying everywhere. As the dust began to settle, several rocks suddenly shot through the air towards Sizer. Xia Yu had anticipated the cannon light beam's ineffectiveness and ordered Boscadora to use Rock Block to ambush the opponent. With its vision obscured by the dust, Sizer couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly by the Rock Block, letting out a pained scream. For a fragile physical attacker like Sizer, any hit could cause significant damage. Seeing Sizer injured, Xia Yu seized the opportunity and commanded Boscadora to use Body Slam. The man, seeing Boscadora charging like a heavy tank, hastily ordered Sizer to use Iron Defense. However, Boscadora's impact was beyond expectation, breaking through the Iron defense and slamming heavily into Sizer. Sizer was knocked back, crashing to the ground and losing its ability to fight. Xia Yu nodded approvingly at Boscadora, his eyes full of admiration. The man, acknowledging his defeat, recalled his unconscious Sizer into its Pokeball and approached Xia Yu, saying amicably, "Hello, friend. My name is Mewtwo, a sophomore at Nanyang University. Which university do you attend? You're really impressive." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xia Yu replied, "Hello, senior. I'm Xia Yu. Actually, I'm still a high school senior, preparing to challenge for the beginner's badge." "What? You're still in high school?" Mewtwo looked at Xia Yu in shock, thinking to himself, "Are young people today this strong? A high school senior can defeat me, a university student? Are we even in the same world?" Suppressing his astonishment, Mewtwo asked, "Are you planning to apply to one of the top 6 universities?" Xia Yu answered candidly, "I'm not sure yet, but I probably will. There's still time to think about it." Mewtwo sincerely said, "Well, good luck. With your skills, you'll probably challenge the university team as soon as you start college. See you at the National College Pokemon League." "Sure, I'm looking forward to battling you again, senior," Xia Yu responded politely. After parting ways, Xia Yu continued south with Gardevoir. By evening, they reached a clearing near a river and decided to set up camp. Xia Yu skillfully pitched a tent, released all his Pokemon to roam freely, and began preparing dinner and energy cubes. After dinner, Xia Yu assigned Charizard to keep watch while he rested in the tent. The next morning, he packed up the campsite, recalled his Pokemon into their luxury balls, leaving only Gardevoir by his side, and continued their journey. Following their planned route, Xia Yu and Gardevoir strolled leisurely through the forest like two carefree tourists. They searched for resources and enjoyed the scenery without any tension from training. It was no wonder. The Viridian Forest was so welcoming to Xia Yu. It felt like he was home, with no sense of danger at all. One day, Xia Yu and his Gardevoir were following their compass as usual in search of resources. Upon reaching their destination, they were met with a scene that made Xia Yu see fierce battle between two Pokemon, clearly fighting over a valuable resource point. Initially, Xia Yu planned to sit back and let them wear each other out, hoping to benefit from the aftermath. However, his plans changed the moment he recognized one of the Pokemon. It was a level 48 Elite Nidoking, a dual-type poison and ground Pokemon with the rivalry ability. It was facing off against a more rare Heracross, level 46, also elite, but with a particularly impressive champion-level potential. Seeing this powerful bug and fighting-type Pokemon, Xia Yu was intrigued. As a bug enthusiast, having such an exceptional physical attacker was a dream come true. Moreover, Heracross could Mega Evolve, making it both impressive and formidable. The two Pokemon were evenly matched, exchanging powerful blows as the battle intensified. Wisely, Xia Yu chose not to interfere, knowing that a proud fighting type like Heracross would not tolerate any external meddling in its battle. As time passed, Heracross used its Guts ability to turn the poison status inflicted by Nidoking into a boost in attack power. Eventually, it delivered a decisive close combat, knocking Nidoking out. As Heracross confidently approached the spoils, Xia Yu decided to reveal himself. Heracross immediately became wary, eyeing the unexpected human with caution. Xia Yu activated his Viridian Force, using telepathy to communicate his thoughts to Heracross. He expressed his admiration for Heracross's strength, having witnessed the entire battle, and conveyed his desire to join forces with it to grow stronger together. Heracross gazed at Xia Yu, sensing the strong aura of Viridian Forest emanating from him, and gradually lowered its guard. After pondering for a moment, Heracross proposed a condition. Once it recovered, it wanted to battle Xia Yu. If Xia Yu won, it would agree to accompany him. Xia Yu readily accepted, then approached Heracross and used his Viridian Force to heal its injuries. In no time, Heracross was fully restored, its eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit as it issued a challenge to Xia Yu. Faced with this challenge, Xia Yu decided to send out his Aron. Despite the type disadvantage, as Heracross had a quadruple advantage over it, Xia Yu had faith in his partner. He took a deep breath, ready to face this crucial battle. At the elite level, Xia Yu faced an important decision. Apart from Boscadora, only Gardevoir was available for battle. He decided to pit Boscadora against Heracross in a man-to-man showdown, believing it would be just what Heracross would relish. Xia Yu unleashed Boscadora, whose massive nearly 4-meter frame towered over the approximately 2-meter Heracross like a moving mountain of flesh. Yet, Heracross showed no fear. Instead, its fighting spirit surged. At Xia Yu's command, Heracross charged toward Boscadora like an arrow released from a bow, ready to launch an attack. Xia Yu remained calm and ordered Boscadora to counter with a headbutt. The two Pokemon collided with a deafening crash. Heracross was clearly outmatched by Boscadora's strength, getting knocked back and tumbling several times before barely regaining its footing. Realizing the power disparity, Heracross quickly adjusted its strategy to a more agile combat style. It charged at Boscadora again, and when Xia Yu commanded Boscadora to attack, Heracross deftly spun around and used counter. This precise fighting-type move hit the mark, causing Boscadora to roar in pain. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was amazed by the wild Pokemon's combat instincts. Without a trainer's guidance, Heracross could fight so instinctively and skillfully, a rare and remarkable Pokemon indeed. The more Xia Yu observed, the more he admired it. Deciding to get serious, Xia Yu first had Boscadora use Harden to strengthen itself. Then, Boscadora unleashed Earthquake on Heracross's area. Its massive foot stomped the ground, causing the earth beneath Heracross to collapse, leaving it unsteady. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu had Boscadora use Rock Slide, leaving Heracross dizzy and disoriented. Despite this, Heracross's fighting spirit remained undiminished. It mustered its strength to use Megahorn, aiming directly at Boscadora. Xia Yu didn't have Boscadora evade, wanting to test the move's power among evenly matched Pokemon and confident in Boscadora's defense. Boscadora took the Megahorn Heaton. Although momentarily silenced, it wasn't significantly harmed. Xia Yu understood this and immediately ordered Boscadora to counterattack with Double Edge. Given the close range, Heracross couldn't dodge and took the hit squarely, getting knocked back hard into a nearby rock. Riding the momentum, Xia Yu decided to end the battle decisively. He commanded Boscadora to fire a flash cannon at the still recovering Heracross. The blinding beam struck Heracross, knocking it unconscious, securing Xia Yu's victory. Xia Yu rushed to the fallen Heracross, using his verdant force to heal it. Before long, Heracross awoke, looking at Xia Yu, who was tending to its wounds, with a hint of affection. It seemed to realize that following such a strong and gentle trainer would surely lead to its own growth. After the healing, Xia Yu used the verdant force to communicate with Heracross, reminding it of their previous battle agreement. Heracross nodded in agreement. Overjoyed, Xia Yu retrieved a luxury ball from his system space, pointing it at Heracross. Heracross willingly touched the button on the ball with its antennae, and a red light absorbed it into the ball. "I've captured Heracross," Xia Yu exclaimed, striking a dramatic pose as he announced it. Boscadora and Gardevoir clapped enthusiastically, celebrating their trainer's new companion. Xia Yu released Heracross and then summoned the other Pokemon so they could all get acquainted. Heracross was thrilled to see Pokemon even stronger than Boscadora, feeling excited to have more targets to chase. Watching the Pokemon happily interacting, Xia Yu decided to set up camp right there and throw a celebration party to welcome Heracross. He quickly set up a tent and took various ingredients, a grill, and seasonings from his space backpack to prepare a feast for the party. After 3 hours of careful cooking, Xia Yu laid out a sumptuous spread, energy cubes of various attributes, a variety of berries, exquisite pastries, and an abundance of aromatic grilled fish and meat. These were favorites among the Pokemon. In this world, due to the integration of Pokemon, ordinary animals existed but were relatively rare. The Huahua government strictly prohibited the consumption of Pokemon meat, leading to advanced artificial meat technology, with various flavors of artificial meat being very popular. The meat Xia Yu brought on this trip was high-quality artificial meat purchased in advance from the market to ensure logistical support during the journey. Xia Yu's grilling skills were learned from the chef at home. His secret recipe grilled meat, combined with a family secret sauce, was mouth-watering and irresistible. Dinner is ready. Xia Yu called to his Pokemon. The Gabite, who had been waiting eagerly, was the first to rush forward, grabbing its favorite grilled meat and devouring it voraciously, its satisfied expression suggesting it might faint from happiness. Seeing Gabite enjoy the food so much, Xia Yu felt relieved, thinking, as long as they like it. The other Pokemon joined in the feast, eating heartily. In contrast to the others' enthusiastic eating, Gardevoir ate elegantly in small bites, behaving like a refined lady. Noticing Xia Yu's gaze, she shyly covered her cheeks, making Xia Yu's heart race. Xia Yu shook his head, trying to dismiss inappropriate thoughts from his mind. He chastised himself for having such thoughts about Gardevoir. She's still just a child, he reminded himself. Although there were indeed examples of humans and Pokemon forming relationships in this world, Xia Yu believed it was as morally questionable as the tales of Su Xian and the White Snake, or Ning Kaichen and Ye Xiaoqian. Xia Yu vowed to himself, I won't fall in love until I become the strongest trainer. If I break this vow, may I, live a long life. He chuckled to himself, trying to shake off these distracting thoughts and join the joyful meal. Seeing Heracross's delighted expression upon tasting the energy cubes for the first time, as if it wanted to jump into Xia Yu's arms, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile, thinking, what a pure-hearted child. As the party continued, several wild Pokemon were drawn by the aroma. Xia Yu generously waved them over, inviting them to join the joyful feast. The entire campsite was filled with laughter and joy as the Pokemon celebrated the arrival of their new friend. Laughter and joy from the banquet echoed through the evergreen forest, creating a scene where humans and spirits coexisted harmoniously, much like a vivid painting. Xia Yu stood aside, watching his spirits and the wild ones frolic happily, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. In that moment, he envisioned an ideal world of spirits, one without enemies, only friends. Xia Yu's thoughts drifted to the future, imagining opening a spirit park called Dayu Manor after retirement, a haven where various spirits could live in harmony. However, as he was lost in this pleasant daydream, a strange spirit quietly slipped into the banquet. This uninvited guest cautiously sampled the food, its eyes gleaming with curiosity, deeply intrigued by the harmonious scene, especially by Xia Yu. The banquet continued late into the night. Exhausted, Xia Yu crawled into his tent and fell into a deep sleep, while the spirits slept directly on the ground, as if this place were an untouched paradise. The next day at noon, Xia Yu groggily emerged from his tent and couldn't help but chuckle at the messy scene. Most of the wild spirits had left, leaving only a few lazily sleeping. Not wanting to disturb them, Xia Yu quietly packed up the campsite and tent, preparing to continue his journey. The previous night's revelry had greatly depleted his food supplies, so he decided to restock in Water City. After recalling all his spirits into luxury balls except for Gardevoir and Heracross, Xia Yu planned to use this time to build rapport with Heracross. With his compass direction confirmed, the group set off on a new journey. Over the next 10 days, Xia Yu led Gardevoir and Heracross through the evergreen forest. They not only gathered resources, but also challenged every spirit they encountered along the way. Xia Yu assigned battle tasks based on the opponent's strength. Lower-level ones were handled by Metagross and Garchomp, elite ones by Heracross, and the stronger ones by Tyranitar and Charizard. After each battle, Xia Yu would actively heal the wild spirit's injuries and leave energy cubes as compensation. This intensive period of battles greatly enhanced the synergy between Xia Yu and Heracross. By the time they finally saw the road leading out of the forest, Xia Yu felt confident in his ability to command Heracross in a gym badge challenge. Although he didn't venture into the forest's depths, Xia Yu had heard rumors of champion-level spirits residing there, and possibly even legendary ones. This stirred his curiosity, especially since he still had an unused Master Ball. However, Xia Yu reassured himself that there were many legendary spirits in the world, and there would be more opportunities to encounter them. The water city they were heading to was said to be protected by the legendary water duo, which filled Xia Yu with anticipation. After all, besides his own Milotic, he had never seen any other real legendary spirits. With Gardevoir and Heracross by his side, Xia Yu continued along the main road leading out of the forest. Before long, they reached the edge of Viridian Forest, where a bustling little town came into view. The streets were lively, with trainers accompanied by various water-type Pokemon, and the presence of the water-type starter Pokemon was a common sight, making it a lively scene. Xia Yu returned Gardevoir and Heracross to their Pokeballs and checked into a comfortable hotel by himself. Although his journey through Viridian Forest had been safe and smooth, the prolonged absence from city life had left him feeling a bit out of place. Back in a familiar setting, he gradually began to relax. Lying on the soft hotel bed, Xia Yu realized he had been traveling for over half a month. He picked up his phone to charge it and called his family one by one. His dad seemed to be in a meeting and couldn't answer. When his mom picked up, she immediately showered her beloved son with concern and praise, especially upon hearing that Xia Yu had caught new Pokemon, making him feel a bit bashful. As for his sister, she was in class and couldn't answer, so Xia Yu made a mental note to call her in the evening. After the calls, Xia Yu decided to take stock of his recent gains. He opened the system interface and carefully reviewed his status. Host, Xia Yu. Talent, Advanced Viridian Force, Intermediate Aura Force. Pokemon, Charizard Shiny, Aron, Milotic Mythical, Gardevoir, Garchomp, Tyranitar, Metagross Shiny, Heracross. Items, Luxury Ball X8, Treasure Compass, Permanent TM Protect, Sceptile Mega Stone, Latias Mega Stone, Latios Mega Stone, Superior Water Stone, Superior Firestone X3, Ditto Mask, Dynamax Band, Zeraora, Wishing Star, Dragonium Z, Permanent TM Shadow Ball, Full Restore, Furium Z, Terra Orb, Fire Terra Shard, Master Ball, Superior Leaf Stone X2, Advanced Leaf Stone X3, Advanced Firestone X2, Sizer Mega Stone. Shop Coins, 5100. System Task, obtain 4 primary gym badges. Task Reward, Intermediate Rare Candy X5, Random Champion Level Pokemon Information for 1000 shop coins. Satisfied, Xia Yu decided to recycle some less useful resources back to the system shop. Recycled Advanced Leaf Stone and Advanced Firestone successfully, gaining 1500 shop coins, remaining balance 6600 shop coins. The system notification chimed. Seeing the substantial shop coin balance, Xia Yu felt a thrill of excitement. He swallowed nervously and finally decided to attempt 30 draws, keeping the rest as a reserve. With a mix of tension and anticipation, Xia Yu embarked on his lottery journey. Ding! The system's notification sound signaled the completion of the draw, and Xia Yu eagerly checked his rewards. He received 10 basic magical candies, 5 intermediate magical candies, various enhancers, a permanent move learning machine, Dragon Pulse, a Ghost Z Crystal, a one-time move learning machine, Shadow Clone, an Ultra Ball, and a mysterious random secret realm summoning card. 901000. Not bad. Xia Yu evaluated to himself, knowing these items would significantly enhance his Pokemon's abilities. Curious about the random secret realm summoning card, he asked the system about its purpose and learned that it could summon a randomly leveled secret realm from the multiverse of Pokemon, giving the holder a month's priority detection rights. Xia Yu decided to hold onto the card for future use. He immediately began distributing these valuable resources. After feeding 4 basic magical candies to his Garchomp, it successfully leveled up to the elite tier. The remaining 6 candies were used to raise Miltank's level to 39, just shy of the elite tier. The intermediate magical candies were given to Aron and Gardevoir, both of which advanced to the professional tier. Xia Yu used all the enhancers on his Charizard, increasing its base stats from 548 to 558, nearing the level of legendary Pokemon like the legendary birds and dogs. He also made full use of the move learning machines, believing in the principle that having more skills is always beneficial. Watching his Pokemon's significant power boost, Xia Yu felt a surge of joy and silently celebrated the fruitful journey through Viridian Forest. His confidence soared, and he even began to look forward to the Water Gym Challenge, hoping it would pose a real test. In the evening, Xia Yu received a call from his family. His father advised him to stay safe, reminding him that while Huaguo was relatively secure, other countries were facing various degrees of crises, necessitating vigilance. Xia Yu assured him he would be cautious. He then had a long, 2-hour conversation with his sister, exchanging sentiments of longing until she reluctantly ended the call to rest and prepare for her lessons. The next morning, Xia Yu left the hotel and continued his journey to Water City. Walking along the coastal road, the sea breeze invigorated him, prompting him to exclaim, "This is the life." Soon, a city built by the sea came into view. Water City, the destination of Xia Yu's journey. The legendary mythical Pokemon, the Water City siblings, were said to reside here, and a flicker of anticipation and excitement shone in Xia Yu's eyes. Joining the bustling crowd, Xia Yu entered this aptly named Water City. Most of the city's pathways were waterways, and water-type Pokemon could be seen everywhere. The city's layout reminded Xia Yu of the Water 7 from One Piece and the City of Venice. He couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, traveling 1,000 miles is better than reading 1,000 books, as the ancients wisely said. Xia Yu first found a shop to purchase a map and inquired with the shopkeeper about must-visit attractions and recent events in Water City. He decided to take it easy for a few days before challenging the gym, allowing himself to relax fully. The shopkeeper enthusiastically recommended visiting the Water City siblings statue in the city center, the renowned Water Gym, and the Water City Pokemon Stadium. As for upcoming events, a Pokemon riding speed race was scheduled to take place on the beach in 2 days, and in 2 weeks, the Water City Stadium would host the Huaguo Pokemon Contest. With this information, Xia Yu began planning his itinerary in Water City, eagerly anticipating the new adventures ahead. After thanking the shop owner, Xia Yu stepped out of the store, his mind buzzing with the information he had just acquired. He decided to stay in Water City until the end of the Grand Festival. As someone who had never witnessed the event firsthand, the opportunity thrilled him. He secretly delighted in the thought of boasting to his sister, a fervent fan of the Grand Festival, once he returned home. Xia Yu soon found a Pokemon rental shop called Waterwing Express. As he pushed the door open, he was met with an unusual silence, seeing only a woman asleep on the counter. Xia Yu gently knocked on the counter, and when there was no response, he knocked a bit harder. The woman finally stirred, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she looked up. "How can I help you?" she asked lazily. Xia Yu briefly explained what he needed. The woman informed him that the shop had only 2 rideable Pokemon available for rent, Sharpedo and Wylord. She assured him that despite their fierce appearance, these Pokemon were well-trained, posed no threat to humans, and were incredibly fast. After weighing his options, Xia Yu chose the Sharpedo. He picked one with advanced skills and paid 20,000 yuan to rent it for half a month. With the Pokeball in hand, he eagerly headed to the nearest waterway. Xia Yu released the Sharpedo and pulled out a special water-type energy cube from his pocket. As soon as Sharpedo tasted it, its eyes lit up, gazing at Xia Yu with affection. Xia Yu was used to this reaction, whether it was his own Pokemon or wild ones. Their first taste of his special energy cubes always elicited the same response. Riding atop Sharpedo, Xia Yu decided to visit the landmark of Water City, the Water Siblings statue. Through telepathy, he communicated his destination to Sharpedo. The seasoned Pokemon, familiar with every street in Water City, immediately sped towards the target. Seated on Sharpedo's back, Xia Yu reveled in an unprecedented sense of speed and thrill, barely able to contain his excitement. He felt grateful for spending the money, realizing it was well worth it. Sensing its rider's joy, Sharpedo put in extra effort, hoping to win Xia Yu's favor and perhaps earn another taste of the delicious energy cube. With Sharpedo's powerful sprint, Xia Yu soon reached a bustling square. 2 enormous sculptures resembling jet-like Pokemon stood majestically, drawing the attention of numerous tourists. Xia Yu knew he had arrived at his first destination, the Water Sibling statue. In the center of the plaza, the landmark of the Water City, stands tall a magnificent sculpture of the legendary Water City siblings. Every day, a steady stream of tourists gathers here, hoping to witness the majesty of these mythical creatures, and some even fantasize about seeing the legendary siblings in person. This isn't mere fantasy. Historical records do mention appearances of these divine beasts, though over time, these events have become precious historical imprints. Xia Yu stood before the sculpture, closed his eyes, and released his own aura. He hoped to resonate with the Water City siblings, but after half an hour, the surroundings remained as calm as ever. With a sigh, Xia Yu was about to turn and leave when a sudden thought struck him. He opened his system panel and realized he was carrying the Mega Evolution Stones of the Water City siblings. This should get their attention, right? Xia Yu mused to himself. After all, for divine beasts, this is a treasure that can greatly enhance their power. With that thought, Xia Yu quickly retrieved 2 evolution stones from his backpack. He wrapped his aura around the stones, channeling the energy outward. However, he suddenly realized his rashness summoning the Water City siblings in broad daylight could cause a huge commotion, and he might not avoid questioning. Hastily, Xia Yu tried to retract his dispersed aura, planning to attempt again when the night was quiet. But it was too late. He already felt the space before him beginning to ripple. With a resigned sigh, Xia Yu prepared himself for the arrival of the Water City siblings. Still too impulsive, Xia Yu mentally chided himself. Yet, the anticipated divine beasts did not appear. The crowd around him remained unchanged, with no one exclaiming in surprise. Just as Xia Yu thought he had imagined it, and was about to leave, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "How do you have energy waves from me and my sister?" Startled, Xia Yu looked around, but found no one speaking. "I am Latios, speaking to you." The voice sounded again, as if communicating telepathically with Xia Yu. Only then did Xia Yu realize that the Water City siblings had indeed arrived, albeit in an invisible state. He immediately released his aura, and sensed 2 jet plane-like creatures hidden in the air. One was communicating with him, while the other circled him curiously. Through his aura, Xia Yu discovered he could directly access the creature's attribute panels. He quickly checked the data of the 2 divine beasts. Latios. Level, 111 Secondary God. Gender, male. Attributes, Dragon, Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Potential, Secondary God. Moves, Dragon Dance, Helping Hand, Recover, Psychic, Tailwind, Dragon Breath, Ally Switch, Luster Purge, Zen Headbutt, Dragon Pulse, Heal Pulse, Simple Beam, Psychic, Power Split, Parting Gift. Latias. Level, 111 Secondary God. Gender, female. Attributes, Dragon, Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Potential, Secondary God. Moves, Charm, Helping Hand, Recover, Psychic, Tailwind, Dragon Breath, Wish, Mist Ball, Zen Headbutt, Dragon Pulse, Heal Pulse, Mirror Move, Psychic, Luster Purge, Guard Split, Healing Wish. Seeing the attributes of the 2 divine beasts, Xia Yu nodded to himself. Truly worthy of being divine beasts, their power far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. Although not as formidable as Mewtwo, they were still exceptionally strong allies. In a chance encounter, Xia Yu, through the sensing power of Aura, unexpectedly acquired 2 Mega Evolution Stones. Carefully, he took out the stones, which radiated mysterious energy, from his pocket, marveling at their extraordinary nature. At that moment, Latios and Latias suddenly appeared before him, disbelief gleaming in their eyes. Latios exclaimed excitedly, "You've actually obtained our Mega Evolution Stones. We've been searching for these stones for hundreds of years without success." Latias widened its eyes, both legendary Pokemon filled with surprise and anticipation. Latios looked at Xia Yu with a pleading expression and gently asked, "Could you return these Mega Evolution Stones to us?" Latias also gazed at Xia Yu with bright eyes full of hope. Xia Yu was secretly amazed by the politeness of the 2 legendary Pokemon, thinking, "Wow, so courteous? No wonder they're known as the most human-friendly legendary Pokemon. If it were other legendary Pokemon, they'd probably just snatch what they needed." With a relaxed smile, he readily agreed. "Of course, I don't have much use for them anyway." In truth, Xia Yu had planned to use these evolution stones to build a connection with the siblings from the water capital. Upon hearing Xia Yu's response, Latias exclaimed joyfully, "Really? You're such a good person." It was as if it had given Xia Yu an invisible commendation. Latios took the 2 Mega Evolution Stones from Xia Yu's hand and gratefully asked, "Thank you so much. What is your name?" Xia Yu straightened up confidently and replied, "My name is Xia Yu, and I'm the future strongest Pokemon trainer." Hearing this, Latios took out an exquisite flute from its body and handed it to Xia Yu, saying, "Xia Yu, you've helped us a great deal this time. We don't know how to thank you, so we'll give you this. It's the Ian flute, which can summon my sister and me. Whenever you need help, just play this flute, and we'll come to assist you as quickly as possible." Without hesitation, Xia Yu accepted the flute, saying excitedly, "This is really wonderful. I'll gladly accept it." He was secretly delighted, thinking, "Isn't this like having 2 legendary Pokemon at my beck and call?" To express his gratitude, Xia Yu took out the dragon and psychic-type energy cubes he had meticulously crafted from his backpack and shared them with Latios and Latias. The legendary Pokemon tasted them and repeatedly praised their deliciousness, even asking for more. Xia Yu was happy to oblige, thinking, "Just kidding. These are energy cubes even Middleton praised as delicious. How could you not love them? You better work hard for me in the future." Before parting, the legendary Pokemon informed Xia Yu that they resided in a secret area off the coast of the water capital and invited him to visit whenever he had the chance. Xia Yu nodded eagerly, promising to visit. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Latias, the siblings left the water capital. Xia Yu, satisfied with his unexpected gains, also left the sculpture and returned to the hotel he had booked in advance, thrilled with the day's events. Xia Yu's meeting with the siblings of Water City was unknowingly observed by a mysterious spirit. This spirit kept a distance behind Xia Yu, witnessing the entire encounter. When it saw Xia Yu communicating effortlessly with mythical creatures, it developed a keen interest in the young trainer. However, it had no intention of revealing itself and decided to continue following him secretly, eager to see what future adventures and opportunities awaited Xia Yu. Back at the hotel, Xia Yu lay on the soft bed, reflecting on the day's extraordinary events. He couldn't help but marvel at the fruitful journey to Water City. "Now I'm a man protected by 3 mythical creatures," he thought with delight, imagining the scene of these creatures bowing before him, and burst into laughter. Not only had he gained the favor of 2 mythical creatures without using the Master Ball, but it also strengthened his resolve to keep searching for more. Xia Yu made a silent vow to capture a mythical creature himself, believing that a trainer who doesn't aim to do so isn't a true trainer. The next morning, Xia Yu stretched lazily and got up feeling refreshed. After getting ready, he prepared to embark on another day in Water City. Leaving the hotel, he first released his Garchomp, feeding it an energy cube, which made it frolic excitedly in the water. Then he called upon Gardevoir, deciding she would accompany him on today's journey. Xia Yu mounted Garchomp and, along with Gardevoir, began his exploration for the day. He planned to savor the local delicacies of Water City and purchase some souvenirs for his sister. Guided by Garchomp, Xia Yu and Gardevoir sampled a variety of unique Water City cuisines, which were a delightful contrast to those in Shooda City, leaving Xia Yu thoroughly satisfied. Their presence as a human and Pokemon pair didn't attract much attention on the bustling streets. Occasionally, they received admiring glances, but these were quickly drawn away by the lively atmosphere. Water City was particularly vibrant these days, as the upcoming Grand Festival attracted numerous trainers and their meticulously groomed Pokemon. Xia Yu and Gardevoir were just a small part of this grand spectacle. Xia Yu asked Gardevoir if she would like to participate in the Grand Festival, knowing she was the only one among his Pokemon capable of competing. However, the shy Gardevoir politely declined the offer. With that settled, Xia Yu decided to quietly enjoy the event as a spectator. Xia Yu and Gardevoir spent the rest of the day browsing shops, selecting unique items, clothing, and food for his family. By the end of their shopping spree, Xia Yu was exhausted, while Gardevoir remained enthusiastic. Xia Yu couldn't help but internally joke. Shopping is truly in the nature of females, whether human or Pokemon. Back at the hotel, Xia Yu used his phone to book the fastest delivery service. Soon, a courier arrived to pack everything into a special spatial backpack and, riding a Corviknight, swiftly delivered the goods. After dining with Gardevoir at the restaurant that evening, they returned to their room to rest. Though the day's activities were tiring, Xia Yu was already looking forward to the next day's Plunto visit, the beach Pokemon riding race, hoping to find some entertainment there. The next morning, after freshening up and getting ready, Xia Yu left the hotel with Xia. He released his Sharpedo, and the three quickly headed to the beach. The Sharpedo sped across the water's surface, sending splashes in its wake, and soon they reached their destination. The beach was already crowded with people and Pokemon. Xia Yu recalled his Sharpedo and walked with Xia toward the crowd. A prominent sign stood on the beach, detailing the rules and entry requirements for the sea race. The rules allowed Pokemon of any type to participate, provided they could carry their trainer along, with the condition that the Pokemon's strength was limited to professional level or below. The entry fee was 500 Huagua currency, with generous rewards. The champion would receive 200,000 Huagua currency, a high-grade water stone, and a voucher for a Pokemon egg from the Water City Pokemon Breeding Center. Xia Yu was quite tempted, but unfortunately, his Charizard was too powerful, and his other Pokemon weren't fast enough. He chuckled to himself, knowing he couldn't possibly send out the legendary Miletus. That would be overkill. Reluctantly, Xia Yu watched as other trainers eagerly signed up for the competition. In a short time, the number of participants exceeded 200, with many more trainers still queuing to register. Xia Yu was surprised by the event's popularity, and, with half an hour left to register, he took the opportunity to observe the competing Pokemon. Common entries included Blastoise, Gyarados, and Lapras, all fast and suitable for carrying people. There were also some less likely candidates, like Psyduck and Slowbro, clearly there just for the experience. Suddenly, a female trainer and her Dragonite caught Xia Yu's attention. He scrutinized this pseudo-legendary Pokemon, a level 56 professional-grade female Dragonite, dual-type dragon and flying, with the multi-scale ability and holding a dragon scale. It had mastered powerful moves like Extreme Speed, Hurricane, and Outrage. Xia Yu sighed inwardly, realizing this Dragonite was undoubtedly the strongest contender. With Dragonite's speed and strength, the outcome seemed almost certain. He was relieved he hadn't rashly entered the race. Even his gym-level Charizard might struggle to match this Dragonite's speed. Even though Xia Yu knew that the championship would most likely go to the trainer of the Dragonite, he decided to stay and watch the match, secretly hoping for an unexpected twist. Half an hour later, registration closed. Xia Yu looked around and roughly estimated that about 500 people had signed up to compete. The organizers began to announce the rules and route of the race. Participants needed to reach an island approximately 10 kilometers away from the beach and return, with red buoys serving as warning lines and guides. For ordinary Pokemon, this distance would take about 40 minutes at full speed. Following the organizers' instructions, participants released their Pokemon. Some rode on their Pokemon's backs, some sat on them, and others were held in their claws. The scene was both thrilling and slightly comical, causing Xia Yu to chuckle. The gunshot signaled the official start of the race. The trainer lying on the Dragonite immediately surged ahead, taking the lead. Close behind were Lapras and Sharpedo with their trainers, while the other participants lagged noticeably. Time flew by, and 10 minutes later, Dragonite was nearing the island. The second-place Sharpedo was nearly a kilometer behind, and the other participants were even further back, with the slowest having only covered 2 kilometers. The outcome seemed certain, with everyone believing this race would once again demonstrate the power of pseudo-legendary Pokemon. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Dragonite reached the island, a fierce battle suddenly broke out. From the beach, Xia Yu could only vaguely see Dragonite's trainer engaged in combat with an unknown opponent. In no time, the battle ended with Dragonite and its trainer seemingly defeated and captured. Witnessing this, the race officials immediately dispatched guards to rescue them and notified the Water City Pokemon League branch. Seeing this, Xia Yu decisively summoned his Charizard, mounted its back, and flew towards the island. As a responsible trainer, he was determined to help. At that moment, the system issued an urgent mission: defeat the evil organization and rescue the captured trainer and Pokemon. The rewards were generous: a champion-level Pokemon, a Heracross Mega Stone, and 500 store credits. This only strengthened Xia Yu's resolve. Under Xia Yu's urging, Charizard flew at full speed but still trailed behind the race officials. When Xia Yu arrived at the island, he saw 3 members of an organization wearing clothes with an R emblem preparing to take away the bound Dragonite, its trainer, and other captured Pokemon. The officials angrily shouted, "Team Rocket, how dare you capture Pokemon and trainers within the borders of Huagua? Aren't you afraid of the elite for coming after you?" One of the Team Rocket members laughed maniacally. "Huh? Do you think you can threaten Team Rocket with just a few words? Too naive. Let me tell you, Team Rocket no longer needs to bow down to your great nations. We're about to rule the entire world. Seeing Team Rocket's arrogance, the officials decided to skip the talk and take action. Oomph, you lunatics, it seems you won't release the people and Pokemon easily. Let's see what you've got. The staff member decisively released their trump card, Kingdra, whose aura indicated gym-level strength. However, the leader of Team Rocket sneered dismissively, saying, "With that level of strength, you dare to boast? What a joke." He then pulled out a Pokeball and released a Crobat. This Crobat exuded an intimidating elite 4-level energy that far surpassed Kingdra's power. Seeing this, the staff member realized he was in trouble. He knew that the league's backup would take some time to arrive, and he had to hold off the enemy as long as possible. Faced with Crobat's fierce assault, Kingdra's gym-level strength was no match. In no time, Kingdra was defeated, and the staff member was knocked unconscious. Just then, Xia Yu arrived on the island and witnessed the brutal scene. He thought in shock, defeated so quickly? Is the enemy really this strong? Looks like I have to step in. When Xia Yu saw the 3 people in uniforms, he was stunned, realizing, Team Rocket. Does this world have Team Rocket too? Did Giovanni also cross over? Though puzzled, he was deeply shaken. However, upon noticing the Crobat, Xia Yu understood. It wasn't that his side was too weak, but rather that the enemy was exceptionally strong. He quickly analyzed Crobat's data. Name, Crobat. Level, 74 Elite 4 level. Gender, male. Type, poison, flying. Ability, inner focus prevents flinching. Held item, Lumberry. Potential, Elite 4 level. Moves, Supersonic, Absorb, Toxic, Screech, Mean Look, Astonish, Tailwind, Cross Poison, Poison Fong, Quick Guard, Air Cutter, Bite, Haze, Venoshock, Confuse Ray, Air Slash, Giga Drain, Protect, Fly, Swift, Substitute, Acrobatics, Toxic Spikes. Facing such a formidable opponent, Xia Yu thought, no wonder the staff member was defeated. At this moment, Team Rocket's trio noticed Xia Yu, especially the shiny Charizard by his side. Their eyes gleamed with greed, as if they had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. The leader of the Team Rocket trio threatened, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over that shiny Charizard, and we'll spare your life. Otherwise," he made a throat-slitting gesture, making his intentions clear. Facing the threat, Xia Yu merely smirked coldly. He thought, threaten me? Don't they know that I'm a man with 3 legendary beasts backing me? They're really asking for it. Xia Yu had already decided to let Middleton fight when he saw the Elite 4-level Crobat. Other Pokemon wouldn't stand a chance, and even a Mega Charizard would struggle. He wanted a quick battle. Xia Yu took out his Master Ball and pressed the button. In a flash of light, the nearly 7-meter Middleton appeared majestically before everyone. Seeing that this kid possessed such a rare Pokemon, Team Rocket's trio was overjoyed, as if they saw a promotion and raise within reach. They immediately commanded Crobat to attack Middleton, determined to capture Xia Yu and his party. Middleton was still a bit groggy, having just been awakened from sleep. However, Crobat didn't care about the opponent's state and launched a sneak attack at the first opportunity. Middleton noticed this little bug, but didn't take it seriously at all. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a powerful dragon breath, roaring towards Crobat. The seemingly casual spit of the dragon pierced through the body of the Crobat like a bolt of lightning. The severely injured Crobat plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. The triumphant smiles on the faces of Team Rocket's trio quickly vanished, replaced by shock at the unexpected turn of events. They couldn't believe how easily their powerful Crobat had been defeated. The leader, reacting the fastest, realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly drew a Pokeball containing a Pidgeot, ready to make a hasty escape. However, Xia Yu was prepared. He quickly commanded Miltank to knock them all unconscious. Xia Yu meticulously searched the 3 members, only finding a token. Seeing nothing else of interest, he decisively instructed Charizard to handle these unwelcome guests. Charizard unleashed a scorching flame, instantly turning the unconscious trio and their Pokemon to ashes, which were then carried away by the ocean breeze. With everything settled, Xia Yu returned Miltank to its Master Ball and turned his attention to the unconscious staff and Dragonite trainers. After carefully checking their conditions and confirming no additional injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Xia Yu approached the captured Pokemon. He cautiously opened the capture net, revealing a group of primarily water-type Pokemon, including the powerful Dragonite. Xia Yu quickly assessed them, noting that most had the potential to reach gym-level proficiency, which was quite promising. However, one particular water-type Pokemon caught Xia Yu's eye. It was a Greninja, level 39, an advanced Pokemon. It was male, with water and dark attributes, and its ability was Protean. Even more astonishing, it possessed champion-level potential. Xia Yu thought, at last, he had found a suitable water-type Pokemon. Xia Yu immediately used the power of Viridian to heal the Greninja. Before long, the unconscious Greninja slowly awoke. As it opened its eyes, it warily watched Xia Yu. Understanding its caution, Xia Yu used the power of Viridian to establish telepathic communication. He explained that he was its savior and expressed his desire to become its trainer, promising to lead it to the pinnacle of strength. The Greninja didn't agree immediately, instead cautiously surveying its surroundings. Seeing the other rescued Pokemon unharmed, albeit still unconscious, it no longer doubted Xia Yu's words. After some contemplation, the Greninja finally nodded in agreement. It realized the difficulty of advancing its strength alone, and Xia Yu, being both its savior and a formidable trainer, seemed like a promising choice to follow. Overjoyed by Greninja's consent, Xia Yu brought out a luxury ball. Greninja gently pressed the button with its webbed hand and was instantly absorbed by a red light into the ball. After a few shakes, the ball settled, and Xia Yu triumphantly raised the luxury ball, loudly declaring, "Greninja, I've successfully captured you." Beside him, Charizard cooperatively shot a flame into the sky in celebration. Xia Yu then released Greninja and introduced it to Charizard, offering it a specially made energy block to restore its strength. As Greninja tasted the delicious treat, its eyes widened in surprise, amazed that such a delicacy existed. It felt fortunate to receive such treatment upon being captured, thinking that the future was indeed promising. Xia Yu withdrew his power of the Everstone, his gaze sweeping over the gradually awakening staff and the Dragonite trainer. They opened their eyes to find Xia Yu healing them, their faces filled with confusion. Seeing this, Xia Yu turned and moved towards the unconscious Pokemon, continuing to use his healing abilities. One of the staff members broke the silence first, asking about the whereabouts of Team Rocket. Xia Yu calmly explained, "I noticed something unusual here while watching a match on the beach. Upon checking, I found you all knocked out. Fortunately, I had a protective Pokemon given by my elders, and I managed to drive away the Team Rocket trio." The staff expressed their gratitude, relieved to have avoided a potential disaster. At that moment, a cool female voice came from behind. "Hello, I'm Long Sinew. Thank you for your help. If you need anything, I'll do my best to assist." Xia Yu turned to see a tall woman with a peach-like complexion. He politely replied, "No need to thank me. I was just doing what I could." Long Sinew insisted, "That's not enough. Is that Greninja yours? I have an item that might be useful for it. Consider it a token of appreciation." She handed him a mystic water. Xia Yu thought for a moment and accepted the gift. However, Long Sinew wasn't satisfied. "This is far from enough. Let's add each other as friends, and if you need anything in the future, just let me know." She took out her phone, signaling Xia Yu to scan a code. Faced with such a warm invitation, Xia Yu gladly agreed. After they added each other, Long Sinew curiously asked, "By the way, what's your name? Which university do you attend?" Xia Yu smiled and replied, "I'm Xia Yu, a senior at Shu City No. 1 High School. I'm currently on a journey to earn my first gym badge." Xia Yu faced Long Sinew's barrage of questions, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He replied cautiously, "Senior, I haven't made a specific plan for my college applications yet. I'm not very familiar with the top 6 universities and need to research further before deciding." A spark of excitement appeared in Long Sinew's eyes as she enthusiastically said, "No worries. I can give you a detailed explanation." She launched into an animated description of the illustrious history of the Imperial Capital University, from its perennial championship wins in the National Student Pokemon League to its generous reward system, including rare Pokemon eggs, individual villas, and various secret resources. Xia Yu nodded repeatedly, his eyes revealing a look of longing. "I understand," Xia Yu said earnestly. "If other universities offer similar conditions, I will prioritize the Imperial Capital University." Hearing this, Long Sinew sighed in relief, satisfied that her efforts were not in vain. As they conversed, rescue personnel from the Water City Alliance descended from the sky. A weathered-looking middle-aged man approached to inquire about the situation. The competition staff immediately stepped forward, detailing the sudden appearance of Team Rocket, the emergence of the champion-level Pokemon, and Xia Yu's brave efforts in repelling the enemy and treating the injured. The official listened, his gaze lingering on Xia Yu for a moment before surveying the surroundings. He requested that they return to the Water City Alliance branch for further investigation. The three agreed willingly, understanding it was a necessary procedure. After the rescue team completed a thorough inspection of the island to ensure there were no threats, they escorted Xia Yu, his group, and the rescued Pokemon back to Water City. On the journey back, Xia Yu and Long Sinew had a lively conversation. He was surprised to discover that Long Sinew was the daughter of the prestigious Long family from the Imperial capital and the niece of the current Dragon-type Elite Four member. No wonder she was so generous. She was an even more prominent second-generation wealthy individual than he was. This was Xia Yu's first encounter with a formidable rival on the road to flaunting. Long Sinew revealed that she possessed a hereditary power to command dragons and had an extraordinary affinity with Dragon-type Pokemon. Ambitiously, she declared her intention to succeed her uncle as the new generation Dragon-type Elite Four. The Long family of the Imperial capital had deep roots, possessing a hereditary Dragon-type secret realm, rumored to have once been home to a Dragon-type legendary Pokemon. They also owned the imperial capital's premier gym, the Dragon Gym, passed down through generations heritage far beyond what Xia Yu's family could match. Throughout China's millennia-long history, families that have endured to this day are invariably steeped in heritage. The Long family in the imperial capital, the Zhu family, the Li family in Chang'an City, the Chao family in Anbei City, and the Yi family in Demon City are all formidable, respected by even the Chinese alliance. Nevertheless, Xia Yu was confident about his future. With the system's assistance, he firmly believed that it wouldn't be long before he stood at the pinnacle of this world, overlooking all others. The Alliance branch building in the bustling street stood tall as Xia Yu, Long Xinyu, and the competition staff were guided to separate rooms for questioning. Xia Yu entered a room to find a staff member already waiting. He nonchalantly took a seat and pulled out a pass with the official Alliance emblem from his pocket. It was a pass his father had given him to prove his identity and gain privileges within the Alliance. The staff member recognized the pass and seemed to understand immediately. After a few simple questions, Xia Yu was allowed to leave. As he exited the room, he silently praised his father for his foresight. The pass had indeed been invaluable. While waiting at the building's entrance, Xia Yu saw Long Xinyu and the competition staff member emerge together. Once they regrouped, the staff member thanked Xia Yu, saying he had been a great help and could choose a Pokemon egg for free at the Water City's breeding center as a reward. Additionally, since external factors had disrupted the competition, they awarded Long Xinyu the first prize as compensation. Xia Yu couldn't help but admire Water City for its grandeur and the impressive scale of its events. He and Long Xinyu then agreed to challenge the Water Gym together the day after next and visit the breeding center to select an egg. They parted ways and returned to their hotel. On the ride back, a notification from the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You are awarded a Heracross Mega Evolution Stone and 500 shop coins. Xia Yu was taken aback and quickly questioned, "Where's my champion-level Pokemon? Did you take it from me?" The system calmly replied, "The reward has already been granted. Haven't you received a champion-level Pokemon?" Confused, Xia Yu said, "The champion-level Greninja, I found myself. Is that what you mean?" The system explained, "Without the system's assistance, how would you have been so fortunate to capture a high-quality Pokemon so easily? Every gift of fate comes with a hidden price tag." Xia Yu, resigned, let the matter go. After dinner at the hotel restaurant, Xia Yu returned to his room. With so much happening that day, he decided to ask his father, a high-ranking Alliance member, to learn more about the situation. Meanwhile, the events in Water City had been reported to the Alliance headquarters. A high-level meeting was underway to discuss the Rocket Team invasion and the issues surrounding the Hawaiian Secret Realm. A senior member reported to the champion, "Based on Rocket Team's blatant appearance in Water City and their comments after being defeated, it's clear they've completed a major plan. They no longer hide their presence and even claim they will rule the world." At the headquarters of the Magic City Alliance, an emergency meeting was underway. The champion listened intently, his expression serious, as reports from various regions were presented. "The Rocket Team has been sighted in our area. They seem unable to stay hidden any longer," one regional representative said urgently. The champion nodded slightly, his brow furrowed. "It appears this organization, which has been in hiding for decades, is finally surfacing." He glanced around the room, his voice low and resolute. "Strengthen defenses and closely monitor all suspicious individuals. I've already laid out the subsequent arrangements." The meeting proceeded, shifting focus to a mysterious realm that had appeared on the Hawaiian Islands, along with highly aggressive Pokemon. The champion briefly recounted how an investigative team was dispatched last month, led by the Ghost-type Elite Four member, who collaborated with top trainers from various countries to halt the Pokemon's attacks and capture some specimens. "These Pokemon cannot be captured with conventional Pokeballs," the champion explained. "They are entirely new species with immense power. According to reports, they possess a unique ability to enhance their strength after defeating other Pokemon, with no discovered limit yet." He continued, "I've arranged for major research institutes to begin studies. More importantly, these Pokemon have appeared in 3 regions globally, seemingly at random. All divisions must be prepared to respond." After the meeting concluded, the champion remained alone in the conference room, massaging his temples. He silently regretted accepting the position as head of the headquarters. He then picked up a mysterious phone and dialed a number. "Act as planned, and keep your identity concealed. Focus on investigation, and retreat if you encounter danger." After giving these brief instructions, he hung up and gazed out the window, murmuring to himself, "Rocket Team, Extinction Society." Meanwhile, Xia Yu, having just finished his shower, lay in bed and called his father. He inquired about the Rocket Team incident he encountered in the Water City. Xia's father decided not to hide the truth any longer and explained to his son, "The Rocket Team is an evil organization that has existed for decades. They have always kept a low profile and rarely operate in major countries. Their goal is to conduct Pokemon genetic research and biological experiments, which are extremely inhumane and against Pokemon, leading to a global manhunt." He added, "Recently, The Rocket team has been active publicly in various countries, causing considerable chaos. You must be careful and avoid unnecessary risks. Xia Yu quickly assured him that he would be cautious and not take any undue risks. On the other end of the line, his father's voice was filled with concern and admonition. After hanging up the phone, Xia Yu found himself deep in thought. Was Team Rocket also conducting genetic experiments on Pokemon? Could it be true that Giovanni had traveled through time? Even more unsettling was his father's description, suggesting they might have already succeeded in creating Mewtwo. Xia Yu's mind was a whirlwind of confusion as he pondered whether Mewtwo had really been created and if Miltank could stand against it, given Mewtwo's formidable combat abilities. With these chaotic thoughts swirling around, Xia Yu eventually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in a luxurious estate in Bharata, west of China, a tense scene was unfolding. A man knelt on one knee, reporting to another man wearing a garment emblazoned with an R, a fiery red cape, and a sinister mask. Reporting to you, sir. The team sent to China has not returned and is feared to be completely wiped out. The masked man erupted in anger. Useless. You can't even complete such a simple task. What good are you? All the other officers' teams have succeeded, and it's just mine that's failed. How do you think that makes me look? He roared. Send another team to China immediately to complete the mission. Make sure it gets done. Otherwise, don't bother facing me again. Now get out. Yes, sir. We will complete the mission, the kneeling man replied swiftly, rising and hastily leaving the estate. A bunch of incompetents, the masked man muttered furiously to himself. The next morning, Xia Yu awoke feeling refreshed. He decided to stop dwelling on questions he couldn't yet answer and focus on the present. With his challenge at the water gym scheduled for the following day, he had no plans for today, so he decided to train at the hotel's training grounds. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Xia Yu released all his Pokemon, instructing them to train independently or engage in battles according to his plan, but to refrain from using overly powerful moves. Gardevoir opted for solo training, while the other more battle-oriented Pokemon began seeking opponents. Xia Yu observed closely, taking notes on their habits during these self-directed battles to prepare for future training. After a morning of intense training, Xia Yu called for a break. He fed his Pokemon specially crafted energy cubes and meals before recalling all of them except Gardevoir into their Pokeballs. Then, he took Gardevoir for a walk around the hotel to relax and recharge for the upcoming gym battle. The following day, Xia Yu and Gardevoir took a car to the water gym, ready to challenge alongside his senior, Long Sinyu. They arrived almost simultaneously, exchanged greetings, and entered the gym together. The interior of the water gym was distinctly styled after the water city it represented. Though not as large as Xia Yu's grandfather's fire gym, its unique design effectively showcased its prominence. The battle platform was predominantly water-based, perfectly suiting the high proportion of water-type Pokemon in the city and allowing them to fully showcase their abilities. Xia Yu and Long Sinyu approached the gym staff and completed the challenge registration. They were informed that since they arrived early, they would be the first trainers to challenge today. They exchanged glances, each seeing the excitement and anticipation in the other's eyes. The gym leader hadn't arrived yet, so Xia Yu and Long Sinyu decided to spend the half-hour wait observing the battles of other trainers. They stood at the edge of the battle zone, intently watching the water-type trainers' techniques. As they were engrossed, a staff member hurriedly approached them, informing that the gym leader had arrived and they could now begin their challenge. Following the staff member through the bustling crowd, they reached the challenge area deep within the gym. As they pushed open the heavy wooden door, they saw the water-type gym leader, Shui Lingwei, elegantly sipping her morning tea at a rustic tea table. Xia Yu had heard of this young and promising gym leader. Although her skills slightly lagged behind those of his grandfather, Shui Lingwei, in her early 30s, had already shown remarkable talent, with a future as a champion well within reach. Noticing the challenger's arrival, Shui Lingwei gently set down her teacup and rose to greet them. Her voice was melodious like a clear spring. Oh, here to challenge so early? Young folks do have abundant energy. Xia Yu humbly explained their presence, to which Shui Lingwei smiled and replied, no problem, I quite enjoy battling young prodigies. It makes me feel the vigor of youth. Her gaze shifted between the two. You're Xia Yu here to challenge for the junior badge, right? Are you ready? Who's going first? Xia Yu and Long Sinyu exchanged a glance, and Long Sinyu confidently stepped forward, saying, I'll go first. I'm Long Sinyu, here to challenge for the intermediate badge. I hope the water gym leader won't hold back. As the niece of a dragon-type champion, her confidence was evident. Shui Lingwei thoughtfully repeated, Long Sinyu, from the Long family? Looks like we have a dragon crossing the river. Her tone remained gentle, yet carried a hint of sharpness. Don't worry, young lady. I never hold back. I always give it my all. The two took their positions at opposite ends of the battle platform. The battlefield had a distinctive aquatic theme, with one half being solid ground and the other a shimmering water area. The intermediate badge challenge followed a 3vs3 battle format, where the gym leader couldn't switch Pokemon mid-battle, but the challenger could switch once. With the referee's whistle, Both sides released their first Pokemon simultaneously. Long Sinyu sent out a graceful Altaria, while Shui Lingwei chose a robust Poliwrath. Standing on the sidelines, Xia Yu carefully observed the data panels of the two Pokemon. He couldn't help but marvel this was indeed a first-class gym challenge, starting right off with professional-level Pokemon. Both Altaria and Poliwrath were above level 51, equipped with powerful items and a wide array of moves. This battle promised to be thrilling, and Xia Yu held his breath, ready to closely watch this high-level duel. Although the Altaria doesn't resemble a dragon at first glance, it is indeed a dragon-type Pokemon. This Altaria, carefully bred by a dragon-type family, exhibits exceptional battle qualities. As soon as the referee Rotom gave the signal, the battle commenced instantly. Altaria swiftly ascended into the sky, aiming to use its aerial advantage to outmaneuver its opponent. Meanwhile, Poliwrath immediately used Rain Dance, summoning a downpour that enhanced its combat capabilities. Poliwrath shot a water gun towards the sky, but Altaria nimbly dodged and countered with a Charmed Voice. Caught by the Charmed Voice, Poliwrath was momentarily stunned. Altaria seized the opportunity and launched a Brave Bird attack with remarkable speed. At the last moment, Poliwrath snapped back to its senses and used Protect to block the potentially fatal blow. Shui Lingwei quickly ordered Poliwrath to engage in close combat. Due to the proximity, Altaria couldn't evade in time and suffered a series of powerful attacks, taking significant damage. Long Sinyu immediately instructed Altaria to distance itself, gliding through the air and continuously wearing down the opponent with ranged attacks. Ultimately, Altaria gathered the power of Moonlight, delivering a decisive blow to defeat Poliwrath. Not bad, young lady. Keep it steady from here on. Shui Lingwei commended Long Sinyu with a gentle smile while retracting Poliwrath. She then released a new Pokemon Azumarill, known as the Dragon Slayer. Azumarill, a level 55 professional-grade Pokemon, is female with dual water and fairy-type attributes. It boasts the huge power ability, doubling the power of its physical attacks. Equipped with a Choice Band, it has reached a quasi-elite 4 level of strength. It possesses a variety of powerful moves, including Tackle, Helping Hand, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Rollout, Defense Curl, Bubble Beam, Charm, Slam, Bounce, Aqua Tail, Play Rough, Aqua Ring, Rain Dance, Hydro Pump, Double Edge, Superpower, Protect, Charmed Voice, Brick Break, Water Pulse, and Misty Terrain. Faced with the formidable Azumarill, Xia Yu couldn't help but feel anxious for Long Sinyu. The already injured Altaria managed to hold on for only 2 rounds before being defeated. Long Sinyu sighed, realizing she was up against a strong opponent, but she didn't give up and resolutely sent out her ace Pokemon Dragonite. Although Dragonite's level was slightly higher than Azumarill's, the Fairy-type Azumarill held the advantage over the Dragon-type in this duel. The two Pokemon engaged in fierce combat on the field, with Dragonite using its speed to maneuver and launch ranged attacks. Azumarill dodged, while seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. The battle raged on, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Finally, Dragonite unleashed a powerful outrage, clashing head-on with Azumarill's Double Edge. The massive impact created a crater on the battlefield, and as the dust settled, both Pokemon were down, resulting in a draw. Long Sinyu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that taking down the opponent's ace was already a commendable outcome. Otherwise, the subsequent matches might have been one-sided. Shui Lingwei paused for a moment, then regained her composure, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. She keenly realized that the Long family was indeed extraordinary. Both sides released their final Pokemon Soundwave Dragon and White Sea Lion. Soundwave Dragon, a level 52 professional-level male, is a flying dragon type with a piercing trait and carries a life orb. It has near Elite 4 potential and knows several powerful moves. White Sea Lion, on the other hand, is a level 51 professional-level female, a Waterous type with a thick fat trait and gym-level potential, carrying leftovers. Xia Yu thought to himself that Shui Lingwei's previous Marill was likely her ace for intermediate gym challenges. Faced with the agile Soundwave Dragon, the White Sea Lion seemed to have no chance. As expected, during the match, Soundwave Dragon maneuvered effortlessly in the air, frequently using long-range moves to wear down its opponent. White Sea Lion couldn't effectively counterattack and ultimately suffered a frustrating defeat. Long Sinyu successfully completed the challenge and received the intermediate badge engraved with the Water Gym emblem from Shui Lingwei. Shui Lingwei repeatedly praised her, calling her the future of Huagua, making Long Sinyu blush. Shui Lingwei gave a loving smile and, without further teasing, turned to Xia Yu. "It's your turn, Xia Yu. I hope you perform just as well." Xia Yu confidently replied, "Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Shui Lingwei nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the young man's confidence. Both sides took their places on a new battlefield, half rock terrain and half water. As it was a beginner gym challenge, they could choose 1 vs 1 or 2 vs 2. Xia Yu chose 2 vs 2 to gain more combat experience. Shui Lingwei first released a level 41 elite level Starmie. It's a genderless water psychic type Pokemon with a natural cure trait and gym level potential, mastering several powerful moves. Facing this newly elite level Starmie, Xia Yu confidently chose Greninja, believing it could secure the victory. As the referee Rotom signaled the start, the two Pokemon charged toward the center of the arena like arrows released from a bow. Xia Yu's eyes sharpened as he decisively commanded, Greninja, quick attack. At the same time, Shui Lingwei was not to be outdone. Starmie, water gun. The battle unfolded rapidly. Greninja's form flickered as it easily dodged the water gun. Seeing this, Shui Lingwei quickly adjusted her strategy. Starmie, psychic. An invisible psychic force cut through the air like a blade, targeting Greninja. Xia Yu was prepared. Substitute. Before the words finished, Greninja had already transformed into a shadow, precisely evading the lethal strike. It then appeared ghost-like behind Starmie. Shadow sneak. Xia Yu's command thundered through the air. Starmie was caught off guard and crashed heavily to the ground. Xia Yu pressed the advantage. Dark Pulse. However, Starmie wasn't ready to give up, and it quickly erected a light screen to barely block the deadly attack. The battle intensified as Starmie launched a counterattack with Confuse Ray. Yet Greninja's superior speed was evident as it easily dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu called out, Shadow Sneak. The subsequent Night Slash was the decisive blow, leaving Starmie defeated and unable to continue. Xia Yu couldn't hide his excitement, exclaiming, That's my Pokemon, truly powerful. Despite her defeat, Shui Lingwei graciously offered her praise. The battle wasn't over yet, as Shui Lingwei brought out her final ace for Feraligatr, one of the elite water-type starters. It carried a mystic water, exuding an intimidating aura. Seeing this, Xia Yu promptly recalled Greninja and sent out his long-unseen Garchomp. This dragon-type Pokemon, blessed by Milotic, had limitless potential and was ready to showcase its abilities. The two colossal creatures faced each other, tension thick in the air. As the referee's whistle blew, Feraligatr charged like a released arrow, Dragon Claw poised for action. Xia Yu remained calm. Garchomp, Sand Tomb. Instantly, Feraligatr was engulfed in a sea of sand. Dragon Breath. Garchomp seized the moment to launch a fierce attack on its trapped opponent. Shui Lingwei stayed composed. Feraligatr dig. However, this played right into Xia Yu's hands. Garchomp, Earthquake. With the ground shaking violently, Feraligatr found itself with nowhere to escape, plunging into an even more perilous situation. The Earthquake move from the Garchomp was like a powerful punch, not only causing significant damage to the Feraligatr, but also forcing it to emerge from the ground. Once exposed, the Feraligatr quickly counterattacked, firing a sharp hydro pump at the Garchomp. Xia Yu, quick on his feet, commanded Garchomp to use Slash, precisely splitting the hydro pump in two. Not to be outdone, Shui Lingwei ordered Feraligatr to unleash a screech. This time, Garchomp couldn't dodge and was momentarily disoriented by the piercing noise. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Lingwei had Feraligatr charge forward with an Ice Fawn. However, Garchomp's resilience was surprisingly strong, and it quickly regained its composure. Seeing Feraligatr coming, it unhesitatingly used Double Edge, leading to a fierce collision where both Pokemon took considerable damage. Despite this, Garchomp was in noticeably better condition. It immediately unleashed a close-range Dragon Pulse, a devastating move that knocked Feraligatr to the ground, its eyes showing the classic spirals of defeat. Xia Yu excitedly ran to Garchomp, hugging it tightly and praising, Great job. Extra treats tonight. On the other side, Shui Lingwei quietly recalled the defeated Feraligatr into its Pokeball and approached Xia Yu, solemnly handing him the shiny Junior Gym badge. Congratulations, Xia Yu, Shui Lingwei said sincerely. To have such skill at your age, your future is truly limitless. Xia Yu accepted the compliment with a smile, responding half-jokingly, I'm thick-skinned. Feel free to keep praising me. Long Sinyu, who had been watching the battle, also came over to congratulate Xia Yu. Shui Lingwei's gaze shifted between the two young people, a knowing smile spreading across her face as she remarked, Ah, youth is wonderful. Xia Yu felt puzzled by Shui Lingwei's strange expression, while Long Sinyu blushed slightly, seemingly harboring some thoughts. With the challenge complete, Xia Yu and Long Sinyu bid farewell to Shui Lingwei and prepared to leave the water gym. As they stepped outside, they realized it was already noon and decided to have lunch together before heading to the Pokemon Breeding Center to choose a Pokemon. During the meal, they continued to talk. Xia Yu learned that after selecting her Pokemon egg, Long Sinyu would return to Imperial University, stirring an inexplicable feeling of loss within him. He wondered if he had developed a slight fondness for this girl. Perhaps this was the heart-fluttering sensation common among teenagers. However, Xia Yu quickly shook his head to dismiss these thoughts. Ever since learning about Team Rocket's plans the previous night, a sense of urgency had lingered in his mind. If Team Rocket successfully created Mewtwo, even with Middleton's help, he wasn't sure he could defeat them. This uncertainty about the future left Xia Yu uneasy. Moreover, not all legendary Pokemon were friendly toward humans. Most remained neutral, and some might even pose a threat to him. Therefore, Xia Yu's sole focus at the moment was to quickly enhance his skills and become the strongest trainer. As for love, Xia Yu decided to set it aside for now. In his view, young people should prioritize their careers first, with love being merely a seasoning in life's journey. Of course, if fate truly brought it to him, he would gladly embrace it with a calm heart. After dinner, Xia Yu and Long Xinyu took a taxi to the Water City Pokemon Breeding Center. Pushing open the heavy glass doors, they went straight to a staff member and handed over the receipt they had received from the competition organizers. After a careful check, the staff member led them down a long corridor to the egg incubation room. Upon swiping their card to enter, they were greeted by rows of Pokemon eggs in various colors and unique patterns, differing in size and numbering in the thousands, neatly arranged by attribute. Xia Yu estimated there were at least 1,000. Long Xinyu, determined to become a Dragon-type champion, headed straight to the section for Dragon-type eggs, naturally drawn to them. Xia Yu, without a specific preference, followed her to the Dragon-type area. Dragon-type eggs were rare and precious, with only 20 in total. Long Xinyu began her unique selection, processing her internal dragon power to cover each egg, searching for the one with the strongest resonance. She concentrated, sensing each egg, as almost all of them reacted, though with varying intensity. Xia Yu watched silently, internally marveling at this cheat-like ability, forgetting that he was the one who truly excelled. Long Xinyu found the egg that resonated most with her. Curious, Xia Yu glanced at it, and the system immediately displayed detailed information. Name, Horsia. Level 0. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, swift swim, increases speed in rainy weather. Held item, none. Potential, quasi-champion. Moves, Leer, water gun, dragon tail, ice beam. It turned out to be a future Kingdra, explaining its classification as a dragon type. Xia Yu genuinely felt happy for his senior. It was indeed a great choice. When it was Xia Yu's turn to choose, he had no specific target and had to inspect each one. He quickly browsed through non-water type eggs and finally reached the water type section, which occupied 2/3 of the space. As expected of Water City, the number of water type Pokemon was astounding. 2 hours later, Xia Yu had finally examined all the Pokemon eggs, exhausted to the point of back pain. Unfortunately, he didn't find any egg with champion level potential. Ultimately, he chose a quasi-champion level Poplio egg, one of the best among the batch. Name, Poplio. Level 0. Gender, female. Type, water. Ability, Torrent, increases the power of water-type moves when HP is low. Held item, none. Potential, quasi-champion. Moves, pound, growl, baby doll eyes, dazzling gleam. This Poplio not only had excellent potential, but also inherited 2 powerful fairy-type moves. However, what attracted Xia Yu the most was its future evolution into the beautiful Primarina. He believed his sister, Xiaotong, would surely adore this cute and beautiful Pokemon. Xia Yu stood at the entrance of the breeding center, holding a freshly chosen Pokemon egg. This egg wasn't his ideal pick. It was carefully selected for his sister. His gaze swept over the egg's smooth surface as he calculated in his mind. Although he hadn't found a Pokemon that perfectly met his requirements, this compromise seemed satisfactory. Besides, he had just captured a Greninja, and his water-type Pokemon lineup was sufficient. Of course, if a Kyogre were to appear, he would gladly accept it. After Xia Yu and Long Xinyu registered the Pokemon egg with the staff, they walked out of the breeding center together. The street was bustling with people, and as they walked side by side, they both felt the looming atmosphere of an impending farewell. Xia Yu, you must come to Imperial University. Long Xinyu suddenly stopped, turned to face Xia Yu, and said with feigned composure, I'm really looking forward to being teammates with you and battling on the school team. Her tone carried an unmistakable sense of anticipation and a hint of reluctance. Xia Yu keenly sensed the emotions hidden in Long Xinyu's words, but chose to remain composed. He simply nodded, using this simple gesture to express his promise. Long Xinyu gave Xia Yu one last look, then turned to hail a taxi and headed to the airport. Xia Yu stood there, watching her figure fade into the traffic, feeling a subtle, indescribable emotion. He took a deep breath, suppressing this uncertain feeling, and turned to head back to the hotel. Once back at the hotel, Xia Yu immediately took out his phone and found the contact information for the courier company he had used before. He carefully reviewed the service options and ultimately chose the highest-level Pokemon egg delivery service. He planned to send the egg home, as carrying it on the upcoming journey would be inconvenient, and he was worried it might hatch prematurely if delayed. Before long, a courier knocked on the door. To Xia Yu's surprise, it was the same courier who had delivered to him last time. The courier proudly introduced himself as the company's top courier, serving only clients who opted for the highest-level service. Xia Yu handed the Pokemon egg over with great care, repeatedly instructing the courier to deliver it as soon as possible. The courier gave an okay gesture and confidently assured him, Don't worry, it'll be there by tomorrow. As he watched the courier leave, Xia Yu couldn't help but marvel. This courier's professionalism might even make a 5-star general like MacArthur envious. As night fell, Xia Yu lay on his bed and called home. He briefly explained the selection of the Pokemon egg for his sister and reminded them to be ready to receive the package. When his sister excitedly asked about the type of Pokemon, Xia Yu playfully kept it a secret, only saying it was an extremely cute Pokemon, leaving her to guess. On the other end, his sister playfully scolded him as a bad brother before hanging up. Xia Yu smirked with satisfaction, clearly pleased with his usual teasing of his sister. Lying in bed, he began planning his next steps. With less than 10 days until the upcoming Pokemon contest, he intended to set off for the next gym challenge after watching the event. Despite having a few free days, Xia Yu had no intention of wasting time. He mentally organized his upcoming plans until drowsiness overtook him. Finally, with a sense of anticipation and hope, he closed his eyes and quickly drifted off to sleep. In the following days, Xia Yu's life was both fulfilling and busy. For the first couple of days, he strolled through the streets of the Water City with his Gardevoir, immersing himself in the city's unique aquatic culture. In the days that followed, he spent nearly all his time in the battle zone of the Water Gym, honing his skills with trainers from all over. In these battles, Xia Yu primarily used his Greninja and Metong, aiming to enhance their combat experience and overall strength. His efforts paid off just before the upcoming contest. Both Pokemon successfully reached level 40, just a step away from the elite level. This progress filled Xia Yu with satisfaction and heightened his anticipation for the upcoming contest. However, while Xia Yu was focused on training, a shocking event occurred in the outside world. After their previous failure, Team Rocket meticulously planned a surprise attack. Their target was not the Water City, but Snow City, located to the west of Shu City, near the legendary Articuno's habitat, Snow Peak. This operation caught the League off guard. Team Rocket attacked a large secret area in Snow City, stealing a large number of rare Ice-type Pokemon and Pokemon eggs. Although the League quickly responded and dealt a heavy blow to the invaders, the leader managed to escape, leaving behind only some insignificant members. This incident exposed Team Rocket's growing ambition, as they had become bold enough to openly raid a major country's secret area. The League immediately strengthened defenses and communication mechanisms across regions to ensure they could swiftly respond to any sudden incidents. For now, these disturbances were unrelated to Xia Yu. His mind was entirely focused on the upcoming contest. On the morning of the competition, Xia Yu got up early and dressed carefully. He rode his Sharpedo to the Water City Stadium. For this grand event, he had spent 5,000 yuan on a ticket in advance. Upon arriving at the stadium, Xia Yu was surprised to see a long line had already formed. He hurriedly joined the queue, thinking he had arrived early enough, only to find many others had beaten him there. This made him marvel at the contest's allure, realizing he was still quite young. After half an hour of waiting, Xia Yu finally entered the venue and found his seat. Looking around, he estimated that the stadium could accommodate about 50,000 spectators. A massive stage stood in the center, its terrain adjustable based on the attributes of the participating trainers' Pokemon, allowing them to fully showcase their talents. Xia Yu noticed a huge photo wall adorned with pictures of the contestants and their Pokemon. The majority were female trainers, with only a few male participants. In the center of the wall, in the most prominent position, was a giant photo of Luo Yi, the 6-time consecutive contest champion and hailed as the most beautiful trainer in China. This talented mature trainer had won the championship upon debut and continued her victorious streak, becoming a 6-time champion at just 25 years old. She was undoubtedly the most anticipated competitor in this year's contest. Xia Yu was well aware of her because his sister was a huge fan, with a large collection of her personal photos at home. This time, Xia Yu also planned to witness the charm of this most beautiful trainer firsthand. Xia Yu stood outside the grand contest venue, his attention drawn to the photos on the display board. Besides the picture of the woman dubbed the most beautiful trainer, he also noticed a photo of Shui Lingwei, the water gym leader. I didn't expect even a gym leader to be interested in the contest, Xia Yu thought. It seems the title of most beautiful trainer appeals to women of all ages. After waiting for about an hour and a half, the venue was packed to capacity. The audience was buzzing with excitement, their discussions centered around the contestants in the competition. The lively atmosphere was contagious, and Xia Yu eagerly joined in the conversation. With the host's enthusiastic opening speech, the competition officially began. The first contestant was a youthful girl who seemed just 18. She wore a vibrant outfit and was accompanied by an adorably dressed Vulpix. Perhaps due to first-time stage jitters, her performance was a bit awkward, and the judges didn't score her very high. However, the audience gave the young girl tremendous encouragement, standing up and cheering for her. The girl was moved to tears, and the heartwarming scene touched everyone present, including Xia Yu, who clapped wildly, completely absorbed in the energetic atmosphere. Next, the second, third, and more than a dozen other contestants took the stage. While their performances were good, none were particularly dazzling. Still, Xia Yu was quite satisfied, thinking, With so many beautiful young women and ladies, what's there to be unhappy about? This trip was worth it. It's more exciting than any Victoria's Secret show. Suddenly, a rare male contestant took the stage, capturing Xia Yu's special attention. When this contestant released his Pokemon, Xia Yu's eyes widened. It was a female Machamp, holding a large root, with a fighting type and the no-guard ability. Xia Yu marveled at its rarity. The trainer showcased various bodybuilding poses with his Machamp, eliciting waves of cheers from the audience, who seemed to enjoy the performance. Xia Yu couldn't help but rub his eyes, worried that looking too long might blind him. The judges also gave high praise, acknowledging the rarity of male contestants, and awarded a high score. Afterwards, another dozen or so contestants appeared. Their outfits were all distinct, ranging from seductive to cool, alluring to mature, leaving Xia Yu dazzled and unsure whether to focus on the Pokemon or the trainers. He muttered to himself, "This is messing with my focus." Yet he continued to watch with keen interest. The Pokemon on stage were each elegant and outstanding. The agile Lopunny, the cute Deerling, the beautiful Ninetales, the handsome Rapidash, the graceful Superior, the powerful Dragonair, the charming Frostless, and the mesmerizing Gardevoir, among others, each exuding charm. Xia Yu and the audience were thrilled, applauding so much that their hands were red and swollen. Finally, Shui Lingwei, the water gym leader from Water City, took the stage. Her appearance prompted waves of applause and cheers, clearly indicating her immense popularity in Water City. Xia Yu eagerly anticipated her performance, wondering what kind of spectacular display this gym leader would bring. Today, Shui Lingwei dressed up meticulously, looking enchanting and captivating. Her voluminous curly hair, slender waist, black stockings, and high heels drew everyone's attention. Even Xia Yu couldn't help but be impressed, expressing genuine admiration. Shui Lingwei gracefully stepped onto the stage and released her ace Pokemon. Xia Yu carefully observed the gym leader's trusted companion Primarina. This level 71 elite Pokemon possessed both water and fairy types, with the ability Liquid Voice, and it held a Mystic Water. It had mastered a range of powerful moves, from Sparkling Aria to Water Pledge, showcasing its strength. The appearance of Primarina immediately elicited an enthusiastic response from the audience. Shui Lingwei commanded it to use its captivating voice, and the melodious song instantly captivated everyone present. As the song concluded, the judges awarded it the highest score so far, showering it with praise. After a few contestants, the crowd's anticipation peaked as the six-time champion and most beautiful trainer, Luo Yi, finally took the stage. She wore a light blue cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her curves. Her long, thick black hair, high nose bridge, and cherry-like lips, paired with black high heels, made her look like a celestial being descended from heaven. The entire audience went wild, with applause and cheers echoing throughout the venue. Luo Yi gracefully bowed to the audience, and then released her most beautiful Pokemon. With a resonant cry, Milotic made its dazzling entrance. Xia Yu's gaze was also drawn to Milotic, renowned as the most beautiful Pokemon. Milotic, the level 64 gym-level Pokemon, dazzles on the stage of the Pokemon contest with its captivating presence. This female water-type Pokemon, possessing the hidden ability Marvel Scale, wields a Mystic Water. As an elite 4-level Milotic, it commands a range of powerful moves, from the basic Water Pulse to the advanced Hyper Beam, showcasing its extraordinary prowess. Luo Yi and her Milotic stand confidently under the spotlight, radiating the aura of a six-time champion. In contrast, even though Xia Yu's mom's Milotic is impressive, it can't quite reach this level. It's a testament to how the nurturing of a good environment can produce outstanding Pokemon. As the music begins, Milotic dances gracefully in the air, each move flowing seamlessly like water. It occasionally uses Attract, with its enchanting voice and Marvel Scale ability captivating everyone in the audience. Even Xia Yu finds himself irresistibly drawn to the performance. As the music fades, Milotic gracefully glides back to Luo Yi's side. This harmonious duo stands together, creating a breathtaking scene that becomes the highlight of the Pokemon contest. The judges unhesitatingly award them perfect scores, pushing Shui Lingwei from the top spot, and granting Luo Yi an unprecedented 7th consecutive victory. Despite being moved down a rank, Shui Lingwei sincerely applauds Luo Yi, as if participating was her sole purpose. After the award ceremony, the audience reluctantly leaves, buzzing with excitement over the recent spectacle. Xia Yu exits the arena with the crowd, eager to return to the hotel for dinner and share the day's excitement with his sister. Meanwhile, in Luo Yi's dressing room, a beautiful girl of similar age to Xia Yu sits on the sofa. If Xia Yu were present, he would recognize her as Luo Bing, the school beauty. Luo Yi enters and joyfully embraces her sister. "Sis, your performance with Milotic today was amazing. I took time off just to watch, and it was so worth it," Luo Bing says sweetly, nestled in her sister's arms. Luo Yi looks at her slightly thinner sister with concern and advises, "Xiao Bing, you don't have to train so hard. With your looks, you could become a big star like me." Why not consider it? Oh, sis, you know my dream. Luo Bing pouts. I don't want to be a famous star. I want to be the strongest female Pokemon trainer. Luo Yi smiles helplessly. Alright, I know you want to be as powerful as the Psychic type Elite Four. But take care of yourself and don't overdo it, okay? Okay. Luo Bing responds playfully. I'll eat well and get enough rest. Luo Yi can only hope her sister takes her advice to heart. Suddenly, Luo Bing suggests, to celebrate your historic 7th win, how about treating me to a big feast? You're impossible. Luo Yi says affectionately. Still such a kid. Come on, let's go have a feast. The two sisters walk out of the dressing room hand in hand, ready to enjoy a celebratory meal together. Luo Yi suddenly turned to Luo Bing, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. By the way, you mentioned over the phone that you lost the competition to the top student in your grade? How's it going now? Have you had a rematch? Luo Bing's eyes flashed with determination as she replied. Not yet. We've agreed to settle it at the high school league. I will definitely beat him. Luo Yi's eyes lit up with a teasing smile. Oh, I didn't realize you were so invested. Tell me, sis, is there something special about him? Is he handsome? Handsome? Oh no. Luo Bing's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at her sister in embarrassment. Stop saying nonsense, or I won't talk to you anymore. We're just regular classmates, not even familiar with each other. It's just that it was the first time I lost to someone my age in a spirit battle, and I'm not satisfied with that. There's nothing like what you're suggesting. Luo Yi couldn't help but laugh, saying, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Seriously though, do you think you can win? Do you need any help from your genius sister? Luo Bing shook her head firmly. No, I want to defeat him with my own strength. If I can't overcome this challenge, how can I become the strongest female trainer? Her eyes burned with the fire of determination. Luo Bing had learned from her teacher that Xia Yu had set off to challenge gym badges a month ago. However, in the past month, she had also made significant progress. She was planning to apply for leave from school soon to begin her own gym challenge journey. Remembering the way Xia Yu had defeated her, Luo Bing's fighting spirit intensified. She silently vowed that she, Luo Bing, the pride of the heavens, would surely defeat the great demon king Xia Yu. If Xia Yu were present at that moment and heard the girl's bold declaration, he would surely tell her loudly, young girl, you've picked the wrong opponent. I'm not someone you can just beat. My opponents are all legendary. After finishing their meal, the sisters decided to take advantage of the rare holiday to explore the night scenery of the Water City. Meanwhile, Xia Yu was already lying on the bed in his hotel room, animatedly recounting the day's grand contest to his sister, Xia Miaotong, over the phone. On the other end of the line, Xia Miaotong listened enviously, almost to the point of tears. Why do I have to attend classes while you get to see idols in the grand contest? It's so unfair. I want to see the grand contest and my idols too. Their mother, overhearing, timely poured cold water on her excitement. The grand contest is over. If you want to watch, you'll have to wait for the next one. Don't think about it now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tong burst into tears, feeling wronged. It's so frustrating, why is it like this? Finally, after Xia Yu's repeated assurances, Xia Miao Tong stopped crying. Xia Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking he had caused some trouble. He could only solemnly promise that he would take his sister to the next grand contest, so she could watch her idols perform up close. After hanging up the phone, Xia Yu lay on the bed, contemplating his next steps. From setting out from Viridian Forest to watching the grand contest in Water City, a month had passed. Having completed what he needed to do, it was time to move on. He planned to head east from Water City, with his next destination being Qianyang City. There, he heard of a bug-type gym run by a renowned bug-catching master, and he intended to check it out. With his itinerary settled, Xia Yu opened his system panel to review his gains during this period. Xia Yu, possessing the advanced Evergreen Power and Intermediate Aura Power, has a team of Pokemon that includes a shiny Charizard, Aron, a level 1 mythical Pokemon Mew, Gardevoir, Garchomp, Tyranitar, a shiny Metagross, Heracross, and Greninja. His items include 7 luxury balls, a treasure compass, a permanent TM for Protect, Mega Evolution Stones for Sceptile and Sizer, 2 top-grade Fire Stones, a Ditto Mask, a Dynamax Band, a Soaring, a Wishing Star, a Dragonium Z Crystal, a permanent TM for Shadow Ball, a Full Restore, a Furium Z Crystal, a Terastal Jewel, Fire Terastal Shards, a Master Ball, a permanent TM for Dragon Pulse, a Ghostium Z Crystal, an Ultra Ball, a random Secret Realm Summon card, and an Infinity Flute. Xia Yu looked at the 90 accumulated draws in his card pool, and his compulsive tendencies kicked in, prompting him to make it a round number. System, let's do a 10 draw, he decisively ordered. The system immediately responded. Ding, the host has drawn 100 times, triggering a bonus. Congratulations, you've received 7 advanced rare candies, a random legendary search card, 2 super special attack boosters. Total draws, 100, 1000. Stunned by the unfamiliar rewards, Xia Yu asked, System, what are these? What else have you been keeping from me? The system explained that these were hidden bonuses, obtainable only by meeting specific conditions and not available through standard draws or the system shop. Bonus draws occur at the 10th, 100th, 500th, and 1000th draws. The random legendary search card can locate a legendary Pokemon for the host to attempt to capture. The super boosters permanently increase a Pokemon's base stat by 10 points. Shocked, Xia Yu carefully considered how to allocate these valuable rewards. He decided to give all 7 advanced rare candies and 2 super special attack boosters to Charizard. This would not only allow Charizard to reach level 64, an Elite 4 level, but also boost its special attack base stat by 20 points, bringing its total base stats to 578. Envisioning Charizard's dominance after Mega evolving into Charizard Y, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As for the legendary search card, he planned to use it once he had acquired 4 gym badges and had sufficient time. With everything planned out, Xia Yu went to sleep with dreams of the future. The next morning, he woke up early, packed his things, had breakfast, and checked out of the hotel. Xia Yu first went to the store where he rented the Sharpedo to return the Pokemon. During the handover, Sharpedo showed a reluctant expression. Over the past 2 weeks, it had followed Xia Yu, living a life of comfort and abundance, almost like paradise, and was deeply unwilling to leave. However, Xia Yu didn't notice Sharpedo's feelings. Seeing its reluctance, he gave it a specially made energy block. Internally, Sharpedo lamented. He really is. I'm crying to death. After leaving the store, Xia Yu decided to head straight to Qianyang City for the annual bug-catching competition. He quickly made his way to the taxi stand, planning the details of the competition in his mind. The high-speed train station was bustling with people, but Xia Yu skillfully purchased his ticket and found his window seat. As the train slowly started moving, the scenery outside began to blur past. Before long, a boy who appeared to be about 17 or 18 took the seat next to Xia Yu. Clearly outgoing, the boy immediately struck up a conversation with Xia Yu. Through their chat, Xia Yu learned that the boy, named Chen Shuai, was a senior at Shuai City No. 2 High School, also there to challenge the gym and participate in the bug-catching competition. They exchanged smiles, marveling at the serendipity of their meeting. After about an hour of lively conversation, they both dozed off, only waking when the announcement for their stop came over the train speakers. As they exited the station, the scorching midday sun reminded them of the time. The two strolled along the bustling streets in search of a place to eat, and were soon drawn to a restaurant offering local specialties. As they indulged in the delicious food, the restaurant's TV suddenly broadcast the registration details for the bug-catching competition. The deadline was 5 p.m. that day. Exchanging a quick glance, Xia Yu and Chen Shuai hurriedly settled their bill and rushed to the bug gym. In the taxi, they anxiously calculated the time. Fortunately, they completed the registration just in time, allowing them to relax and carefully study the competition rules and prizes. The competition would last 3 days, with scores based on the number and quality of bug-type creatures caught. The rewards were generous. The top 10 would receive personal training from the gym leader, and the top 3 would earn substantial cash prizes and rare items. The most enticing reward was for the champion. Besides a million-yuan prize, they would receive a specially bred bug-type creature. Having familiarized themselves with the details, they returned to their respective hotels, agreeing to meet outside the secret realm the next day. Early the next morning, Xia Yu rose and meticulously checked his gear to ensure everything was in order. He took a taxi to the entrance of the secret realm, where he saw Chen Shuai waving at him from a distance. They joined up, encouraged each other, and prepared for the challenge ahead. An hour before the competition began, the entrance to the secret realm was already crowded with participants. Among them stood Xia Yu, who scanned the surrounding crowd and roughly estimated there were over 1,000 people, most of whom were energetic young faces. He was quietly relieved that the competition was being held in the spacious secret realm. Otherwise, such a large crowd might have led to chaos. As time passed, more contestants arrived. Xiao Ran, the master of the Bug Dojo and the event's organizer and judge, was present to oversee the proceedings. Standing at the entrance, he loudly announced the competition rules. Each participant could receive 20 special Pokeballs, and cooperation was prohibited during the competition, with violators being disqualified. Participants could return to the entrance at any time to replenish their Pokeballs. Upon hearing the rules, Xia Yu and his friend Chen Shuai exchanged glances, a hint of regret in their eyes. They had planned to team up, but now realized they would have to compete individually. With the signal to start, the contestants entered in an orderly manner. Xia Yu and Chen Shuai also stepped into the secret realm one after the other. After a brief moment of dizziness, they found themselves in an unfamiliar world. They bid each other a quick farewell and headed off in different directions. Xia Yu chose a dense forest as his starting point for exploration. He took out his treasure compass and set it to Spirit Point mode, which immediately revealed the locations of powerful bug-type spirits. He decided to abandon the strategy of quantity and focus on capturing a few elite-level bug-type spirits to win with quality. Following the compass's guidance, Xia Yu released his Medong while considering his strategy. He intended to rely only on Medong and Greninja for this competition, as both were on the verge of breaking through to the elite level. He hoped this opportunity would give them the push they needed. Along the way, Xia Yu encountered several bug-type spirits, mostly ranging from beginner to intermediate levels. He dispatched them without hesitation, aiming for those above the advanced level. Soon, Xia Yu arrived at the location indicated by the Compassa giant tree, requiring 10 people to encircle its trunk. Looking up, he saw a massive web in the canopy, occupied by a large Ariados, hissing menacingly. Surrounding it were a few smaller Ariados, forming a small colony. Xia Yu quickly assessed the lead Ariados' strength. Name, Ariados. Level, 44 elite. Gender, male. Type, bug, poison. Ability, swarm increases the power of bug-type moves when HP is low. Held item, intermediate leaf stone. Potential, elite. Moves, poison sting, absorb, string shot, focus energy, bug bite, pin missile, constrict, scary face, shadow sneak, fury swipes, sucker punch, agility, pin missile, psychic. The level 44 Ariados seemed like a perfect match for Miltank to test its skills. Since Miltank is immune to poison-type attacks, Xia Yu believed it could handle the challenge. As for the weaker Ariados, Greninja would take care of them. Without hesitation, Xia Yu released Greninja and instructed it to deal with the 5 weaker Ariados. At the same time, he commanded Miltank to use Psychic on the lead Ariados. This sudden assault caught the Ariados off guard. It had only intended to scare away the intruders with its hissing, not expecting them to launch such a decisive attack. In its heart, Ariados lamented. These humans truly have no sense of fair play. Ariados, struck by a mental force attack, fell from its web, its eyes flashing red as it shot poison needles like rain towards the Miltank. However, the needles were ineffective, as if they had disappeared into the void upon hitting Miltank. Ariados was stunned. Its prized poison needles had lost their power. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xia Yu decisively commanded, Miltank, use flash cannon. Miltank shimmered with light as energy rapidly gathered within it, releasing a dazzling beam with a thunderous impact. As the smoke cleared, Ariados was left swaying, clearly severely damaged. Before Ariados could catch its breath, Xia Yu ordered again, Miltank, Zen headbutt. Miltank charged like lightning, its head glowing with an eerie light, crashing heavily into Ariados. This strike completely shattered Ariados' defenses, leaving it collapsed and unable to continue fighting. At the end of the battle, Miltank suddenly erupted with a brilliant glow, its power surging as it broke through to the elite level. Meanwhile, Greninja, with its exceptional skill and speed, easily defeated the other 5 Ariados, though the opponents were not strong enough to trigger a breakthrough. Xia Yu was overjoyed, quickly stepping forward to pat Miltank's head and rewarding both champions with energy cubes from his backpack. He then took out special competition Pokeballs, capturing 2 high-level and 1 elite-level Ariados, scoring an easy 300 points to start. Carefully placing the remaining 3 Ariados in a safe spot, he continued deeper into the forest in search of his next target. The compass showed no bright spots, indicating no strong Pokemon nearby. Xia Yu decided to change direction and continue exploring. While he searched for prey, on the other side, Chen Shui found himself in trouble. He had luckily discovered an elite-level Beedrill, but unfortunately, it was part of a large swarm. Now, he was being chased by a horde of angry Beedrill, leaving devastation in their wake. Other bug catchers he encountered along the way were caught in the chaos, cursing him for whatever he did to provoke such a furious pursuit. Xia Yu also encountered a few bug catchers, exchanging nods before continuing their separate hunts. Soon, a bright spot appeared on his compass again. Without hesitation, Xia Yu turned towards it, advancing quickly. In no time, he discovered a Scyther hunting alone in a grove. Xia Yu quietly approached, carefully observing the Pokemon. Name, Scyther. Level, 43 elite. Gender, male. Type, bug, flying. Ability, technician increases the power of weaker moves. Held item, none. Potential, professional. Moves, Leer, quick attack, fury cutter, false swipe, wing attack, double team, double hit, slash, focus energy, agility, air slash, X scissor. Seeing Scyther's stats, Xia Yu confirmed that the bright spot on the compass was indeed it. He decided to have Greninja battle it, hoping to use this chance to break through to the elite level. As Scyther finished its hunt and was about to leave, Xia Yu and Greninja emerged from the woods. The sudden appearance of visitors made Scyther instantly alert, its sharp gaze filled with aggression as it focused intently on the trainer and Pokemon pair. Seeing the fierce determination on Greninja's face, Scyther knew a battle was imminent. Its eyes gleamed with excitement as it leaned forward, ready to strike. Suddenly, Scyther transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Greninja. Xia Yu, quick on his feet, immediately commanded, Greninja, use quick attack to counter. Greninja understood and also became a flash of lightning, rushing towards its opponent. However, this seemingly straightforward clash held a hidden strategy. A sly glint appeared in Xia Yu's eyes as he silently calculated the timing. Just as the two Pokemon were about to collide, Xia Yu shouted. Now, use feint attack. Greninja, as if prepared all along, flickered and appeared behind Scyther. Its fist, enveloped in dark energy, struck the unsuspecting Scyther hard. With a loud bang, Scyther was sent flying by the unexpected blow, tracing an arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Amidst the dust, Scyther struggled to rise, battered but still burning with indomitable fighting spirit. Quickly adapting its strategy, Scyther suddenly split into several identical clones, rapidly circling Greninja. Xia Yu and Greninja found themselves in disarray, unable to discern the real Scyther. At that moment, a flash of silver streaked through, and Scyther's X-Scissor landed heavily on Greninja's stomach. Xia Yu gritted his teeth, frustrated by his oversight, but soon calmed down, closely observing Scyther's movements. When Scyther used Double Team again, a spark of insight flashed in Xia Yu's eyes. Greninja, use Substitute. Following Xia Yu's command, Greninja vanished, leaving only a decoy behind. Scyther's X-Scissor hit nothing but air, and it looked around in surprise, searching for its true opponent. Now, Shadow Sneak. Xia Yu's voice rang out. Like a phantom, Greninja appeared behind Scyther, delivering a precise and powerful sneak attack. Without giving Scyther a chance to react, Dark Pulse. A surge of dark energy erupted from Greninja's hands, sending Scyther crashing to the ground. Scyther struggled to get up, but was too exhausted. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu ordered the final blow, Water Gun. A powerful jet of water struck Scyther, rendering it unable to fight. The battle concluded, and Greninja was enveloped in a radiant glow as it successfully advanced to elite level. Xia Yu was overjoyed, quickly capturing Scyther in a Pokeball, thrilled by the double victory. As night fell, Xia Yu found a clearing and set up a tent. He released all his Pokemon, and together they enjoyed a hearty dinner. After assigning Charizard to keep watch, Xia Yu crawled into his tent and soon drifted into a deep sleep. Over the next 2 days, guided by his compass, Xia Yu traversed various parts of the secret realm. His efforts paid off. He captured 8 elite-level Pokemon and 12 advanced-level ones, perfectly filling his 20 specialized Pokeballs, earning a total of 2,200 points. Satisfied with his achievement, Xia Yu still wondered if anyone had surpassed him. As the competition neared its end, Xia Yu arrived at the secret realm's entrance, where many contestants had already gathered, sharing their experiences. Scanning the area, Xia Yu noticed Chen Shuai was absent, which puzzled him. An hour later, Chen Shuai finally showed up. Upon seeing Xia Yu, he eagerly recounted his ordeal. He explained that he had been chased by a swarm of Beedrill for an entire day, only escaping by jumping into a river. Curious, Xia Yu pressed for details, and Chen Shuai reluctantly explained, "You might not believe this, but I think it was because of a fart." Seeing Xia Yu's puzzled expression, he continued, "I was searching for Pokemon in the forest and accidentally farted near a flower patch. I guess a Beedrill was collecting nectar and mistook it for a threat. Then, the whole swarm wouldn't leave me alone." Chen Shuai shook his head with a wry smile. "Can you believe my luck? Running into something as ridiculous as that." Upon hearing Chen Shuai's explanation, Xia Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter, mercilessly mocking his companion. Chen Shuai clenched his fists, wishing he could punch this gloating guy. This farce had wasted an entire day and directly affected Chen Shuai's competition results. In the end, he only managed to capture 2 elite level, 6 high level, and 12 mid-level sprites, totaling 940 points. Looking at this score, Chen Shuai felt a sinking feeling, fearing he might miss out on a top 10 spot. Xia Yu, though unsure whether this score was high or low, tried his best to comfort the dejected Chen Shuai. Time flew by, and half an hour later, the competition was officially declared over. The staff at the bug gym instructed the participants to form a long line to return the Pokeballs and calculate their scores. Xia Yu and Chen Shuai stood in line, watching as the participants ahead of them handed over their Pokeballs one by one. The staff skillfully released the sprites from the balls, checked their energy levels to determine their rank, and calculated the points. The first few participants hadn't captured any elite-level sprites, mostly high-level and mid-level ones, so their scores weren't very high. As the evaluations continued, a few participants who had captured elite-level sprites began to appear, but they were still rare. Seeing this, Xia Yu quietly said to Chen Shuai, "Don't lose heart. You might still have a chance to make the top 10. The evaluation continued, with the highest-ranked participant currently having accumulated 1,300 points. Among them was one contestant who used 80 Pokeballs, capturing sprites regardless of their level, amassing 1,200 points and ranking third. This quantity over quality strategy amazed Xia Yu, who exclaimed, "You can play like that? That's really eye-opening. Truly, there's nothing new under the sun." Finally, it was Xia Yu and Chen Shuai's turn. Xia Yu handed over 20 Pokeballs to the staff, and the results quickly caused a stir among the crowd. Xia Yu had only captured high-level and above sprites, including 8 elite-level ones. It's known that most participants struggle to find even 1 or 2 elite-level sprites, let alone successfully capture them. Xia Yu's skill was evident. His total score was a staggering 2,200 points, securing the top spot, with such a large gap from the second place that other participants gave up hope of claiming first place. Chen Shuai was dumbfounded by this result. Thankful he hadn't boasted in front of Xia Yu earlier, or he would be dying of embarrassment now. When it was Chen Shuai's turn to hand over his Pokeballs, even though he had 2 elite-level sprites, they seemed insignificant compared to Xia Yu's accomplishment. Previously, they might have caused some amazement, but following Xia Yu's dazzling performance, others saw them as nothing special. Chen Shuai's 940 points temporarily placed him in 7th place, but whether he could maintain a top 10 position depended on the scores of the remaining 300-plus participants. 2 hours later, all participants' scores were finally calculated, and the top 10 leaderboard was revealed. Xia Yu, with an overwhelming 2,200 points, securely held first place, followed by scores of 1840, 1770, 1550, 1400, 1300, 1260, 1200, 1150, and 1040. The competition results were finalized, and the participants' fates were sealed. Chen Shuai scored 940, placing him in 13th position, narrowly missing the top 10. He couldn't hide his disappointment, silently regretting the day he wasted. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and turned to congratulate Xia Yu beside him. Congratulations on taking first place, Chen Shuai said sincerely. Not only will you receive personal training from the bug gym leader, but you'll also get a Pokemon specially nurtured by the gym. That's amazing. In response to Chen Shuai's congratulations, Xia Yu gave a faint smile without saying much, knowing well not to rub salt in his friend's wound. The bug gym leader, Ran, arrived on site to present awards to the top 10 contestants. He announced, "Starting tomorrow, please gather at the bug gym to prepare for my special training." After the award ceremony, everyone gradually left the secret realm. Xia Yu and Chen Shuai walked together to have lunch. At the table, Chen Shuai was aware that Xia Yu would soon undergo Ran's special training, while he planned to leave after challenging the secondary gym in Qinyang City. Realizing their time together was limited, Chen Shuai bid farewell to Xia Yu in advance. They agreed to meet again at the National High School Pokemon League, their eyes shining with anticipation. After lunch, Chen Shuai returned to the hotel to make final preparations for the upcoming gym challenge. Xia Yu also went back to his room, intending to get some rest. The quality of sleep in the secret realm had been poor, and he needed to adjust. The next morning, Xia Yu arrived early at the bug gym, ready to begin Ran's special training and to choose the Pokemon awarded for his championship. Upon arrival, he found 7 other young people already waiting. Like Xia Yu, they were there for Ran's training. Within 10 minutes, the remaining 2 top 10 finishers joined them at the bug gym. In the battle hall, they all awaited Ran's arrival. During this break, Xia Yu got to know the others, as they would be spending the next 2 weeks together. In their conversations, a young man named Lin Fan left a deep impression on Xia Yu. Lin Fan, whose seemingly ordinary name concealed an extraordinary story, was 20 years old, from a modest background, and not particularly gifted. Yet, by capturing 80 Pokemon, he managed to secure a spot in the top 10. Lin Fan's ace Pokemon, Beedrill, had only recently reached an advanced level. To earn this hard-won opportunity, he had to rely on catching a large number of lower-level Pokemon to make up for his lack of strength. "I participated last year too," Lin Fan recalled, his eyes shining with determination. "Back then, I was too weak to achieve good results. This time, I gave it my all and finally made it into the top 10. Listening to the experiences of an older peer, Xia Yu felt deeply moved. He remembered himself in a past life, also striving hard for a rare opportunity. By comparison, he now felt incredibly fortunate, able to easily obtain what others found unattainable. Xia Yu sincerely admired Lin Fan's perseverance and encouraged him. "Keep pursuing your dreams, and you'll definitely succeed in the future." He firmly believed that everyone chasing their dreams deserves respect, and Lin Fan's efforts would eventually pay off. Just as the conversation was in full swing, Ran appeared before them. Xia Yu finally had the chance to closely observe the bug gym leader. To his surprise, Ran had a physique rivaling that of fighting King Sukai, resembling a muscular powerhouse. Ran surveyed everyone and said in a deep voice, "Please release your Pokemon. Due to limited teaching time, each of you can bring only 2 Pokemon." Xia Yu immediately released his bug-type Pokemon, Heracross. As for the other slot, he planned to decide after selecting the new Pokemon. After all, the bug gym leader's research on bug-type Pokemon would certainly be more profound. Lin Fan followed suit, releasing his ace Beedrill and Eradicate. Others also released their Pokemon, filling the area with the sounds and activity of various Pokemon. Ran's gaze was like a scanner, inspecting each of the Pokemon before him. He nodded occasionally, sometimes shook his head, but remained silent throughout, as if performing a silent pantomime. When his eyes landed on Xia Yu's Heracross, a spark of admiration lit up his eyes, clearly impressed by the well-trained Pokemon. He patted Xia Yu on the shoulder, leaving him puzzled by the gesture. After the inspection, Ran led everyone to his private training room. As the door swung open, a space as large as a football field unfolded before them. The room was filled with a variety of training equipment and high-tech devices capable of simulating different environments, exuding an air of luxury. Xiaoran signaled for all the Pokemon to gather in the center of the room, then took out 3 Pokeballs and tossed them lightly. In a flash of light, a Scolipede, Pinsir, and Scizor appeared. Xia Yu's attention was immediately drawn to these Pokemon, and he began to examine their features closely. Scolipede, level 65, gym level, female, bug water type with the ability to avoid danger. It wore a life orb and had a qualification of quasi-elite level. It knew over 20 powerful moves, including First Impression, Sand Attack, and Rollout. Pinsir, level 66, gym level, male, bug type with the ability Mold Breaker. It wore a power band and had a gym level qualification. Its move set included a diverse range of nearly 30 skills such as Vice Grip, Harden, and Focus Energy. Scizor, level 70, gym level, male, bug steel type with the ability Technician. It wore a choice band and had an elite level qualification. It was skilled in over 30 potent moves like False Swipe, Wing Attack, and Leer. Seeing these formidable gym level Pokemon, especially the Scizor, which had reached the peak of gym level, Xia Yu couldn't help but admire Xiaoran's dedication to training. He felt a bit disappointed not to see Xiaoran's ace Pokemon, Volcarona. According to his grandfather, Xiaoran and he were the only known trainers in Huagua to own a Volcarona, highlighting the rarity and immense power of this Pokemon. Xiaoran announced the training schedule for the next half-month. Scolipede, Pinsir, and Scizor would be responsible for training their Pokemon and teaching new moves. Meanwhile, the trainers would attend a daily 1-hour class on bug-type Pokemon taught by Xiaoran, covering comprehensive information about their habits, attack characteristics, habitats, and more, aiming to deepen their understanding of bug-type Pokemon. Xiaoran finished the first day's course, and the hour-long lecture was like a timely rain, nourishing Xia Yu and the others with valuable knowledge. They eagerly absorbed these foundational yet practical training techniques, suddenly realizing many past misconceptions. After the course, Xiaoran announced the schedule for the next half-month. Every morning at 10 a.m., there would be 2 hours of Pokemon training at the dojo. Then, Xiaoran gestured for Xia Yu to come over. Xia Yu bid farewell to Lin Fan and the others and followed Xiaoran. Xiaoran, with an expectant Xia Yu in tow, arrived at the breeding house of the Bug Dojo. As they opened the door, it was as if they had stepped into a lush miniature forest, where various bug-type Pokemon frolicked amidst the greenery. As soon as Xia Yu entered the breeding house, his evergreen force automatically connected with this woodland. A harmonious energy emanated from him, drawing the attention of the surrounding Pokemon. Xiaoran raised an eyebrow in surprise, thinking that Xia Yu was indeed a gifted individual with special abilities. However, he quickly returned to normal, considering the large population of Hua country, where even 9 million special ability users are quite numerous. They first arrived at the gathering of the Armor Warriors. Xia Yu carefully examined this group of Armor Warriors and skittish bugs, but aside from the leader, who had dojo-level potential, the rest were only at professional level or below. Despite their impressive appearance, Xia Yu shook his head, deciding not to capture any. With his system, he regarded king-level potential as a basic requirement, unless he encountered a particularly fateful Pokemon. Next, they visited groups of Beautifly, Beedrill, Ariados, Fortress, Shuckle, and Vespiquen. Unfortunately, apart from a prospective king-level Scyther that barely caught his attention, the others did not meet Xia Yu's expectations. Finally, they reached the Joltik group. Although their final evolution form was not present, Xia Yu knew their evolved form, Galvantula, was an excellent special attacker. He closely observed this group of Joltik and Charjabug, quickly spotting a promising Joltik. This Joltik not only had king-level potential, but also inherited several outstanding electric-type moves. It was at level 38, a male Pokemon with both bug and electric attributes. Its ability was Battery, which could increase the power of allied special moves. The moves it mastered included Charge, Bind, String Shot, Mud Slap, Bug Bite, Bite, Electroweb, Sticky Web, X-Scissor, Charge Beam, Electric Terrain, and Thunderbolt. Xia Yu's eyes lit up. This Joltik was the perfect choice. Not only did it have excellent combat capabilities, but it could also serve as a mobile power bank in the wild, solving the problem of a dead phone battery. He was already looking forward to future adventures with this little guy. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the bug-electric Pokemon in front of him. Noticing his expression, Xiaoran teased, "So, have you decided on this bug-electric Pokemon?" "Yes, Master Xiao, I've decided on this one. I really like it," Xia Yu replied with a firm nod. Xiaoran nodded approvingly. "Good choice, kid. I also see a lot of potential in this bug-electric Pokemon. Since you've made up your mind, go ahead and capture it." Xia Yu agreed and took out a luxury ball from his pocket. He crouched down to meet the bug-electric Pokemon at eye level and softly asked, "Would you like to come with me? To witness the wonders and peaks of this world together?" He conveyed his intentions through a mental connection. The bug-electric Pokemon tilted its head, looking adorably clueless. Although it didn't fully understand Xia Yu's words, The aura he emitted felt comforting. It decided to follow this young man, looking forward to future adventures. The Pokemon voluntarily pressed its head against the button of the luxury ball, and with a flash of red light, it was absorbed into the ball. The luxury ball wobbled gently in Xia Yu's hand before settling down. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief and shouted excitedly, "I've successfully captured the bug-electric Pokemon." He momentarily forgot Xiao Ran was still beside him. Xiao Ran didn't mock Xia Yu. He simply watched the energetic young man silently. In his heart, he mused about the passage of time. Once upon a time, he too was as spirited as Xia Yu. Coming back to his senses, Xia Yu glanced at Xiao Ran, feeling a bit embarrassed, like he had just socially embarrassed himself. Seeing Xiao Ran's expressionless face, he felt relieved, thinking, as long as he doesn't feel awkward, neither do I. After capturing the Pokemon, Xia Yu followed Xiao Ran out. On the way, he expressed his hope that the bug-electric Pokemon could train with the master's Pokemon. Xiao Ran readily agreed. He had a good impression of Xia Yu and also saw potential in the bug-electric Pokemon. Moreover, Xia Yu still had a training slot available, so he couldn't refuse. After saying goodbye to Xiao Ran, Xia Yu returned to the training room to pick up Heracross. It had taken him nearly 2 hours to choose a Pokemon, and Heracross had already completed its training. To Xia Yu's surprise, when he arrived, Heracross was challenging Pinsir. Truly fearless, Xia Yu thought to himself, but seeing Heracross being easily subdued by Pinsir, he stepped in to stop the uneven match. Xia Yu used Viridian power to heal Heracross and offered some energy cubes to Xiao Ran's Pokemon in gratitude for their training assistance. The Pokemon, impressed by Xia Yu's thoughtfulness, promised to continue helping Heracross improve its strength. Heracross shivered slightly, sensing the tough training ahead. After bidding farewell to the Pokemon, Xia Yu returned Heracross to the luxury ball and left the bug gym. He found a restaurant for lunch and searched for short-term villa rentals on his phone. Although his Pokemon didn't mind staying in the luxury ball, Xia Yu thought it would be better for them to have more space to move around. After meeting with the agent, Xia Yu laid out his requirements. Ideally a 2-week rental, with a large yard and a dedicated training ground for his Pokemon. The agent frowned slightly. The last 2 requests were manageable, but finding a villa with just a 2-week lease was quite challenging. He patiently explained that the shortest rental period was usually a month, and such listings were rare. Xia Yu nodded in understanding, as he wasn't too concerned about whether this requirement could be met. It would be great if possible, but it's not a deal breaker, he said casually. I'm not short on the extra month's rent anyway. Seeing Xia Yu's reasonable attitude, the agent felt relieved. In this line of work, the most difficult clients were those who were inflexible. He immediately took out his phone and began seriously searching for suitable properties. A few minutes later, the agent found 3 villas that closely matched Xia Yu's preferences. Just bear in mind that since it's only for a month, the rent will be quite high, he cautiously reminded. Xia Yu waved it off without concern. Let's just see them. Money isn't an issue. This display of wealth caught the agent's attention who realized Xia Yu was a big client. Even though this rental was only for a month, establishing a good relationship could lead to more business in the future. Xia Yu didn't notice the change in the agent's expression. He simply urged, let's go, show me the houses. They got into the agent's car and headed straight to the villa district. The first villa was located in the center of the complex. While it met Xia Yu's requirements, it felt a bit crowded. Xia Yu shook his head, feeling it wasn't ideal. The second villa was situated next to the central park of Qianyang City. The environment was beautiful, the property was spacious, and the surrounding villas were sparse and well-spaced. Most importantly, it was conveniently close to both the city center and the bug gym, making it easy for Xia Yu to train and shop. Xia Yu's eyes lit up and he immediately decided, this is the one, no need to see the third. Signing the contract and making the payment went smoothly. The villa cost Xia Yu 150,000 for a month, roughly 10,000 a day. A bit pricey, but acceptable, Xia Yu thought. Mom always said never to shortchange myself. After all, I'm a rich kid, I can afford it. After the agent left, Xia Yu entered the villa. It was fully equipped, even featuring a large swimming pool. Not bad, almost as good as home, he nodded in satisfaction. Xia Yu released all his Pokemon, telling them this would be their temporary home and they could roam freely within the villa grounds. If you want to battle, there's a dedicated area out back, he added. Watching the Pokemon find their favorite spots, Xia Yu had a sudden idea. Let's throw a party to celebrate moving in. He immediately checked the tool shed and found everything he needed, from a barbecue grill to spare charcoal. Just need the ingredients, Xia Yu thought as he pulled out his phone and placed a large order from a nearby fresh food market. Then he leisurely sat on the swing in the yard, waiting for the delivery. Nearby, Gardevoir and Metagross were practicing their psychic abilities. Xia Yu watched them for a while before turning his attention to Greninja, who was practicing its water shuriken moves. Seeing its cool moves, Xia Yu felt tempted to join in. Meanwhile, Charjabug quietly observed its companions, seemingly eager to integrate better into the team. Xia Yu was already planning to head to Sanxia City after challenging the bug gym, as the abundant electric-type energy there would be perfect for Charjabug's evolution. In the distance, the sounds of clashing came from Aron and Tyranitar as they collided in the battle arena. Charizard, Garchomp, and Heracross were cheering them on, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Xia Yu looked around at his busy Pokemon and felt a wave of contentment. This harmonious and lively scene brought a satisfied smile to his face. The long-awaited ingredients finally arrived, and Xia Yu skillfully directed his wrist power to move the large bags into the villa. After everything was settled, he promptly gave the delivery guy a positive review. Then, Xia Yu used the psychic powers of Shinado and Metagross to sort and arrange the ingredients, preparing for the upcoming dinner party. In the kitchen, Xia Yu showcased his impressive knife skills. He expertly sliced through various ingredients, with precision comparable to the chef next door, Master Kai. It took him a full hour to process all the ingredients. Next came the physically demanding task of skewering the meat. Xia Yu began threading the meat pieces on his skewers, and Shinado came over to help. Watching her clumsy attempts, Xia Yu couldn't help but laugh, prompting a playful scolding from Shinado. The two, human and Pokemon, worked all afternoon, finally completing all the preparations, utterly exhausted. Shinado even complained, saying she would rather train than do this exhausting work. As dusk fell, Xia Yu turned on all the lights in the yard, instantly illuminating the previously dim space. He called on Charizard to breathe a burst of fire onto the charcoal pile, and the barbecue feast began. Xia Yu skillfully brushed the special sauce onto the skewers, and the enticing aroma quickly filled the air. The delicious scent attracted a crowd of Pokemon, all drooling with anticipation, except for Shinado, who remained composed, covering her mouth with a napkin. Watching the ravenous Pokemon, Xia Yu jokingly scolded them and started handing out the grilled skewers. The Pokemon ate with relish. Even the usually aloof Milotic couldn't resist joining the fun. While Xia Yu was busy grilling, the Pokemon were busy eating, leaving Xia Yu with no time to eat himself. Just as he was silently lamenting, the considerate Shinado offered her portion to him. Touched, Xia Yu praised Shinado for her thoughtfulness and playfully chastised the other Pokemon for not being as perceptive. Later, Shinado joined in on the grilling, quickly finishing off the remaining ingredients. They then used the leftovers to make a hot pot, launching a grand barbecue hot pot party. The Pokemon were so excited they started performing impromptu shows, displaying various moves, poses, and tricks, making Xia Yu laugh until his sides hurt. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, a small pink-skinned Pokemon quietly sneaked to the table to snatch some food. It concealed its presence so well that neither Xia Yu nor the other Pokemon noticed. Only Milotic, watching the performances, noticed the little one but chose not to intervene. To Milotic, it was just a little creature drawn by the delicious food, posing no threat, so it let it be. The pink fairy tensed up when it realized that Milton had spotted it. However, seeing that he seemed uninterested, it relaxed and focused on the delicious food in front of it. Smells amazing, it thought to itself. The banquet scene was harmonious. Some fairies were having fun, others were sneaking bites, and some were just watching the excitement, creating a lively and interesting picture. As night fell, Xia Yu concluded the grand banquet. The fairies each found a place to rest, and the mysterious pink fairy had already slipped away quietly. Xia Yu noticed nothing unusual and returned to his room to sleep peacefully. The next morning, after finishing his morning routine, Xia Yu, along with Heracross and Charjabug, headed to the bug-type gym for special training. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Heracross mastered Earthquake and Seismic Toss, while Charjabug learned Struggle Bug and Charge, gaining significant progress. Xia Yu's schedule was packed. Mornings were spent learning with Xiao Ran, afternoons shopping with Gardevoir for family gifts to send back home, and evenings were dedicated to battle training with the Pokemon. Other members in the special training also made progress, especially Lin Fan, whose perseverance earned Xiao Ran's admiration, leading to his acceptance as a gym apprentice. Xia Yu even celebrated this achievement. Today was an important day for Xia Yu as he prepared to challenge the bug-type gym for the beginner badge. Fully prepared, he grabbed his Pokeballs and headed straight to the bug gym. Xiao Ran, aware of Xia Yu's challenge plan, had made thorough preparations. Arriving at the gym entrance, Xia Yu was led to a designated battle platform by an apprentice. Xiao Ran and Lin Fan were already waiting, the latter eager to witness the skills of this talented trainer. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xia Yu took his place on one side of the battle platform, ready for a 2vs2 duel. Knowing the strength of Xia Yu's Heracross, Xiao Ran decided to bring out his best to test the young trainer. He released a Drapion, a rare Pokemon that loses its bug-type attribute upon evolution. Drapion, level 47, elite grade, male, with Poison Dark dual types, and the Battle Armor ability. Its tough exoskeleton makes it hard to land critical hits. Equipped with sharp claws, it possesses gym-level qualifications. It knows various powerful moves, including Poison Sting, Leer, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, and Thunder Fang, making it a versatile warrior. Seeing Xiao Ran deploy such a formidable Pokemon, Xia Yu inwardly thought, this strength is enough for an intermediate gym defender. Using it against me, a beginner challenger, seems a bit overkill. Not to be outdone, Xia Yu sent out his Gible, on the verge of evolving. He believed this Drapion was the perfect opponent to trigger Gible's evolution into Garchomp. Xiao Ran was also surprised, thinking that this kid had hidden his strength well. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with envy and longing as he saw Xia Yu release a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. The two powerful Pokemon faced each other, exuding a fierce aura and a strong fighting spirit. They stared each other down, as if engaging in a battle of wills. The air was thick with tension, and an intense showdown was about to begin. With the referee's whistle, the battlefield erupted into intense combat. The Garchomp moved like lightning, darting back and forth with its sharp teeth gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. Each attack it launched was filled with deadly intent. Opposing it, the Drapion was equally fierce, its massive pincers swinging like the wind, seemingly ready to tear apart anything in its path. At Xia Yu's command, the Garchomp shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, its jaws open wide, aiming for a critical hit. The Drapion reacted swiftly, blocking the fatal strike with its pincers, then counterattacked with a powerful blow. The Garchomp twisted its body, narrowly avoiding the attack, and retaliated with its sharp claws, leaving bloody marks on the Drapion. With a roar, the Drapion sprayed deadly venom from its pincers. The Garchomp displayed exceptional combat skills, dodging agilely while continuing its fierce assault. The battle intensified, both sides exchanging blows in a heated conflict. Xia Yu and his opponent Xiao Ran directed their respective Pokemon with strategic precision. Suddenly, Xia Yu had an idea and ordered the Garchomp to use Earthquake. The ground shook violently, causing the Drapion to lose its balance. The Garchomp seized the opportunity, launching a devastating Dragon Claw at its opponent's weak spot. This combination left the Drapion dazed and unable to retaliate effectively. As the battle neared its end, both Pokemon were battered and bruised, but the Garchomp's indomitable will gave it the upper hand. With a final, powerful strike, it bit down on the Drapion's weak spot and slammed it to the ground. The Drapion struggled briefly before succumbing, unable to continue the fight. The Garchomp emerged victorious from this fierce duel. Amid the triumphant roars, the Garchomp was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling light. As the light faded, a majestic Garchomp appeared before the crowd. Overjoyed, Xia Yu rushed forward to embrace his partner, though due to the Garchomp's large size, he could only hug its lower half. Xiao Ran waited patiently, aware that a Pokemon evolving immediately after a battle was a rare occurrence, especially one as esteemed as a pseudo-legendary. It deserved respect. Xia Yu quickly tempered his excitement, returning the injured Garchomp to its luxury ball, preparing for the next battle. Seeing this, Xiao Ran released his final Pokemon Kricketune. This level 44 elite Kricketune, male, bug-type, possessed the Swarm ability and carried a Shell Bell. It had mastered several powerful moves, including Pound, Sing, and Absorb. Facing this formidable Kricketune, Xia Yu decided to send out Heracross, which had been in training for 2 weeks. The two Pokemon eyed each other from a distance, their fighting spirits rising as another intense battle was about to begin. Heracross stood majestically at the center of the battlefield, its powerful body exuding an intimidating aura. Across from it, the Kricketune vibrated its wings, emitting a sharp chirping sound, as if announcing its presence. At Xia Yu's command, Heracross fearlessly charged at its opponent, its massive horn gleaming with a cold light. Xiao Ran directed Kricketune to launch a sonic attack, but it was as ineffective as a gentle breeze against Heracross. Unfazed, Heracross executed a horn attack. With a powerful thrust, it sent Kricketune flying like a kite with a broken string. Heracross pursued its advantage, swinging its horn repeatedly, landing heavy blows on Kricketune. Kricketune scrambled on the ground in a desperate attempt to escape, but its counterattacks were futile against Heracross. Heracross stayed relentlessly on its tail, giving it no respite. Ultimately, under the overwhelming display of strength, Heracross stood proudly, declaring victory. Gym leader Xiao Ran handed the Bug-type Junior Gym badge to Xia Yu, praising him as the strongest trainer to challenge the Junior Gym in recent years, expressing great expectations for his future. Xia Yu, feeling bashful, nodded in acknowledgement. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Fan was already fired up, eager to jump into the fray himself. However, he was well aware of the gap in skills between him and Xia Yu, internally resolving to work hard to catch up. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ran and the others, Xia Yu left the bug gym. He decided to head to Sanxia City the next day, spending the rest of today enjoying half a day in Xinyang City. After spending the entire day shopping with Gardevoir, Xia Yu returned to the villa to find he had bought a bunch of random things, feeling as though he had been swindled by the merchants. At that moment, major news broke from Europe. Peculiar giant Pokemon had appeared. They resembled ordinary Pokemon, but were dozens of times larger. These giant creatures seemed to only be active near specific energy points. European countries had already begun gathering Pokemon researchers to study this mysterious energy. Huawei was unable to participate, unlike the incident in Hawaii. That time it was because Hawaii lacked the capability, but this time several major European countries were involved, not requiring outside intervention. Despite the outward harmony in international relations, competition among nations continued to simmer beneath the surface. Xia Yu realized that Europe had begun researching Gigantamax and evolution, not unlike Mega Evolution, significantly enhancing Pokemon strength. If Europe succeeded first, Huawei might find itself at a disadvantage in the next World Youth Championship Pokemon League. That night, Xia Yu returned to his room and called his mother. After some small talk, he cautiously mentioned that he might have discovered a new evolution method, though he wasn't certain. He asked his mother to collect some special stones and sent her photos of Mega Stones and Key Stones. Xia Yu knew it was time to reveal some information about Mega Evolution to his mother. After looking at the photo, Xia Yu's mother had a hint of surprise in her eyes. She said softly, "There are many stones like this in the lab, along with others that have special energy. We've been researching them, but haven't made any breakthroughs." Xia Yu's eyes lit up, and he said eagerly, "Mom, can you collect more of them? I've already got a lead on something related to the special evolution of spirits." He lowered his voice and advised, "Keep it confidential for now. We'll discuss the research in detail after I return from my gym badge challenge." His mother smiled gently and nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, I'll handle it. Take care of yourself and don't hesitate to spend money when needed." "Got it, Mom. I'm doing well." Xia Yu replied with a smile and then sent the villa photos to her. After hanging up, Xia Yu fell into thought and adjusted his plans. He decided to expedite his gym challenges and then reveal the Mega Evolution method to his mother, allowing her to disclose it to the Hua National Alliance under her name. Xia Yu was determined not to become a genius researcher, but to focus on becoming the strongest trainer. The next morning, Xia Yu packed his bags and called the real estate agent. "I'm leaving Qianyang City. I won't be staying at the villa anymore," he said succinctly. The agent, already prepared, assured him that the follow-up matters would be handled properly, allowing Xia Yu to leave without worries. Xia Yu took a taxi to the airport, opting for a quicker flight. By 2 p.m., he arrived at the Three Gorges City Airport, had a simple lunch, and headed straight to his booked hotel in the city center. After settling in, Xia Yu decided to explore. Although some matters were urgent, he felt a day or two wouldn't make a difference, so he planned to enjoy the city first. He bought a map at a store and asked the owner where the electric-type energy was most abundant in Three Gorges City. The owner enthusiastically replied, "It's over by the Three Gorges Dam. The electric energy concentration there is almost like an electric-type secret realm. The city's main power station is there, attracting many wild electric-type spirits every year. The city's electric-type gym is nearby too, where trainers often go to challenge or catch spirits." With his destination in mind, Xia Yu thanked the owner and left. He strolled through the city center, studying the map's markings of the Three Gorges Dam and the electric-type gym, pleased that the two were so close, facilitating his plans. As night fell, Xia Yu returned to the hotel. He planned to evolve his Joltik and challenge the electric-type gym the next day. The following day, feeling refreshed, Xia Yu left the hotel and headed to the Three Gorges Dam. Upon arrival, the rich electric energy hit him, rivaling some electric-type secret realms. Around him roamed numerous electric-type spirits, mischievous Picus, floating Magnemites, fluffy Mareeps, lively Plusles and Minons, and rotund Pachirisus, all leaving Xia Yu dazzled. As he observed these electric-type spirits, Xia Yu seemed to ponder something important. Xia Yu slapped his forehead in frustration and exclaimed, "Am I an idiot?" He remembered that he had a dual-type electric dragon beast, and wondered why he had traveled all the way to Sanxia City for evolution. Surely, the beast's power was stronger than the energy here? He reminded himself that getting too absorbed in certain activities could make one forgetful. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Xia Yu thought about his Gardevoir. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, insisting that he was merely speaking offhandedly and had no inappropriate intentions. As a gentleman who read the classics, he wouldn't engage in such disgraceful acts. Since he was already there, Xia Yu decided to make the best of the situation. Fortunately, there was a gym he could challenge, so the trip wouldn't be in vain. He soon found a secluded spot and released Milodon and Charjabug. Milodon stretched comfortably, sensing the rich electric energy around, with a satisfied gleam in its eyes. Charjabug, on the other hand, was extremely excited, as if it was brimming with energy, confidently believing it could take on 10 opponents at once. Xia Yu handed Charjabug a premium Thunderstone he had exchanged from the system shop, and then signaled Milodon to charge it. Milodon exhaled lightly, and dense electric energy wrapped around Charjabug like threads, engulfing it completely. Charjabug was in ecstasy, as if it was in paradise, with every cell in its body cheering with joy. Suddenly, a dazzling light of evolution burst from Charjabug. As the light faded, a creature twice the size of a regular Vikavolt appeared before Xia Yu. Not only that, its level jumped 2 stages, advancing to the elite level. Xia Yu marveled at the beast's power, achieving such an effect with a single breath, leaving other trainers in awe. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu took a scale from Milodon and prepared to equip the newly evolved Vikavolt to further accelerate its growth. Looking at the imposing Vikavolt before him, Xia Yu was relieved that the journey hadn't been in vain. With Charjabug successfully evolved, Xia Yu decided to challenge the gym for a badge. He recalled both creatures into their Pokeballs and headed straight to the electric gym. The gym was bustling with trainers coming and going. Upon entering, Xia Yu was stunned by the sight. The decor was unlike any other gym, with a giant electric apparatus standing in the center of the hall, emitting a powerful electric energy that was palpable. Xia Yu couldn't help but worry that if the device exploded, the entire gym would be reduced to ashes. He speculated that the gym must have other safety measures in place, as this was too risky otherwise. Xia Yu approached a staff member and expressed his desire to challenge for the beginner gym badge. The staff registered him and informed him that 2 trainers were ahead of him, so he would need to wait a bit. Xia Yu nodded in understanding and went to the challenge area at the back of the gym to watch and wait. When he arrived at the challenge area, an intense battle was underway. There was another trainer waiting in the viewing area, so it seemed Xia Yu's turn would come soon. The trainer simply nodded at Xia Yu as he approached, then turned his attention back to the match, appearing somewhat aloof. Xia Yu decided not to strike up a conversation and focused on watching the battle. At that moment, the battle featured a Raichu and a Nidoking. The two were evenly matched, exchanging blows in a tense standoff. Ultimately, the nimble Raichu, with its excellent evasion skills, managed to defeat Nidoking. The trainer recalled the defeated Nidoking and sent out a massive Steelix. In comparison, Raichu appeared tiny, like a chick standing before a giant. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Raichu, already battered from its fierce duel with Nidoqueen, faced off against Steelix's relentless assault. It lasted only 2 rounds before being defeated. The trainer in the gym uniform quickly recalled Raichu and sent out a majestic Ampharos. The clash between Steelix and Ampharos instantly electrified the arena. The 2 Pokemon exchanged fierce moves, with Steelix's Rock Tomb raining down like a storm and Ampharos's Thunderbolt slicing through the sky like lightning. This spectacular showdown had Xia Yu clapping in admiration. Ultimately, Steelix won through clever tactics. It burrowed underground and suddenly emerged to strike Ampharos at a critical point, defeating it with a single move. Ampharos fell heavily and couldn't get back up. The Steelix trainer triumphantly earned the gym badge. Next up was a young man standing beside Xia Yu, seemingly around the same age, likely also there to challenge for the beginner gym badge. The gym sent out a new disciple to face him. Both sides took their positions, and their Pokemon entered the fray. The challenger released a Rhyhorn, while the gym disciple sent out an Electrike. However, the battle quickly lost its suspense. With Rhyhorn being completely immune to electric attacks, Electrike's moves were rendered ineffective, and it had to concede defeat. Unwilling to give up, the gym sent out a Luxio. Unfortunately, this pure electric-type Pokemon also struggled to break through Rhyhorn's defenses. In no time, Rhyhorn easily defeated both opponents. The young trainer effortlessly secured the gym badge. Xia Yu nodded to himself, thinking that the young man was well prepared and indeed clever. Finally, it was Xia Yu's turn. Another trainer from the gym stepped forward, indicating that he wouldn't face the gym leader directly, which left Xia Yu slightly disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and confidently stepped onto the battle platform. With the referee's signal, both trainers released their Pokemon simultaneously. The opponent sent out an Amalga, while Xia Yu chose his newly evolved Vikavolt to battle. Amalga was a level 41 elite Pokemon with the static ability and a Chesto Berry. It had mastered powerful moves like Thunderbolt and Volt Switch. Xia Yu's Vikavolt, also a level 41 elite, carried the mysterious Milotic scale and was rapidly growing in strength. The 2 Pokemon locked eyes, filled with battle spirit. As the referee's whistle blew, the fierce battle began. Vikavolt took to the air, gaining a strategic advantage. Although Amalga had flying attributes, it could only glide and was clearly limited by the current terrain. Xia Yu decided to test Vikavolt's special attack capabilities and immediately commanded, "Vikavolt, use Thunderbolt on Amalga." A powerful surge of electricity shot from the body of the Heracross cannon bug towards the electric flying squirrel, resembling a lightning bolt slicing through the sky. Utilizing its agility, the electric flying squirrel skillfully evaded the deadly 100,000 volt attack. Faced with the airborne Heracross cannon bug, the electric flying squirrel relied on long-range moves to retaliate, hoping to bring its opponent down. "Electric flying squirrel, let's use 100,000 volts too and bring it down," the trainer commanded. The electric flying squirrel gathered energy, launching a dazzling electric beam at the Heracross cannon bug. Xia Yu chose to confront it head-on, ordering the Heracross cannon bug to meet the attack with its own 100,000 volts. The 2 electric beams collided fiercely in midair, scattering massive electric energy like fireworks. However, the Heracross cannon bug's attack was clearly superior, breaking through the electric flying squirrel's defense and striking it hard. Caught off guard, the electric flying squirrel let out a piercing scream after being hit. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu immediately ordered, Heracross Cannon Bug, now use Wild Charge. Spotting the electric flying squirrel's weakened state, the Heracross Cannon Bug launched a relentless pursuit without hesitation. Despite the electric flying squirrel's struggle to evade, the speed of Wild Charge was too fast. It was ultimately hit directly and fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Thank you for your effort, Electric Flying Squirrel. The gym staff retrieved the incapacitated electric flying squirrel into its Pokeball and then released the next Pokemon Zebstrika. Zebstrika, a level 42 elite male Pokemon, possessed the Lightning Rod ability, which attracted electric-type moves to itself, not only preventing damage but also boosting its special attack. It carried a Choice Scarf and had the potential of a Quasagem level. Its moves included Tail Whip, Thunder Wave, Quick Attack, Charge, Shock Wave, Flame Charge, Spark, Stomp, Discharge, Agility, Protect, Thunderbolt, Charge Beam, and Heavy Slam. Xia Yu quickly analyzed the situation, realizing that the Heracross Cannon Bug's electric moves were ineffective against Zebstrika, and it had few bug-type moves. Weighing the options, he decisively withdrew the Heracross Cannon Bug and released another ace Pokemon. It's up to you now, Metagross. Xia Yu threw the Pokeball, and a quasi-legendary Pokemon with a metallic sheen appeared on the field. Seeing Xia Yu still had a quasi-legendary Pokemon, the opponent couldn't help but secretly sweat. The two Pokemon faced each other. Metagross remained expressionless, its gaze indifferent, as if the Zebstrika opposite was merely part of the scenery. In contrast, Zebstrika wore a provocative look, seemingly eager to teach Metagross a lesson. With the referee's signal, the intense battle officially commenced. Zebstrika launched the first attack, sending a shock wave towards Metagross. However, Metagross remained unflustered, raising a light screen to easily block the attack. Metagross immediately counterattacked, releasing an invisible psychic attack at Zebstrika. The opponent swiftly used agility to dodge, simultaneously charging at Metagross and firing a Thunderbolt for distraction. Metagross nimbly dodged in the air, and as Zebstrika approached, it decisively used Psychic to immobilize it, followed by a close-range Flash Cannon. Sensing danger, Zebstrika quickly used Protect to withstand the powerful Flash Cannon. A blinding beam struck Zebstrika, creating a huge crater on the ground. As the dust settled, Zebstrika stood unharmed, successfully blocking the power of Flash Cannon with Protect. However, Xia Yu was prepared. Taking advantage of the lingering smoke, he commanded Metagross to use Zen Headbutt, catching Zebstrika off guard with a sudden charge. Zebstrika was caught off guard and took a heavy hit. Finally, Xia Yu decisively ordered Metagross to use Bullet Punch, ending the battle decisively. Zebstrika fell to the ground, its eyes spinning, signaling the end of the fight. Thus, Xia Yu successfully won the Gym Badge Challenge. Xia Yu received the Electric-type Beginner Gym Badge from the gym trainer, feeling a strong sense of accomplishment. With his mission complete, he took a cab back to his hotel, deciding to leave Sanxia City the next day and return to Shida City. After a short rest, Xia Yu and his Gardevoir went out to shop for local specialties. They wandered through the downtown shopping district, exploring it from south to north and east to west, enjoying food and shopping along the way. Their space backpack was packed to the brim, and they returned with a bounty of goods. By the time they got back to the hotel, it was already 10 p.m. Xia Yu indulged in a relaxing massage, easing the fatigue from his body. Lying in bed, he reflected on his nearly 2-month journey, his thoughts drifting back home. He pictured his sister's rosy cheeks and secretly looked forward to surprising his family the next day. The next morning at 10, Xia Yu woke up feeling refreshed. After packing and checking out, he took a car to the airport, planning to have lunch there. By 4 p.m., his flight landed smoothly at Shida City Airport. Stepping onto familiar ground, Xia Yu took a deep breath, feeling as though even the air was sweeter. Taking a cab back to the Xia family villa, he stood at the entrance, savoring the long-missed sense of home. As he pushed the door open, he noticed 2 Pokemon napping in the yard, his sister's Alolan Vulpix and the newly born Poplio. Quietly, he made his way inside, only for the door to suddenly open. It was Uncle Lu, who had already spotted his return. "Welcome home, young master," Uncle Lu greeted warmly. "Was the trip tiring? Make sure to rest well now that you're home." Xia Yu replied with a smile. "Not too bad. I gained a lot. Look, Uncle Lu, I even got a bit of a tan. Now I look like a real man." He joked about his bronze skin, secretly pleased that the sunbathing in Water City hadn't been in vain. Noticing the absence of other family members, Xia Yu asked, "Is no one else home? Did they all go out?" "Master is busy with work at the league, often leaving early and returning late. The lady of the house is immersed in research at the institute, focusing on mysterious spirits. The young lady is still studying at school, and since it's Thursday, I'll soon need to pick her up." Uncle Lu informed Xia Yu about everyone's whereabouts. Just as Uncle Lu was about to leave to pick up the young lady, Xia Yu suddenly said, "I'll pick up my sister later. By the way, which class is she in?" Xia Yu nodded slightly, taking on the task of picking up his sister. Uncle Lu gladly agreed and promptly shared the details of Xiaodong's school and class with Xia Yu. Xia Yu acknowledged the information and returned to his room to organize. Before that, he let all the spirits out to roam freely at home. After all, being back home meant they no longer needed to be restrained. Each spirit found its familiar spot and busied itself. The newly joined Heracross, Greninja, and Vikavolt were led by Gardevoir to get acquainted with their new home. Back in his room, Xia Yu carefully unpacked and sorted the items from his spatial backpack, preparing to give them to his parents and sister later. As for the gifts for his grandparents, he planned to bring them along when he challenged the gym. Time flew by, and soon it was time to pick up his sister. Xia Yu took Gardevoir and got into the car driven by the family chauffeur, heading to the school. Shortly after, the car arrived at the entrance of the affiliated primary school of Western Shu University. This school is part of one of the 6 prestigious universities, Western Shu University, where his sister Xiaotong studies. The school gate was already crowded with eager parents waiting for their children. Xia Yu found the pickup point for Xiaotong's class and waited quietly. Gardevoir, meanwhile, looked around curiously, intrigued by the new surroundings. As the dismissal bell rang, children began to file out of the school, heading to their respective gathering points to wait for their parents. It wasn't long before Xia Yu spotted his sister Xiaotong's first-grade class coming out of the school gate. He immediately recognized his sister, who was chatting happily with a little girl beside her, seemingly unaware of Xia Yu and Gardevoir's presence. Xia Yu had an idea and decided to hide behind a nearby tree with Gardevoir, curious to see his sister's reaction when she realized no one had come to pick her up. Soon, the little girl chatting with his sister was picked up by her mother, leaving Xiaotong sitting alone, wondering why Uncle Lu hadn't arrived yet. After a few minutes, most of the children had been picked up, but Uncle Lu was nowhere to be seen, and a hint of disappointment appeared on Xiaotong's face. Seeing this, Xia Yu couldn't bear to see his sister looking sad, so he quickly emerged from behind the tree, holding a prepared gift, and walked towards her. He pretended to be a stranger, speaking in a funny voice. "Little girl, is no one here to pick you up? Want to come play with me?" Without looking up, Xiaotong replied, "No, my mom said not to talk to strangers." "Oh really? How about now?" Xia Yu spoke in his normal voice. Xiaotong was about to refuse again, but immediately recognized the familiar voice. She looked up suddenly, and upon seeing her long-missed brother, she was overjoyed and jumped into Xia Yu's arms, exclaiming, "No, it's brother. You're finally back. Xiaotong missed you so much." Xia Yu lifted his sister, spun her around happily, and then handed her a gift, a life-sized Pikachu plush toy he bought in Sanxia City. Xiaotong hugged the plushie, her face beaming with happiness, and showered Xia Yu with kisses. Xia Yu couldn't resist reciprocating, giving her several kisses on her rosy cheeks, thinking to himself, "This feeling is just so amazing." The little girl burst into a fit of giggles, her laughter as clear and pleasant as the sound of silver bells. Nearby, Shinai Duo presented a carefully prepared gift, a lifelike wooden doll sculpture. She had painstakingly crafted it using her psychic abilities, following a tutorial on her phone. Overjoyed upon seeing Shinai Duo's gift, the little girl immediately leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Shinai Duo's cheek to show her gratitude. Shinai Duo smiled lovingly and gently patted the little girl's head. Since it was still early, Xia Yu had a sudden idea to take the little girl out shopping. He asked his sister for her opinion, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. After all, she rarely had such opportunities. Xia Yu picked up his sister and, together with Shinai Duo, returned to the car. He directed the driver to the nearby shopping district, and they embarked on a delightful shopping trip. They shopped to their heart's content, savored delicious food, and enjoyed various attractions, having the time of their lives. 2 hours later, Xia Yu and his group returned home. The little girl was still brimming with excitement, showing no signs of fatigue. As they opened the door, they found that their mom had returned, but their dad was not yet home. Xia's mother was overjoyed to see her son after 2 months. The little girl happily threw herself into her mother's arms, eagerly sharing her day's adventures with her brother. After exchanging a few words with his mother, Xia Yu retrieved the gift he had prepared for her from his room. His mother accepted it with delight, secretly pleased with the changes in her son. Ever since he had acquired his spirit companion, Xia Yu seemed to have matured, frequently giving gifts to the family. It seemed she wouldn't have to worry about a daughter-in-law in the future. Without waiting for their father, the 3 of them began dinner. Xia Yu hadn't experienced such a warm family atmosphere in the past 2 months. After dinner, they sat on the sofa watching TV. The show was one of the little girl's current favorites. The overbearing Shinai Duo fell in love with me. Xia's mother and sister watched intently, while Xia Yu found it hard to appreciate such refined works and could only stare blankly at the sofa. Soon, Xia's father returned home. He quickly greeted his long-unseen son before hurrying into the bedroom, not even stopping for dinner. Seeing this, Xia's mother got up to bring the reheated meal to the room for him. A moment later, she emerged from the bedroom. Curious, Xia Yu asked about his father's situation. His mother explained that Xia's father had been very busy for the past half-month, seemingly related to the league headquarters, but she didn't know the specifics. She advised Xia Yu not to worry too much. Xia Yu didn't press further, instead telling his mother about his plan to visit the research institute with her the next morning to conduct an experiment on a mysterious stone mega evolution. His mother readily agreed, intrigued by the special evolution her son mentioned, as it closely related to her field of expertise. After everything was settled, Xia Yu returned to his bedroom, contemplating his upcoming plans. With just over 2 months until the National High School League, Xia Yu lay on his familiar bed, mapping out his plans for the future in his mind. He decided to first tell his mother about Mega Evolution tomorrow, then head to his grandfather's place to challenge the gym badge. After completing these tasks, he was eager to try the random legendary Pokemon search card in the system space. Xia Yu closed his eyes, imagining the legendary Pokemon he might encounter. Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre one stirring his excitement. The next morning, Xia Yu was awakened from his dreams by his mother's voice. Due to the tight schedule of her new research project, Xia's mother had been getting up early lately. The family quickly had breakfast and went their separate ways, his sister to school, his father to the league, and Xia Yu accompanied his mother to the research institute. This was Xia Yu's first visit to his mother's research institute since his reincarnation, with only vague childhood memories. As they drove to the northwest suburbs of Showdown City, he saw the unique building from afar. Two semicircular structures connected by a central passage, resembling a giant peanut lying on the ground. As they got closer, Xia Yu truly felt the scale of the institute, akin to a small factory. The plaque at the entrance read, Xia Yu Pokemon Evolution Institute, named after his mother, simple yet authoritative. Following his mother into the institute, Xia Yu was immediately struck by the high-tech equipment. Researchers of various levels, from apprentices to intermediates, were focused on their work. They greeted Xia's mother briefly and then continued with their tasks, showing no signs of flattery. Xia's mother was accustomed to this atmosphere. Her institute only needed capable individuals, not sycophants. Xia's mother handed Xia Yu a pass, granting him the same access as her. She then took him to see the latest research project commissioned by the Ligia Peculiar Pokemon. In a special laboratory, Xia Yu immediately recognized the Pokemon inside. It was a Buzzwole, a level 58 professional grade, genderless, bug and fighting type Pokemon. It had the Beast Boost ability and carried various powerful moves. Xia Yu understood that it must be an Ultra Beast from the Ultra Space, extremely aggressive and incredibly powerful. No wonder his father had been so busy lately. It must be due to the arrival of Ultra Space. Looking at this rare Pokemon, Xia Yu felt the urge to capture it. He asked his mother if he could, but she gently refused. She explained that it was a precious national resource, currently reserved for a select few Pokemon researchers for study. Until research yielded results, it couldn't be captured. Moreover, there were currently no Pokeballs capable of capturing such a Pokemon. Though his hope was dashed, Xia Yu wasn't discouraged. This visit deepened his understanding of the Pokemon world and made him even more eager for future adventures. He resolved to work hard to improve his skills, confident that one day, he would be able to command such powerful Pokemon. Xia Yu had anticipated his mother's refusal. He asked casually, hoping for a positive response, but it didn't matter if he didn't get one. After all, the Ultra Space had already emerged, and he would eventually have the chance to capture one himself. Moreover, the Buzzwole wasn't his first choice. He was more interested in other Ultra Beasts. Xia's mother carefully checked the data on the Buzzwole, confirmed there were no anomalies, and then left. She led Xia Yu to her private research lab, which had strict access controls that only she could bypass. The lab was well equipped for conducting various complex studies. Sitting in her chair with a piercing gaze, Xia's mother directly asked, "So, what's the deal with the stone that can trigger special evolution?" Xia Yu knew it would be hard to explain with words alone, so he suggested, "Mom, it's difficult to put into words. How about I show you a demonstration so you can see for yourself?" With that, he moved to an open area of the lab and released his Aron. Xia's mother approached to observe, nodding in approval at the powerful aura radiating from the Aron. "You've raised it well, definitely worthy of being my son. Ready, Mom? I'm going to start now." Seeing his mother nod, Xia Yu didn't hold back any longer. "Aron, respond to our Bond Mega Evolve." The Mega Stone on Aron's tail and the Keystone on Xia Yu's glove lit up simultaneously, connecting them with a special energy wave. Aron was enveloped in a brilliant light of evolution, leaving Xia's mother dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that the Aron, believed to have reached its evolutionary limit, could evolve further. It completely overturned her understanding. When the light faded, a larger and more imposing Mega Aron stood before her. Its iron armor was more pronounced, and its aura was even more formidable. Xia's mother couldn't resist stepping forward to touch it, and the Mega Aron responded affectionately, recognizing her as the trainer's mother who had once cared for it. As she stroked the Mega Aron, Xia's mother marveled at the wonders of Pokemon. She grabbed an energy detector to test it, and the results showed that Mega Aron's energy levels had reached gym leader standards. This surprised her even more because she had tested Aron's energy levels before evolution, and it was only at the entry level of professional strength. This Mega Evolution, which could elevate a Pokemon's strength by a whole tier, was undoubtedly a game-changer for trainers. Xia's mother thought that if this technology were made public, it would surely capture the attention of trainers worldwide. After completing the tests, Xia Yu instructed the Mega Aggron to revert to its original form. When it returned to being a regular Aggron, Xia's mother was startled again. She had assumed it was a permanent evolution, but it turned out not to be. She was secretly relieved, thinking that if it were a permanent evolution, allowing a Pokemon to jump an entire level would be too overwhelming. Having witnessed the entire evolution process firsthand, Xia's mother turned to Xia Yu, eagerly asking, "So, tell me, what's going on? How did you discover this special evolution?" Xia Yu stood in the laboratory of the research institute, feeling a bit awkward in front of his mother's inquiries. He glanced down at the peculiar stone in his hand, recalling how he had stumbled upon it by chance. "This evolution stone," Xia Yu scratched his head. "I actually found it during my travels. I thought it was just a pretty stone and made it into an ornament. I didn't realize its special properties until later." His mother narrowed her eyes, sensing that Xia Yu might be withholding something. However, she chose not to press further, trusting that he knew what he was doing. "Have you discovered anything else?" she asked instead. Xia Yu took a deep breath, deciding to share some information. "I found that these special stones, which I call Mega Evolution Stones, seem to correspond to different Pokemon evolutions based on their color. For example, my Agron's evolution stone can't be used on Charizard. It's only for Aggron." He extended his hand to reveal another stone on his wrist, "And you need both a Mega Evolution Stone and this key stone for a special evolution. I also discovered Gardevoir's Mega Evolution Stone, which can also link with this key stone for evolution. However, one keystone can't evolve two Pokemon at the same time." Xia Yu paused, changing the subject. "By the way, Mom, how's the collection of these special stones going?" His mother nodded. "Since there's not much time, I've only gathered a few dozen Mega Evolution Stones, and even fewer key stones, just 5. Including the ones the Institute already had. We have about 100 in total." "That's plenty for research," Xia Yu mused. "But if we can collect more, we should. Once Mega Evolution becomes known, these stones will be very valuable." His mother agreed, then asked, "Son, when do we plan to announce this evolution method?" Xia Yu shook his head. "There's no rush. I've only found Agron's and Gardevoir's Mega Evolution Stones. I'm not sure about other Pokemon yet. We can take this time to research other Pokemon's corresponding Mega Evolution Stones." He looked at his mother, a hint of plea in his eyes. "Mom, you know my dream. I don't want to be some genius researcher. I just want to be the strongest trainer. So when the time comes, I'll leave the announcement to you. We're family, and your increased reputation will benefit me too." Xia Yu continued. "I plan to showcase Mega Evolution at the National High School Pokemon League. You can simultaneously publish related papers. This way, we'll maximize our gains and show more people the power of this evolution." Seeing her son's eager expression, his mother reluctantly nodded in agreement. Xia Yu said he had finished explaining his matters and was ready to leave. After his mother reminded him to stay safe, she watched him depart. Once Xia Yu had left, his mother immediately upgraded the research on Mega Evolution to the highest security level, preparing to gather the most trusted researchers to assist in this work. She knew that once this research was announced, it would create a sensation among trainers worldwide, so it had to be handled with utmost care. After leaving his mother's research institute, Xia Yu immediately took a taxi to his grandfather's fire-type dojo. He planned to visit the elderly man first, have lunch with him, and then challenge for the beginner's dojo badge. When he arrived at the fire-type dojo, it was bustling with activity despite many students having gone to school. Xia Yu showed his pass and entered without any trouble. He looked around, but didn't see his senior brother or second senior sister, guessing they might be busy with other matters. Following a familiar path, Xia Yu soon arrived at his grandparents' residence. From a distance, he saw his grandmother outside, focused on making energy cubes, but his grandfather was nowhere to be seen. Xia Yu quickly approached, just about to greet her when his grandmother noticed him. Her face immediately lit up with a joyful smile, and she hurriedly set aside her work to go inside and fetch some food. Xia Yu couldn't help but smile. His grandmother always treated him like a child, though he quite enjoyed this pampering. While his grandmother was inside, Xia Yu took over the unfinished energy cubes. He handled them skillfully, as if the skill was ingrained in him. In no time, a batch of fragrant energy cubes was freshly made. His grandmother returned with some snacks, just in time to witness her grandson's impressive craftsmanship. She couldn't help but praise him. "Well done, my talented grandson. Your skills are almost as good as mine." Clearly, Xia Yu had perfectly inherited her nurturing talents. Xia Yu humbly replied, "Not at all. I'm still far from being as good as you, Grandma." He always displayed extra humility around his family. After chatting for a bit, Xia Yu inquired about his grandfather's whereabouts. His grandmother explained that someone was challenging the advanced dojo badge today, so his grandfather might be at the challenge area. Xia Yu nodded in understanding and told his grandmother he would have lunch there, asking her to prepare more food. Xia Yu then headed straight for the dojo's challenge area. As soon as he entered, he heard the sounds of an intense battle. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his senior brother, Li Yin, in the midst of a challenge for the intermediate dojo badge. His grandfather and second senior sister, Song Tian, were closely watching the match from the spectator area. His grandfather noticed Xia Yu and waved him over. Xia Yu approached and politely greeted. "Good morning, Grandpa." "Good morning, senior sister." With a slightly teasing tone, his grandfather rapid-fired questions at him. "Xia Yu, how come you have time to visit your grandfather today? Aren't you out traveling and challenging dojo badges? Have you finished already?" The barrage of questions left Xia Yu momentarily speechless, while Song Tian smiled and nodded at him. Xia Yu helplessly explained. "How could I finish so quickly? I just missed you, Grandpa. So I came to see you as soon as I returned. I even brought gifts for you and Grandma. Of course, there's something for senior sister and senior brother too." His grandfather feigned displeasure with a hum. "You rascal, going on a long trip without telling your grandparents. If your mother hadn't told us, your grandma and I would still be in the dark. Remember to let your grandparents know when you're heading out. Xia Yu, we've built quite a network over the years. It might come in handy during your travels," the old man advised earnestly. Xia Yu nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. I'll definitely let you know first thing when I go out." He knew his grandfather had his best interests at heart. Just then, a commotion arose from downstairs. It turned out that senior brother Lian's match had just ended. The challenger, who had overestimated their abilities, was defeated after rashly challenging the top-ranked fire-type dojo. Lian approached and greeted Xia Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu handed over the prepared gifts to his senior brother and sister, who insisted he was too kind. The old man, perceptive as ever, noticed Xia Yu's intentions and asked directly. "Xia Yu, you must have something else on your mind. Just say it." Xia Yu didn't hold back and expressed his thoughts candidly. "All right, then give it a try." The old man agreed readily, then turned to a nearby girl. "Xiao Tian, you'll spar with Xia Yu. Don't hold back. I want to see his true strength." "Yes, master," Song Tian replied, then looked at Xia Yu. "Xia Yu, let me see what you've got." "No problem. Watch closely, senior sister," Xia Yu responded confidently. Song Tian, only a year older than Xia Yu, came from an ordinary family but was exceptionally talented, catching the old man's eye and becoming his personal disciple. She didn't attend university and instead focused on the beginner dojo badge challenges. The two took their positions on opposite sides of the battle platform, each releasing their Pokemon and waiting for the referee to announce the start. Song Tian released her ace Pokemon, Ninetales, while Xia Yu carefully observed the fire-type Pokemon. Ninetales, level 48, elite class, female, fire attribute, with the flash fire ability. It held Charcoal, possessing gym-level qualifications. Its moves included Tail Whip, Imprison, Ember, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Quick Attack, Confuse Ray, Fire Blast, Safeguard, Will-O-Wisp, Grudge, Hex, Extrasensory, Protect, Swift, Sunny Day, and Mystical Fire. Facing the formidable Ninetales, Xia Yu decisively chose Garchomp. Having evolved to its final form, Garchomp held an advantage in both level and attributes. The old man nodded in approval upon seeing Xia Yu's pseudo-legendary Pokemon. "That's my grandson, showing the potential of a master." Song Tian was initially surprised by Garchomp's appearance, but quickly felt a surge of battle spirit. This was the confrontation she had long awaited. At the referee's command, the fierce battle commenced. Ninetales, get moving, use Flamethrower. Song Tian launched the first attack. Ninetales dashed across the field, sending a scorching pillar of fire toward Garchomp. Xia Yu responded calmly. "Garchomp, dodge it." With its exceptional speed, Garchomp easily evaded the Flamethrower. It then unleashed a sandstorm, filling the arena with swirling sands and severely hindering Ninetales' vision. Garchomp moved effortlessly within the sandstorm, stealthily approaching Ninetales. Despite its vigilance, Ninetales struggled to locate its opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Garchomp suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a fierce dragon breath at Ninetales. Though Ninetales detected the danger at the last moment, it was too late to evade, and it was hit directly, letting out a pained cry. Seeing this, Song Tian quickly ordered, "Ninetales, use Imprison to hold it. Then attack with Will-O-Wisp." Ninetales swiftly cast Imprison, attempting to restrict Garchomp's movements, followed by a ghostly blue Will-O-Wisp aimed at its target. Unfazed, Xia Yu commanded, "Garchomp, dig." Utilizing the Sand Veil ability, Garchomp swiftly burrowed underground, skillfully avoiding Ninetales' consecutive attacks. With Garchomp underground, Song Tian instructed Ninetales to keep moving to avoid a surprise attack. However, the sandstorm persisted, enhancing Garchomp's sensing abilities in this environment. It keenly tracked Ninetales' movements underground, while Xia Yu maintained close communication with it through the power of Viridian, providing precise locations of Ninetales. Anticipating Ninetales' next move, Garchomp suddenly burst from the ground, launching a fierce dragon claw at Ninetales' landing spot. Ninetales, unable to change direction in midair, was struck by the unexpected dragon claw and crashed heavily to the ground. Capitalizing on its momentum, Garchomp delivered a final dragon claw, completely breaking through Ninetales' defenses. As Ninetales fell, the intense battle concluded, with Xia Yu and Garchomp emerging victorious. Song Tian recalled her Ninetales and sent out her next Pokemon Flareon. This elite-level Fire-type Pokemon, male, level 44, carried a Soothe Bell and had the Flash Fire ability. It was equipped with several powerful moves, including Swift, Flamethrower, and Fire Spin. On the opposite side, Xia Yu quickly adjusted his strategy. He recalled his Garchomp and chose Greninja to face the challenge. The two Pokemon stood opposite each other, their eyes sparking with the spirit of battle. As the referee's signal rang out, the battle commenced instantly. Flareon launched the first attack, unleashing a blazing flamethrower aimed at Greninja. However, with its nimble agility, Greninja easily dodged. As the opponent closed in, Flareon swiftly adjusted its tactics, releasing a barrage of shining stars. Greninja responded skillfully, using Substitute to evade the attack, and then employed Double Team to confuse its opponent. While Flareon was distracted, Greninja's true form stealthily moved behind it, delivering a critical Night Slash. Caught off guard, Flareon was knocked to the ground. Yet, this elite Fire-type Pokemon did not concede. It quickly got back up and unleashed searing flames toward Greninja. Greninja countered with Water Gun, and the clash of fire and water created a thick mist, enveloping the battlefield. Both sides sought to exploit this terrain advantage. Greninja slipped into the mist, waiting for an opportunity, while Flareon chose to retreat from the foggy area. As the mist cleared, the two Pokemon faced each other once more. Suddenly, Flareon charged forward, while Greninja prepared its Water Shuriken for close combat. In a critical moment, Flareon executed Quick Attack with lightning speed. Greninja managed to block with its Water Shuriken, but was then momentarily stunned by Flareon's baby doll eyes, allowing Flareon to land a Fire Fong. The injured Greninja staggered back, trying to regain its composure. However, Flareon pressed the attack, aiming to finish the battle with takedown. In a desperate moment, Greninja barely managed to use Protect, absorbing the impact. As Flareon was momentarily disoriented, Greninja countered with a precise Water Pulse, delivering a heavy blow to its opponent. Sensing danger, Song Tian ordered Flareon to withdraw. But Xia Yu wasn't about to let this chance slip away, commanding Greninja to pursue with Shadow Sneak. Finally, Greninja seized the opportunity, delivering a point-blank water gun that knocked Flareon out. Flareon lay on the ground, its eyes swirling in a daze. With this, Xia Yu achieved a decisive victory in the challenge for the Beginner Gym Badge. Song Tian recalled her Flareon into its Pokeball, holding the Beginner Gym Badge in her hand, and walked briskly towards Xia Yu. Xia Yu gently patted his Greninja on the head, promising an extra meal tonight, and then recalled it into its Pokeball as well. "Great match, Xia Yu," Song Tian said, handing over the badge with a sparkle of admiration in her eyes. "You've shown your true genius today." Xia Yu took the badge with a humble smile and replied, "Oh, it was a close call, really. You're too kind, senior sister." The two walked side by side towards the spectator stance. The old master beamed, giving Xia Yu a hearty pat on the shoulder, and praised, "That was a fine match. Reminded me a bit of my younger days." Li Yan, standing nearby, applauded and cheered for Xia Yu. "Xia Yu is truly exceptional. Compared to him, I'm nowhere near as good." Although Li Yan was 5 years older and already had latest-stage professional level skills, he still seemed overshadowed by Xia Yu's talent. The conversation soon shifted to the upcoming challenger. Xia Yu was curious about the mysterious person who had the old master waiting eagerly. Li Yan explained that it was Feng Xiaodian, a visitor from the imperial capital. 3 years ago, Feng Xiaodian had just joined the old master and managed to defeat a Pokemon commanded by the master himself, earning a middle-tier gym badge and the master's favor. Now he was here to challenge for an advanced gym badge. No wonder the old master was excited. As they were speaking, a young man strode into the gym, appearing to be around Li Yan's age. He walked straight up to the old master and politely greeted him. "Master Xia, it's been a while. I'm here to challenge for the advanced gym badge. I hope you'll go easy on me." The old master chuckled and teased. "Feng, you haven't changed a bit in 3 years. Still so polite. Let's see how much your skills have improved." "Not bad," Feng Xiaodian replied confidently. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to challenge you." "Well, you're quite confident," the old master said with a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Let this old man see what you're made of." The two took their positions on the battle stage and released their Pokemon. Feng Xiaodian sent out a level 63 Zygarde, while the old master chose a level 65 Arcanine. Judging by the levels, the old master had a slight advantage. On the battlefield, Zygarde was enveloped in eerie shadows, its eyes gleaming with cunning. Arcanine stood majestically, its fur billowing, and flames flickering from its mouth. The battle commenced. Zygarde flickered like a phantom, its shadowy power entwining its opponent. Arcanine broke free with great effort and charged at Zygarde with blazing speed, flames roaring from its jaws. Zygarde deftly dodged and countered with powerful shadow attacks. The battle was intense and exhilarating, with Jengar's Shadow Force clashing against Arcanine's flames, creating dazzling lights and powerful energy waves. Feng Xiaotian and the Old Master remained calm and composed, closely monitoring the battle and adjusting their strategies as needed. As time went on, Arcanine began to show signs of fatigue under Jengar's aerial assault. Finally, a precise Shadow Ball hit its mark, and Arcanine fell. The Old Master recalled Arcanine and nodded approvingly. Well done. Next, the Old Master sent out a level 68 Charizard, clearly ready to fight seriously. Although Jengar had just won a victory, it was heavily exhausted. Facing the formidable Charizard, it lasted only 2 rounds before being defeated. Feng Xiaotian recalled his Jengar, and then released his trump card, a level 65 pseudo-legendary Salamence. The imposing Dragon-type Pokemon immediately drew admiration from the old man, who remarked, "Impressive, this Salamence is well-trained. It looks like it could go head-to-head with my Charizard." The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became tense. Feng Xiaotian, with a focused gaze, commanded Salamence to attack. The dragon spread its massive blue wings and soared through the air, diving with a powerful dragon breath aimed at subduing its opponent. Charizard, undeterred, roared skyward, unleashing a searing column of fire that collided with the dragon breath midair, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light. The two mighty Pokemon exchanged blows, with claws and flames intermingling, dragon breath and fire clashing. They engaged in an intense aerial battle, each collision echoing with a deafening roar. As the battle wore on, both displayed remarkable endurance and determination, though signs of fatigue began to show. Ultimately, after a thunderous collision, both Salamence and Charizard were rendered unable to battle, crashing to the ground simultaneously. Observing this outcome, the old man nodded in satisfaction, clearly affirmed in his judgment of Feng Xiaotian's strength. The two trainers recalled their Pokemon, preparing for the final showdown. The old man sent out a level 65 Houndoom, while Feng Xiaotian released his level 64 Blaziken. Blaziken stood tall, its body engulfed in fierce flames, eyes sharp and determined. Across from it, Houndoom bared its menacing fangs, spewing black fire with an equally intimidating presence. The battle was about to ignite. Blaziken shot towards Houndoom like an arrow, its claws slicing through the air, generating a wave of heat. Houndoom, undaunted, countered with inky black flames. The two Pokemon exchanged fierce attacks, with the battle escalating in intensity. Blaziken delivered a powerful blaze kick, forcing Houndoom to retreat under the impact. Houndoom fought back with a dark pulse, attempting to turn the tide. After an intense struggle, Blaziken, with unwavering will and masterful technique, narrowly defeated Houndoom. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, that was tough. Although the old man lost the match, he showed no sign of disappointment, instead applauding Feng Xiaotian's victory. He solemnly handed over the advanced gym badge to Feng Xiaotian and encouraged, "I hope you continue on this path, moving towards greater stages." Feng Xiaotian nodded earnestly, promising not to disappoint. Despite the old man's warm invitation to join him for lunch, Feng Xiaotian politely declined, citing other pressing matters, but promised to accept the invitation next time. Afterwards, Xia Yu accompanied the old man and his wife back inside for lunch. Following the meal, they all went to the breeding area, carefully tending to various Pokemon, spending a peaceful and fulfilling afternoon together. Xia Yu shared the latest news about Mega Evolution Stones with the old man, mentioning that his mother had made new research breakthroughs. Hearing this, a glint appeared in the old man's eyes, as if he was already planning how to acquire such special stones from his old friends. As evening approached, Xia Yu bid farewell to his grandparents and prepared to pick up his sister from school. They urged him to hurry, so he wouldn't be late. Xia Yu promptly set off for his sister's school. After picking up his sister, the siblings returned home. Their parents were both late coming back, likely engrossed in their research and losing track of time. As night fell, Xia Yu returned to his room and began contemplating his return to school the next day. He remembered a message from his friend Zhang Yuhao, who had mentioned going out to challenge gym badges. He wondered if Zhang had already set off. The next morning, Xia Yu woke up at his usual time, grabbed his backpack from the desk, and headed to school. He entered the classroom just as the bell rang, immediately causing a stir. "Whoa, isn't that Xia Yu? How is he back already?" a classmate exclaimed. "It really is him. Didn't Xia the genius go to challenge gym badges? Is he done already?" "Xia Yu, it's been a while. How did you get darker?" a familiar classmate teased. "Hey, you're right. He has tanned a bit, but it suits him. Adds a certain charm." "Indeed, he really is the perfect combination of looks and brains," some female classmates commented, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Xia Yu. "Whoa, you bro, you finally decided to come back. Do you know how I've been surviving these past 2 months without you?" Zhang Yuhao started complaining as soon as he saw Xia Yu. Xia Yu smiled and responded to each greeting, making his way to his seat. He noticed a few empty spots and guessed those classmates might have also gone to challenge gym badges. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, stormed into the classroom, angrily asking, "What's all the noise about?" Our class is the loudest in the entire grade. I can hear you from upstairs. What? Do you all think you're doing so well that you don't need to study anymore? The room fell silent, with only Mr. Wong's voice echoing. Don't think just because you're in the advanced class you can do whatever you want. Do you know what discipline is? Especially you. Zhang Yuhao. Your voice was the loudest. I could hear you from a mile away. Come to my office later. Mr. Wong. Please, I didn't mean to. It's just that Xia Yu came back, and I got excited. I promise it won't happen again, Zhang Yuhao pleaded, inadvertently dragging Xia Yu into it. Mr. Wong glanced towards the window, and indeed spotted Xia Yu. Xia Yu, come with me for a moment. The rest of you, focus on your studies. He gestured for Xia Yu to follow him. Xia Yu shot a glare at Zhang Yuhao before getting up to follow Mr. Wong out of the classroom. In the teacher's office, Mr. Wong looked at Xia Yu and asked, "You rascal, why didn't you let me know you were coming back?" As soon as Xia Yu returned to school, Mr. Wong called him to the office. "So, did you complete the gym badge challenges?" Mr. Wong asked while taking a sip from his teacup. Xia Yu nodded and replied, "Yes, I have all 4 gym badges." Mr. Wong praised him. "Well done, you didn't let me down. Let me help you register for the National High School Pokemon League." "Thank you, teacher," Xia Yu agreed, then asked, "Mr. Wong, before the competition starts, I'd like to continue my special training. Can I take a leave from school?" "Of course, that's no problem," Mr. Wong explained. Every year, students participating in the league have their own training methods, and they usually take leave. The school also arranges for strong trainers to conduct special training for those with less means. After a brief discussion, Xia Yu returned to the classroom. A chubby classmate immediately approached him, eagerly asking, "You, what did the teacher want to talk about?" Xia Yu teased him. "Nothing much, just said a lot of bad things about you. You might be in trouble." The chubby classmate was indignant. "No way. My brother Yu is not that petty." Xia Yu almost laughed out loud, but managed to keep a straight face, giving only a meaningful smile. The chubby classmate felt a shiver but shrugged it off and continued to ask, "You, have you already completed the gym challenges? Let me see your badges." Xia Yu handed over the 4 gym badges. The chubby classmate examined them closely and exclaimed, "These patterns, these images, the level of detail that you challenge, all top-tier gyms. What else?" "With my skills, it was easy," Xia Yu responded calmly. The chubby classmate immediately showed off the badges to nearby classmates. Xia Yu turned to look out the window, feeling a bit embarrassed. Once the chubby classmate was done boasting, he returned the badges to Xia Yu, saying he would also take leave to challenge the gyms. After lunch, Xia Yu left school and returned home. He learned from the chubby classmate that many students, including Luo Bing, Zhu Zhu, Ming Kai, and Hao Kai, had already taken leave to challenge gym badges. The chubby classmate had been solidifying his Pokemon foundation and was now ready to start his own challenges. Back in his room, Xia Yu opened the system space and took out the random legendary Pokemon search card. He was determined to use it. After washing his hands at the sink, Xia Yu picked up a card and earnestly prayed to the creator god Arceus, hoping to find a powerful mythical creature. A system prompt sounded. Ding! Random mythical creature search card successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the location of Hoopa Confined. Xia Yu jumped up excitedly, his eyes sparkling with joy. Hoopa. In the anime, it toyed with many legendary creatures, including the twin gods of Hoenn. Amazing. However, he quickly noticed a detail and frowned slightly. Why specifically mention confined? Does it mean it can't transform into Hoopa Unbound? With this doubt, Xia Yu asked the system. The system replied, "Yes, the host's guess is correct. The Hoopa on this search card is not in its full form, but rather Hoopa Confined. In this world, it is sealed and separated. The host can help it find its other half seal to restore it to its full form." Xia Yu suddenly understood. "I see. But that's fine. If it were Hoopa Unbound, I might not be able to capture it." Immediately, the search card transformed into a golden ring in Xia Yu's hand. This gold ring could guide him to the location of Hoopa Confined seal. Xia Yu examined the ring closely, feeling it looked very familiar. He used his true sight to scan it, confirming it was indeed Hoopa's ring. It actually turned into Hoopa's ring as a clue and sensor. How interesting. Through the ring, Xia Yu sensed the general location of Hoopa's sealed realm. He took out a world map to compare and found the realm seemed to be in the Oil Federation. "It's too far from here. 2 months isn't enough time. Looks like I'll have to wait until after the high school league to visit." Meanwhile, in that unknown realm, the sealed Hoopa Confined was sleeping. Suddenly, it was awakened by a nightmare and habitually reached for the rings beside it. 1-2. Hoopa Confined opened its drowsy eyes, feeling around with its small hands, but couldn't find the 3rd ring. It got up alertly and looked around, seeing 2 rings were intact, but the 3rd was missing. "Where's my big ring? How did it suddenly disappear?" Puzzled, Hoopa Confined used its energy to sense the entire realm, but found nothing. Could it have left this sealed realm on its own? Due to the constraints of the seal, it couldn't perceive anything outside the realm. After pondering for a moment, Hoopa Confined considered this might be a good thing. "This way, it will definitely come to rescue me," its owner. It's surely easier to break the seal from outside. Having thought it through, Hoopa confined stopped searching and returned to its nest to continue sleeping. Can't leave the realm, and I've played enough. I can only sleep to pass the time. I'll patiently wait for its ring to come save me. Xia Yu looked again at the random realm summoning card in his hand, hesitating whether to use it. After a second of thought, he made a decision. I might as well use it. Otherwise, 2 months of routine training would be too boring. I prefer the thrill of adventure. The system notification sounded as Xia Yu's fingers hovered over the random secret realm summoning card. Once used, a secret realm will randomly appear nearby, and you'll have a month of private exploration time. Are you sure you want to summon it here? The system's cold voice echoed. Xia Yu quickly pulled back his hand, his heart racing. Summoning a secret realm in the city? The consequences could be disastrous. Even the weakest secret realm would have a huge impact on the surrounding environment. He decided to find a secluded place to try it instead. Just then, the task bar on the system panel flashed, indicating a task had been completed. Xia Yu clicked to see that it was the challenge of acquiring 4 first-level gym badges. He muttered to himself about the system not notifying him earlier, then happily claimed his rewards: 5 mid-level magic candies, for 1,000 store credits, and information on a champion-grade qualification spirit. What intrigued him the most was undoubtedly the spirit information. Eagerly, Xia Yu clicked it open, and a message appeared. A champion-grade aluminum steel dragon spirit egg from abroad would soon be auctioned at the Shodo City's black market. He immediately contacted the well-informed chubby friend to inquire about the auction's specific timing. Soon, the chubby friend replied that there would be an auction in 3 days, with many rare items expected to appear. Xia Yu made up his mind to attend the auction and then find a remote place to summon the secret realm. 3 days later, Xia Yu donned a black robe and mask and entered the black market once more. He wandered around the perimeter, hoping to snag a bargain. However, luck was not on his side this time, as most stalls displayed flashy but worthless fakes. In the end, he managed to find a top-quality water stone encased in rock at the same lucky vendor from before. With a modest haul, Xia Yu proceeded to the opulent store hosting the auction. Thanks to his universal bank card, he was respectfully escorted to a VIP room to await the start of the auction. Soon, the auction hall was packed. Eyes, both excited and calm, met from behind various masks. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, then brightened dramatically. A graceful woman in high heels elegantly walked onto the auction stage. She picked up a small wooden hammer, her clear voice resonating through the hall. Welcome to this auction. This will be the event of the year with the most rare and valuable items. I trust you all will leave satisfied and well rewarded. Without further ado, the first auction item made its appearance. The female auctioneer succinctly announced its arrival, and the staff carefully placed the item on the auction platform. It was a top-grade thunderstone, sparkling with electric light, and its rarity left everyone in the room holding their breath. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rare and exceptional thunderstone. I'm sure you all understand its value. The starting bid is 1 million, with increments no less than 100,000. The auctioneer's clear voice echoed through the hall. Let the bidding begin. As the gavel fell, the bidding became intense. 2 million, 2.5 million, 3 million. Voices called out one after another. Soon, the price soared to 7 million. A brief silence fell over the room, as if no one dared to bid higher. Finally, a mysterious man wearing a mask secured the stone for 7 million. Xia Yu had little interest in such items, which were common in the system mall. His strategy was to find bargains, steering clear of high-priced items. The second and third items followed in quick succession, and before long, over a dozen items had been auctioned. Though they were of decent quality, they held little appeal for the resource-rich Xia Yu. However, the item he had been eagerly anticipating finally appeared. The staff presented a Pokemon egg on the auction platform as if it were a precious treasure. Xia Yu's attention was immediately captured, and detailed information flooded his mind. Name: Aluminum Steel Dragon Alyaganglong. Level 0. Gender: male. Type: Steel Dragon. Ability: Sturdy. Hidden ability: ignores the effects of moves that attract opponents. Held item: none. Potential: champion level. Moves: Leer, Metal Claw, Takedown, Heavy Slam, Dark Pulse. With perfect potential, a hidden ability, and excellent inherited moves, this Pokemon egg made Xia Yu silently vow to win it at all costs. The auctioneer's voice rang out again. Next up is a rare treasure. This is a unique Pokemon egg from the Maple Leaf Nation, and it's a Dragon-type egg. I'm sure you've guessed it, it's an aluminum steel dragon egg. As a rare dual-type dragon and steel Pokemon, it's not only rare, but also incredibly powerful, making it a top choice for any strong trainer. Her words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the trainer's enthusiasm. Everyone was eager to bid, eyes shining with determination. Xia Yu realized this auction would not be an easy win. However, Xia Yu knew an astonishing secret. The aluminum steel dragon could evolve into the quasi-legendary aluminum steel bridge dragon. This knowledge only strengthened his resolve to acquire the egg. Aluminum steel dragon egg, starting bid at 1 million. Let the auction begin, the auctioneer declared. Bids surged like a tide. 1.5 million, 1.8 million, 2 million. Xia Yu remained calm, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, he called out, 5 million. His bold leap in price stunned the entire room, momentarily silencing other bidders. Yet, the stillness didn't last. Soon, others continued to bid. 5.2 million, 5.5 million. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Xia Yu intervened again. 8 million. This time, his bid was like a sledgehammer, effectively knocking out the competition. The room fell silent. No one dared to challenge him further. 8 million once. 8 million twice. 8 million 3 times. Sold. As the gavel fell, Xia Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully secured the precious Pokemon egg. Though others coveted the egg, the exorbitant price far exceeded their expectations. Some muttered that the cost was nearing that of a typical quasi-legendary Pokemon egg, speculating about which wealthy heir was so lavish. Only Xia Yu was secretly pleased, fully aware of the egg's true value. Despite the high cost, compared to the potential future gain of a quasi-legendary aluminum steel bridge dragon, it was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Having achieved his primary goal, Xia Yu relaxed a bit. He decided to continue watching the auction to see if there were any other worthwhile items to acquire. After all, such auctions always held the potential for surprises and unexpected finds. The auction was halfway through, and Xia Yu was having good luck. He managed to acquire a Wishing Star and a Lucario Mega Evolution Stone at a low price, and the thrill of getting such a bargain put him in a great mood. However, his good spirits were soon interrupted. A shocking item appeared on stage. A living human child. A boy, around 10 years old, was brought onto the auction platform wearing a collar. His small frame was curled up, eyes filled with confusion and fear, unable to look directly at the masked strangers around him. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the silent hall. Ladies and gentlemen, this child is extraordinary. He possesses the power of Viridian, a rare psychic ability. With the right training, he could become invaluable. Xia Yu felt a wave of dizziness. He had never expected to witness child trafficking at the auction. Anger surged through him like a tidal wave, and he couldn't help but imagine if his own sister faced such a fate, he would be ready to destroy everything. At that moment, the power of Viridian within Xia Yu resonated with the boy on stage. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind, as if the very will of the Viridian forest was pleading with him to save this child, who held great significance for the forest. Xia Yu resolved that he would do whatever it took to rescue the boy and return him to the Viridian forest. The system timely issued a special mission, further solidifying his determination: rescue the boy and safely return him to the Viridian forest. Mission reward: Viridian power upgraded to master level, 2,000 mall coins. Clenching his fist, Xia Yu vowed to himself, I will save this child, no matter what. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was entirely different in a VIP room a few rooms away. A red-haired man sat arrogantly, wearing only a mask, showing no attempt to hide his arrogance. He coldly glanced at his subordinates and scolded, if it weren't for you useless fools, that brat would already be in our hands. Now I have to handle it myself. One of the subordinates protested, Lord Wahua, it's really not our fault. The forest was too strange, suddenly filled with high-level Pokemon, so we couldn't capture him. The red-haired man, Wahua, was furious at this. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the subordinate by the throat. The man's face turned red as he struggled desperately to breathe, but he couldn't break free from Wahua's vice-like grip. The red-haired man clearly had murder in his heart, watching his struggling subordinate with a chilling smile, as if admiring a painting. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, and he exerted force with a sharp, crack sound. The subordinate's head fell lifelessly, and his life was extinguished in an instant. The red-haired man casually tossed the body aside, like discarding trash. The two subordinates nearby immediately dropped to their knees, trembling and not daring to make a sound, fearing that any mistake could lead to their own demise. The red-haired man snorted. Useless people should know their place. Just carry out the tasks I assign you, and don't have any other thoughts. If anyone's tired of living, I won't hesitate to send them off. Yes, Lord Wahor is right. We will definitely complete the task. The two subordinates replied repeatedly, not daring to hesitate, fully aware of the ruthlessness and unscrupulousness of the man before them. The auctioneer tapped the small wooden hammer, announcing, this boy with the power of Verdant is starting at 1 million. The bidding begins now. 5 million. The red-haired man was the first to bid, intending to secure the boy immediately. Many people were discouraged from bidding upon hearing the high price from the VIP room, but some still interested in the boy with superpowers joined the bidding. 6 million. 6.5 million. 7 million. Watching people compete for bids, Xia Yu realized the dark side of this world beneath its veneer. He decided to join the competition and directly called out, 10 million. This price shocked the others, but the red-haired man continued to raise the bid. 12 million. 13 million. 15 million. 16 million. In the end, It was just a showdown between Xia Yu and the red-haired man, with others withdrawing and watching the spectacle from the sidelines. The red-haired man suddenly sneered. Interesting, you like to bid, huh? Then it's yours. I thought I'd handle this civilly, but it seems I'll have to revert to my old ways. I'm in a bad mood today, so I'll take it out on you. He gave his two subordinates a look, and they immediately understood, discreetly leaving the VIP room. Not long now. It will all be over, huh? The red-haired man muttered to himself. Seeing the other party stop bidding, Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief and successfully won the boy. In the subsequent auctions, he did not participate in bidding for any other items. After the auction ended, Xia Yu waited in his room for the staff to deliver his purchases. Soon, the aluminum steel dragon egg, wish star, Lucario Mega Evolution Stone, and the boy were brought to him. After swiping his card to pay, he didn't leave immediately, but used his verdant power to calm the frightened boy. Their verdant powers resonated, and the boy sensed Xia Yu's goodwill, gradually relaxing. Xia Yu smiled and assured him that he would take him home, asking for his name and where he lived. The young boy, Li Pingyun, timidly revealed his background. His family lived on the northern edge of Chongping Forest, where his parents ran a farmstay. As he spoke, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes, unsure if his parents were frantically searching for him at that moment. Xia Yu gently asked Li Pingyun when he had been captured, but the boy shook his head, unable to remember. He only recalled losing consciousness while running through the forest, waking up in this place with no sense of time passing. After hearing Li Pingyun's story, Xia Yu understood. He gently patted the boy's head, softly promising, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you get home safely." With one hand holding the fairy egg and the other holding Li Pingyun's hand, Xia Yu cautiously led him out of the room. To avoid unnecessary attention, he also put a mask on Li Pingyun. Although the boy's presence was noticeable enough, Xia Yu thought minimizing risk was wise. Just as they left the black market, Xia Yu was about to hail a taxi home when he received a telepathic message from Miltank in the Master Ball. Someone was following them with clear malicious intent. Without hesitation, Xia Yu got into a taxi and gave an address in the suburbs. Being followed wasn't unexpected for Xia Yu. After all, having bought the rare Celestial Dragon Egg and the Psychic Boy, it was natural to draw some unwanted attention. The black market was full of trainers trying their luck, but even more were desperados. The taxi soon drove into a sparsely populated suburb of Shu City. After paying the fare, Xia Yu urged the driver to leave quickly and released Gardevoir. He instructed Gardevoir to protect Li Pingyun and to use teleport to escape immediately if they encountered danger. The ones tracking Xia Yu were subordinates of the red-haired man. They closely watched Xia Yu's every move and quickly reported his location to the red-haired man. On the other end of the line, the red-haired man ordered sharply, "Keep a close eye on him. I'll be there soon to handle it myself. If anything goes wrong, you'll join your teammates." The two subordinates acknowledged repeatedly and, after hanging up, sighed before continuing to keep a close watch on Xia Yu. As Xia Yu walked, he wondered why no one had made a move yet. Could the followers have backed off? He telepathically asked Miltank, who confirmed that they were still lurking but hadn't made a move for some reason. While Xia Yu was pondering, a red-haired man riding a Hydreigon suddenly appeared. The man stared coldly at the masked Xia Yu and Li Pingyun, mocking, "Humph, so it's you? Recklessly competing with me. Today, I want to see where your courage comes from." Due to the mask, the red-haired man couldn't determine Xia Yu's age or identity. Otherwise, he might have acted more decisively. Xia Yu remained calm, confident with Miltank by his side. He retorted, "What? Couldn't win at the auction, so now you're resorting to force? Seems you're not much after all. Come on, show me if your strength matches your arrogance." The red-haired man laughed maniacally. "Interesting. I hope you last a bit longer, so I won't be too disappointed." His eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust, as if he were looking at prey. "Go, Hydreigon. Show him what true pain feels like." With the red-haired man's command, the Hydreigon let out a deafening roar, appearing imposingly before Xia Yu. Xia Yu stared at the enormous and ferocious three-headed dragon before him and quickly made a decision. He signaled Gardevoir to move Little Pingyun to a safe spot, while he reached for a Pokeball at his waist. "Come on out, Charizard. It's up to you now." Xia Yu threw the Pokeball, and in a dazzling flash of light, the shiny Charizard appeared, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Its scales, gleaming with a metallic sheen, sparkled in the sunlight, and its eyes burned with the spirit of battle. The red-haired man looked at the newly evolved shiny Charizard with disappointment. "Huh, I thought you had something up your sleeve. Just this Charizard? What a letdown. If that's all you've got, then just prepare to die." Xia Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Don't be so hasty. The Real show is just beginning. Charizard, respond to our bond. Mega Evolve." With Xia Yu's call, the keystone in his hand resonated with the necklace around Charizard's neck. In an instant, the light of evolution burst forth, enveloping Charizard. When the light faded, a more powerful, shiny Mega Charizard Y stood prominently on the battlefield. The red-haired man's eyes changed suddenly, filled with a sharp gleam. "Ha ha, you're interesting. I didn't expect to see Charizard's evolved form. What a delightful surprise." It seems I have to spare your life. Your worth now barely matches that of the little boy beside you. Xia Yu retorted confidently. Huh, I won't hold back. Let's see what you've got. He calculated in his mind that with a special attack base stat of 181, the Mega Charizard Y was a force of nature on the move. In the impending clash, it was sure to come out on top. On the battlefield, Mega Charizard Y and the three-headed dragon faced off, ready for battle. Mega Charizard Y was enveloped in intense flames, its wings flapping vigorously, sending waves of scorching heat through the air. The three-headed dragon exuded a malevolent aura, its three gaping mouths issuing a low, menacing growl. The air was thick with tension, and an epic showdown was about to unfold. The battle was imminent, with the Mega Charizard Y launching the first strike. It unleashed a scorching beam of fire from its mouth, like a blazing sword thrusting towards the three-headed dragon. The three-headed dragon deftly dodged, opening its three menacing mouths to retaliate with three inky black energy waves. Fire and darkness clashed in the sky, erupting in a dazzling explosion accompanied by a deafening roar that swept across the battlefield. The flames of the Mega Charizard Y clearly had the upper hand. It pressed its advantage, its sharp claws slicing through the sky, trailing burning streaks of fire. The three-headed dragon refused to back down, its powerful tail lashing back like an iron whip. The battle grew fiercer as both sides exchanged blows. The Mega Charizard Y's flames became increasingly intense, distorting the air around it with heat. The three-headed dragon, fueled by its tenacious will and formidable strength, stood firm and unyielding. Finally, with an earth-shattering crash, both creatures unleashed their full power in a final strike. Fire and dark energy intertwined in the air, creating a dazzling spectacle. When the light faded, the three-headed dragon lay defeated on the ground, its eyes swirling with confusion. Although the Mega Charizard Y was injured, it stood proudly, still capable. It roared in victory, proud of its strength. The red-haired man watched as the three-headed dragon was defeated, but instead of disappointment, he gazed greedily at Xia Yu's shining Mega Charizard Y. He admitted to himself that he was tempted, wanting to claim this powerful creature as his own. Ha ha, you're indeed impressive, worthy of my full strength, the red-haired man laughed maniacally. I hope you're not frightened by what's coming next. Let me savor your fear. Ha ha, come forth, ancient snail, devour everything. With a flash of red light, a massive, snail-like creature appeared before Xia Yu. This creature, named Ancient Snail, possessed both dark and grass attributes, with the ability called Calamity Scroll, which could summon the power of disaster to lower the attack of all creatures except itself. It carried a life orb, had master-level aptitude, and wielded numerous powerful moves. Xia Yu's eyes narrowed slightly in shock upon seeing this mythical-level creature. Although it was a beast without dominion, known as a disaster beast, it still piqued his intense curiosity about the red-haired man's identity. Ha ha, how about that, scared now? The red-haired man said smugly upon seeing Xia Yu's stunned expression. Surrender and come with me, and I might spare you some suffering. Xia Yu snapped back to reality, looking at the red-haired man with an expression that seemed to say, Are you serious? He thought to himself, this? Me, Xia Yu afraid? That's a joke. Not to mention Mewtwo. Even the infinite flute could easily summon Latias and Latios to deal with him. Xia Yu didn't know the meaning of fear. He found the man's arrogance laughable. The red-haired man glared coldly at Xia Yu, disdain flickering in his eyes. It seems you need to suffer a bit to understand your situation, he sneered, a mocking smile curling his lips. Gu Jianhua, go, teach them a lesson. Facing the charging Gu Jianhua, Xia Yu remained composed. He turned to the Super Charizard Y beside him. Can you still fight? Charizard let out a loud roar, standing tall, indicating it was ready for battle. Then let's go, show me the power of a mythical beast. The battle erupted in an instant. Super Charizard Y, engulfed in raging flames, lunged at Gu Jianhua, spewing searing fireballs. Gu Jianhua calmly unfurled its hard shell, deflecting the flames. Its antennae glowed with a strange light, and its body moved towards its opponent with astonishing speed. Charizard attempted to erect a barrier of flames, but Gu Jianhua's attack was unstoppable, breaking through the fiery defense. The antennae struck Super Charizard Y with precision, the powerful impact causing it to lose balance instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Jianhua quickly entangled the struggling opponent, unleashing continuous energy surges. Super Charizard Y's flames dimmed, and it eventually crashed to the ground, defeated. Ha ha ha, I told you to surrender, but you chose to suffer. Regretting it now, the red-haired man laughed triumphantly. I gave you a chance. Xia Yu recalled Charizard, his expression calm. You did well, he said softly, then his gaze hardened. Now let's make them disappear completely. Come out, Miridon, show them what a true mythical beast is. As Xia Yu took out a Master Ball, the red-haired man continued to taunt. Stop bluffing. Let me see what else you've got. Before he finished speaking, the sky changed abruptly. Amidst thunder and lightning, a graceful blue dragon-like creature appeared in the air. This time, Myridon didn't hold back its aura at all. A powerful energy wave swept across the entire city of Showdown and its surroundings, setting off citywide alarms. Citizens on the streets watched the apocalyptic scene in the distance and fled in panic. Alliance personnel swiftly took action, evacuating the public and sending teams to investigate the source of the incident. Under Myridon's overwhelming presence, Gu Jianhua could barely stand, and the red-haired man lost his previous arrogance. He stared in awe at Myridon's majestic figure, muttering to himself, "This is a mythical beast. This is a true mythical beast. Such power, such strength. This is the kind of mythical beast I want to capture." Gu Jianhua barely managed to adapt to Miltan's overwhelming presence, his wary gaze piercing the opponent like a sharp sword. The two creatures stood facing each other, with an atmosphere of tension hanging heavily in the air, ready to erupt at any moment. Miltan exuded a suffocatingly powerful aura, its towering and formidable figure resembling a moving mountain, each subtle movement brimming with destructive power. Gu Jianhua, on the other hand, was on high alert, body coiled, with antennae like unsheathed swords, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Suddenly, Miltan let out an earth-shattering roar and charged at Gu Jianhua like a bolt of lightning. Its razor-sharp claws tore through the air, brutally slicing through Gu Jianhua's outer shell. Gu Jianhua writhed in pain, but before he could catch his breath, Miltan launched a relentless series of violent attacks, like a storm. Gu Jianhua fought back with all his might, his antennae lashing out like whips at his opponent. But Miltan's form was as elusive as a phantom, deftly dodging while its tail swept out, delivering a fatal blow to Gu Jianhua. In the end, Gu Jianhua fell into a pool of blood, his life force quickly ebbing away. In the face of Miltan's absolute power as a primary deity, even a mighty spirit like Gu Jianhua was no more significant than a slightly larger ant. This was the power capable of destroying nations, where powerful spirits were but dust, fit only to be toyed with and mocked. Just as Miltan was about to completely annihilate the red-haired man, the latter suddenly snapped back to reality. With an inscrutable look, he glanced at Xia Yu, swiftly retrieved Gu Jianhua, and crushed a mysterious item in his hand. Instantly, a golden ring appeared behind him, teleporting him away. His voice lingered in the air. "We will meet again. Remember my name? I am Wahua. Next time will be different. Be prepared." Miltan attempted to pursue through the ring, but found that the power matched his own, unable to prevent the escape. Xia Yu did not blame Miltan, merely remarking calmly that it was a minor issue and to be more vigilant next time. As Xia Yu was about to seize the remaining two spectators, a meteor shower suddenly descended from the sky, targeting Miltan. Miltan quickly ascended, blocking the meteors while warily watching above, sensing an even greater threat approaching. Following Miltan's gaze, Xia Yu saw a green dragon-like figure rapidly approaching from a distance. As it fully revealed its true form, Xia Yu couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, "What day is this? Why are mythical beasts appearing in droves?" The newcomer was none other than one of the divine beasts Xia Yu most desired to capture, the primary deity known as Rayquaza, the Sky Dragon, Sky Sovereign, and even the ultimate evolution goal of the green caterpillar. Xia Yu stared intently at Rayquaza, its information panel instantly appearing before him. A powerful Rayquaza appeared not far from Miltan, drawn by the weather anomalies caused by Miltan. This level 136 genderless legendary creature not only mastered 16 formidable moves, including Dragon Ascent, but also possessed the ability to Mega Evolve. Its airlock ability could negate all weather effects. The two legendary creatures faced off from a distance, each exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Intense energy waves clashed in the air, seemingly tearing the surrounding space apart, as cracks filled the sky. This apocalyptic scene plunged the city's residents into panic. Even the League could only watch from the sidelines, hoping that the confrontation wouldn't lead to significant destruction. Xia Yu realized the gravity of the situation and immediately used telepathy to instruct Miltan to move the battlefield to the sky. Understanding the command, Miltan took flight into the clouds, with Rayquaza following closely. To this ancient beast, the creatures on the ground were like ants, and only this unfamiliar opponent warranted its serious attention. High above, the two legendary creatures engaged in an intense battle. Miltan's body radiated a mysterious glow, with each attack carrying catastrophic power. Rayquaza responded with supreme majesty, its roars shaking the heavens, and its sharp claws and powerful energy waves relentlessly striking. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, the two creatures weaved through the clouds, with energy ripples sweeping in all directions. As the battle intensified, Rayquaza's advantage gradually became apparent. Its massive form unleashed unmatched power, each scale shimmering with a dangerous light. Miltan fought valiantly but ultimately could not withstand Rayquaza's relentless assaults, succumbing in defeat. Unexpectedly, the victorious Rayquaza did not pursue its advantage. Instead, it acknowledged Miltan's strength, noting that it rivaled that of its two combative subordinates, Kyogre and Groudon, of course. This was in reference to their power levels before entering their primal forms. After the battle, Rayquaza stretched its body and leisurely departed, returning to its domain. Merton, battered and bruised, returned to Xia Yu's side, causing Xia Yu to feel a pang of heartache. Milton nonchalantly remarked that these were just superficial wounds and would heal in a couple of days. As it was its first encounter with a divine beast stronger than itself, this exhilarating battle piqued its interest. The subordinates of the two red-haired men intended to flee amid their master's retreat, but were immobilized by the terrifying aura Milton released. They only regained some ability to move after the battle concluded, but before they could escape, they were stopped by Xia Yu. Since the mastermind had already escaped, these accomplices were not to be spared. Under Milton's powerful pressure, the two were forced to disclose detailed information about their organization. They belonged to a dangerous group called the World Annihilation Society, whose goal, as the name suggests, was to destroy the world. The organization operated on a hierarchy based on strength, with 10 power holders ranked by combat ability. The red-haired man, calling himself Wahua, was ranked 7th, indicating at least 6 others within the organization were stronger than him. More alarming was the fact that the rankings within the World Annihilation Society were not fixed. By killing a superior and taming a divine beast, one could take their place, suggesting that the organization had at least 10 divine beast handlers, whose strength was formidable enough to challenge even major nations. Their current mission was to target the boy who had contact with the time-traveling divine beast, Shalabi. They planned to use the boy as bait to lure out and capture Shalabi. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu finally understood why he had been followed. After acquiring the necessary information, Xia Yu wasted no time and reduced the two men to ashes. He would show no mercy to members of an evil organization bent on world destruction. As Xia Yu contemplated his next move, Milton suddenly alerted him to several approaching presences, one of which felt very familiar, potentially his father. Xia Yu quickly retreated with Gardevoir and the young Pinyin, who were hiding behind a tree. Until he figured out how to approach the alliance, he decided to keep a low profile. Xia Yu and his companions moved towards the city. Not long after, his father, Xia Tianyun, arrived at the battlefield with several elite 4-level trainers from the alliance. The landscape was severely damaged, and residual energy waves lingered in the air. A staff member used an energy detector for analysis and reported, "President Xia, the residual energy waves here are at champion level, and there's a trace of a divine beast's aura. From the traces left at the battle site, it is evident that a skirmish involving mythical beasts took place here. The scattered stones and charred marks on the ground suggest that the battle wasn't particularly intense, likely a clash between two equally matched beasts, which then escalated into a fiercer battle in the sky. Alright, let's not worry about the battle in the sky for now. Focus on examining the ground traces. Split up and search for any other clues," instructed Xia Tianyun, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The region he was responsible for had seen frequent appearances of mythical beasts lately, and now a full-blown beast battle had erupted. Fortunately, it took place in the sky. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to handle even at the cost of his life. "Yes, Chairman Xia," the others responded, quickly dispersing to meticulously search the surrounding area. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, a disheveled red-haired man faced a masked figure draped in a black robe. The masked man held a flask, his eyes peering out from the mask slits, cold and menacing. "Quite a mess you're in, Wahua," the masked man sneered. "If it weren't for you carrying out tasks for me, I wouldn't waste this precious lifeline on you. This teleportation opportunity is limited to 3 times, and the first is already spent on you. If you don't bring back valuable intelligence, your position might be taken by others eager for it." "Bah, Tianzai, so what if you're ranked 4 places above me? It's nothing impressive." Wahua, though just rescued, showed no respect for the man before him. "If it weren't for the things you have that I need, who would want to work for you?" Suddenly, Tianzai grabbed Wahua's throat, his voice icy. "You're even more arrogant than I thought. We've only met 3 times, yet your attitude towards someone stronger is appallingly disrespectful. Here, it's just the 2 of us. Even if I kill you, no one will know who did it. Even the person in the organization, I have ways to keep it hidden. So, it would be wise to set aside your ridiculous pride." Seeing Wahua's expression change, Tianzai released his grip, lightly patting Wahua's cheek. "Understood." Humph. Wahua, though defiant, dared not say more. He regretted his earlier outburst, especially knowing Tianzai's ruthless reputation within the organization. Those who had dealt with him once never wished for a second encounter. Were it not for the item Tianzai possessed that Wahua desperately needed, he would never have taken on this task. Now that the mission had failed, the item seemed out of reach. "Speak, tell me in detail what happened. Depending on the value of the information you provide, I might consider giving you another chance to obtain that item." Hearing there was still hope, Wahua quickly recounted everything that happened on the way, including Xia Yu's unknown powerful mythical beast, to Tianzai. Interesting, much more so than anticipated, Tianzai mused silently. As expected from a nation with such a long heritage, their depths are unfathomable. A mere probe has already hooked a big fish. It seems the plan requires further study. I understand what happened this time, Tianzai said calmly. Although your mission failed, you did manage to gather some useful information for me. He paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. I'm a firm believer in the principle of equivalent exchange. Since you found some valuable information but didn't complete the task, I can only give you a bit of what you're looking for. Whether you can find it or not will depend on your skills. Tianzai's gaze turned serious. The information you seek has leads with Team Rocket. But I must warn you, don't underestimate them. Their latest research seems to have made a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up briefly before he scoffed disdainfully. Team Rocket, the ones who claim they will create the strongest Pokemon? Those guys who have never even witnessed the true majesty of legendary beasts? How could they possibly create the strongest Pokemon? They don't understand the power of legendary creatures. Am I supposed to be afraid of them? You're underestimating me. Seeing Wohu's arrogance, Tianzai said no more. To him, Wohu was merely a pawn to test Team Rocket. He mounted his Pokemon and left the island, leaving Wohu behind to recover and plot. As Tianzai flew, a voice suddenly emerged from the vessel he held. I told you to let me handle it directly, but you didn't trust me. Now your plan has failed, hasn't it? Do you want my help? Just find me that secret realm afterward. Hoopa, Tianzai replied coolly. I know what you're after, but it's not time yet. You've sensed the power of the legendary beast that appeared. Let's stick to the original agreement. Just wait a bit longer, and you'll achieve your goal as well. No need to rush. Hoopa, sealed within the vessel, was clearly displeased with Tianzai's attitude. That creature's power is impressive, but not a match for me at my peak. Even with my power divided, there are things I can still accomplish. It paused. Fine, since you don't appreciate my offer, we'll proceed as planned. Just don't forget our agreement. This Hoopa, sealed in the vessel, was the half representing malice when it was split, filled with greed, brutality, and cunning. It was slowly regaining strength through Tianzai, planning to consume the other half's consciousness and power once found, becoming the most powerful and malevolent version of itself. Meanwhile, staff from the Shoda City Alliance discovered some traces in the suburban battle area. They immediately reported to Chairman Xia and took the remnants back to the Alliance headquarters for detailed analysis. After receiving the report, Xia's father instructed his team to continue the search and promptly left the scene. He quickly returned to the Alliance building and anxiously awaited the test results in his office. Soon, a technician delivered the report. When he saw the eerie skull emblem that had been restored on the report, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately submitted an urgent report to the Alliance headquarters. The Alliance promptly convened a high-level meeting, focusing on the sudden mythical beast battle in the city of Shu. Standing in the center of the conference room with a grave expression, Xia's father began his report. Champion, this mythical beast battle was no coincidence. It was a meticulously planned invasion. First, we discovered traces of mythical beast energy on the ground that predated the aerial battle, suggesting that a ground conflict might have triggered a chain reaction leading to the battle in the sky. Second, the skull emblem found among the remnants at the scene clearly indicates the involvement of the Doomsday Society. Finally, based on the footage from the scene, the mythical beast battling Rayquaza closely resembles the one used by Wang Batian, who previously defeated King Sukai in the secret realm. We speculate that Wang Batian discovered the Doomsday Society's plot and attempted to thwart it, which inadvertently drew Rayquaza's attention. The champion, with a piercing gaze, responded, well analyzed. Suakun is already on the way to the city of Shu. Considering recent events, I have decided to station King Sukai there permanently to bolster defenses. As for the Doomsday Society's provocations within our borders, I will handle them separately. Particularly, elevate Wang Batian's confidentiality level to the highest. Anyone capable of facing Rayquaza must be treated with utmost care. Understood, champion, Xia's father responded solemnly. After the meeting, the champion sat alone in contemplation. Soon, a shadow emerged quietly from his own shadow. It was Marshadao. Marshadao, how has Ho-Oh responded to this matter? Why did Rayquaza suddenly appear? The champion asked urgently. Marshado's voice carried a hint of ease. No need to worry. Ho-Oh has already communicated with Rayquaza. This time, Rayquaza was purely attracted by the mythical beast's aura and the weather changes, merely seeking some amusement. Moreover, Rayquaza has a historical connection with your ancestors and would not harm your nation. After hearing Marshado's words, the champion let out a long sigh of relief, the tension in his eyes easing slightly. As long as it's not a battle against legendary beasts like Ho-Oh or Rayquaza, I should be able to handle it, he muttered to himself. He then reached for the specially made phone on the table, hesitated for a moment, and finally dialed a familiar number. The call was quickly answered. Xiaomeng, how have you been? The champion asked softly. You heartless man, you finally decided to call me. Came the voice of a blue-haired woman, filled with joy despite her feigned anger. I've just been so busy with work, you know? And given our unique situation, I can only ask for your understanding. The champion quickly explained. Always using work as an excuse. The woman replied with obvious sarcasm. Aren't you the selfless champion? Come on, I'm calling you for something important. The champion hurriedly changed the subject. All right, ask away. I'll see if I'm in the mood to answer. Oh, don't be like that. I'll bring you a gift next time we meet. The woman's tone immediately brightened. Really? It's a deal then. I'll remember that. With her agreement, the champion got straight to the point. Do you have any information on the members of the Apocalypse Society invading our country? Wow, straight to the sensitive stuff, huh? The woman said, her voice suddenly serious. After the champion's repeated requests, she finally spoke. Seeing as you're being so polite, I'll share some inside information. I don't know who exactly is carrying out the mission, but I heard it was issued by natural disaster. That guy is too scheming, and those who've worked with him don't speak well of him, so I didn't ask much. Is there anything else? Big brother, even though I'm high up in the organization, my knowledge is limited, the blue-haired woman explained helplessly. The Apocalypse Society doesn't have a strict hierarchy. Everyone uses code names and doesn't know each other. They're all crazy people gathered for their own reasons, only united by mutual interests. They only come together for major actions a few times over the years. Otherwise, they work independently. Realizing she knew little about the organization's leader, the champion said in a serious tone, then I won't ask more. But I need to tell you, I'm going to launch a devastating attack on the Apocalypse Society's bases within our borders. If you have any subordinates there, it's best to have them withdraw immediately. This time, I'm going to make the Apocalypse Society pay dearly for their arrogance. Oh, listen to that tone. Is our champion planning to take action personally? Can I come and watch? A slightly teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. All right, enough jokes. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll meet up after this incident is over, the champion said in a calm tone. Xiaoming, I'm hanging up. With that, he ended the call. On the other end, the blue-haired woman bit her silver tooth in frustration, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Use and discard, what a dull man. Without pausing, the champion immediately dialed another number. The call connected quickly, and his voice turned serious and stern. Initiate the operation, proceed as planned. This time, let's make sure the forces of the Extinction Society within our borders are completely wiped out. He paused, then asked, by the way, have you kept track of the high-ranking member of the Extinction Society? Reporting to the champion, that high-ranking member is currently at the northern border, seemingly plotting something. Our people are keeping a close watch. In that case, I'll handle it personally. The champion's voice carried a hint of menace. I'll be there soon. Keep a close eye on them. Yes, champion. Marcia Dao watched as the champion hung up the phone and asked, are you going to take action? A sharp gleam flashed in the champion's eyes. It's time to make a move. Otherwise, how am I different from those old geezers? I used to be a passionate young man, he said, clenching his fist. I'll use that high-ranking member of the Extinction Society to vent my anger. They need to understand that some lines shouldn't be crossed, and crossing them comes with consequences. We're not some delicate flowers raised in a greenhouse. Marcia Dao nodded silently, a look of nostalgia in its eyes. It had been years since it had seen the champion with such vigor, reminding it of the stubborn young man who once participated in the Rainbow Trial. Time had flown by, and that young man had grown into who he was today. Over the years, it had witnessed countless rainbow warriors, thinking it had become indifferent, yet it was still moved by this human before it. Humans, what a strange species, it mused to itself. Is this the reason why Ho-Oh always chooses rainbow warriors from among them? No wonder Ho-Oh saw through everything long ago. Meanwhile, the Alliance was executing the plan methodically. Xia Yu had already taken Xiao Pingon back home and was explaining the situation to his mother, who had just returned. In the living room, his mother sat on the sofa, her eyes on Xia Yu, while his sister curiously observed Xiao Pingon. Brother, who is he? Xiaodong asked with wide eyes. Xiaotong, call him Brother Pingon. He's a few years older than you, Xia Yu explained. He got separated from his family, and I'm planning to take him back to them. Oh, I see, Xiaotong said, a look of realization dawning on her face. Hello, Brother Pingon. Hello, Xiao Pingon responded, a bit shyly. Xiaotong, take Brother Pingon to play for a while. I have something to discuss with Mom. Okay, brother. Xiaodong cheerfully took Xiao Pingon's hand. Come on, Brother Pingon, I'll show you my collection. With that, she led him to her room. Once the two children had left, their mother got straight to the point. So, what's going on? Xia Yu carefully chose his words. It's more or less what I just said. But it seems Xiao Pingon was abducted and managed to escape. I happened to come across him. From our conversations, I learned his home is near the northern edge of the Viridian Forest, close to Azalea Town, which is quite far. So, I'm planning to get him back home as soon as possible. Upon hearing about Xiao Pingon's situation, Xia's mother couldn't help but feel a sense of compassion. She gently suggested, what a poor child. Let him stay with us for a couple of days. Things outside are quite unstable right now. I'll have your father contact the branch in Yaching to get more details. Xia Yu nodded in agreement, thinking it might help Xiao Pingon relax. Back in his room, he carefully placed the Celestial Dragon's spirit egg into the incubator, ensuring it absorbed enough nutrients to hatch gradually. Lying in bed, Xia Yu reflected on recent events and suddenly realized the trouble he'd gotten into in just a few months. The rocket team might have already developed Mewtwo, and the World Destruction Society was even more dangerous, with its powerful mythical creatures. He turned over in bed, sighing, what a hassle. Despite not wanting any involvement with these organizations, fate seemed determined to pull him into the eye of the storm. Xia Yu thought wryly that perhaps this was the destiny of the protagonist. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well accept it and use these organizations as stepping stones to becoming stronger. After some thought, Xia Yu realized his own skills needed improvement. He calculated that if he could capture Rayquaza, it would stabilize the situation significantly. However, for now, that was a distant dream. He decided to focus on capturing Hoopa Unbound, which would at least make him less passive. If he could help it recover its sealed other half, he would gain another powerful mythical ally. The thought brought a satisfied smile to his face. Meanwhile, Xia's mother had contacted Xia's father, explaining Xiao Pingin's situation in detail. Xia's father confirmed with the Yaching branch that indeed a child named Li Pingin was missing, and his parents had reported it. He assured the Yaching side that the child was currently safe in Shuda City, but due to the tense local situation, it would take a few days to send him home. He advised them to inform the parents not to worry and to patiently wait for their child's safe return. Xia's father then called back Xia's mother, suggesting they first comfort Xiao Pingin and let him enjoy a few days at home before Xia Yu took him back. Xia's mother agreed with the plan. Thus, 2 days quietly passed. While Xia Yu was still immersed in the joy of the holiday, playing with the two children, the league's operation had already begun. The champion arrived at the northern border of Huagua, exchanging intelligence with the local surveillance head. Learning that the World Destruction Society's upper echelon was still lingering in the border city without any movement, he decided to act swiftly and resolve the situation that night. As night fell, the operation commenced. After a simple disguise, the champion quietly approached the residence of the World Destruction Society's leaders, ready to launch this critical raid. A high-ranking official, returning from a night of revelry, keenly noticed a suspicious figure in disguise. Intrigued, he decided to investigate and changed his course towards a desolate mountain. The suspicious figure, none other than the champion, followed closely behind. They soon reached the mountain's peak. The official abruptly turned and sneered, "Your disguise and tracking skills are abysmal. Following me so blatantly, are you afraid I won't notice?" The champion chuckled lightly, shedding his disguise to reveal his true self. He calmly stated, "Indeed, disguises and tracking aren't my forte. I prefer a more direct approach. It's less of a hassle." His overwhelming confidence suggested that he considered the official already within his grasp. The official, surprised, recognized him. "It's you, Liao Xingqian. I never expected the champion of Huagua to show up. What an honor. Seems like I don't need to look for that thing anymore. You're my greatest catch on this trip. Let's settle the score from our battle years ago." His voice dripped with excitement and hatred. Liao Xingqian frowned. "Oh? Seems like you're an old acquaintance. Care to jog my memory?" He couldn't identify the person since they still wore a mask. With a cold laugh, the official removed his mask, revealing a scarred, sinister face. Liao Xingqian asked, puzzled, who are you? Sorry, you don't seem familiar. Could you give me another hint?" Still as arrogant as ever, Liao Xingqian. The official gritted his teeth. "Remember the World Youth Championship Pokemon League 12 years ago? I was a contestant from Sakura Country." Liao Xingqian suddenly recalled. "Oh, I remember now. You're that Okamoto guy, right? What happened to you? And you joined the World Annihilation Society." "Fool. It's Okamoto Keishao." The official roared. "You can't even remember my name. How rude. It's because of you I ended up like this. Do you know what I've been through these past years? I'll make sure you experience it, Liao Xingqian. Let me show you why I'm a high-ranking member of the World Annihilation Society." Okamoto Keishao pulled out a pokeball and shouted, "Come out, Zeraora. Show him our strength." A powerful Zeraora appeared before him, clearly his trump card. Liao Xingqian carefully assessed the level 85 champion grade Zeraora. It was a genderless dark and grass-type mythical Pokemon, with the ability Leaf Guard, holding a life orb. Its potential was at the master level, wielding a range of powerful moves. Okamoto Keishao laughed triumphantly. "Ha! How about it, Liao Xingqian? Intimidated by my Zeraora? This is why I became a high-ranking member of the World Annihilation Society. I'm not who I used to be. Accept my revenge." Confronted with the menacing Zeraora, Liao Xingqian merely nodded slightly. He acknowledged the Pokemon's strength, but believed it was still no match for him. Liao Xingqian spoke with a hint of disdain, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Okamoto felt a wave of unease but tried to maintain his composure. "Just that mythical beast won't be enough, Okamoto." Liao Xingqian sneered. "But to wrap this up quickly, I won't hold back." He decisively took a pokeball from his belt and tossed it lightly. "Come forth, NTI, and show him what a true legendary beast is." With a brilliant flash of red light, a majestic fire-type legendary beast appeared on the battlefield. NTI let out a deafening roar that echoed through the barren mountains. Its entire body radiated intense heat, as if it could ignite the very air around it. Okamoto's eyes widened in disbelief at the legendary beast before him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he realized his plan had gone completely awry. NTI's stats were daunting. Name, NTI. Level, 90 champion level. Gender, genderless. Type, fire. Ability, pressure exerts pressure, drastically reducing the opponent's move usage. Held item, flame orb. Potential, master level. Its move set was even more astonishing. Stomp, leer, ember, smokescreen, sacred fire, extreme speed, flame wheel, bite, calm mind, roar, fire fong, scary face, crunch, extrasensory, smog, swagger, sunny day, overheat, fire blast, flamethrower, heat wave, protect, will-o-wisp, stone edge, endure, and flare blitz. What? How do you have a legendary beast too? Okamoto exclaimed in disbelief. But we won't lose. Bring it on, Liao Xingqian. Despite the doubt creeping into his heart, Okamoto forced himself to stay strong, readying for the challenging battle ahead. On the vast barren mountain, NTI and Zeraora stood facing each other. The air was thick with tension, as if even the surrounding rocks could sense the impending fierce battle. NTI was enveloped in blazing flames, its gaze firm and majestic, burning with endless fighting spirit. Zeraora exuded its wildness and agility, muscles taut, ready to strike at any moment. The battle was on the brink of erupting. NTI struck first, opening its massive mouth to unleash a torrent of flame like a fire dragon, aimed directly at Zeraora. Zeraora, with its nimble agility, narrowly dodged the deadly attack. It swiftly closed in on NTI, its sharp claws gleaming as it slashed at its opponent. Unfazed, NTI raised its strong forepaw, blocking Zeraora's attack with ease. Then, NTI launched a fierce counterattack. Its fire skills were unleashed in rapid succession, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of flames. The scorching heat made the air warp, and Zeraora began to struggle in this infernal environment. Despite being at a disadvantage, Zeraora continued to fight back fiercely. It weaved through the flames, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack. However, NTI's power was overwhelming, each of its attacks carrying devastating force. Ultimately, after a powerful fire blast, Zeraora could no longer hold on and collapsed heavily to the ground. The battle was over, with NTI standing proudly in the center of the battlefield. The roaring flames surrounded it, highlighting its unmatched strength and majesty. At that moment, it seemed like an invincible fire god, inspiring awe and fear. Seeing Zeraora fall, Okamoto's last hope crumbled. In panic, he released all his Pokemon, hoping to escape. However, Liao Xingqian was ready, immediately releasing his own team of Pokemon. In the face of absolute power, Okamoto's Pokemon were effortlessly defeated, as if made of paper. It wasn't long before Okamoto himself was subdued, with no escape. Liao Xingqian walked slowly over to Okamoto, looking down at him with a calm demeanor. It seems you haven't changed much since back then. His voice turned stern. Now, tell me your purpose here and everything about the Annihilation Society, Okamoto. You have no other choice. TSK. Liao Xingqian-san, do you think capturing me will make me talk? You underestimate me too much. Liao Xingqian let out a cold laugh, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Is that so? Then I suppose you'll have to experience some of the interrogation techniques our nation has perfected over hundreds of years. I'm curious to see how long you can last. With a wave of his hand, two Alliance operatives stepped forward and swiftly tied up Okamoto Keishao. They flanked him on either side and led him toward the vehicles parked at the foot of the mountain. Under their grip, Okamoto Keishao struggled violently, his voice tinged with panic. Hey, Liao Xingqian-san, aren't you afraid of the Doomsday Society's retaliation? I'm one of their top members, and you're declaring war on them. Hearing this, Liao Xingqian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Huh, if they dare to come, let them. It saves me the trouble of hunting you all down. Our nation isn't a place they can enter and leave as they please. Once they set foot here, they won't be leaving. They'll all stay. His words exuded unwavering confidence, and the surrounding Alliance members were equally emboldened, their eyes shining with fearless determination. Hearing this, dread washed over Okamoto Keishao. He was all too aware of the brutal competition within the Doomsday Society, with many eager to take his place. Moreover, the organization's leaders wouldn't risk challenging one of the world's strongest nations for someone of his low rank. After capturing Okamoto Keishao, Liao Xingqian immediately returned to the border city to completely eradicate the local Doomsday Society stronghold. He then returned to Alliance headquarters, awaiting news from other regions. 2 days later, under the meticulous care of Alliance interrogators, Okamoto Keishao finally broke down and requested to see Liao Xingqian. Upon hearing this, Liao Xingqian set aside his work and hurried to the interrogation room. On the way, he asked the staff, how many interrogation methods did you use before he talked? The staff member, with a look of unfinished satisfaction, replied, Report, Champion, Okamoto Keishao couldn't withstand even 20 methods. We still have 499 techniques left and used. Liao Xingqian's mouth twitched slightly at this, hoping internally that they wouldn't develop any psychological issues from this work. Pushing open the door to the interrogation room, Liao Xingqian saw a completely changed Okamoto Keishao. The once spirited, vengeful middle-aged man now had disheveled hair, a pallor like a vampire, and was covered in countless scars, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. With a trembling voice, Okamoto Keishao looked up weakly and said, "Liao Xingqian-san, you've finally come. I'm willing to tell you everything. Just grant me a swift end." Liao Xingqian quipped. Liao Xingqian gazed at Okamoto Keishao before him, feeling a mix of complex emotions. He asked in a deep voice, "What's your role in the Apocalypse Society? And why did you come to China this time?" Okamoto Keishao coughed twice, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. "My code name in the society is Evil Ape, rank 10th, the last of the higher-ups." He paused, then continued, "I came to China because I got word from the organization about an important item. It's crucial to me, so I came personally to find it." Liao Xingqian raised an eyebrow and pressed further. "Oh? What is this item? Where is it? And what's its purpose?" "It's a stone tablet," Okamoto Keishao explained, his eyes gleaming with desire. "It contains powerful dark energy, which greatly benefits my Zygarde. As for its exact location, I'm not sure, only that it's somewhere in China. That's why I've been at the border for so long, sending people to gather information." "And who did you hear this from?" Liao Xingqian continued to probe. Okamoto Qiuexiao's expression became serious. "From Calamity, within the organization. He's ranked 3rd and has been around for a long time. Although rumors say he's of poor character, his credibility is reliable, so I trust the information he gave." Liao Xingqian nodded thoughtfully and asked, "I see. Do you know anything about the other higher-ups in the Apocalypse Society?" Okamoto Keishao shook his head. "I don't know. I've only been with the society for a few years, mostly doing my own thing, and haven't interacted much with the other higher-ups. The internal management isn't strict, and everyone remains mysterious." Liao Xingqian was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "One last thing, why did you choose to join the Apocalypse Society? Aren't you the genius heir of the Okamoto family from Sakura country?" Okamoto Keishao let out a bitter laugh. "That's a long story. Then make it short," Liao Xingqian urged. Okamoto Keishao took a deep breath and began to tell his story. "It all started when I lost to you at the World Youth Championship Pokemon League. As one of the strongest geniuses in Sakura country at the time, I was expected to achieve great things by my family and country. But I lost to you early on, failing to meet expectations." Pain flickered in his eyes. "When I returned home, I faced harsh criticism and grew to resent you. Later, I turned all my hatred into motivation, training my Pokemon relentlessly to regain my honor." Okamoto Qiuexiao's voice grew somber. "A few years ago, I accidentally stumbled upon a forbidden realm in Sakura country, where I discovered the guardian beasts of Zygarde and managed to capture one by chance. But in Sakura country, capturing a guardian beast is strictly forbidden. When I was found out, I fled to avoid capture and eventually defected, joining the Apocalypse Society." He lifted his head, meeting Liao Xingqian's eyes. "My ultimate goal was to challenge and defeat you, to prove I am the strongest. But as it turns out, even with the power of a guardian beast, I lost to you once again." Okamoto Qiuexiao's voice became filled with despair and determination. "Liao Xingqian, give me a swift end. Dying by your hand would be a fitting conclusion. I have no more expectations from this world." After hearing Okamoto Qiuexiao's words, Liao Xingqian thought to himself, "I didn't expect him to be so persistent." Although Okamoto Qiuexiao's troubled journey was partly related to him, it didn't justify his reckless actions. In the end, Liao Xingqian fulfilled Okamoto Qiuexiao's wish and personally executed him. After handling the affairs of Okamoto Keishao, Liao Xingqian returned to his office to continue working, secretly offering a bit of solace to his persistent old rival. The next morning, at the Xia family villa, Xia Yu decided it was time to take Xiao Pingyan back home. After several days of careful care, Xiao Pingyan had gradually emerged from his gloom and regained his vitality. During this time, he deeply missed his family and longed to return home. Xia Yu observed that the incubation period for the aluminum steel dragon spirit egg was longer than that of ordinary spirits and would require a few more days, providing the perfect opportunity to take Xiao Pingyan home. After a brief conversation with his parents, Xia Yu took Xiao Pingyan to the airport. Inside the Shudu City airport, Xiao Pingyan looked around curiously, filled with a sense of wonder at everything around him. It was his first time at an airport, let alone flying on a plane. Seeing Xiao Pingyan's demeanor, Xia Yu couldn't help but recall his own nervous excitement when he first flew after graduating college in his previous life. Once on board, Xiao Pingyan couldn't stop expressing his amazement, leaving Xia Yu both amused and exasperated. Shortly after takeoff, Xiao Pingyan fell into a deep sleep from all the excitement. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief, as the little guy's endless questions had been overwhelming. 3 hours later, the plane landed in Yacheng. Xia Yu escorted Xiao Pingyan out of the airport and headed to the city center. They had lunch at a restaurant before going to the Yacheng Alliance branch to find the exact location of Xiao Pingyan's home. Xia Yu presented a special pass given by his father, and after verifying its authenticity, the staff directed them to the right route. After taking a taxi to the edge of the Viridian Forest, Xia Yu and Xiao Pingyan began their walk into the woods. As soon as they entered the forest, Xia Yu felt a sense of affinity from the Viridian Forest, with the power of Viridian within him becoming unusually active. He noticed that the same power in Xiao Pingyan was also joyfully surging, as if he had returned home. Xia Yu marveled inwardly at how the Viridian Forest's affection for Xiao Pingyan, as a child of destiny, was almost on par with his own. As they walked, Xiao Pingyan excitedly introduced the surroundings to Xia Yu, pointing out where he often played and where dangerous spirits resided. Xia Yu listened, secretly amused. This little guy didn't yet realize his special status as a child of the forest. The spirits of the Viridian Forest would never harm him. As they chattered all the way to a farmhouse, Xiao Pingyan looked at his home, and memories came flooding back, bringing tears to his eyes. Seeing this, Xia Yu gently approached, tenderly patting his head, silently comforting the child who had been through so much. Once Xiao Pingyan calmed down a bit, Xia Yu stepped forward and knocked on the farmhouse door. A weary voice from inside responded, "Who is it? We're not open these days. Please find somewhere else." Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a pale face and heavy dark circles opened the door, hunched over. The moment Xiao Pingyan saw his father, he rushed forward and hugged him tightly. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, but as soon as he recognized his son, tears flowed freely as he embraced his long-lost child with all his strength. Father and son held each other in silence, the air filled with deep longing and joy. Once emotions had settled a bit, Xiao Pingyan's father noticed Xia Yu standing nearby and quickly, albeit awkwardly, invited him inside, loudly calling for Xiao Pingyan's mother. These days, Xiao Pingyan's mother had been unable to eat or sleep, crying constantly over her missing son. Hearing her husband's call, she rushed out and immediately saw her long-missed child. She ran to him, holding him tightly while crying and murmuring, her trembling hands constantly caressing his face and body, as if to assure herself this wasn't a dream. As everyone calmed down, Xiao Pingyan recounted his abduction and how Xia Yu had saved him. He skillfully omitted the thrilling battles with the spirits, keeping them as a cherished secret between him and brother Xia Yu. Upon learning that Xia Yu was their son's savior, the couple was overwhelmed with gratitude, thanking him repeatedly, even wanting to kneel to express their thanks. Xia Yu quickly stopped them, insisting, "That's not necessary, really." At the couple's enthusiastic invitation, Xia Yu decided to stay for a couple of days, subtly checking the forest surroundings for any suspicious individuals. That evening, Xiao Pingyan's parents prepared a lavish dinner in gratitude to Xia Yu. He gladly accepted this heartfelt gesture and eagerly tasted the uniquely flavored dishes. After a satisfying meal, Xia Yu returned to his room. He opened his system panel. When he safely returned Xiao Pingyan home, the system had already indicated the task was complete. He carefully reviewed his attribute panel. Host, Xia Yu. Talent, Master Level Evergreen Power, Intermediate Aura Power. Pokemon, Charizard Shiny, Aron, Milotic Level 1 God, Gardevoir, Garchomp, Tyranitar, Metagross Shiny, Heracross, Greninja, Vikavolt, Duraludon Hatching. Items, Luxury Ball 7, Treasure Compass, Permanent Move Tutor Protect, Sceptile Mega Stone, Sizer Mega Stone, Lucario Mega Stone, Supreme Water Stone, Supreme Fire Stone 3, Ditto Mask, Dynamax Band, Soaring, Wish Star 2, Dragonium Z, Permanent Move Tutor Shadow Ball, Full Restore, Furium Z, Terra Crystal, Fire-type Terra Crystal Shard, Master Ball, Permanent Move Tutor Dragon Pulse, Gaustium Z, Ultra Ball, Random Secret Realm Summoning Card, Infinity Flute, Hoopa's Golden Ring. Xia Yu gazed at his luxurious control panel, his eyes lingering on the master-level evergreen power that had reached its peak. He felt an unparalleled force surging within him, as if he were invincible in the Viridian Forest. Each of his abilities had been elevated to epic levels, filling him with confidence. 8,600 mall coins shimmered in his account, bringing a sense of fulfillment. Despite this, Xia Yu wasn't in a rush to draw prizes. Instead, he decided to save up a bit more for a grander plan later. The next morning, little Pingyan eagerly woke Xia Yu up. He couldn't wait to take Xia Yu to visit his secret base, where his cherished friends were. Xia Yu agreed readily, his curiosity piqued. The two embarked on a journey to the depths of the Viridian Forest. Strangely, along the way, they didn't encounter any creatures, as if all living beings were deliberately avoiding them. About an hour later, they arrived at a secluded spot. Before them stood an ancient building entwined with vines, modest in size, resembling an ordinary house. The marks on its surface told stories of its long history. Xia Yu followed little Pingyan along a hidden passage into the interior. Inside, a statue wrapped in vines came into view. Xia Yu observed closely and recognized it as a statue of Celebi, mythical creature capable of traveling freely through time. Little Pingyan began searching for his friends within the building, while Xia Yu used his master-level evergreen power to try to connect with the statue. Suddenly, A powerful energy burst from within Xia Yu, resonating with the statue. The space above it fluctuated violently, ripples forming in the air as if something was about to break through. In an instant, a small spatial portal formed above the statue. From it emerged a creature, a light green body, two blue antennae atop its head, and a pair of wings gently fluttering behind it. Xia Yu was astonished to recognize it was the legendary Celebi. He hadn't expected that a simple attempt would awaken the time-traveling entity. Xia Yu carefully examined Celebi's attributes: a level 110 second-tier deity, genderless, with psychic and grass abilities, and a natural recovery trait. It possessed a range of powerful moves, from psychic to perish song, and hyper beam, all highlighting its status as a mythical creature. Xia Yu couldn't help but marvel at how this legendary creature was hailed as the ultimate healer. Celebi curiously examined Xia Yu, tilting its head with a puzzled expression. It circled him a few times, sniffing the aura emanating from him. It seemed intrigued by the natural energy waves Xia Yu emitted and felt drawn to him. Just as Celebi was about to perch on Xia Yu's head, a clear voice interrupted the scene. "Celebi, there you are? I've been looking for you for quite a while," Little Pingin's excited voice called out. He had finally found the location of the statue and was delighted to discover the suddenly appearing Celebi. Hearing the familiar call, Celebi immediately turned towards Little Pingin, quickly flying into his embrace. This intimate interaction clearly indicated that Celebi and Little Pingin had known each other for a long time and shared an extraordinary bond. "Brother Xia Yu, look, this is my good friend Celebi." Little Pingin excitedly held up the mythical creature in front of Xia Yu, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I met it when I was 6, and it's my best friend. Now I want to introduce it to you, so we can all be best friends." Celebi floated in the air, curiously observing the boy surrounded by the power of the Viridian Forest. Seeing this, Xia Yu quickly took out specially crafted grass and psychic-type energy cubes from his backpack, carefully offering them to Celebi. After tasting them, Celebi's eyes lit up, and it conveyed a strong sense of liking through telepathy to Xia Yu. The three of them gathered around an ancient stone table, where Little Pingin recounted his experience of being kidnapped by bad people and how Xia Yu saved him. Celebi listened, its eyes flashing with anger. Xia Yu added, "Their real target was probably you." This further enraged Celebi, and it was about to dash out to find the culprits when Xia Yu and Little Pingin stopped it on either side. Xia Yu calmly analyzed. Those people have already fled, and chasing them now would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, since they have ill intentions towards you, they might not easily give up on targeting Little Pingin. Hearing this, Celebi thought for a moment, and then took out two feathers shimmering with a faint glow, giving one to each of them. It explained that by using the power of the Viridian Forest to activate the feathers, a protective shield could be formed, and it would be able to sense and immediately traverse time and space to come to their aid. Considering Little Pingin had not yet mastered the power of the Viridian Forest, Celebi specially set an automatic protection function for his feather. After chatting a bit more in the ancient building, Xia Yu and Little Pingin stood up to say goodbye. Celebi watched them leave, then slipped into a space-time tunnel, ready to seek new adventures in other times and places. Xia Yu summoned Charizard, and they quickly returned to the farmhouse, where Little Pingin's parents were in the kitchen preparing a delicious dinner for them. 2 days later, Xia Yu received a call from home, learning that the Steelix Pokemon egg was about to hatch. He left his contact information with Little Pingin and bid farewell to the Warm family, leaving the Viridian Forest to return home in time to welcome the new life. With Celebi's protection, there was no longer any concern for Xiao Pingin's safety. Xia Yu could finally embark on his new journey with peace of mind. When he returned home from the airport, it was still early and the house was empty. Xia Yu went straight to his room, where his attention was immediately drawn to the Dratini egg in the incubator. The eggshell was covered with fine cracks, indicating it was about to hatch. He quickly instructed Gardevoir to keep an eye on the incubator while he hurried to the kitchen to prepare special energy cubes for his Suntoba-born companion. Before long, Gardevoir rushed to inform him that the egg was about to hatch. Xia Yu immediately set down the unfinished energy cubes and dashed to his bedroom. As he opened the door, he saw the egg covered with a network of intersecting cracks, the entire shell shaking as if the life inside was striving to break free. Xia Yu and Gardevoir stood by the incubator with bated breath, witnessing this exciting moment. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound broke the silence of the room, and a shiny, hard head burst through the eggshell. Soon, a half-meter-tall Dratini emerged completely, its round eyes innocently gazing at Xia Yu and Gardevoir, emitting a tender cry as if asking, "Where's my food?" Xia Yu quickly offered it moo milk, but the little creature only took a small sip before turning away. Realizing what it wanted, Xia Yu picked up the Dratini and headed to the yard, where a variety of minerals were piled up just for it. Upon seeing the heap of high-quality minerals, the young Dratini's eyes lit up with excitement. With Xia Yu's permission, it eagerly dove into the pile, munching away happily, its endearing antics bringing a smile to Xia Yu's face. By evening, the rest of the family returned home, all captivated by this rare foreign Pokemon. The little Dratini, feeling shy under everyone's gaze, hid behind Xia Yu, peeking out cautiously. Xia Yu's parents were not surprised by their son's acquisition of another rare Pokemon. After the shock of unexpectedly encountering the pseudo-legendary Tyranitar, they had grown accustomed to their son's good fortune. Xia's father even remarked that if he had half his son's luck, he might have already joined the ranks of the Elite Four, perhaps even becoming the champion. A few days later, Dratini had fully recovered from its initial frailty and was ready to begin formal training. Xia Yu originally planned to use a random secret realm summoning card, but after careful consideration, he decided to postpone this plan. With time being tight due to various commitments, spending a month exploring a secret realm seemed too rushed. Additionally, he considered summoning a secret realm near the city of Shudu to add a resource there, but with recent frequent disasters in the area, the timing was not right. It would be better to wait until after the National High School Pokemon League. So, with just over a month until the league began, Xia Yu chose to focus on training his Pokemon at home and in his grandfather's dojo, ensuring they were in peak condition for the upcoming competition. Time flew by, and soon the day of the league arrived. Early in the morning, Xia Yu got up, washed, gathered his Pokeballs, packed his bags, and prepared to head to school. As Xia Yu approached the classroom door, the lively chatter inside was already seeping through the cracks. He pushed the door open and found that most of the students were already seated, enthusiastically discussing the upcoming National High School Elf League. Although not everyone was eligible to participate, it didn't dampen their excitement in the slightest. While responding to his classmates' greetings, Xia Yu made his way to his seat. He glanced around and noticed that the usually early-arriving classmate, the chubby Zhang Yuhao, was surprisingly absent today. Just as he was wondering if Zhang might be late, a loud voice echoed from the hallway. Class 3A, your emperor has returned. The chatter in the classroom abruptly stopped, and all eyes turned towards the familiar voice at the door. Zhang Yuhao, the chubby student, strutted in with his chest puffed out, proudly displaying 4 shiny badges pinned to his chest. Seeing everyone's attention on him, he boasted, "Oh, no need to be so formal, everyone. I know I'm quite popular, but with you all staring at me like this, I'm getting a bit embarrassed. By the way, did you all hear I've got 4 gym badges already? Ugh, we just wanted to see who was being so shamelessly arrogant. Turns out it was you." Zhang Yuhao, no surprise there. His classmates retorted sarcastically. "You're late enough as it is. We thought you had given up. Hurry up and put those badges away, they're too conspicuous. Plenty of people in class have badges, but none are as showy as you. It's embarrassing." Yeah. Be careful or Mr. Wong will call you into his office," others chimed in, before turning back to their conversations. "Humph, I know you're all just jealous," Zhang Yuhao retorted defiantly, then headed to his seat. He leaned over to Xia Yu, showing off his badges with pride. "Hey you, what do you think? Aren't my badges cool?" Xia Yu examined them closely and noticed one that stood out. "Wow, you even have a level 1 gym badge. Not bad. Of course, just give me 2 more months, and I'll have all 4 replaced with level 1 gym badges," Zhang Yuhao declared confidently. "Sure thing, your shamelessness is at least a tenth of mine," Xia Yu teased. As the students continued their animated discussions, Mr. Wong entered the classroom. Sharp-eyed students immediately coughed to signal his arrival, and the room fell silent. Mr. Wong walked leisurely to the podium, surveying the students below. "I can see everyone is quite excited today, which is understandable with the annual High School Elf League approaching. But whether you're participating or not, it's important to maintain a good mindset and condition. For those not participating, just enjoy the spectacle and use it as a way to relax and adjust, while actively preparing for the upcoming college entrance exams." On the eve of the competition, the class teacher stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across every participating student in the classroom. "Contestants, make sure to adjust your mindset and your spirits to greet this grand event in your best form." He then detailed the competition rules. This contest is divided into regional and national rounds, each lasting half a month, totaling 1 month. The regional contest divides major cities and surrounding counties into different areas, with the top 10 from each city advancing to the national competition. Notably, the capital city, where last year's champion hailed from, is granted 30 advancement spots this year, with a total of 30 cities nationwide, making up 320 national competition spots in total. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu frowned slightly, pondering, does such a rule make it too stringent for contestants from major cities like the capital and the Magic City? After all, the overall strength of these cities does surpass other regions. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind: transferring to another city to compete could reduce the competition's difficulty and increase the chances of advancing, couldn't it? This idea reminded him of what little Fatty had mentioned. Why did Luo Bing from the Magic City transfer to attend school in Shu City? It was probably to avoid the fierce competition in the Magic City, right? City folks are so cunning, always bullying us honest people. Xia Yu thought indignantly, momentarily forgetting he too was from the city. The class teacher continued. The competition venue in Shu City is at the downtown sports center, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with. The national competition will be held at the Phoenix Nest in the capital, and the top 10 will be escorted by the Shu City Alliance branch. He glanced at his watch. The competition begins tomorrow morning, so everyone needs to arrive at school early to take the school bus. Our class has 25 registered participants, with a total of 215 from the entire school, making us the school with the most entries. Special note, contestants who have obtained 4 level 1 beginner gym badges will be seeded players, directly entering the knockout stage. Our school has 8 seeded players, including Xia Yu and Wang Hao from our class. The class teacher then announced, the school will be on break during the competition, and non-participating students can watch for free, as the school has covered the ticket costs. The competition will use a 3vs3 spirit battle format, with participating spirits no older than 1 year, or the participant will be disqualified. There will be special equipment for testing. Finally came the exciting reward section. The class teacher detailed the regional competition's reward scheme. 51 SD 100 TH place, 200,000 coins. 31 SD 50 TH place, 500,000 coins. 11 TH 30 TH place, 800,000 coins. 4 TH 10 TH place, 1 million coins and a spirit egg selection opportunity. Third place, 2 million coins, 1 high-level spirit item, and a spirit egg selection opportunity. Second place, 3 million coins, 2 high-level spirit items, and a spirit egg selection opportunity. First place, 5 million coins, 1 top-grade spirit item, and a spirit egg selection opportunity. The rewards for the national competition have yet to be announced. Wow! A chorus of amazement erupted in the classroom. Mr. Wang had just announced the competition prizes, and the students could hardly contain their excitement. Those who had already signed up for the competition had a determined glint in their eyes, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. This year's prizes are indeed much more generous than in previous years, Mr. Wang remarked as he looked around the room. I hope everyone prepares well and lives up to expectations. Remember to arrive at school early tomorrow. You're dismissed now. With that, he turned and left the classroom, followed by the joyful cheers of the students. The upcoming major event left the students with mixed feelings, both anticipation and nervousness, as it was their first time participating. Back home, Xia Yu stood in the yard, contemplating his lineup of Pokemon. After careful selection, 5 Pokemon met the competition criteria: Aron, Gardevoir, Garchomp, a shiny Metagross, and Duraludon. These were all ones he had personally hatched from eggs, while the others, except for Charizard and Milotic, were caught later with uncertain ages, meaning they'd have to wait until college for a chance to compete. Aron and Gardevoir had reached level 54, making them strong enough to compete in college tournaments. To ensure fairness, Xia Yu ultimately chose 3 candidates for the competition: a level 50 Garchomp on the verge of reaching professional level, a level 47 shiny Metagross fully evolved, and a Duraludon that had quickly grown to level 33 with the help of Milotic scales. For the high school league, who else but me? Xia Yu thought confidently as he looked at his 3 formidable Pokemon. I'm the big boss this year. During dinner, Xia Yu's parents inquired about his competition preparations with concern. No problem at all, Xia Yu replied confidently, not forgetting to flatter them. With the perfect genes I inherited from you both, the championship is mine. His parents were delighted by his words, showering him with praise for his potential. His sister, Xiaotong, joined in the excitement, making the dinner table atmosphere particularly lively. Will you come to watch my competition? Xia Yu asked. His father said he could only attend the opening ceremony and the top 10 finals. His mother was in the same situation, busy researching Mega Evolution, having identified less than 10 Pokemon corresponding to Mega Evolution stones. To present her findings at the national competition, she had to speed up her progress, leaving her only able to attend key matches. Xia Yu had anticipated this and didn't mind. However, his sister insisted on watching the entire competition, and since her school was on break, she had plenty of time. This made Xia Yu overjoyed. He lifted her up and showered her with kisses, silently praising his thoughtful little sister. Xia Yu enthusiastically promised to arrange VIP seats for her, so she could enjoy his performance up close. As night fell, Xia Yu lay in bed and finally received the system's belated task notification. The system's sound chimed, and the screen displayed the chain task details. Ding! Host has triggered a chain task. 1. Achieve first place in the regional competition of the National High School Spirit League. Reward: 5 advanced magic candies, 2,000 mall coins. 2. Achieve first place in the national competition. Reward: all spirits aptitude level increased by 1, no increase if at max, or a power upgraded to advanced, for 1,000 mall coins. Xia Yu carefully reviewed the task details and couldn't help but ponder. The rewards for the national competition are much more generous than the regional ones. Does that mean it's more difficult? But then he smiled confidently, thinking, I hope it's challenging. An easy win would be too boring. As he would say in his past life playing League of Legends, he preferred facing worthy opponents. With these hopeful thoughts, Xia Yu fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, his alarm clock woke him right on time. He quickly got up, washed, packed his things, and secured his luxury ball before hurrying to school. Upon arriving at school, Xia Yu headed straight for the sports field, the meeting point mentioned by Old Wang yesterday. The field was already buzzing with excited and nervous students. Xia Yu weaved through the crowd, looking for the spot for Class 31. On his way, he spotted a few familiar faces. His opponents from the opening simulation battle, Luo Bing, Ming Kai, Wu Jin, and Zhu Zhu. Luo Bing and Zhu Zhu's eyes were filled with determination, ready to redeem themselves in this high school league. Xia Yu, however, remained unfazed, simply nodding and smiling at them before continuing to his class's gathering point. Before long, all the participants from number 1 high school had gathered on the field. School buses began arriving in an orderly fashion to take them to the Shudu City Sports Center for the competition. Led by Old Wang, Xia Yu and his classmates boarded one of the buses. The chubby boy sat next to Xia Yu, his dark circles revealing his sleepless night. Whether from excitement or nerves, he anxiously asked, "You go. Do you think I can do well this time? Why am I getting nervous now that the competition is about to start?" Xia Yu reassured him, "It's no big deal. Look at them." He gestured to the others on the bus. "They're just like you. It's everyone's first time competing, and it's normal to feel this way. Once you get through the first day, you'll see it's not that bad. Just give it your all. Besides, your Sandstorm team is almost complete, and you have a pseudo-legendary, so what are you afraid of? Just go for it." Encouraged, the chubby boy puffed out his chest and said, "That's right. I do have a pseudo-legendary, and I'm strong." But then he looked at Xia Yu with curiosity. "But you go? Why aren't you nervous at all?" Xia Yu raised an eyebrow and responded, "Would you be nervous about a victory that's in the bag?" "Damn, here you go again." The chubby boy laughed helplessly. "You're awesome, alright. I can't compete with you." With Xia Yu's teasing, the chubby boy's nervousness seemed to dissipate significantly, suggesting that his performance might not be too bad. Since Xia Yu had a direct pass to the knockout stage, he wouldn't be competing for the first few days, so he was particularly relaxed, enjoying the spectacle. Soon, the school bus arrived at the entrance of the Shudu City Sports Center. The students disembarked in an orderly fashion and lined up to wait. The scene outside the sports center was already bustling. Colorful posters, decorations, and banners adorned the entrance, making it vibrant and eye-catching. Numerous reporters with cameras and microphones were taking photos, conducting interviews, and broadcasting live, filling the entire venue with the unique excitement and allure of the high school league. Even Xia Yu was stopped for an interview by a beautiful reporter from the Shudu City Daily. He would never admit that he agreed just because she was attractive. The reporter's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her notebook seemed eager to capture every word. "Hello, student. Which school are you from?" she asked with a smile. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow and pointed at the prominent school badge on his uniform. Isn't it right here? Shudu number 1 high school. You might want to get your eyes checked, reporter." The reporter laughed awkwardly. "Oh, routine question, don't mind me. So, do you have confidence in this university league?" With his hands in his pockets, Xia Yu appeared relaxed. "Confidence? Maybe just a tiny bit. After all, I'm from number 1 high school, so there's a little bit of skill there." As expected of a top student from number 1 high school, so full of confidence, the reporter praised. "What do you think about the first round of preliminaries? Do you feel confident about advancing, considering all the geniuses from around Shudu City are here? The pressure must be immense." Xia Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. "What do I think? I'm just watching from the sidelines. I'm not in the preliminaries, so I'm not competing with them." The reporter was taken aback. "Huh? You're not in the preliminaries? Are you here to watch, not compete?" Her mind buzzed, feeling she had been tricked. Xia Yu feigned mystery. "Well, isn't there a possibility I went straight to the knockout rounds?" The reporter suddenly understood. "Oh, right. I got a bit confused. I forgot about the seed players. Seems I got lucky, interviewing a seed player first." Just then, Old Wang gave Xia Yu a signal, indicating it was time to prepare to enter. Xia Yu understood and wrapped up the interview. "All right, thank you for speaking with the Shudu Daily. We wish you great success in the competition. Goodbye," the reporter said warmly. "Thanks for the support. Goodbye." Xia Yu replied politely, then returned to his team to prepare to enter. The chubby guy also returned to the team looking pleased, indicating he had been interviewed too. By this time, many school teams had gathered outside, all waiting in line to enter. After a series of strict checks, Xia Yu and the others finally entered the venue. Inside, the newly revamped battle stage and various eye-catching advertisements highlighted Shudu City's emphasis on this competition. The students from number 1 high school stood in their designated area, waiting for the other schools to enter. Since they were nearby, they arrived early. As time passed, participants gradually filled the venue, each standing in their designated areas. About an hour later, all the participants had arrived. Xia Yu glanced around, estimating roughly 2,000 participants in total. His school alone accounted for nearly a tenth of them, showcasing number 1 high school status as the strongest in Shudu City. Participants from other schools also gathered in groups. Xia Yu noticed one school had only 8 participants, a disparity that was quite striking. Once everyone was in place, Shudu City's leaders took turns giving speeches. Most were formalities that nearly put Xia Yu to sleep, including his father, who also spoke in grandiose terms. However, amid the dull speeches, there was some important information. For example, players like Xia Yu, who went straight to the knockout rounds, had already secured a spot in the top 100. There were 20 such seed players in total. This news invigorated Xia Yu, making him realize he was already in a favorable position. The stadium was buzzing with excitement, all 80,000 seats filled to capacity. This live-streamed Pokemon battle tournament drew countless eyes, and the participants couldn't help but feel a bit nervous under such scrutiny. The explanation of the tournament rules took a full hour. Although Xia Yu would have preferred to attend only on the day of his match, all participants were required to be present on the first day for the rules briefing. After a half-hour break, the contestants drew lots to determine their opponents. 10 battle platforms were arranged neatly, each equipped with professional referees, allowing for simultaneous Pokemon battles involving 20 people. Due to the large number of participants, the qualifying rounds would last 10 days. After watching Little Fatty's match, Xia Yu returned home to focus on training his Alyagon, aiming to further enhance its strength during this period. 10 days flew by, and the top 100 contestants were announced. Xia Yu closely followed the tournament's progress via live stream, noticing that many skilled competitors emerged from various schools. Their school had only 30 students advancing, slightly fewer than in previous years, but several classmates he knew had advanced to the knockout rounds with overwhelming victories. Urged by Lao Wang, Xia Yu prepared to head to the stadium. He initially wanted to ask Lao Wang for a few VIP tickets, but his father had already arranged excellent seats. Once the family arrived at the stadium, Xia Yu headed straight to the competitors area, while his mother and sister went to the audience section. In the preparation area, Xia Yu immediately spotted the excited little fatty. "You go. Did you see my performance? Wasn't it strong?" Yeah, you're not far from becoming the Sandstorm King. Keep it up," Xia Yu replied absent-mindedly. As the competition entered a new phase, all the smaller battle platforms were closed, and a massive battle arena was raised. After a new draw, Xia Yu picked number 91, meaning he would face contestant number 9. Little Fatty drew number 86, anxiously searching for his opponent while muttering his hope not to encounter a seeded player. Xia Yu, on the other hand, remained composed. To him, it seemed unlikely that any astonishingly skilled players would appear in Shu City. Perhaps in the Imperial Capital or the Magic City, there might be reason to feel tense. He carefully observed the other contestants' Pokemon, noting that most were at the advanced peak of levels 38 and 39, or the early elite stages of levels 41 and 42, showcasing considerable overall strength. When the announcer finally called his number, Xia Yu stood up and confidently walked toward the grand battle arena. The next competitors are Xia Yu, a top contender from Shuda City No. 1 High School, and Lin Shen from Yunqing No. 2 High School. The host's voice boomed through the sound system, igniting the enthusiasm of the 80,000 spectators, whose cheers were deafening. Xia Yu stepped onto the battle stage, momentarily stunned by the electrifying atmosphere. It was a stark contrast to watching from the sidelines. The roaring cheers of 80,000 people washed over him like a tidal wave, quickening his heartbeat. Amidst the cacophony, he thought he could hear his mother and sister cheering for him, though he couldn't pinpoint the source. In contrast, Lin Chun, who had fought his way up from the preliminaries, appeared much more composed. Yet, facing Xia Yu, a seeded player, his eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, eager to test the strength of these directly advanced competitors. The referee succinctly outlined the rules. Contestants, release your battle creatures. During the match, you cannot switch creatures. If you do, the switched creature will be disqualified from continuing. This rule was clearly a disadvantage for those relying on weather tactics, as it prevented flexible lineup adjustments. Both contestants nodded in understanding before tossing their creature balls. Xia Yu released a large celestial dragon, its metallic body gleaming under the stadium lights with a cold brilliance. This was its debut in an official battle, and its excitement was palpable. Xia Yu was quietly satisfied with its stats, level 36, male, steel, and dragon dual type, with the steadfast ability and holding a Middleton scale, steadily improving towards championship level potential. Lin Shun, on the other hand, sent out a level 39 fire monkey, boasting the vital spirit ability, which prevents it from falling asleep. This fire monkey had mastered 14 skills, ranging from basic scratch and leer to advanced close combat and fire punch, making it a formidable opponent. The host took the opportunity to introduce the audience to the celestial dragon's origins unique to the Maple Leaf country and extremely rare domestically. This insight sparked waves of awe and anticipation among the spectators. With the referee's signal, the battle erupted instantly. The fire monkey displayed astonishing speed, darting forward with fists ablaze, launching a fierce assault on the celestial dragon. However, the celestial dragon remained composed, countering with a sharp ice beam that immediately neutralized its opponent's offensive. The celestial dragon launched a fierce counterattack, its massive tail covered in metallic scales swinging like a heavy hammer, striking the blazing monkey down to the ground. It quickly followed up with a flurry of precise blows from its sharp steel claws, gleaming coldly as they hit their target again and again. Despite being repeatedly pushed back, the blazing monkey refused to give up, its fists igniting with fiery flames as it fought back with all its might. However, against the overwhelming power of the Celestial Dragon, these efforts were insignificant. Ultimately, the Celestial Dragon's immense strength and impenetrable defense led to the blazing monkey's defeat. On the battlefield, the Celestial Dragon stood proudly, its metallic body shining with the glow of victory in the sunlight. Although the battle had drained some of its energy, its excellent defense left it largely unscathed. Lin Chun withdrew the defeated blazing monkey and immediately threw out another Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a male ground-type Pokemon, Galaraja, at level 39. With its hard head ability, it could use moves with recoil without taking damage. Galaraja wielded a range of powerful moves, from basic ones like Tail Whip and Growl, to advanced ones like Mud Slap and Knock Off, as well as powerful attacks such as Headbutt, Revenge, Throw, Stomp, Boomerang, Focus Energy, Earthquake, Fire Punch, and Dig. Xia Yu quickly assessed the situation, concluding that despite having gone through a tough battle, the Celestial Dragon still had the strength to take on Galaraja. The two Pokemon stared each other down, the tension in the air palpable. The massive Celestial Dragon exuded a cold, metallic sheen, its gaze filled with an undeniable authority, while the shorter Galaraja, with its bulging muscles and wielding a large bone club, was brimming with fighting spirit. As the referee's whistle blew, Galaraja charged first, swinging its bone club fiercely at the Celestial Dragon. The Celestial Dragon displayed agility uncharacteristic of its size, deftly dodging while its sharp steel claws sliced through the air, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Galaraja, using its nimble movements, sought opportunities to counterattack during the Celestial Dragon's assaults. As the battle wore on, both Pokemon showed signs of fatigue. The Celestial Dragon bore several new wounds, yet its fighting spirit remained undiminished. Galaraja, though significantly drained, was still full of determination. At this critical moment, the Celestial Dragon suddenly raised its head, unleashing a powerful dragon pulse from its mouth. Despite Galaraja's efforts to resist, it was ultimately overwhelmed by the attack and fell to the ground. Though victorious once more, the Celestial Dragon's triumph was hard-won. It stood wearily in the arena's center, its injuries clearly visible. Seeing this, Xia Yu promptly recalled it into its luxury ball, softly praising, "Come back, Celestial Dragon. You did a great job." On the other side, Lin Chun also recalled Galaraja, preparing to send out his ace Pokemon. Xia Yu thought, now that the weakest has fulfilled its role, it's time for a perfect finish. Come on out, Metagross, and take down the opponent with style. As the Pokeball opened, the shiny Metagross appeared majestically, instantly igniting a wave of cheers from the crowd. After all, the appearance of a pseudo-legendary Pokemon always arouses great excitement among the spectators. Opposite him, Lin Chun saw Xia Yu's shiny Metagross and couldn't help but sigh. He knew victory was out of reach, yet he still gathered his spirits, determined to fight to the end even if he had to step down. "Come out, my trump card, Camerupt," Lin Chun shouted, releasing his ace Pokemon. On the field, two powerful Pokemon faced each other. The shiny Metagross gleamed with a golden light, its massive size exuding an aura of invincibility. It was a level 47 elite Pokemon, with dual steel and psychic types, possessing the clear body ability and holding a life orb. Opposite, it was a level 42 elite Camerupt, covered in red rocks, spewing fierce flames from its mouth. This female fire and ground-type Pokemon had the magma armor ability and was holding charcoal. The battle was about to begin. Camerupt charged at shiny Metagross without hesitation, its speed astonishing. It opened its mouth, unleashing a searing flame, attempting to incinerate its opponent. However, shiny Metagross stood its ground, merely raising its sturdy metallic claws to effortlessly block the attack. The flames bounced off its metallic surface, leaving it unscathed. Shiny Metagross then launched a counterattack. Its eyes glowed brightly as its body began to spin rapidly, its metal claws whirling like a cyclone towards Camerupt. Despite Camerupt's efforts to evade, shiny Metagross's attack was too swift, ultimately landing a hit that sent Camerupt staggering backward. Camerupt did not concede. It mustered its courage once more and charged towards shiny Metagross. At that moment, shiny Metagross suddenly halted, its body emitting an intense light. A powerful energy wave shot from its mouth, striking Camerupt directly. Sensing the overwhelming force, Camerupt knew it couldn't withstand it. It desperately unleashed one last burst of flames, trying to counter shiny Metagross's attack. But it was all in vain. Shiny Metagross's attack was far beyond Camerupt's expectations, extinguishing the flames in an instant and knocking Camerupt to the ground. The battle concluded with shiny Metagross achieving a decisive victory. Its figure appeared especially majestic under the sunlight. The referee declared Xia Yu the winner, and the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Xia Yu basked in the joy of victory, recalled Metagross into its Pokeball, and approached Lin Chun to shake hands amicably. Then, Xia Yu stepped down from the battle stage, marking the end of the day's match. After the competition ended, Xia Yu eagerly rushed to the contestants' backstage area. As soon as he entered, a chubby boy launched himself at Xia Yu like a human cannonball, enthusiastically praising his spectacular performance. The other contestants had varied expressions. Some had a wary glint in their eyes, clearly reluctant to face such a formidable opponent in future matches, while others were full of fighting spirit, their eyes fixed on Xia Yu as if already visualizing a showdown with him. Xia Yu patted the chubby boy's shoulder and smiled. "I'm going to the stands to watch the matches with my mom and sister. Make sure you perform well and win with style." With that, he quickly took out his phone and called his mother to confirm their location. Following his mother's guidance, Xia Yu soon found them in the lowest tier of the stands. It was indeed a great spot, both close and with a good view, thanks to the privileged tickets his dad had managed to get. As Xia Yu approached, his mom and sister warmly congratulated him on his first victory. The surrounding spectators also cast approving glances, commending his strength and pegging him as a favorite for the championship. Keen-eyed fans even pulled out pens and paper, eagerly seeking his autograph, joking that it might be a valuable signature of a future star. This attention made Xia Yu a bit embarrassed, while his mother and sister chuckled on the side. As the matches resumed, the audience's focus shifted back to the arena. The elves' thrilling battles kept the crowd roaring with cheers. It wasn't long before the chubby boy took the stage. He walked towards the battle platform with his head held high, forming a stark contrast with his muscular opponent. As expected, the muscular man was a trainer specializing in fighting types. Though his 3 fighting elves were incredibly powerful, they were at a disadvantage in aerial maneuvers. After defeating the chubby boy's Lycanroc midday form, they were completely countered by Glisker's aerial superiority, resulting in a total defeat. Victorious, the chubby boy basked in the audience's cheers until the referee's impatient glance sent him back to the preparation room. After watching the chubby boy's match, Xia Yu lost interest in the subsequent battles and planned to leave. His mother also mentioned needing to return to the research institute for work, leaving only his sister, Xiaotong, eager to continue watching. With no other choice, Xia Yu stayed to accompany his sister, calling the chubby boy to join them to observe the other contestants' strengths. The day's matches concluded at 5 p.m. Xia Yu bid farewell to the chubby boy and headed home with his sister. Reflecting on the latter part of the day's matches, he couldn't help but note that a few contestants were indeed formidable and worthy opponents. The next morning, Xia Yu returned to the stadium with his sister Xiaodong. Since their mother couldn't attend today, he settled his sister next to their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, and then headed to the preparation area for final preparations. Today's matches would determine the top 10, making the competition even fiercer. Xia Yu knew that tomorrow would be the championship finals and award ceremony, followed by a trip to the capital to familiarize himself with the venue. Clenching his fists, he prepared to give his all in today's competition. Today's opponents are randomly selected by the machine, including potential buy-round opponents. The chubby boy can't help but feel a bit nervous, knowing that those who have made it this far are all formidable talents. Among his Pokemon, only Drapion and Lycanroc midday form have surpassed the elite level, while his Sandshrew is only at level 35. Although his training speed is considered fast, he knows he lacks the special advantages that Xia Yu has. The chubby boy calculates silently, thinking that with a bit of luck, he might make it into the top 10. Xia Yu stands by, silently wishing his friend well. As the battle on the field concludes, the machine selects Xia Yu to compete. He confidently steps onto the battle stage, only to find a delightful surprise: someone in the audience has already raised a banner with his picture and name to cheer him on. Xia Yu is a bit astonished, wondering if he's become famous after just one match. What he doesn't know is that the Showdown Daily published his interview this morning. As a seeded player, combined with his impressive performance yesterday, he's already attracted a group of fans. This new and exciting feeling makes Xia Yu ponder. Am I on my way to becoming a big star? It's a strange feeling. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Xia Yu focuses on his opponent. This time, he's up against another seeded player, Li Luo from Shudou City's 4th high school. The early clash between two seeded players has the audience buzzing with excitement, eagerly anticipating the showdown. At the referee's signal, Xia Yu and Li Luo simultaneously release their Pokemon. Xia Yu once again chooses to lead with a Lusteel, aiming to gain more experience. Li Luo sends out a Steelix. Steelix, level 41 elite, male, with steel and ground attributes. It has the sturdy ability, meaning even if it uses moves that cause recoil damage, its health won't decrease. It's equipped with an assault vest and has reached gym leader level potential. Seeing the elite level Steelix on the opposing side, Xia Yu can't help but marvel. Truly a seeded player, starting with an elite Pokemon. I wonder if a Lusteel can hold its ground. On the battlefield, a Lusteel and Steelix face off tensely. A Lusteel shines with a metallic glow, exuding a powerful aura. Steelix coils on the ground, its rock-like body as solid as a fortress. The battle is about to erupt as Xia Yu and Li Luo start giving commands. Celestial, shimmering in golden light, spreads its arms wide and charges at Steelix with formidable momentum. Steelix, not to be outdone, remains coiled with its steel-hard body, spewing streams of scorching flames from its mouth. The two Pokemon collide instantly, the sound of metal clashing and flames bursting echoing through the air. Celestial relentlessly attacks with its sharp claws, while Steelix counters with its massive body and powerful constrictions. The battle intensifies, with neither side willing to back down. Celestial unleashes a powerful Dragon-type move, while Steelix showcases its steel strength. In their fierce confrontation, they continuously drain each other's stamina. Finally, in a fierce collision, both Celestial and Steelix suffer critical damage and fall to the ground. The battlefield is shrouded in smoke and the remnants of battle, bearing witness to the fierce encounter. No one expected the first Pokemon to battle so fiercely, and the audience erupts in cheers, celebrating this spectacular showdown. Xia Yu and Li Luo recalled their respective Pokemon, and the battle entered a new phase. Xia Yu released his trump card, Shiny Metagross, a rare pseudo-legendary Pokemon exuding an intimidating aura. In response, Li Luo sent out Typhlosion, a formidable fire-type Pokemon. Typhlosion, a level 43 elite Pokemon, male, with the Blaze ability, was equipped with a charcoal. Its strength clearly surpassed that of previous opponents, leading many to suspect it might be Li Luo's ace. In the battle arena, the shiny Metagross hovered in the air, its metallic body glinting with a unique light, exuding an imposing presence. Typhlosion, engulfed in roaring flames, locked eyes fiercely on its opponent. With the trainer's commands, the battle commenced instantly. Typhlosion launched the first attack, spewing a barrage of searing flame bursts. However, the shiny Metagross showcased incredible agility, effortlessly dodging and swiftly charging towards Typhlosion. Each attack from the shiny Metagross was powerful and forceful, its massive claws swinging with the speed of the wind. Despite Typhlosion's valiant resistance, it quickly found itself at a disadvantage. A precise psychic blade struck Typhlosion, inflicting severe damage. Typhlosion desperately attempted to retaliate, but the shiny Metagross's relentless assault left no room for recovery. Ultimately, under a series of fierce attacks, Typhlosion succumbed and fell. Li Luo solemnly recalled his defeated Typhlosion. It was his ace Pokemon, yet it was defeated so effortlessly, revealing Xia Yu's strength to be beyond his expectations. Reluctantly, he sent out his last hope, Blastoise. Blastoise, a level 42 elite Pokemon, male, with the Torrent ability, carried a mystic water. Although formidable, in Xia Yu's eyes, the hope of victory seemed out of reach. In the battle arena, the shiny Metagross and Blastoise faced off. Metagross was enveloped in a dazzling golden glow, its impenetrable metallic shell gleaming coldly. Blastoise, equipped with massive water cannons, stood ready to unleash a powerful attack. The battle erupted once more, with Blastoise launching a strong stream of water first. Yet, the shiny Metagross dodged with ease, quickly circling to Blastoise's side, its sharp claws slicing across Blastoise's shell. Sensing the Metagross's immense power, Blastoise became more cautious. It retracted its water cannons, preparing for a more powerful attack. Meanwhile, the shiny Metagross began charging up, its entire body glowing brilliantly. Suddenly, Metagross unleashed a golden beam from its mouth, striking Blastoise like lightning. Despite Blastoise's efforts to evade, it was hit, its shell instantly covered in countless cracks. Not allowing the opponent a moment to breathe, the shiny Metagross launched another fierce assault. Its massive arms struck Blastoise heavily, leaving it dazed. Blastoise struggled to counterattack, but it was already overpowered, its attacks having little effect on Metagross. Ultimately, the shiny Metagross triumphed over Blastoise with overwhelming superiority, showcasing its unparalleled strength. The audience was amazed, especially Xia Yu's fans, who cheered enthusiastically, bringing this spectacular duel to a perfect close. Xia Yu easily secured the victory in the match and glanced towards the stands. His sister was waving her hands excitedly, and Xia Yu responded with a smile. As he stepped down from the stage and returned to the preparation room, the other competitors grew increasingly wary of this formidable opponent. Secretly relieved, they didn't have to face him. The competition continued. The chubby boy took the stage, battling fiercely against an equally matched opponent down to the last creature, narrowly clinching the win. He exhaled deeply, remarking on the thrill of the match. The first round concluded swiftly. Apart from the intense battle involving Xia Yu's group, the other seeded players passed with ease. The second round began with random opponent selection, and Xia Yu was lucky to draw a bye, arousing envy among the other competitors. After the participants had their creatures restored at the medical station, the second round officially commenced. Xia Yu watched the matches from backstage, somewhat bored, wishing he could be in the stands with his sister watching the competition. The chubby boy was fortunate again, facing a non-seeded player and winning without much danger. Unfortunately, their classmate Wang Hao was eliminated by Luo Bing from the same school, narrowly missing a top 10 spot. With the second round over, 13 competitors remained to vie for the top 10 positions. The rules were still to draw opponents and one bye, then determine the final 3 from the loser's bracket. This time, luck favored the chubby boy, who drew a bye and directly advanced to the national competition, overjoyed with his fortune. Xia Yu, on the other hand, drew Wang Gang, a seeded player from Shudu City No. 7 High School, as his first opponent. Wang Gang lamented his bad luck, while Xia Yu eagerly prepared to showcase his skills. On the battle stage, Xia Yu once again sent out his Celestial Dragon, while Wang Gang released an imposing Charizard. This level 45 elite Charizard, male, fire and flying type, had the Blaze ability and carried Charcoal, with a qualification near the level of an Elite Four member. Xia Yu was surprised that his opponent revealed his trump card right away, thinking that this match might not be easy. However, he embraced the challenge, viewing it as a valuable learning opportunity. On the field, Charizard spread its massive wings, engulfed in roaring flames, exuding a powerful aura. A Celestial Dragon gleamed with a metallic sheen, its cold eyes conveying unwavering fighting spirit. The two formidable creatures faced off, the air thick with tension as the audience held their breath, anticipating the start of this thrilling showdown. The battle commenced, with Xia Yu calmly directing the Celestial Dragon to launch the first attack. The dragon's eyes glowed, and the sky was suddenly filled with countless metallic meteors, raining down like a storm. The Charizard displayed incredible agility, weaving through the meteor shower and narrowly avoiding each strike. Not to be outdone, the Celestial Dragon gathered a blinding light in its mouth, firing a thick beam like a sword straight at the Charizard. Facing the oncoming cannon light, the Charizard advanced instead of retreating, taking a deep breath as flames flickered in its throat. In the next instant, a scorching inferno burst forth, colliding with the beam midair and erupting in a deafening explosion. Amidst the swirling dust, the Charizard spread its wings, soaring high and circling in the air, waiting for the right moment. Its sharp gaze locked onto the Celestial Dragon, then suddenly dived down, its sharp claws gleaming coldly. The Celestial Dragon hastily raised its metallic claws to block, but the force of the Charizard was so great that it was pushed back several steps. Seizing the advantage, the Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, forming a swirling vortex around the Celestial Dragon. Trapped within, the Celestial Dragon struggled valiantly, but the searing heat gradually wore it down. The Charizard timed its next move perfectly, releasing a more powerful inferno that struck the exhausted Celestial Dragon directly. Under the intense impact of the flames, the Celestial Dragon finally collapsed heavily onto the ground. The Charizard stood triumphantly, roaring in victory. Xia Yu, with a solemn expression, recalled the fallen Celestial Dragon, softly consoling. "Come back, Celestial Dragon. This opponent was indeed strong, and you did your best. Now, let's have your big brother reclaim the battle." Without hesitation, Xia Yu threw another Pokeball. A dazzling light flashed, revealing a massive, imposing Garchomp on the battlefield. The sudden appearance of this fully evolved pseudo-legendary Pokemon instantly caused a stir among the audience. They exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Xia Yu to have such a powerful trump card. As soon as the Garchomp appeared, its formidable presence swept across the arena. Even the recently victorious Charizard couldn't help but feel the immense pressure. The two powerful Pokemon faced off, tension crackling in the air. Garchomp's sharp teeth glinted in the sunlight, while Charizard's entire body was engulfed in flames, exuding a fierce aura. With a command from the trainer, the intense battle resumed. Wang Gang acted decisively, commanding Charizard to launch the first attack. Charizard spewed scorching flames, spiraling into a vortex and rushing towards Garchomp. However, Garchomp displayed astonishing agility, effortlessly twisting its body to avoid the deadly blow. Then Garchomp slammed its claws into the ground, unleashing a sand tomb. Instantly, the battlefield's surface collapsed, creating a dangerous quicksand area. Caught off guard, Charizard's feet sank in, severely restricting its movement. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Garchomp shot forward like an arrow, jaws wide open, executing a devastating dragon rush. Charizard struggled mightily, barely managing to unleash an air slash, with sharp wind blades whistling towards Garchomp. Yet, Garchomp's speed was too great, easily evading the attacks and crashing into Charizard, sending it flying. Charizard barely regained its footing and unleashed more flames in an attempt to counterattack. But Garchomp was ready, using Stone Edge. Instantly, sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, not only blocking the flames, but also viciously targeting Charizard. Struck by the stones, Charizard was left battered and bruised. Garchomp pressed the advantage, slamming the ground again to unleash an earthquake. The entire battlefield trembled violently, leaving Charizard teetering and unable to stand firm. In that critical moment, Garchomp executed a lethal Giga Impact, charging at Charizard with unstoppable force. The exhausted Charizard had no strength left to resist and was hit directly by Garchomp's Giga Impact, crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to continue the fight, Garchomp stood proudly, roaring in victory, effortlessly defeating the once unbeatable Charizard. Wang Gang watched as his ace Charizard was defeated so easily, feeling a mix of emotions. Despite knowing he had already lost, he resolved to fight to the end. He released his second Pokemon, Luxray. However, the level 42 Luxray was no match for Garchomp. Before it could even launch an attack, it was taken down by a single Dragon Pulse from Garchomp. Wang Gang reluctantly recalled Luxray and sent out his third Pokemon, Stoutland. The level 43 Stoutland fought valiantly, but against Garchomp's overwhelming power, it was a futile effort. Before long, it too fell to Garchomp's assault. Garchomp roared triumphantly again, declaring its invincible prowess. Wang Gang, whose team had been swept by Garchomp, hung his head in dejection. Although he was mentally prepared to lose, the crushing defeat was hard to accept, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. The audience was thrilled by the formidable power of the Garchomp, with cheers echoing throughout the venue. Some even started proclaiming Xia Yu as the strongest high school trainer in China, leaving him amused. As Xia Yu stepped off the stage with his ticket to the national competition secured, the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd still resonated in his ears. After the competition, Xia Yu and his friend, the chubby boy, decided to stay and watch who would make it into the top 10. They found Mr. Wang in the audience, smiling broadly. Who would have thought that their class would have 2 students in the top 10? The students this year were much stronger than those in previous years. Mr. Wang had only hoped for Xia Yu to make it, so Zhang Yuhao's success was a pleasant surprise. Xia Yu held his sister in his arms, focusing on the subsequent matches. The competitors gave it their all, determined to secure a spot in the top 10. The matches were thrilling, with no clear advantage for any side, unlike Xia Yu's dominant performance. Finally, the top 10 selection concluded. The 3 eliminated participants, though disappointed and unwilling, faced the harsh reality. The official announcement of the top 10 for the Shudou City regional competition was made. Xia Yu, Zhang Yuhao, Luo Bing, and Zhu Zhu from Shudou City No. 1 High School, Zhao Ritian and Yi Lianqian from Shudou City No. 4 High School, Bai Yi from Shudou City No. 7 High School, Yi Xian from Shudou City No. 9 High School, as well as Terry from Yangqing No. 1 High School, and Li Ao from Yunqing No. 1 High School. These 10 would represent Shudou City in the national competition. The list highlighted the disparity in resources, with 8 participants from Shudou City and 2 from its subordinate cities. Among the 8 from Shudou City, 4 were from No. 1 High School, reaffirming its leading position. After the competition, Xia Yu bid farewell to the chubby boy and took his sister home to prepare for the finals the next day. During dinner, Xia Yu's parents mentioned they would attend the finals, and his grandfather called to say he and grandmother would also come. His parents jokingly asked if he felt any pressure, to which Xia Yu confidently replied, "With my skills, the championship is already in the bag, no pressure at all." Seeing their son's relaxed demeanor, his parents exchanged a smile. His sister, Tong, also confidently declared, "Brother will definitely win the championship," because Xia Yu had promised to give her the trophy. The next morning, the family left early for the stadium. At the entrance, they met the grandparents who had been waiting for a while. After receiving encouragement from the elders, Xia Yu parted ways with his family and entered the preparation area. Soon, all the contestants were present. As today would determine the champion, the organizers had invited one of the 4 heavenly kings, martial arts king Sukai, who was temporarily stationed in Shudou City, to witness the crowning of the city's strongest high school student. The audience was particularly lively today, as almost all the prominent figures from Shudou City gathered for the finals, adding a touch of glamour to the event. The spectators were visibly excited to see so many celebrities in one place. Although the competition hadn't started yet, cheers and shouts filled the arena, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The matches were determined by a random draw. Soon, the first pair of contestants was announced, Luo Bing versus Yi Lianqian. This match ended swiftly, with Luo Bing clearly outperforming Yi Lianqian and securing an easy victory. The second match featured the school beauty from Zhouhai, Yi Xian, against the chubby Zhang Yuhao. Unfortunately for Zhang, luck was not on his side. Up against the formidable Yi Xian, he was defeated without forcing her to use her third Pokemon. After the match, Zhang complained to Xia Yu, asking him to help teach that little girl a lesson someday. Xia Yu patted him on the shoulder and jokingly promised to avenge him if he ever faced her, stating that anyone in the way of winning the championship would get knocked down. The third match was between Terry and Li Ao. Both were equally matched, and the battle went down to the last Pokemon before Li Ao narrowly claimed victory. Next, the host announced the upcoming duel, Xia Yu versus Zhao Ritian. As the two approached the battle stage, they were greeted by a wave of screams and cheers from the audience. Xia Yu noticed more banners supporting him than usual, indicating his rising popularity. He spotted his parents, grandparents, and his sister, Xiao Tong, in the crowd and waved at them with a smile. At that moment, Xia Yu sensed someone was using aura to probe him. He immediately used his own aura to countertrack and looked up at the stands, spotting the fighting king, Sukai, smiling at him. Xia Yu could sense Sukai's aura was significantly stronger, likely at an advanced level. They exchanged a knowing smile before Xia Yu refocused on the impending match. With the referee's signal, Xia Yu and Zhao Ritian simultaneously released their first Pokemon. Xia Yu sent out his Celesteal, which had reached level 37 through intense battles over the past 2 days, and was now capable of competing with entry-level elite Pokemon. Zhao Ritian called forth a level 43 elite class Venusaur, a grass poison type with the Overgrow ability, equipped with an advanced leaf stone and boasting gym-level potential. On the battlefield, Celesteal gleamed with a silver glow, its massive form exuding a powerful aura, eyes fixed intently on its opponent. Venusaur stood still, its enormous flower emitting a peculiar fragrance, its deep green skin hinting at its readiness to strike. The battle commenced with Zhao Ritian seizing the initiative. Venusaur opened its mouth, unleashing a potent green energy beam aimed directly at Celesteal. However, the experienced Celesteal was prepared. It pushed off with its feet, swiftly leaping into the air and deftly dodging the fierce attack. The aluminum dragon quickly launched a counterattack, forming a ball of energy crackling with electricity in its mouth and hurling it fiercely at the Venusaur. The Venusaur, unfazed, opened its mouth wide and released a massive cloud of poison mist to envelop the energy ball, gradually weakening its power. The battle quickly escalated into a heated exchange, with both sides trading blows and unleashing a flurry of moves. The aluminum dragon transformed into a silvery streak of light, executing a meteor flash dash that charged straight at the Venusaur. Refusing to back down, the Venusaur used Mega Drain, converting the impact force from the aluminum dragon into its own energy. Undeterred, the aluminum dragon unleashed a cannon beam, a powerful burst of light that struck the Venusaur directly. Although hit, the Venusaur wobbled but remained standing defiantly. It retaliated immediately with Razor Leaf, sending countless sharp leaves slicing toward the aluminum dragon. The aluminum dragon skillfully dodged and seized the moment to use Mirror Shot, releasing a dazzling beam of light that engulfed the Venusaur. In the fierce clash, the aluminum dragon gradually gained the upper hand, launching relentless attacks that overwhelmed the Venusaur. Finally, after a brutal collision, the Venusaur collapsed from exhaustion. The aluminum dragon, breathing heavily, eyes glinting with victory, had managed to defeat its formidable opponent. Xia Yu, witnessing the scene, quickly recalled the exhausted aluminum dragon, praising, "Well done, aluminum dragon. Let your 2 big brothers handle the next battle." He then released the shiny Metagross, ready for the next round of combat. Zhao Ritian sent out his second Pokemon Empoleon. This Pokemon, a water steel type, was at level 45, an elite level male with a competitive hidden ability. It carried a mystic water and was of gym level quality, boasting nearly perfect moves. As Xia Yu eyed the opposing Empoleon, he already began celebrating victory in his mind. He encouraged, "Let's clinch this victory perfectly, shiny Metagross." In the battle arena, the shiny Metagross and Empoleon faced each other, the air thick with tension. Xia Yu was the first to order an attack. The shiny Metagross glowed with a golden light and unleashed a powerful energy wave straight at Empoleon. Empoleon was not to be outdone, quickly flapping its wings to dodge the attack and countering with a blue water gun. The shiny Metagross deftly avoided it and used Comet Punch, gathering countless golden lights into a giant fist to smash its opponent. Sensing the immense threat, Empoleon desperately flapped its wings to escape, but it was too late. The Comet Punch hit accurately, sending it flying. Struggling to its feet, Empoleon's eyes were filled with determination. It launched another attack, spewing a powerful ice beam in an attempt to freeze the shiny Metagross. The shiny Metagross easily evaded the ice beam and then used Earthquake. The ground shook violently, causing Empoleon to lose its balance and stagger under the tremors. The shiny Metagross seized the opportunity and launched another fierce attack. Its body suddenly radiated with dazzling light, unleashing a powerful psychic blast, directly targeting Empoleon. This invisible force struck swiftly, causing Empoleon to momentarily lose consciousness. Capitalizing on the moment, shiny Metagross darted towards its opponent like an arrow, delivering a devastating move Hyper Beam. Its mouth opened wide, releasing a thick beam of energy that precisely hit the unprepared Empoleon. The impact was staggering, and Empoleon was severely injured, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. The victory did not come easily for shiny Metagross, which shone with a golden glow, showcasing its formidable strength. Although it wasn't heavily injured in the battle, it had expended a significant amount of energy. Zhao Ritian, with a serious expression, recalled the defeated Empoleon back into its Pokeball, then sent out his trump card Pokemon Incineroar. This level 46 elite dual-type Fire Dark Pokemon, with its Blaze ability and near Elite 4 potential, came equipped with a charcoal item. Zhao Ritian hoped it could defeat Xia Yu's shiny Metagross. Xia Yu cautiously asked shiny Metagross if it could continue fighting. After receiving an affirmative response, he nodded, deciding to press on with this intense showdown. In the spacious battle arena, shiny Metagross and Incineroar faced each other, tension palpable. Zhao Ritian gave the first command, and Incineroar sprang into action, enveloped in roaring flames, launching a searing fireball towards shiny Metagross. Shiny Metagross reacted swiftly, deftly dodging the attack with a sidestep, and then unleashed its signature move Meteor Mash. Its fist glowed with golden light, crashing down like a meteor. Incineroar displayed incredible agility, leaping nimbly to evade the heavy punch, and then charged at shiny Metagross with lightning speed, slashing with its sharp claws. Shiny Metagross, with its sturdy metallic body, withstood the fierce blow, but it clearly felt the tremendous power of Incineroar. The two Pokemon exchanged blows relentlessly, with neither willing to back down, and the battle grew increasingly intense. Incineroar launched continuous fiery assaults, while shiny Metagross relied on its metallic body and immense strength to mount a powerful counterattack. The scene was intensely dramatic, sparks flying everywhere, leaving the audience in awe. In this critical moment, shiny Metagross decisively executed its ultimate move Giga Impact. Its entire body shimmered with intense golden light, charging like a golden meteor towards Incineroar. The strike was astonishingly powerful, sending Incineroar flying upon impact. However, Incineroar was not ready to concede defeat. It struggled back to its feet, eyes burning with unyielding determination. Summoning its remaining energy, it spewed a massive pillar of flames, attempting to deliver a fatal blow to shiny Metagross. Facing this fierce assault, shiny Metagross stood firm, with its steely resolve and strong defensive capabilities, withstanding the fiery attack. Ultimately, shiny Metagross managed to triumph over Incineroar, emerging as the victor of this intense showdown. Yet, the back-to-back high-intensity battles left it visibly fatigued. Xia Yu successfully secured a spot in the top 5, continuing his quest for the championship. Zhao Ritian approached Xia Yu, offering a handshake, candidly admitting his defeat and expressing his hope that Xia Yu would eventually win the championship, so losing to the champion would be more respectable. His words beautifully illustrated his unique mindset as a fun-loving competitor. The audience erupted in applause and cheers for both competitors, appreciating the spectacular duel they had witnessed. Xia Yu stepped into the preparation room, quietly strategizing for the upcoming match. The fifth match proceeded as scheduled, with Zhu Zhu and Bai Yi engaging in a fierce battle. Bai Yi's strong performance forced Zhu Zhu to reveal her trump card, a quasi-legendary Pokemon, Nianmei. Under the unstoppable offensive of Nianmei, Bai Yi was ultimately defeated. With the first round's top 5 determined, the draw for the second round followed. Fate seemed to favor Xia Yu, as he once again advanced directly to the top 3 without a fight. Luo Bing and Li Ao's match was the first to commence, with Luo Bing emerging victorious due to her superior skills. Next, Zhu Zhu and Yi Xian engaged in an evenly matched contest. As each of their first 2 Pokemon fell, Yi Xian brought out her Gardevoir for the final showdown. In a situation where their strengths were equal, type advantage became the decisive factor, and Zhu Zhu's Nianmei was ultimately no match for Yi Xian. Thus, the top 3 were set: Xia Yu, Luo Bing, and Yi Xian. Zhu Zhu, with a hint of regret, stepped down from the battle stage and approached Xia Yu. I was hoping to settle the score from the start of the school year, but I got eliminated early. What a pity, she said, slightly dejected. Seeing Zhu Zhu's downcast expression, Xia Yu couldn't help but offer some comfort. Don't hold grudges like that. Anyway, we've all made it to the national competition, so there's a chance we might face each other again. Hearing this, Zhu Zhu immediately regained her energy. That's right, there's still a chance. I'll definitely win next time, but I'll let you off easy for now. With that, she bounced away cheerfully. Xia Yu shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, do all girls hold grudges like this? He turned to look at the other 2 finalists, Luo Bing and Yi Xian, and couldn't help but reflect. 2 out of 3 are girls. Seems like the girls are really dominating. Hopefully, nothing unexpected happens. The rules for the championship battle were straightforward. Each pair would face off to determine the strongest trainer. The first match was Xia Yu against Luo Bing, with the 2 old rivals from the opening simulation match meeting once again on the final stage, a testament to their intertwined destinies. As Xia Yu was about to greet her, Luo Bing spoke first, her eyes resolute. Xia Yu, let's settle this on the final stage. I will definitely win. Xia Yu's attempt at small talk was interrupted, so he replied, all right, then let's both do our best. Internally, he calculated. It seems I haven't been ruthless enough, giving them the illusion they can beat me. This time, I can't hold back. I need to shatter their confidence so they won't keep challenging me. Xia Yu and Luo Bing walked side by side onto the battle stage, with the audience's enthusiasm reaching its peak. To Xia Yu's surprise, his support seemed slightly weaker. He silently grumbled to himself. A bunch of shallow spectators. only caring about appearances. Just because she's pretty doesn't mean anything. I'm quite the handsome guy myself, can't they see that? This only strengthened his resolve to showcase his true strength to the audience. Xia Yu and Luo Bing stood at opposite ends of the battle platform, the air thick with tension. At the referee's signal, both trainers threw their pokeballs simultaneously. From Xia Yu's side, a brilliant flash of gold heralded the appearance of his majestic, shiny Metagross, its metallic body gleaming in the sunlight, exuding a formidable aura. Luo Bing released her Dragonair, its elegant blue serpentine form spiraling gracefully in the air, eyes reflecting a fierce determination. Xia Yu pondered silently. In such a high-level match, his Metong would struggle to keep up, indicating the need for more rigorous training. He closely observed the opposing Dragonair, secretly astonished. This Dragonair was not only on par with his shiny Metagross at level 48, an elite level, but its potential had been elevated to near champion tier through high-quality resources. Xia Yu realized this battle wouldn't be easily won. Details about Dragonair flashed through Xia Yu's mind. Female, Dragon type, with the Marvel Scale ability, which significantly boosts its defense when affected by a status condition. It also carried a Dragon Fong, a rare item obtained from high-level Dragon-type Pokemon, further enhancing its power. The battle commenced with Luo Bing taking the initiative. Dragonair opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful Dragon Breath, a fierce attack aimed straight at shiny Metagross. However, Xia Yu's Metagross was prepared, quickly erecting a transparent psychic barrier to effortlessly deflect the attack. Shiny Metagross immediately counterattacked. Its iron fist glowed brightly, striking like a comet aimed at Dragonair. The agile Dragonair narrowly evaded the blow, but shiny Metagross pressed on, launching a Zen headbutt. The powerful psychic energy transformed into a tangible shockwave, surging towards Dragonair. In a critical moment, Dragonair summoned a Twister, the howling winds colliding heat-in with the Zen headbutt, resulting in a deafening explosion. The two forces clashed violently in the air, creating waves of energy. The battle intensified as shiny Metagross seized the opportunity to launch another Meteor Mash. The relentless assault began to overwhelm Dragonair, yet it fought back fiercely, swinging its dragon tail with force. The exchange was fierce, both sides exhausting their energy rapidly. However, shiny Metagross maintained the upper hand with its tenacity and robust defense. Finally, in a heated exchange, shiny Metagross unleashed its ultimate move Hyper Beam. The immense power surged towards Dragonair like a torrent. Despite Dragonair's best efforts to resist, it was ultimately sent flying by the overwhelming force. As the dust settled, shiny Metagross stood firm, while Dragonair lay on the ground, eyes swirling, clearly unable to continue. "Return, Dragonair, you've done your best," Luo Bing said with a look of frustration, recalling Dragonair to its Pokeball. She felt disheartened. Months of intense training still couldn't secure a victory against Xia Yu, but she wasn't discouraged. "Come on out, Milotic, it's up to you now." Luo Bing threw another Pokeball, and a stunningly beautiful Milotic appeared gracefully on the field. Xia Yu carefully observed the new opponent. Although Milotic was slightly lower in level than Dragonair at level 47, it remained a formidable adversary. This was evidently Luo Bing's meticulously trained second ace. Xia Yu wondered if his now-fatigued, shiny Metagross could withstand Milotic's onslaught. Milotic's details flashed in Xia Yu's mind. Female, water type, with the competitive ability, which significantly boosts its special attack when its stats are lowered. It carried a Mystic Water, and its potential had reached the elite level, making it a formidable opponent. With Milotic on the field, the battle was set to enter a new phase. Both Xia Yu and Luo Bing held their breath, ready to face the intense second half of this fierce showdown. On the battlefield, the shining Metagross stood like a steel fortress. Despite its exhaustion, it maintained a calm demeanor. Its unique metallic sheen gleamed under the light, contrasting sharply with the graceful movements of Milotic across from it. Milotic moved like a water sprite, its form elegant and fluid. The battle erupted in an instant. With a command from Luo Bing, Milotic launched the first attack. Its long tail flicked, sending a powerful hydro pump hurtling towards Metagross. Metagross reacted swiftly, instantly deploying its psychic abilities to form an impenetrable barrier, blocking the fierce water assault. The water splashed everywhere, creating a spectacular scene. Metagross seized the opportunity to counterattack, propelling itself forward with force like an arrow released from a bow. It unleashed a powerful Meteor Mash, the force of the punch creating a whistling wind. Milotic, agile as ever, narrowly dodged the ferocious strike. Milotic immediately countered with a captivating move. The ripple effect caused Metagross to hesitate slightly, its movements momentarily slowed. Milotic seized the moment and unleashed another hydro pump. This time, Metagross couldn't entirely evade, and the water struck its side, causing it to stagger slightly. However, Metagross quickly regained its composure and launched a Zen headbutt. The powerful psychic force, like an invisible hammer, struck Milotic. Milotic endured the impact, letting out a clear cry before retaliating with an ice beam. The clash of cold and psychic energy produced a sharp hissing sound. The battle grew fiercer as Metagross launched continuous assaults, while Milotic resisted tenaciously with its agile movements and versatile techniques. As time passed, both showed signs of fatigue. Milotic seized the right moment to use its surf move. In an instant, a massive wave surged forward, crashing towards Metagross. Metagross struggled to withstand the impact, but was left teetering. At the critical moment, Milotic mustered all its strength and unleashed a hydro pump of incredible power. This decisive blow struck Metagross at its weak point. Metagross wobbled before finally collapsing to the ground. Milotic swam joyfully in the water, celebrating its hard-earned victory. The battlefield's glow faded, leaving only Milotic's beautiful and proud silhouette. Xia Yu gently consoled. "You did well, Metagross. Now let Garchomp finish the match." He recalled Metagross into its Pokeball and released Garchomp. The moment Garchomp appeared, it exuded a powerful presence, eager to showcase its abilities. The already weary Milotic held on for just a few more rounds before succumbing to Garchomp's fierce Dragon Pulse. Unwilling to concede, Luo Bing sent out a level 44 Sylveon. However, facing the overwhelming power of Garchomp, Sylveon fought valiantly, but soon fell. Xia Yu thus secured a crucial victory. The joy of victory instantly electrified the atmosphere. Xia Yu's supporters erupted in cheers, their shouts echoing throughout the arena. Among the fervent fans, a male voice even shouted his desire to have Xia Yu's children, causing Xia Yu to shiver and quickly retreat to the preparation room to escape the attention. Despite her defeat, Luo Bing remained dignified. She approached Xia Yu with a determined gaze and said, "I lost this battle, but I won't give up. I'll challenge you again at the University Pokemon League." Her words were filled with indomitable spirit, foreshadowing even more intense battles in the future. Xia Yu didn't want to say anything more. The stubbornness of these women led him to leave things to fate. Instead, he inquired about Luo Bing's college choices. Luo Bing replied that she might choose Imperial Capital University. Hearing Imperial Capital University, Xia Yu's mind immediately conjured up the image of senior sister Long. He remembered that he had already contacted her on his phone, and she had promised to come watch his competition and show him around the capital. Although they had kept in touch, Xia Yu was eager to see her in person after several months. After listening to Xia Yu, Luo Bing paused, and then wished him success in the national competition. With their conversation over, Xia Yu retrieved his fully restored Pokeball, ready to face his second match against Yixian. Winning would mean clinching the championship. Yixian had watched Xia Yu's previous matches, and, although she acknowledged his strength, she believed her Pokemon had the advantage over his Garchomp, giving her confidence in her chances. The two stepped onto the battle stage, and the audience's enthusiasm was still high. Those who had supported Luo Bing now shifted their cheers to Yixian, rallying behind the slogan, "Beauty must win," which Xia Yu internally scoffed at. Meanwhile, his supporters were even more fervent, as victory would mean the championship title. At the referee's signal, Xia Yu and Yixian released their Pokemon simultaneously. Xia Yu opted to start with his shiny Metagross, aiming to gauge his opponent's strength. Yixian sent out a Gothitelle. Name, Gothitelle. Level, 45 Elite. Gender, female. Type, Psychic. Ability, competitive. If its stats are lowered, its special attack increases significantly. Held item, Pyapa Berry. Potential, quasi-champion level. Xia Yu quickly scanned Gothitelle's stats and concluded it posed no threat to his shiny Metagross, likely just a probing move by Yixian. The battle commenced. Yixian commanded Gothitelle to attack first, unleashing a purple beam from her tiny hands aimed directly at the shiny Metagross. The Metagross responded calmly, raising an arm to emit a powerful magnetic force, easily neutralizing the attack. Immediately afterward, the shiny Metagross launched a counterattack. Its entire body glowed with a golden light as it charged at Gothitelle with a meteor mash. Gothitelle swiftly conjured a magic shield in an attempt to block the attack. However, the Metagross's power was overwhelming, shattering the shield and pushing Gothitelle back several steps. Unwilling to be outdone, Gothitelle waved her hands again, releasing a potent psychic wave to disturb the Metagross. Although it felt the wave, the Metagross remained largely unaffected. It charged once more, delivering a Zen headbutt that struck Gothitelle directly, leaving her dizzy. Gothitelle staggered to her feet, realizing she couldn't stay on the defensive. She took a deep breath, gathering dark energy in her palms to form a massive shadow ball, which she hurled at the Metagross. The Metagross stood its ground, absorbing the impact of the exploding shadow ball. Yet, the Metagross sustained minimal damage. Utilizing the explosion's momentum, it launched an earthquake. The entire battlefield trembled violently, and Gothitelle was knocked to the ground. With no other options, Gothitelle resolved to make a final attempt. She used all her energy to release a powerful magical light, hoping to defeat the Metagross. Sensing the intensity of the light, the Metagross did not retreat. It once again employed its magnetic force, absorbing Gothitel's attack and converting it into its own power, launching a final move Hyper Beam. The attack hit Gothitelle directly, completely defeating her. After the battle, the shiny Metagross stood proudly in the center of the arena, its metallic body gleaming like an invincible deity. In stark contrast, Miss Gothorita lay on the ground, her eyes swirling in defeat, clearly unable to continue fighting. With a sigh, Yeshwan recalled Miss Gothorita back into her Pokeball. "Come back, Miss Gothorita. The opponent is indeed strong," she said, her voice tinged with resignation, though her eyes still sparkled with determination. Without hesitation, Yeshwan pulled out another Pokeball, releasing her ace Pokemon Gardevoir. Gardevoir appeared gracefully on the field, exuding a gentle glow as if a noble princess had descended. A flicker of confidence crossed Yeshwan's eyes, ready to engage in a heated clash with the shiny Metagross. Meanwhile, Xia Yu felt a rush of excitement. Isn't this a perfect opportunity, he thought, secretly pleased, as his shiny Metagross had trained extensively with Gardevoir, knowing all its moves inside out. Haha, if I can't beat that other Gardevoir, I can certainly handle yours, Yeshwan. This is my advantage, Xia Yu calculated in his mind. Under the sunny battlefield, Gardevoir and shiny Metagross stood facing each other, tension thick in the air. The audience around them cheered excitedly, anticipating the thrilling showdown about to unfold. With the referee's signal, the battle officially commenced. Yeshwan decisively commanded Gardevoir to launch the first attack. Gardevoir elegantly waved her arms, conjuring a powerful purple psychic storm that surged towards shiny Metagross like a tidal wave. Unfazed by the fierce attack, shiny Metagross raised its massive metal arm, releasing a strong magnetic force in an attempt to absorb and neutralize the psychic energy. However, Gardevoir's psychic power exceeded expectations, rendering the magnetic defense largely ineffective. The purple storm struck shiny Metagross's metallic body with a dazzling flash and a deafening roar. Realizing Gardevoir's astonishing strength, shiny Metagross resolved to go all out. Its body began to shine with a blinding golden light, energy rapidly accumulating within. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a destructive laser beam aimed directly at Gardevoir. In the nick of time, Gardevoir used teleportation to narrowly evade the lethal strike. However, shiny Metagross's offensive did not relent. It immediately triggered an earthquake, causing the entire arena to tremble violently, the ground cracking as massive boulders rained down towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir deftly dodged in midair, but she clearly realized that shiny Metagross's power far exceeded her expectations. In this critical situation, Gardevoir decided to unleash her ultimate move Moonblast. Her body emitted a gentle glow, and a gigantic moon appeared out of nowhere above her head, releasing a formidable force that enveloped the entire battlefield. Feeling the immense threat from the Moonblast, shiny Metagross did not retreat. It gathered all its energy once more, launching its most powerful attack Hyper Beam. A dazzling golden light erupted from within, clashing fiercely with the Moonblast. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in blinding light, as if the apocalypse had arrived. As the light gradually faded, the spectators held their breath, seeing shiny Metagross still standing firm, while Gardevoir lay on the ground, unable to fight. This intense showdown concluded with shiny Metagross emerging victorious. The body of the shining Metagross gleamed with the light of victory, having just defeated Gardevoir. Yeshwan withdrew her Pokemon, her face filled with surprise and admiration. She softly said, "I concede. I didn't expect you to be this strong. You truly deserve this championship." Yeshwan chose not to release her last Pokemon, instead signaling her surrender to the referee. She was genuinely convinced and realized she had underestimated Xia Yu's strength. The referee announced loudly, "Xia Yu wins and is the champion of this year's Showdown City Regional Tournament." The crowd erupted instantly, with cheers echoing throughout the venue. In the stands, Xia Yu's parents, grandparents, and his sister Xiaotong stood up excitedly, applauding and cheering for him. Standing at the center of the battle stage, Xia Yu felt like a king ascending his throne, basking in the audience's enthusiastic shouts and applause, with an indescribable thrill surging through him. At that moment, a system notification rang in Xia Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing one of the chain tasks, winning the regional tournament, and receiving 5 advanced rare candies and 2,000 shop coins. The joy of receiving the reward made Xia Yu's smile even brighter. After enjoying the applause, Xia Yu stepped down from the battle stage. The competition wasn't over yet, as Luobing and Yeshwan were about to compete for second and third place. Once Yeshwan's Pokemon were restored, the two young women took to the battle stage, sparking great interest among the audience, whose enthusiasm matched the scene of Xia Yu's victory. The match was a back-and-forth spectacle, with both contestants exchanging moves and showcasing their skills. Ultimately, Luobing proved to be slightly superior, securing second place, while Yeshwan took third. With the conclusion of this match, the regional tournament came to a successful close. Xia Yu, Luo Bing, Yeshuan, and the other top 10 contestants were invited back to the battle stage to receive their rewards. In front of the entire audience, the president of the Shudu City League branch, who was also Xia Yu's father, Zion, personally awarded the prizes. Xia Yu's father handed over checks and trophies to the participants with a wide smile. He quietly told Xia Yu that the item rewards had been selected for him and would be brought home that evening. Xia Yu felt secretly pleased, acknowledging the perks of having connections. After the awards ceremony, the audience once again erupted in applause and cheers before orderly dispersing. Xia Yu left the stadium with his mother, sister Xiaotong, and grandparents. Along the way, his family showered him with praise, especially Xiaotong, who hadn't stopped smiling since her brother won the trophy. Just as they exited the stadium and were about to head home, a female reporter suddenly stopped Xia Yu, requesting an interview. Seeing this, his family encouraged Xia Yu to go ahead, waiting nearby. Upon closer inspection, Xia Yu realized it was the same reporter who had interviewed him at the start of the competition. The reporter, slightly out of breath, exclaimed, "Finally caught up with you, Xia Yu. I've been waiting here for an hour, and thankfully, I didn't miss you." Xia Yu was a bit surprised. "No need to be so excited. I wasn't going to run away. If necessary, you could always find me at school. You know where that is, right?" The reporter urgently explained. "Do you understand the importance of news timeliness? An interview right after you win is completely different from one later on. I'm counting on your story to be a hit and help me get a promotion and a raise." Xia Yu nodded in understanding. "Makes sense. Go ahead and ask your questions. I'll do my best to cooperate." The regional competition in Shudu City has just concluded, with Xia Yu claiming the championship with overwhelming strength. A female reporter eagerly sought out the newly crowned champion for an exclusive interview. "First of all, congratulations on winning the Shudu City regional competition," the reporter said with a beaming smile. "I didn't expect to be so lucky, interviewing the champion as my first interviewee." Xia Yu smiled modestly and replied, "Thank you. You're too kind. I just have a tiny edge over the others." As he spoke, he playfully made a universe on the fingertip gesture, showcasing his unique sense of humor. Amused by Xia Yu's attitude, the reporter continued, "Haha, it seems you're quite humble, Xia Yu. Did you know that many viewers already regard you as the strongest high school student in China because of your impressive skills?" Xia Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. "Really? That's quite an overstatement. Let's keep it low-key." Sensing the confidence in Xia Yu's words, the reporter pressed on. "Oh? It seems you're not denying it. You're quite confident. What do you think of the competitors in the national competition? They're the top high school trainers from each city." After a moment's thought, Xia Yu replied, "Well, it's hard to say without having battled them, but I'm quite confident in myself. I'm Xia Yu, and I'm not inferior to anyone." The female reporter's eyes lit up at this response. Her journalistic instincts told her this was the headline material. Shocking. The emergence of China's strongest high school trainer in Shuda City declares national championship is in the bag. She could already envision the newspaper flying off the shelves and her own career prospects soaring. To dig for more exciting content, the reporter continued, "Did you give your all in this regional competition, Xia Yu? Do you have any secret weapons prepared for the nationals?" Xia Yu responded with a hint of mystery. "Well, I did give it my all in the battles, otherwise I wouldn't have won the championship, right? As for secret weapons, let's just say there's a big surprise, and you'll see it when the competition comes around." He calculated that such an answer would pique the audience's curiosity without being too revealing. Satisfied with Xia Yu's response, the reporter concluded the interview with genuine encouragement. "It seems you're very confident, Xia Yu. I wish you the best in winning the national championship." "Good luck," Xia Yu politely replied. "Thank you for your support. I'll do my best to bring home that championship trophy." After the interview, the delighted reporter left to write her big news for the paper, while Xia Yu returned to the villa with his family. Today was a special day, as his grandparents had also come over to celebrate Xia Yu's victory. The family hosted a grand party at the villa, even inviting the family of a chubby friend to join in, as both boys had successfully advanced to the national competition. The party was lively, with humans and spirits alike gathering in joy and harmony. The chubby friend was awestruck by Xia Yu's numerous powerful spirits, especially the three quasi-legendary ones, and couldn't help but feel envious. He knew that Xia Yu hadn't gone all out in the competition, as his formidable initial spirit, Boscadora, hadn't even appeared. The chubby friend guessed that Boscadora's strength was likely at a professional level, a thought that was quite daunting. In his mind, Xia Yu was in a league of his own, sure to clinch the national championship, while he was content to cheer from the sidelines and bask in the glory. At 3 in the afternoon, with the party in full swing, Xia Yu's father returned home. To everyone's surprise, he brought along a heavyweight guest, Sukai, the fighting king. As one of the current 4 heavenly kings, Sukai's presence added a touch of prestige to the party. Everyone warmly welcomed him, but it soon became clear that Sukai's attention was focused solely on Xia Yu. Sensing the need for privacy, the crowd gave them space to talk. Sukai directly addressed Xia Yu. "You're Xia Yu, right? Your strength is impressive. Even nationwide, you're among the top tier. I hope you achieve great results in the national competition. Sukai's encouragement warmed Xia Yu's heart, but he quickly sensed that this top-tier trainer's intentions went beyond mere praise. Indeed, Sukai soon got to the point, directly mentioning that Xia Yu possessed the power of aura. Faced with such a straightforward question, Xia Yu chose not to hide it, and openly admitted that he had indeed awakened this mysterious force. Intrigued, Sukai asked Xia Yu to demonstrate the strength of his aura. Without hesitation, Xia Yu concentrated a ball of blue energy in his palm and released it into the open space. With a loud boom, the energy ball exploded, leaving a large crater in the ground. This display left Sukai stunned, prompting him to eagerly inquire about when Xia Yu had awakened his aura power and his learning experiences. After a brief moment of thought, Xia Yu explained that he had naturally awakened it 6 months ago when receiving his initial Pokemon, without any special training. Sukai was even more astonished upon hearing this, praising Xia Yu as a rare genius of the aura lineage, possibly surpassing the legendary aura warrior. However, Xia Yu appeared puzzled, thinking that launching an aura sphere was just a basic skill. Sukai was taken aback by Xia Yu's nonchalant attitude and quickly changed the subject, asking if Xia Yu was interested in systematically learning to control his aura power. Xia Yu expressed interest, but noted that his schedule was packed after the national competition, making it difficult to find time. After some consideration, Sukai suggested that Xia Yu visit his mentor for a week-long training session after the national competition. Xia Yu found this arrangement acceptable and was quite intrigued by the so-called aura lineage. Having reached an agreement, Sukai handed Xia Yu a booklet containing years of cultivation insights as a welcoming gift. When Xia Yu thanked him, Sukai smiled and corrected him, asking to be called Senior Brother Su. With that, their relationship seemed to grow a bit closer. Sukai's words made Xia Yu's eyes light up. At the upcoming Wave Festival in 6 months, disciples who have awakened the power of aura will have the opportunity to connect with and capture Pokemon that share this ability. Sukai mentioned that his ace, Lucario, was captured during that very event, igniting a spark of hope in Xia Yu. With your talent, most Pokemon will probably be vying to be captured by you, Sukai said with a smile. But remember, you can only choose one, and it's mainly the geniuses who have awakened the power of aura in the past 2 years who participate. Xia Yu nodded thoughtfully. A handsome Lucario was indeed tempting, and with a clear goal in mind, he decided to seriously consider this opportunity. Seeing Xia Yu's interest, Sukai felt relieved. This assurance meant Xia Yu was unlikely to miss the event. Oh, by the way, Sukai added, you're about to compete in the national tournament. Be particularly cautious of the contestants from the Imperial Capital and Magic City. I've heard that some geniuses from prominent families there have already developed professional-level Pokemon, so be prepared when you face them. Xia Yu looked at Sukai with gratitude. As a current member of the Elite Four, Sukai's willingness to share important information and interact so amiably was truly admirable. Thank you, Brother Su. This information is very important to me, Xia Yu said sincerely. Sukai waved his hand dismissively. These are just small matters you'll eventually find out about. I've said everything I needed to, and I have to go now. Don't worry about seeing me off. I have other things to do. Good luck with your tournament, and remember to keep my number. Call me after the competition. In such a hurry? Xia Yu was a bit surprised, but didn't insist on him staying. All right, take care, Brother Su. I'll definitely contact you after the tournament. After seeing Sukai off from the villa, Xia Yu turned back inside, ready to find his parents. As soon as Sukai stepped outside, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, in a tranquil dojo, an elderly man with white hair sat face-to-face with a Lucario, absorbed in meditation. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a ringtone shattered the silence. The old man impatiently grabbed his phone and, seeing the caller ID, answered angrily. Sukai, you little rascal. Haven't I told you countless times not to disturb me during meditation? Do you want me to lose my concentration and drop dead just so you can inherit my dojo? You better have a good reason for calling, or I'll come over there and spank you. Master, you still have such a fiery temper. Sukai teased. You've been meditating for half your life, and your temper hasn't improved at all. You don't know a thing, the old man retorted. This is called being true to oneself. You're too ignorant to understand, and I don't have the patience to explain it to you. All right, whatever you say, sir, must be right. Sukai chuckled as he spoke to the elderly man on the other end of the phone. He paused, a hint of mischief in his eyes. But this time, I'm not bothering you for nothing. I've got a surprise for you. You'd better hope your surprise lives up to the hype, or else you're in trouble. The old man's voice carried a slight threat through the phone. Sukai remained unfazed, brimming with confidence. It's definitely a big surprise. I've found you a prodigy who can surely bring our lineage back to its former glory. Is that all? The old man scoffed. I've seen all sorts of geniuses in my life. Every time you bring someone to me, you claim they're extraordinary, but they're always just so-so. Genius might be a stretch, let alone extraordinary. Sukai hurriedly explained. This time is different. Trust me, master. This genius is truly exceptional. I suspect he might be the Aura Guardian foretold in the prophecy. Oh, tell me more. The old man's tone finally showed some interest. Sukai took a deep breath and began to elaborate. This prodigy is named Xia Yu, the grandson of your old acquaintance, Mr. Xia Junshan. He's only been awakened to the power of Aura for 6 months, yet his mastery of it is on par with mine. And his self-taught Aura abilities are actually stronger than mine, despite my 20 years of hard training. He's a natural-born Aura Guardian. Oh, Xia Junshan's grandson. The old man's voice noticeably perked up. Are you sure about this? Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. There's no doubt, Sukai asserted confidently. The old man was silent for a moment before he chuckled. It seems you've really brought me a surprise this time. Not bad, not bad. You've made progress. It wasn't in vain that I put so much effort into training you. He paused, then continued. And I believe the royal-blooded Lucario that appeared 2 years ago was born for him. I can sense a unique, extraordinary aura power within him. Sukai, even more excited now, responded. If what you say is true, then it's possible. We thought the Aura Guardian had emerged 2 years ago when the royal blood appeared, and we searched everywhere, but found nothing. Maybe it was waiting for him. Then why don't you bring the kid over here for me to see? The old man asked eagerly. Sukai explained. The kid is currently preparing for the National High School League competition. He'll come over after the competition. If you have time, you can come to the capital and see for yourself. Huh. Now that you mention it, I really want to go check it out, the old man said with a hint of enthusiasm in his voice. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I've got to get back to my training. With that, the elderly man ended the call. He turned to look out of a window at the dojo, where a unique Lucario was diligently training. What an impatient old man, Sukai muttered after being hung up on. But having conveyed everything he needed to, he turned his attention back to his own tasks. Meanwhile, Xia Yu returned indoors, where his parents immediately inquired about why Sukai had left. After Xia Yu explained, they didn't press further and instead rejoined the celebration party. The next morning, Xia Yu rose early. It was the day the top 10 competitors were to head to the capital. He accompanied his father to the league building for the gathering. It wasn't long before all the participants arrived. Xia's father had arranged for a top-tier trainer to lead the group and ensure their safety. The group traveled to the airport and boarded a flight to the capital. About 5 hours later, they landed at the capital's international airport. By then, it was already 1 p.m., and they disembarked, heading to the hotel where the competitors were staying. Upon arrival, Xia Yu and his group found that other competitors who had advanced to the national competition were already there. They exchanged glances, eyes filled with a competitive spark. The air was thick with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere, heralding the intense competitions to come. After Xia Yu and the chubby boy settled their luggage, they headed to the restaurant, famished. The two devoured their meals eagerly and leaned back in their chairs, patting their full bellies and letting out a loud burp of satisfaction. An hour later, they followed the staff to visit the Phoenix Nest in the imperial capital. The Phoenix Nest stood majestically, its enormous nest-like design leaving everyone in awe. It's said that the inspiration for this design came from a vision the current champion had years ago when he met Feng Wang, the guardian deity of China, highlighting Feng Wang's esteemed status. Known worldwide as a prestigious battle arena, the Phoenix Nest is a dream destination for countless trainers. Upon entering, Xia Yu and the others were stunned by the luxurious facilities. Even Xia Yu, who was accustomed to wealth, had to admit that this largest single building in China lived up to its reputation. The Phoenix Nest was not just a battle venue. It housed numerous advanced facilities, with the battle arena being just one part. Guided by the staff, the group familiarized themselves with the competition grounds, preparing for the event 2 days later. After the tour, Xia Yu was the first to leave, quickly saying goodbye to the chubby boy and heading off. The chubby boy was puzzled, suspecting Xia Yu had something unusual planned. Following the coordinates he recently received on his phone, Xia Yu took a taxi to a large commercial plaza in the center of the imperial city. He looked around, searching for someone. Just as he was about to make a call, a tap on his shoulder startled him. Hey there, Xia Yu. You got here fast. Missing your senior, are you? A teasing voice came from behind. Xia Yu chuckled at the sound, turning to reply. Haha, I came right after finishing my business. Of course, I had to be eager to see my senior. When he saw who it was, his eyes lit up. Long Xinyu was dressed in a gray cardigan over a white shirt with a deep red bow tie, a deep red JK skirt, and long white stockings. The combination of her mature figure and youthful attire perfectly matched Xia Yu's aesthetic preferences, exciting him immensely. Who could withstand such a test? Xia Yu thought to himself, feeling his composure slipping away. Seeing Xia Yu's dazed expression, Long Xinyu couldn't help but smile, feeling proud of her charm. Her smile brought Xia Yu back to reality, and he sheepishly rubbed his head, realizing he had been staring at her. All right, senior, tell me how you're going to show me around. It's my first time in the capital, so as the host, you better plan something good for me. Xia Yu abruptly changed the topic, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. His voice carried a hint of nervousness, and his eyes involuntarily wandered elsewhere. Long Sinyu keenly sensed Xia Yu's intention, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She rather enjoyed seeing Xia Yu's unease, but didn't point it out. Don't worry, with me around, you'll definitely get to enjoy the local culture of the capital, she said cheerfully. But since it's already quite late today, let's start with a little shopping trip to see some local specialties. With that, Long Sinyu took Xia Yu's hand and headed towards a nearby mall. Her action was natural, as if she were already accustomed to it. However, halfway there, she suddenly realized her gesture might have been too forward, so she quickly let go of Xia Yu's hand, pretending it was nothing. She stole a glance at Xia Yu, and, seeing his expression unchanged, she sighed in relief. The two walked into the mall side by side, and Xia Yu was immediately captivated by the array of goods. He looked around, amazed by the capital's prosperity. As a regular visitor, Long Sinyu skillfully guided Xia Yu through their shopping adventure. Under Long Sinyu's guidance, Xia Yu soon got caught up in the excitement of selecting local products. They shopped enthusiastically, with Xia Yu accepting all of Long Sinyu's suggestions, regardless of the price. Their shopping cart quickly filled with a variety of items, and they both wore satisfied smiles. After packing their purchases into a spacious backpack, Long Sinyu suggested they visit a renowned restaurant to let Xia Yu taste the capital's cuisine. At the dinner table, they chatted and ate, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. After spending the afternoon together, their interaction became natural and smooth. Long Sinyu enthusiastically introduced the city's attractions and planned the upcoming days, while Xia Yu animatedly shared his adventure stories. As they talked, their eyes occasionally met, and a subtle romantic tension began to grow. Suddenly, their gazes locked for a moment, and both blushed, quickly looking away, avoiding each other's eyes. This brief awkwardness was soon broken by the continuation of their conversation. After the meal, night had fallen. They agreed on the next day's itinerary and said their goodbyes. Long Sinyu returned to the university, while Xia Yu headed back to his hotel. As soon as Xia Yu stepped into his hotel room, a chubby friend appeared out of nowhere, excitedly approaching him. "You, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Before Xia Yu could respond, the friend sniffed the air and looked surprised. You've changed. You went out to meet a woman and didn't even invite me. Are we still brothers?" "Get lost, stop talking nonsense," Xia Yu replied irritably. "That was a female friend, okay? It's not what you think. If anyone hears you, you'll ruin my reputation." The chubby friend remained unfazed, continuing to tease. "Wow. You quietly made a female friend, and she's from the capital? Impressive." "You know nothing," Xia Yu explained. "I met her during a previous trip, and since I'm here in the capital, of course, I had to meet her. You single guys just don't get it. Now shoo." With that, he pushed the friend aside and went straight to his room. Hee, you're in a hurry. You're in a hurry," the friend taunted as he followed Xia Yu, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It wasn't until Xia Yu closed the door that he finally stopped his incessant teasing. Back in his room, Xia Yu lay on the bed, replaying every moment spent with Long Sinyu today. To his surprise, the months apart hadn't dulled his feelings for her. If anything, their reunion had intensified them. This unfamiliar yet delightful sensation left him both puzzled and enchanted. As a former introverted writer, Xia Yu felt both eager and anxious about the prospect of romance. He couldn't help but wonder, could this be the sweet storyline he never experienced in his past life, coming to fruition now? The thought made his heart race with anticipation. Meanwhile, back at Imperial University, Long Sinyu was caught up in a similar whirlwind of emotions. Lying in her dormitory bed, she reminisced about their time together, especially the subtle tension at the dinner table, causing her to shyly toss and turn. Though she had never lacked admirers, this was the first time Long Sinyu felt so moved by someone. Her friends even joked about whether she had developed a crush on a girl. But Xia Yu was different. He had not only saved her life, but also sparked a special feeling in her heart. Long Sinyu pondered, could this be the classic hero saves the damsel romance from novels? She suddenly felt a hopeful anticipation for the future, cherishing every moment with Xia Yu, wishing this beautiful feeling could last forever. With thoughts of each other, they drifted into sleep, sweet smiles unconsciously appearing on their faces. The next morning, after freshening up, Xia Yu left the hotel and took a taxi to Imperial University. He had arranged to meet Long Sinyu at the gate and tour the campus. As the car pulled up to the university entrance, Xia Yu immediately spotted Long Sinyu waiting for him. He quickly approached and said apologetically, "Sorry to keep you waiting, senior. I feel bad making you get up so early." Long Sinyu murmured softly, "I was looking forward to it too." Seeing his puzzled look, she quickly changed the subject. "Nothing. Since we're here, let's not waste time. Let me show you Imperial University's breakfast." Xia Yu eagerly followed. "Great. I've heard the bean juice here is exceptional, and I've been wanting to try it." With Long Sinyu's help, Xia Yu entered the prestigious university, which wasn't usually open to outsiders, and began exploring the admired campus. The two walked into the cafeteria side by side, where it was already filled with students enjoying their breakfast. The appearance of Long Sinyu and Xia Yu immediately drew everyone's attention, especially towards Long Sinew, sparking a wave of whispers. Long Sinew paid no mind and led Xia Yu straight to the breakfast counter. Xia Yu felt puzzled by the reaction of those around him, but his attention was soon captured by the sight of a cup of doji. After some persistent negotiation, he finally managed to buy a cup. With a look of pity from Long Sinew, Xia Yu embarked on his first adventurous sip of doji. He cautiously sniffed it first. A faint sour smell reached his nose, somewhat bearable. Then he took a small sip. As soon as the doji touched his tongue, a sour and rancid taste exploded in his mouth, as if he had swallowed a pair of month-old dirty socks. Xia Yu's face contorted with various expressions as he struggled not to spit out the liquid. Seeing Xia Yu's reaction, Long Sinew couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Young man, thinking you can handle the capital's doji, you're still too young," she teased. Xia Yu swallowed the doji with difficulty, his face turning green, and he quickly devoured other breakfast items in an attempt to cover up the nauseating taste. He secretly vowed that this was the worst thing he had ever drunk, even worse than the juice made from the Sichuan specialty fish mint back home. Long Sinew elegantly enjoyed her breakfast, watching Xia Yu's frantic eating with interest. When Xia Yu choked on his food, she blushed and handed him her soy milk. However, focused on masking the taste of doji, Xia Yu didn't notice where the soy milk came from and drank it down in big gulps. When Xia Yu let out a satisfied burp, Long Sinew couldn't help but laugh, calling him amusing. This made Xia Yu a bit embarrassed, realizing he had made a small blunder in front of someone he liked. After finishing their meal, the two left the cafeteria. With time to spare, Long Sinew decided to take Xia Yu to see the campus lake at the Imperial University. They strolled along the path by the lake, with Long Sinew explaining the history of the university, giving Xia Yu an initial understanding of this prestigious institution. They boarded a small boat docked by the shore and drifted leisurely on the lake. Xia Yu rowed while Long Sinew sat quietly beside him. In the glow of the morning sun, their figures resembled a perfect couple, catching the eye. After nearly an hour on the lake, they returned to shore and continued their campus tour. Their conversation flowed more naturally, and the familiarity in their words began to steer their relationship towards a closer bond, creating a subtly romantic atmosphere. Long Sinew was surprised to find she had endless things to share with Xia Yu, a feeling both puzzling and delightful. Finally, Long Sinew took Xia Yu to the Imperial University's battle arena. As it was still early, the place was empty. She led Xia Yu up to the second floor, which was the exclusive training ground for the university's team. Long Sinew explained that after parting with Xia Yu a few months ago, she had successfully joined the university team and performed exceptionally well. As a sophomore who had made it onto the team, she had caused quite a stir at the school. Everyone predicted that by her junior year, Long Sinew was likely to become the team captain, as she undoubtedly possessed the skill and potential. After Long Sinew gave Xia Yu a brief tour of Imperial University, they headed straight to the most popular spot on campus, the university's breeding grounds. The area was filled with a breathtaking collection of rare and powerful Pokemon. In the breeding zone, Xia Yu was captivated by the variety of Pokemon. A group of Alakazam gracefully floated in the air, Wobbuffet cheerfully swayed its body, Jinx danced alluringly, and Gardevoir radiated a mysterious aura. The fire-type Pokemon were equally impressive. Charmander spat out sparks, Tepig rolled around joyfully, Litten walked gracefully, while Growlithe and Poochyena played tag, and Blaziken showcased its agile form. There was a wide array of Pokemon with different attributes, all exhibiting remarkable qualities despite their varying talents. After exploring the breeding area, they proceeded to the hatchery. Xia Yu's eyes scanned the numerous Pokemon eggs, quickly spotting a few with gym-level potential and even two with elite status. This discovery left Xia Yu quietly astonished, deepening his appreciation for the university's capabilities. Next, Xia Yu and Long Sinew strolled to the sports field. By then, many students specializing in Pokemon battles were already training their Pokemon, creating a lively scene. They then visited the university's Pokemon Research Center. Long Sinew proudly explained, "Our Pokemon research is among the best internationally." She showed Xia Yu around various laboratories, highlighting the advanced equipment and extensive resources. Researchers worked closely with Pokemon on cutting-edge experiments. As they passed through the campus garden, several Bulbasaur played among the flowers, and Butterfree danced elegantly in the air. Long Sinew smiled and said, "This is also one of the Pokemon's favorite places." Although Imperial University has its own resource sanctuaries, those areas are off-limits to visitors. Finally, Long Sinew took Xia Yu to see the student villas of the top 20 ranked battlers at the school, giving Xia Yu a comprehensive understanding of the university. At the campus gate, Long Sinew asked with a smile, "So, Xia Yu, how do you like Imperial University?" Xia Yu nodded repeatedly, filled with wonder and admiration for this Pokemon-rich university. In terms of achievements, resources, research level, and historical tradition, Imperial University undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle. As evening approached, and considering the competition would start the next day, Long Sinew bid farewell, promising to watch Xia Yu's match. After they parted ways, Xia Yu took a taxi back to the hotel. On his way back to his room, Xia Yu encountered many students from other schools, enthusiastically chatting. The once quiet hotel was now bustling, indicating that all the competitors had arrived. Xia Yu wanted to catch up with his friend, but they didn't cross paths, likely because he was off training. Back in his room, Xia Yu felt no anxiety about the upcoming national competition. Through his conversation with Long Xinyu, he learned that this year's strongest high school student from the imperial capital is Long Haoyan from the Long family, whose ace Pokemon is a Haxorus that has just reached professional level. While this might seem formidable to others, to Xia Yu, it was nothing extraordinary. Long Xinyu revealed a major piece of news. Long Haoyan is the biological son of Long Fidu, one of the current 4 Heavenly Kings and the Dragon-type King. This formidable opponent with a complex background gave Xia Yu a moment of pause, but he quickly regained his confidence. He thought to himself, even the strongest genius in the imperial capital is just like this. It's likely the same in the magic capital. When they encounter someone as skilled as me, they'll have to settle for second place. The national competition's reward scheme was also announced, and this year, only the top 10 will receive prizes, but the rewards are unprecedentedly generous. Those who rank from 10th to 4th will receive 2 million Huawa currency and a premium spirit item, along with the opportunity to select a spirit or spirit egg below professional level from the league headquarters. Third place will get 5 million, the second place 8 million, and the first place a staggering 10 million, plus the ability to designate a quasi-divine spirit. Such enticing rewards made Xia Yu very eager, especially the items related to mythical creatures in the league's collection room, which seemed easily within his grasp. After feeding his spirits energy cubes, Xia Yu went to bed early to conserve energy for the next day's match. The following morning, he was awakened by staff and joined the other contestants for breakfast in the hotel restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with voices as contestants ate, while secretly observing their opponents, the silent competition already underway. Only Xia Yu and his chubby friend were exceptions. They ate heartily, unconcerned with others' gazes. Xia Yu had absolute confidence in his abilities, while the chubby friend was simply there to participate. After breakfast, the contestants took a special bus to Fengchao. Upon arrival, they took their positions, waiting for the competition to begin. At this moment, the battle area of Fengchao was unveiled. The covering panels at the top of the venue slowly opened, allowing the morning sunlight to pour in, adding a sense of sanctity to the impending matches. Outside, enthusiastic spectators were already lining up to enter. Soon, the grandstands, which could accommodate 100,000 people, were filled to capacity, creating a spectacular scene. Above the battle area, dozens of drones hovered, broadcasting the entire event live from various angles. This nationwide league allowed viewers from all over the country to watch the thrilling matches in real time through the livestream. Although Xia Yu's family couldn't attend due to their own commitments, they would be watching and supporting him through the livestream. As the audience took their seats, the atmosphere within the Fengchao Stadium grew more intense, with everyone eagerly anticipating the commencement of this breathtaking National High School Spirit League. As the passionate speech by the Alliance's official came to an end, the national competition officially kicked off. In the center of the venue, a towering pillar rose, with 4 massive screens extending from it, displaying the intense battles for all the spectators to see. The scale and attention of this national competition were unprecedented. To ensure each match received ample coverage, the organizing committee scheduled the first round over 6 days, where 160 outstanding competitors would emerge from this fierce contest. Matches were determined by random draw, meaning any competitor could face off against any other. With the host's booming command, the names of the competitors flickered like dancing spirits on the big screen. Suddenly, the image froze. The first matchup was revealed. Maerza from Ho-Hote would face Hugo from Magic City. Amidst thunderous applause, the two competitors approached their respective sides of the battle platform, releasing their spirit partners, poised for the signal to start the match. However, the battle unfolded more swiftly than expected. Hugo displayed overwhelming prowess, defeating Maerza almost effortlessly. This scene left Xia Yu deeply shocked, pondering that perhaps only the top 3 from Shu City could contend with such a force, while others seemed destined for defeat. This resounding victory was a harsh wake-up call for competitors from other regions. After all, those who stood on the national stage were the carefully selected seed players, elite through rigorous trials. Yet, faced with such effortless triumphs by their peers from major cities, they had to confront the stark reality of the skill gap. The competition fervently continued, with waves of competitors either advancing or being eliminated, the disparity in life paths becoming increasingly evident on this stage. As the first day's events concluded, although Xia Yu had not yet competed, their teammate, Zhu Zhu from Shu City fortunately drew a less formidable opponent and advanced with ease. On the bus back to the hotel, Xia Yu and their group enthusiastically discussed the day's events. Although competitors from other regions performed adequately, those from the Imperial and Magic Cities seemed to belong to another dimension, the vast difference in skill daunting and placing immense psychological pressure on others. Upon arriving at the hotel, everyone eagerly rushed to the training room, as if only sweat could alleviate their anxiety. Even the usually laid-back chubby teammate was uncharacteristically motivated, determined to hone his spirit in the training room, aiming to avoid an embarrassing defeat in future matches. However, Xia Yu chose to return to their room to rest. Lying on the bed, a thought struck him. How wonderful it would be to have a personal spirit space. There, he could train his spirit partners freely, and they wouldn't have to be confined idly in their spirit balls all day. Acting on this thought, Xia Yu immediately proposed the idea to the system. Ding, the system's prompt sounded. Detecting a strong desire from the host, the system is activating the transformation feature to fulfill the host's wish. What does this transformation feature do? Xia Yu asked curiously. Ding, the transformation feature can convert and used random secret realm summoning cards into the host's personal spirit space, the system explained. The size of the space will vary based on the level of in-game currency spent, and it can automatically adjust to suit the attributes of the spirits, enhancing their growth speed within. In-game currency? Xia Yu frowned. You mean I have to spend money? Ding, the host misunderstands. The system quickly clarified. This in-game currency is not real money but tied to the store credits. Isn't that worse? Xia Yu muttered. I worked hard to save those store credits. However, after careful consideration, Xia Yu concluded that the spirit space was more valuable to him. After all, keeping the spirits cooped up in their balls long-term wasn't beneficial for their growth. This decision might pave a new path for his training journey. Xia Yu opened the system interface to check the premium options for the spirit space. A system notification sounded. Ding. Premium options are as follows. 1,000 coins. 1 square kilometer spirit space, growth speed 10. 2,000 coins. 2 square kilometers spirit space, growth speed 20. 4,000 coins. 8 square kilometers spirit space, growth speed 40. 8,000 coins. 16 square kilometers spirit space, growth speed 80". Xia Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. This is exponential growth, he thought. Though the cost also doubles, it seems worth it. Glancing at his remaining 10,600 coins, he decisively chose to spend 8,000 coins to upgrade and feel like a big spender. Ding. Transaction successful. Random secret realm summon card is being converted. Conversion complete. Host exclusive spirit space has been activated. The system provided a detailed overview of the space's features. It blocks external interference, grants the host absolute control, can serve as a refuge, and allows for the cultivation of spirit plants, significantly boosting growth speed. Thrilled, Xia Yu willed himself into this vast realm. Before him lay a barren landscape, but as Xia Yu's thoughts shifted, the terrain transformed instantly. Dense trees sprang up, green fields unfurled, turning into a small forest. Caught up in the fun, Xia Yu conjured hot springs and towering volcanoes. He felt like the creator of this world, capable of anything. Having had his fun, Xia Yu summoned all his spirits. They immediately sensed the abundant energy within the space and felt so comfortable they wanted to roll around. Xia Yu announced that this would be their new home, and they no longer needed to be confined to their pokeballs. The spirits excitedly chose their territories, and the space automatically adjusted to create the perfect environment for each of them. Even the usually picky Miltank was full of praise, noting it was much more comfortable than the pokeballs. Seeing his spirits satisfied, Xia Yu felt the investment was well worth it. He constructed a self-repairing battle arena in the center of the map, and the spirits eagerly lined up to stretch their limbs. Xia Yu had 3 spirits who were about to compete watch from the side, while the others engaged in a lively internal brawl. Tyranitar charged at Charizard, eager to test the older brother's skills, only to be soundly defeated. Heracross challenged Aron, seeking revenge, but was once again thoroughly trounced. The other spirits also found opponents and clashed in a chaotic melee. Xia Yu stood at the sidelines, smiling as he watched the long-awaited excitement unfold. After the battles, the spirits returned to their territories to rest. Xia Yu exited the spirit space and returned to his bed in the real world. Noticing the deepening night outside his window, he lay down to rest and gather his strength for tomorrow's competition. The next morning, sunlight bathed the Fengchao Stadium, adding warmth to the anticipation of the upcoming match. Xia Yu and his teammates arrived early, with the air filled with a mix of tension and excitement. Today was finally Xia Yu's turn to compete. As several groups of contestants finished their matches, Xia Yu's name was called. His opponent was Guan Lei from the imperial capital. The two of them walked slowly from the preparation area to the battle platform. In an instant, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, with many cheering for Guan Lei, as he was the hometown favorite. Amidst the noise, Xia Yu caught a few familiar voices speaking in the dialect of Shidu. He looked towards the sound and saw a group of his hometown supporters holding banners and cheering enthusiastically for him. This scene warmed Xia Yu's heart, and he smiled and waved to them, grateful for the devoted fans who had traveled so far to support him. Xia Yu wanted to find Long Xinyu in the crowd, but in the vast sea of people in the large stadium, this thought was quickly extinguished by reality. He refocused his attention entirely on the upcoming match. Seeing so many supporters, Xia Yu was determined to win beautifully and not let them down. With the referee's signal, Xia Yu and Guanlei simultaneously released their respective Pokemon. Xia Yu chose his Shining Metagross as his vanguard. This quasi-legendary Pokemon, now at level 49, had significantly increased in strength and was comparable to the ace Pokemon of most competitors. The appearance of the Shining Metagross immediately caused a stir in the audience. As the first quasi-legendary to debut in the national competition, and in its rare alternate color form, it instantly became the center of attention. The metallic body of the Shining Metagross gleamed under the lights, emitting an awe-inspiring brilliance. In response, Guanlei released a level 48 Decidueye. This elite-level grass and ghost-type Pokemon, with the Overgrow ability and equipped with a cursed amulet, was ready for battle. Seeing Xia Yu's Shining Metagross, Guanlei broke into a cold sweat, hoping this was Xia Yu's ace. Otherwise, he might really struggle. In the center of the wide battlefield, Decidueye and Shining Metagross faced off, with tension thick in the air. As the referee's whistle blew, the battle commenced instantly. Guanlei's Decidueye launched a swift offensive, elegantly maneuvering in the air, attempting to use its speed to dodge the attacks from Shining Metagross. Simultaneously, it continuously shot sharp feather arrows aimed at Shining Metagross's vital points. However, Shining Metagross demonstrated incredible defensive capabilities. Its hard metallic shell acted like an impenetrable shield, effortlessly blocking Decidueye's attacks. Not only that, but Shining Metagross also seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. Using its immense strength, it charged at Decidueye, pushing it back several steps. Decidueye was not discouraged by this and keenly observed, searching for weaknesses in Shining Metagross. It soon noticed that the head of Shining Metagross seemed to be a point that could be exploited. Decidueye began to focus, preparing to launch a deadly attack. At this critical moment, Shining Metagross suddenly unleashed its signature Move Meteor Mash. Its fist was instantly enveloped in a dazzling light, and with lightning speed, it struck towards Decidueye. Although Decidueye sensed the danger and tried to evade, the attack speed of Shining Metagross was simply too fast, and it ultimately landed a solid hit. The Decidueye crashed heavily to the ground, its body shaking violently from the impact. The Shining Metagross seized this fleeting opportunity and launched a fierce attack without hesitation. It stomped its feet on the ground, triggering a massive earthquake. The ground trembled violently, and the Decidueye struggled to maintain its balance amidst the sudden upheaval. Like a golden lightning bolt, the Shining Metagross dashed to the Decidueye's side. Its enormous steel claws gleamed menacingly as it grabbed the struggling Decidueye. Despite its desperate flapping and struggling, the Decidueye's strength was insignificant against the Shining Metagross. At this critical moment, an eerie glow emanated from the Shining Metagross's forehead. It thrust its head forward, delivering a powerful Zen headbutt to the Decidueye's head. The Decidueye's eyes turned into spirals, and it collapsed onto the ground, unable to get up. The referee raised a flag, declaring the Shining Metagross the winner. Thunderous cheers erupted from the audience, showcasing the prowess of a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Decidueye, you did your best. Return, Guanlei said softly, recalling the exhausted Decidueye into its Pokeball. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a second Pokeball. It's up to you now, my Bisharp. With a flash of red light, a rare Bisharp appeared on the field, its eyes sharp and its presence commanding. Name, Bisharp. Level, 48 Elite. Gender, male. Type, Dark, Steel. Ability, Defiant attack increases sharply when a stat is lowered. Held item, Eviolite. Potential, Gym Leader level. Moves, details omitted. Xia Yu was secretly amazed by the high-level Pokemon. No wonder Guanlei was a genius trainer selected through rigorous tests in the capital. Possessing such a powerful Pokemon was impressive. However, Xia Yu believed his shiny Metagross wasn't one to be easily defeated by simple type advantages. On the open battlefield, the shiny Metagross and Bisharp faced off, tension hanging in the air. The spectators held their breath, eagerly anticipating the fierce battle. Shiny Metagross, use Psychic. Xia Yu commanded first. The shiny Metagross's eyes flashed with a strange light as it raised its sturdy arms, unleashing a powerful psychic energy, like an invisible blade, towards Bisharp. Bisharp's reaction was astonishingly fast, its form flickering as it effortlessly dodged the psychic attack. Then, like a black flash, it charged at the shiny Metagross. Bisharp's blade carved a graceful arc in the air, glinting chillingly. With the move Swords Dance, Bisharp's momentum surged, as if it were about to tear its opponent apart. Facing the oncoming Bisharp, the shiny Metagross did not back down. Its massive body, like a moving steel fortress, charged at Bisharp, the impact powerful enough to shake the ground. Bisharp was sent flying several meters, but quickly adjusted its posture in midair, landing steadily. Its eyes shone with battle intent, clearly not ready to concede. Bisharp swung its arms, its sharp blades creating cross-shaped lights in the air. Several cross-chops whistled towards the shiny Metagross. However, the Metagross's defense was far beyond imagination. These seemingly fierce attacks left only shallow marks on its body. Seizing the opening after Bisharp's attack, the shiny Metagross's fist glowed brightly. It unleashed a meteor mash, the punch cutting through the air with a tearing force. Bisharp sensed the danger and tried its best to dodge, but the meteor mash was too fast, landing squarely on it. Bisharp was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, clearly taking significant damage. Seeing the opportunity, Xia Yu immediately ordered, "Shiny Metagross, use Bullet Punch to finish it." The shiny Metagross's fists fired like a machine gun, each punch carrying overwhelming force. Bisharp, unable to evade, was knocked down by the relentless assault, lying on the ground unable to rise. The referee declared the shiny Metagross the winner once more, and the audience erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. People excitedly discussed the possibility of the shiny Metagross achieving a Union 3 miracle. "It's really despairing. Return, Bisharp," Guanlei sighed, recalling Bisharp into its Pokeball. His gaze turned resolute as he took out his final Pokeball. "It's up to you, Noivern, my ace." Xia Yu looked at his shiny Metagross and asked with concern, "How are you holding up? Can you still fight?" Despite defeating two strong opponents, the shiny Metagross had expended a lot of energy. The shiny Metagross nodded firmly, its eyes shining with an unyielding fighting spirit, as if saying it was ready for more. Xia Yu decided to meet the demands of the shiny Metagross and continue the challenging battle. In the expansive arena, the shiny Metagross and the Noivern faced each other, tension filling the air. Despite having expended a considerable amount of energy, the shiny Metagross hovered steadily, keeping a vigilant eye on its opponent. The battle was about to begin, and Guanlei was the first to issue a command. Noivern spread its wings and unleashed a powerful supersonic wave, shaking the entire field. The shiny Metagross felt the impact of the sound wave, but stood its ground. It cleverly used its metallic body to reflect the sound wave back. Caught off guard, Noivern stumbled a few steps as it was hit by its own attack. Unwilling to be outdone, Noivern quickly adjusted its stance and launched a fierce dragon rush. It charged towards the shiny Metagross like an arrow, full of momentum. The shiny Metagross dodged nimbly while keenly observing its opponent's movements. It soon realized that while Noivern's attack was fast, it lacked power and decided to counter with strength. Suddenly, the shiny Metagross's fist glowed brightly, delivering a powerful meteor mash directly at Noivern. Although Noivern sensed the danger and tried to evade, it was too late. The meteor mash hit it squarely, sending it flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Despite being severely injured, Noivern refused to give up. It struggled to its feet and unleashed a deafening boom burst, attempting to disrupt the shiny Metagross's rhythm. However, the shiny Metagross seemed unfazed and launched an even more ferocious counterattack. In an instant, a blinding beam of light, the flash cannon, formed in front of the shiny Metagross. Noivern had no time to react before it was struck heat-in by the powerful beam, collapsing heavily to the ground. Finally, the shiny Metagross used Psychic to completely shatter Noivern's resistance. Victorious, the shiny Metagross stood in the center of the arena, panting heavily and raising its claws in a triumphant roar. Despite the grueling battle, it ultimately won the match. The referee declared the shiny Metagross the winner, and the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, praising the strength of this shiny pseudo-legendary. This match made history in the national tournament, with Xia Yu becoming the first contestant to achieve a 1 vs 3 victory, earning the support of countless spectators. Although Guanlei was a formidable opponent, he unfortunately faced Xia Yu in peak condition and could only play a supporting role. Amid the cheers of the audience, Xia Yu returned to the preparation area to watch the performances of other contestants. His phone soon received a congratulatory message from his senior, Long Sinyu, congratulating him on advancing to the top 160. As the sun set, the day's matches concluded. Among the three contestants from Shooda City, Xia Yu and Yi Xian secured easy victories, while Terry suffered a regrettable defeat, ending his journey in the national tournament prematurely. This outcome undoubtedly added pressure on the contestants yet to compete, as the overall caliber of participants this year was noticeably higher than in previous years, making the competition fiercer. Back at the hotel, the contestants who hadn't yet competed wasted no time heading to the training room, determined to continue honing their Pokemon and prepare thoroughly for the upcoming challenges. Xia Yu returned to his room with ease when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the call was from home, he answered it, and his mother's gentle voice came through, congratulating him on his victory. She reminded him not to put too much pressure on himself and to just do his best. Then, his younger sister, Xiao Tong, excitedly chimed in, asking him to bring another championship trophy home. Listening to his sister's innocent request, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile and readily agreed. Meanwhile, the chubby boy lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's more intense battles compared to yesterday. He was acutely aware that he was the weakest among the group from Shooda City, and that last-minute training wouldn't quickly enhance his Pokemon's strength. With no other options, he decided to take it easy. His new goal was to fully support his good friend Xia Yu in reaching the finals and winning the championship. A sly smile appeared on his face as he thought, if Xia Yu wins, then he's the champion's best friend. Given their close relationship, Xia Yu's glory would be his glory too, which is almost like winning the championship himself. Over the next 4 days, the competition was in full swing, and the first round was about to conclude. For participants from Shudu City were eliminated, including the chubby boy, who lost to a contestant from Shuei City due to a significant gap in skill. In the end, those advancing from Shudu City were Xia Yu, Luo Bing, Yi Xian, Zhu Zhu, Li Ao, and Yi Liangchen. This result was a marked improvement over the previous 2 years, leaving the Shudu City delegation quite satisfied. On the 7th day, the second round of the competition began. This round would again eliminate half of the contestants, determining the top 80 participants. The competition's brutal nature became evident once more, with the strong advancing and the weak stepping aside. This round would last 4 days, and Xia Yu was lucky enough to be scheduled for the first day. When Xia Yu's name appeared on the big screen, the audience erupted in applause and cheers. After his impressive performance in the first round, Xia Yu had gained quite a fan following. His opponent was Chao Shuang from Beiyang City. At the referee's command, both released their respective Pokemon. Xia Yu chose to send out his Garchomp this time, giving it a chance to shine and stretch its muscles on the battlefield. The Garchomp was just a step away from professional level, and Xia Yu hoped it would achieve a breakthrough in the national competition. As for revealing its strength, Xia Yu wasn't worried because he still had the trump card of Mega Evolution, which could mislead his opponents. The audience was thrilled to see Xia Yu release another fully evolved quasi-legendary Pokemon, particularly a rare dragon type. They marveled at the young man's luck, as many might never capture a single quasi-legendary in their lifetime. Yet he had 2 at his command, which was truly enviable. Chao Shuang was momentarily stunned when Garchomp appeared, but quickly regained his composure. With determination in his eyes, he focused on Garchomp, resolved to defeat this so-called legendary creature and knock it off its pedestal. Chao Shuang released his trump card, Pokemon Electivire. It was a level 50 elite Pokemon, male, electric type, with the ability Motor Drive. This ability not only made it immune to electric type attacks, but also increased its speed when hit by them. Additionally, it carried a life orb, and its potential had reached the level of a champion. Xia Yu carefully examined Electivire's stats and couldn't help but remark, what a coincidence, facing an electric immune Garchomp. If it weren't for me, this trainer, named Chao Shuang, could probably make it to the top 10. Such strength, what a pity. Fate had left Xia Yu unable to control the random selection of the machine, and he could only accept the outcome. In the spacious arena, Garchomp and Electivire faced each other, surrounded by the roaring cheers of the audience, eagerly anticipating the thrilling battle about to unfold. Garchomp's scales shimmered with a cold, menacing sheen as it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, exuding an intimidating aura. Electivire, on the other hand, was enveloped in crackling blue electricity, its eyes reflecting determination and resolve. As the signal for the battle began, Xia Yu decisively gave the command. Garchomp shot forward like an arrow, instantly closing the distance to Electivire. Unfazed, Electivire raised its arms and unleashed a powerful electric shock. However, Garchomp's scales perfectly deflected the attack, leaving it unscathed. Garchomp immediately counterattacked, spewing a stream of scorching flames that engulfed Electivire. Despite being surrounded by fire, Electivire did not retreat. It fought back by unleashing an even more potent electric shock in an attempt to resist. Flames and electricity clashed fiercely in the air, resulting in a deafening explosion. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the arena, yet both Pokemon continued to fight on. Garchomp seized the opportunity, darting towards Electivire and striking with its sharp dragon claws. Electivire howled in pain but refused to surrender, using its last strength to unleash a thunderbolt as a counterattack. Garchomp deftly dodged the electric attack and then released a powerful dragon pulse, enveloping Electivire completely. Overwhelmed by the sheer force of the energy, Electivire finally collapsed, its eyes swirling in defeat. Garchomp's triumphant roar echoed throughout the arena, as if declaring itself the true champion of the battlefield. The crowd erupted in cheers, amazed by the spectacular duel and the impressive power of the pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Chao Shuang, witnessing the defeat of his ace Pokemon, knew the outcome was decided, yet he did not give up. He quickly recalled Electivire into its Pokeball and released a second Pokemona level 49 elite female Ampharos. Ampharos, with its static ability, carried the potential to paralyze any contact with its body, and it was equipped with a top-grade Thunderstone. Seeing another electric-type Pokemon enter the fray, Xia Yu couldn't help but wonder, could this guy be an electric-type specialist? If so, my luck is really not on my side. In the arena, Garchomp and Ampharos stood facing each other, ready for another intense round of battle. Chao Shuang acted swiftly, commanding Ampharos to make the first move. Ampharos quickly gathered a formidable amount of electricity in its mouth, launching a blinding bolt of lightning at Garchomp. However, Garchomp reacted swiftly, deftly sidestepping the attack and charging at its opponent like an arrow, its mouth full of sharp teeth ready to bite. Ampharos narrowly avoided the attack at the last moment. Unwilling to be outdone, Ampharos immediately retaliated, its body glowing with dazzling electricity as it unleashed a powerful thunderbolt. Garchomp dove into the ground like a bolt of lightning, skillfully evading Electrode's shock attack. Suddenly, it burst from the earth beneath Electrode, executing a dragon rush that sent Electrode flying into the air. Regaining its balance midair, Electrode's tail glowed brightly as it unleashed a powerful electromagnetic wave. Although Garchomp was hit and momentarily slowed, it wasn't seriously harmed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Electrode gathered all its strength to unleash a thunderous thunder attack. However, Garchomp displayed incredible agility, performing a graceful twist in midair to effortlessly dodge the deadly strike. It then unleashed an earthquake with the force of a landslide, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Electrode lost its balance and began to falter. A fierce glint appeared in Garchomp's eyes as it seized this rare chance, unleashing a jet black flame, its signature move, Blast Burn. The flame struck Electrode with pinpoint accuracy, its sharp impact leaving Electrode unable to resist, crashing heavily to the ground and losing its ability to fight. This battle showcased Garchomp's formidable strength and agile combat skills, leaving the audience in awe. Chao Shuang reluctantly recalled Electrode into its Pokeball and sent out his final Pokemon, a level 48 Jolteon. However, against Garchomp, who was immune to electric attacks, Jolteon's efforts were futile. Ultimately, Jolteon was easily defeated in just 3 rounds. With this, Xia Yu once again achieved the impressive feat of defeating 3 opponents in a row. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, praising the power of the pseudo-legendary Pokemon and hailing Xia Yu as the dark horse of the tournament, believing he had the potential to win the championship. Standing in the center of the arena, Xia Yu smiled, savoring this hard-earned moment of victory. After the match, Xia Yu returned to the preparation room to continue watching other competitors' battles. Soon, his phone buzzed with a congratulatory message from his senior, Long Sinyu. It turned out she had been watching the match in person, which filled Xia Yu with surprise and warmth. After a brief exchange, Xia Yu refocused on the other matches. As the sun set, the day's matches concluded smoothly. Only Xia Yu and Li Ao represented Shooda City, and fortunately, both advanced successfully. Over the next 3 days, the competition continued, with the gap in strength between the participants becoming increasingly evident. The stronger contenders continued to dominate, while the weaker ones fought desperately for a place in the next round. The remaining 6 competitors from Shooda City were fortunate to avoid strong opponents and advance successfully. Today marked the 3rd round of the top 40 qualifiers, and the number of participants in the preparation room noticeably decreased. Many of the eliminated competitors received invitations from various universities to watch the matches on site. After all, those who made it to the national competition were geniuses from various regions, worthy of such opportunities. Xia Yu also received offers from over a dozen universities, including the prestigious 6. However, on Long Sinyu's advice, he didn't respond to any of them yet, even though they included the Imperial University. Long Sinyu advised him that the better his performance in the national competition, the more leverage he would have in negotiations with these universities, maximizing his benefits. Although she hoped Xia Yu would choose Imperial University, she was more concerned about his long-term development, showing a supportive and thoughtful attitude. Thus, Xia Yu continued to diplomatically respond to these invitations, stating that he would make a decision after the national competition results were out. He was confident in winning the championship, and if he could secure greater benefits, why not take advantage? The competition started quickly today. The 3rd round will last for 2 days, and Xia Yu was not selected to compete today, making him the only team member not participating. Unfortunately, the team's performance was less than stellar. Out of the 5 contestants, only 2 advanced, while Zhu Zhu, Li Ao, and Yi Liangchen were regretfully eliminated before reaching the top 40. As the competition progressed, the opponents became increasingly formidable. They faced elite competitors from both the Imperial and Magic capitals, ultimately finding themselves outmatched. The next morning, as the competition began, Xia Yu was selected for the first match. His opponent was Song Jia from the Imperial capital, a female competitor known for her striking appearance. Upon learning she would face Xia Yu, who possessed 2 pseudo-legendary Pokemon, Song Jia showed signs of concern, realizing it would be a tough battle. However, in the arena, gender does not matter. Today, Xia Yu needed to give it his all, regardless of his opponent's appearance. Both competitors stood on opposite sides of the battle platform and released their Pokemon. Xia Yu sent out his shiny Metagross, while Song Jia summoned a Blaziken. Blaziken, a level 48 elite Pokemon, was female with a fire attribute and the Blaze ability, which boosts fire-type moves when its health is low. It carried Charcoal and had the qualifications of a pseudo-elite 4 level. On the vast battlefield, The shiny Metagross and Blaziken faced each other, their eyes filled with determination. The surrounding audience cheered excitedly, anticipating a thrilling showdown. With the referee's whistle, the battle officially began. Xia Yu commanded the shiny Metagross to charge at the opponent like an arrow, its body glowing with a brilliant golden light, sending powerful energy waves towards Blaziken. In response to the fierce attack, Blaziken displayed incredible agility, leaping nimbly to evade the assault. At the same time, it ignited in flames, ready to counterattack at any moment. The shiny Metagross swiftly followed up with a meteor mash, its fist streaking through the air like a comet, aiming directly for Blaziken's weak spot. Blaziken narrowly dodged the deadly strike, then seized the opportunity to unleash a blaze kick. The shiny Metagross, with its unyielding body, endured the powerful kick but felt the impressive strength of its opponent. The battle intensified, with both sides exchanging a flurry of moves. The shiny Metagross repeatedly used powerful techniques like Earthquake and Metal Claw, attempting to overwhelm its opponent. Meanwhile, Blaziken relied on its exceptional speed and agility to repeatedly avert danger and look for opportunities to retaliate. As time went on, the shiny Metagross gradually gained the upper hand. Its powerful attacks and rock-solid defense left Blaziken struggling to find an opening. Yet, Blaziken did not give up and continued to resist tenaciously. In a critical moment, Blaziken suddenly unleashed its ultimate move overheat. It spewed a massive flame from its mouth, engulfing the shiny Metagross. Faced with the oncoming blaze, the shiny Metagross had nowhere to hide and had to endure the attack heat-in. When the flames dissipated, the shiny Metagross bore some scorch marks but remained standing. It gathered all its strength for a final attack Giga Impact. The shiny Metagross, glowing with dazzling golden light, charged at Blaziken like a shooting star. Blaziken attempted to evade, but its energy was nearly depleted, and it was about to be struck by the decisive blow. The ultimate impact of the shiny Metagross hit Blaziken's weak spot precisely, knocking it to the ground. The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers, applauding this spectacular showdown. Xia Yu quickly assessed the injuries on the shiny Metagross. Although they weren't severe, they would inevitably affect its performance in the next battle. He noted to himself that more specialized training was needed to compensate for facing agile and explosive Pokemon like Blaziken. Song Jia recalled Blaziken and immediately threw out a second Pokeball. In a flash of white light, a level 48 elite Golduck appeared on the field. This female Pokemon possessed the swift swim ability, significantly boosting its speed in rainy weather. Holding a Mystic Water, its champion-level strength was formidable. In the expansive arena, the shiny Metagross faced off against Golduck. As the referee's whistle blew, Song Jia decisively commanded Golduck to use Rain Dance. Instantly, dark clouds gathered over the arena, and a fine rain began to fall. With the rain enhancing its abilities, Golduck's speed surged, and it fired a sharp water gun at its opponent. The shiny Metagross managed to dodge in time and countered with a golden laser beam, but the rainy weather had clearly slowed its movements. It quickly adjusted its strategy, its metallic sheen shining brightly as it released a powerful wave of electromagnetic energy, successfully restricting Golduck's actions. Seizing this opportunity, the shiny Metagross launched a crushing meteor mash, knocking Golduck down, followed by a relentless barrage of comet punches. Despite Golduck's valiant efforts to fight back, it was ultimately overwhelmed by the shiny Metagross's powerful assault and fell, unable to continue battling. This hard-earned victory left the shiny Metagross visibly fatigued. Song Jia bit her lip, realizing her journey in the national competition was nearing its end. She recalled Golduck and sent out her final ace, a level 50 elite Flygon. This female Pokemon, with its ground and dragon dual typing and levitate ability, was immune to ground-type moves and, holding a dragon form, displayed impressive champion-level prowess. Xia Yu, seeing this, decisively recalled the exhausted shiny Metagross, opting to send out Garchomp. Observing the opponent's Flygon, on the verge of breaking through to professional-level strength, he felt confident in his impending victory. The Garchomp stared intently at the Flygon, a low growl rumbling from deep in its throat, full of challenge. The Flygon's eyes were sharp, its wings trembling slightly, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The battle was imminent. The Flygon spread its wings and soared into the air, skillfully avoiding Garchomp's initial charge. Its wings beat rapidly, stirring up a fierce sandstorm. However, Garchomp remained unfazed, its silhouette flickering through the dust as it launched a swift dragon rush. Although the Flygon dodged in time, Garchomp's speed was overwhelming, its sharp claws leaving a deep gash on the Flygon's body. Unwilling to back down, Flygon immediately deployed Sand Tomb, attempting to trap its opponent. Yet Garchomp displayed incredible agility, effortlessly leaping out of the sandy snare. It then unleashed a powerful Dragon Pulse, the energy wave striking the Flygon as it struggled to evade, leaving it unsteady in the air. The Flygon fought back fiercely, firing a dazzling yellow beam. Garchomp quickly erected a rock slide barrier for defense. The battle intensified, with Garchomp's Dragon Claw clashing repeatedly with Flygon's wing attacks, stirring up clouds of dust. At this critical moment, Garchomp unleashed its ultimate move Outrage. The powerful Dragon Aura swept across the field, forcing Flygon to retreat under the overwhelming force. Ultimately, Garchomp's relentless assault broke through its opponent's defenses, knocking Flygon out of the sky. The downed Flygon was dazed, signaling the end of the battle. Garchomp let out a triumphant roar, its victory cry echoing across the arena. The audience erupted in cheers and applause for the spectacular showdown, showering Xia Yu and Song Jia with admiration. Back in the stands, Xia Yu received a congratulatory text from Senior Long Sinyu, who mentioned a family emergency might prevent her from watching the subsequent matches, but she hoped to see Xia Yu in the finals. Xia Yu confidently replied that the championship would be his. Long Sinyu smiled at the reply, secretly hoping the confident junior would fulfill his promise. After the day's competition, the final list of the top 40 was announced. The dominance of the Imperial Capital and Magic City was clear, with the two regions claiming 22 spots, 15 for the Imperial Capital and 7 for Magic City. Many cities' participants had been entirely eliminated, highlighting the fierce competition. When Xia Yu and his group returned to the hotel, only 3 contestants from Shudu City had advanced. Although this was better than cities that were entirely knocked out, the gap was evident compared to the Imperial Capital and Magic City, which both boasted one of the 6 prestigious universities, like Shudu City's Shishu University. For 10 years, the city of Shudu has been unable to claim victory in the high school league, with the trophy constantly alternating between the capitals of Empire and Magic. To reclaim past glory, the rewards for this year's Shudu regional competition are particularly generous, aiming to motivate the players to bring home the championship. As a native of Shudu, Xia Yu feels the weight of responsibility. This is his only chance, as age restrictions prevent him from competing again. Nonetheless, Xia Yu is confident in his abilities, believing that unless something unexpected happens, winning the championship is almost certain. On the 13th day of the national competition, the top 40 are about to compete for a place in the top 20. Xia Yu and his 2 teammates wait in the preparation room at Fengchao, while the already eliminated Xiaopeng and others cheer for them from the audience. The atmosphere is heating up, with applause and cheers resonating as spectators rally for their favored contestants. The draw for the first match reveals a showdown between contestants from the Empire, much to the relief of the other competitors. In the second match, Yi Xian faces a contestant from Jinxi. The two are evenly matched, battling fiercely until all 3 of their Pokemon are on the field to determine a winner. Ultimately, Yi Xian narrowly secures victory with her ace, Gardevoir, but it's clear that she has reached her limit, making her chances of finishing in the top 10 slim. After a few matches, it's finally Xia Yu's turn. His opponent is Tang Yu from the Magic Capital. Upon seeing the draw results, Tang Yu's expression darkens, as Xia Yu is one of the opponents he least wanted to face. Nevertheless, Tang Yu resolves to give it his all. At the referee's signal, both release their Pokemon simultaneously. Xia Yu sends out his ace, the shiny Metagross, while Tang Yu opts for Rillaboom. This level 49 elite Pokemon, with its grass typing and grassy surge ability, is equipped with a life orb and has a champion level potential. In the expansive arena, the shiny Metagross and Rillaboom face each other, tension thick in the air. As the battle begins, a grassy terrain rapidly spreads under Rillaboom's feet. It leaps high and lands heavily, creating a deafening sound. The shiny Metagross remains unfazed, quickly maneuvering behind its opponent, with metallic claws gleaming coldly. Rillaboom turns just in time to block the fierce strike with its robust arms. Rillaboom counters with its signature move, drum beating. It pounds its chest forcefully, sending shockwaves outward. However, the shiny Metagross is prepared. It activates its magnet rise, hovering lightly in the air to evade the attack. Then, its eyes glow blue, unleashing a powerful psychic force straight at Rillaboom. Feeling the overwhelming psychic assault, Rillaboom attempts to recover using its grassy surge ability. But the shiny Metagross doesn't give it a chance to breathe, raining down meteor mash punches that drive Rillaboom back step by step. As the battle reaches a fever pitch, the shiny Metagross shines with brilliant gold light, ready to unleash its ultimate move, Giga Impact. Sensing immense pressure, Rillaboom musters all its strength to use high horsepower, trying to withstand the lethal blow. Yet against the absolute power of the shiny Metagross, its efforts prove futile. Amidst the audience's gasps, the shiny Metagross, like a golden lightning bolt, pierces through Rillaboom's defenses in an instant. When the dust settles, Rillaboom lies on the ground, unable to continue fighting. Xia Yu wins the match with overwhelming superiority, taking another step towards the championship title. Tang Yu recalled his defeated Kongling ape into its Pokeball, a glint of determination in his eyes. He took a deep breath and decisively threw out a second Pokeball. A flash of silver light, and his Corviknight appeared on the battlefield, majestic and imposing. This level 49 elite Corviknight, a male with both flying and steel attributes, immediately activated its pressure ability, sending an invisible wave of intimidation toward the shiny Metagross. However, the shiny Metagross remained unmoved, as if it had only felt a gentle breeze. The Corviknight eyed its opponent warily, its feathers slightly raised. The aroma of the leftovers it carried subtly filled the air, preparing it for the intense battle ahead. The fight was about to begin. At Tang Yu's command, the Corviknight spread its steel-like wings and charged at the shiny Metagross with a brave bird attack. The shiny Metagross's eyes sharpened, and it deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fierce assault. Not to be outdone, the shiny Metagross immediately counterattacked. Its fist shimmered with starlight as it launched a meteor mash straight at the Corviknight. The Corviknight hastily blocked with its wings, but was still pushed back several steps, its feathers slightly ruffled. The undeterred Corviknight quickly regained its composure, using its speed to draw a graceful arc in the air. It dove down, its beak gleaming with a drill peck. The shiny Metagross endured the powerful strike with its steel body. Then its eyes flashed blue as it used Psychic to hold the Corviknight firmly in place. The Corviknight struggled fiercely, its pressure ability activating once more, slightly affecting the shiny Metagross this time. However, this did not slow its offensive. The shiny Metagross unleashed a barrage of meteor mashes, each one landing precisely on the Corviknight. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the Corviknight was visibly struggling. In a critical moment, the shiny Metagross seized the opportunity and unleashed a hyper beam. Its entire body became a dazzling golden light, hurtling toward the Corviknight like a cannonball. The Corviknight tried to evade, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the Corviknight fell heavily to the ground, its wings drooping powerlessly. The shiny Metagross stood triumphantly, its body glowing with the light of victory. Tang Yu gritted his teeth and reluctantly recalled the Corviknight into its Pokeball. His hopes now rested on his final ace Pokemon. At least I have to defeat this shiny Metagross, he thought to himself. Being swept 30 would be too embarrassing, especially this far into the top 40. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu threw his last Pokeball. A pink light flashed, and his ace Pokemon, Hatterene, gracefully appeared. This level 50 elite Hatterene, a female with psychic and fairy attributes, was ever vigilant thanks to its anticipation ability, with the life orb at its side glowing faintly. Despite having fought through 2 intense battles, the shiny Metagross remained energetic. It calmly regarded this new opponent, unfazed. The battle resumed. Hatterene elegantly waved its hair like a magic wand, unleashing a dazzling gleam. The brilliant light rained down like a meteor shower upon the shiny Metagross. Using its sturdy metal body, the shiny Metagross skillfully weaved through the light, evading the deadly attack. After dodging the dazzling gleam, the shiny Metagross quickly launched a counterattack. Its fist glowed once more, and a meteor mash, brimming with destructive force, headed straight for Hatterene. Blimwin deftly sidestepped and immediately unleashed an invisible psychic attack in retaliation. Although the shiny Metagross felt the pressure, it relentlessly pushed forward, enduring the attack with its steel body before launching an earthquake. The ground shook violently, causing Blimwin to stagger, but its danger sensibility kicked in just in time, allowing it to brace itself for the impact. Blimwin cast Dazzling Gleam again, and the brilliant light clashed with the shiny Metagross's power, resulting in a deafening roar. During the fierce battle, the shiny Metagross gradually found a flaw in its opponent's defense and launched an ultimate assault, akin to a golden lightning bolt striking directly at Blimwin. Despite Blimwin's efforts to block with its psychic power, the shiny Metagross's strength was too overwhelming, ultimately breaking through the defenses and knocking Blimwin to the ground. The shiny Metagross claimed a hard-fought victory, standing proudly in the center of the arena, its metallic body gleaming with the light of triumph. The audience erupted, thrilled by another impressive 1-against-3 feat, marking Xia Yu as a strong contender for the championship. Cheers and applause filled the air as everyone eagerly anticipated Xia Yu's further progress in the competition. Back in the preparation room, Xia Yu realized that only Luo Bing had yet to compete. A few rounds later, Luo Bing took to the stage to face an opponent from the imperial capital. The match was exceptionally tough, but with the valiant efforts of the quasi-legendary Hakuryu, Luo Bing narrowly secured victory. Xia Yu shook his head in private, recognizing that, like Yi Xian, Luo Bing might struggle to break into the top 10, leaving the hopes of Shu City resting on his shoulders. After the day's matches concluded, the chubby kid and others congratulated the trio, as advancing to the top 20 nationwide was an extraordinary achievement. On the ride back to the hotel, Yi Xian and Luo Bing wore solemn expressions, clearly aware of their limitations, as each match proved to be a struggle, in stark contrast to Xia Yu's effortless performance. The next morning, Xia Yu and his team arrived at the preparation room, poised to determine the top 10 today. Everyone was full of fighting spirit, determined to break into the top 10, as only the top 10 received tangible rewards. The audience was filled with anticipation, confident that the battle for the top 10 would be spectacular. The competition began, with Luo being first facing Mu Wei, the last competitor from Water City. This time, luck was not on Luo Bing's side. Although his ace Hakuryu defeated one of Mu Wei's Pokemon, he ultimately ran out of steam and was defeated. Mu Wei secured a spot in the top 10. In the second match, Long Hao Yin, the champion from the Imperial capital, easily defeated Gao Xiang from Magic City, still not having to reveal his ace Pokemon, the dual-axe dragon. Following that, Magic City champion Yi Jin faced off against Hua Wuk from the Imperial capital. Xia Yu noticed that every time Yi Jin competed, Yi Xian watched him intently. Sharing the same surname, Yi, it was unclear if there was any connection between them. The outcome was as expected, with Yi Jin winning effortlessly, confirming Sukai's claim that he was indeed a prodigious talent with professional-level Pokemon in his family. In the fourth match, it was a showdown between Yi Xian from Shudu and Zhu Huang from the Imperial City. Despite Yi Xian's valiant efforts against Zhu Huang's fierce attacks, she narrowly lost, missing out on the top 10. With her defeat, Xia Yu remains the sole competitor from Shudu, unknowingly carrying the hopes of the entire city on his shoulders. The fifth match saw a well-matched contest between Jiang Shang from the Imperial City and Zhang Wei from the Magic City. After a fierce exchange, Jiang Shang emerged victorious due to a slight technical advantage. In the subsequent sixth match, Wang Teng from the Magic City showcased his formidable strength, defeating Hua Wuqian from the Flower City. In the seventh match, it was finally Xia Yu's turn to compete against Wang Yang from Ha City. As the referees signaled the start, both competitors released their respective Pokemon. Xia Yu's imposing Garchomp and Wang Yang's level 48 elite class Abomasnow. This male Abomasnow, with its grass-ice dual type and snow warning ability, wielding an icy rock, boasted elite qualifications that could not be underestimated. As Abomasnow entered the field, large snowflakes began to fall in the arena. Xia Yu calmly assessed the situation, an ice-type Pokemon, trying to win by type advantage? Against absolute power, that's just a joke. The battle commenced. Abomasnow launched the first attack, using its snow warning ability to create a blizzard, attempting to obscure Garchomp's vision. However, Garchomp remained unfazed, its sharp eyes fixed on its opponent. When Abomasnow unleashed an avalanche, sending massive ice pillars crashing down, Garchomp displayed incredible agility, deftly dodging them. Seizing the moment, Garchomp launched a fierce counterattack, executing a powerful Dragon Rush that struck Abomasnow like lightning. Although Abomasnow quickly used Wood Hammer to defend, the sheer force of the attack forced it back several steps. In desperation, Abomasnow attempted another avalanche, but Garchomp effortlessly weaved through the ice pillars and, catching its opponent off guard, unleashed an earthquake. The violent tremors made it difficult for Abomasnow to maintain its footing. Garchomp, not missing a beat, delivered a final gambit. This unstoppable strike knocked Abomasnow to the ground, leaving it unable to continue after a brief struggle. Wang Yang withdrew the fallen Abomasnow and sent out his second Pokemon, a level 49 elite class Weevil. This male Weevil, with its Dark Ice dual type, carried a choice band and had the pressure ability, along with elite qualifications. Another ice-type Pokemon. Xia Yu mused. Looks like I'm up against a trainer specializing in ice types. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense as the pressure-imbued Weevil faced off against the formidable Garchomp, setting the stage for another intense battle. The battle commenced with Wang Yang commanding his Weevil to take action. The Dark-type Pokemon, cloaked in black, dashed towards Garchomp with ghostly speed, its sharp claws glinting as it attempted a sword's dance. Garchomp reacted swiftly, sidestepping to avoid the fierce attack. Garchomp then opened its massive jaws, a blue glow emanating from deep within its throat, unleashing a devastating dragon breath. Weevil, using its agility, leaped into the air, evading the lethal strike. As it landed, Weevil summoned a barrage of ice shards, raining down like a storm. However, Garchomp's tough scales easily deflected the icy onslaught. Despite Weevil's pressure-inducing presence causing some stress for Garchomp, it did not falter in its resolve. Garchomp's tail muscles suddenly tightened, delivering a powerful dragon tail that struck Weevil's abdomen, sending it rolling backward. Weevil rose with a determined glint in its eyes, gathering dark energy to unleash a dark pulse. Yet Garchomp charged through the attack with unwavering strength, scattering the dark energy with its sheer force. As it closed in on Weevil, Garchomp's body shone with a golden light, crashing into its opponent like a meteor. Unable to dodge, Weevil was hit hard, sent flying, and fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Garchomp let out a triumphant roar, declaring its victory. As expected of a pseudo-legendary, even with type disadvantage, it's unbeatable, Wang Yang remarked, recalling Weevil and sending out his final Pokemon Cryogonal. This elite-level Ice-type Pokemon, at level 49, floated in the air, emanating a chilling aura. With its levitate ability, it was immune to ground-type moves and held an icy rock, enhancing its power to that of a champion. Xia Yu, observing his opponent's choice, thought to himself, as expected from an Ice-type specialist, it would be interesting to see this against a Dragon-type trainer. But my dragon is no ordinary one. The two Pokemon clashed fiercely on the battlefield. Cryogonal initiated with an icy wind, its chill palpable. Garchomp countered with a dragon breath, the energies colliding midair, creating a misty haze. Cryogonal then set up an Aurora Veil for defense. Garchomp immediately closed in, its dragon claw slicing through the air. Although Cryogonal dodged skillfully, it was still grazed. Cryogonal retaliated by releasing a dense hail of ice shards, but Garchomp's resilient hide withstood the barrage. Roaring, Garchomp unleashed an earthquake, the shockwaves shaking the entire arena. Though Cryogonal hovered in the air, it struggled to maintain balance. Garchomp seized the opportunity, relentlessly attacking with Dragon Claw, cornering its opponent. Finally, Garchomp, having gathered its strength, glowed intensely with golden light, delivering a final, lightning-fast strike that hit Cryogonal. This ultimate blow shattered Cryogonal's defenses, leaving it defeated, its eyes swirling in a daze. Once again, Garchomp emerged victorious with a three-opponent sweep, standing proudly in the center of the field, its victory roar echoing. The audience erupted in applause, and Xia Yu successfully advanced to the top 10, preserving the last hope for Showdown City. Having successfully advanced, Xia Yu returned to the preparation room to continue watching the matches. The 8th match soon began, pitting Li Hui, the champion from Jinxi City, against Zhang Yang, the champion from Luoyang City. This clash of regional champions, expected to be evenly matched, unexpectedly ended with Li Hui's easy victory. This outcome made the audience realize that many competitors had been deliberately hiding their true strength. In the 9th match, Zhu Yuan from the Imperial City faced Lu Lin from Magic City. Zhu Yuan demonstrated overwhelming power, decisively defeating his opponent. The final showdown was between Yanqing from Jinling City and Qian Duoduo from the Imperial City. Both were evenly matched, and the battle was intense. After a fierce contest, Yanqing secured the last spot in the finals with his superb skills. Thus, the top 10 contestants for this year's National High School Spirit Battle League were finalized. Xia Yu from Shudi City, Mu Wei from Shuicheng City, Li Hui from Jinxi City, Yanqing from Jinling City, and from the Imperial City, Long Haoyan, Zhu Huang, Jiang Shang, and Zhu Yuan, along with Yi Jin and Wang Tung from Magic City. The Imperial City claimed 4 spots, showcasing the strength of its contestants. After the day's matches concluded, Xia Yu returned to the hotel. In the evening, he received a call from his senior, Long Xinyu. She said she would be there to cheer him on the following day and hoped he would win the championship. Xia Yu mysteriously told her there would be a surprise in tomorrow's match, a secret weapon he had been preparing for a long time. Despite Long Xinyu's probing, Xia Yu remained tight-lipped, insisting she witness it firsthand. "Oomph, you cheeky junior, keeping secrets from your senior." "Fine, I don't care," Long Xinyu said before hanging up. Yet, lying in bed, she couldn't help but speculate about Xia Yu's surprise. Could he be planning to confess to her? The thought made her shyly roll around on her bed. Before Xia Yu could ponder further, his mother called. She first congratulated her son on making it to the top 10, then asked if he would use Mega Evolution in tomorrow's match. Xia Yu confirmed, noting that the high attention of the finals was the perfect opportunity to showcase this new evolution form. He and his mother agreed that as he unveiled Mega Evolution during the live broadcast, she would publish a related paper, confident it would cause a stir in the academic world. After ending the call, Xia Yu went to bed early to conserve energy for the championship battle the next day. The following morning, after his morning routine, he headed to Fengchao with his already eliminated teammates. Xia Yu waited in the preparation room for his match, while the others transformed into a cheering squad in the audience, ready to support him. The Phoenix Nest was particularly lively today, with numerous prominent figures gathering together. Renowned powerhouses such as the reigning champion Liao Xingqian, Dragon-type Elite 4-member Long Fidu, and Ghost-type Elite 4-member Lung Qiu were all present to watch the competition. The participants, under the gaze of these legendary figures, were both nervous and excited, further intensifying the atmosphere of the match. After a random draw determined the order of appearance, the first round officially began. This round would decide the top 5 contenders. Li Hui and Long Haoyan defeated Mu Wei and Yanqing, respectively, becoming the first to advance. As the third contestant to take the stage, Xia Yu faced off against his opponent from the imperial capital, Zhu Huang. Both competitors stepped onto the battle platform, simultaneously releasing their respective Pokemon. On Xia Yu's side was the imposing Garchomp, while Zhu Huang sent out a formidable Charizard. This Charizard was at level 49, elite level, with the Blaze ability, carrying charcoal, and boasting champion-level potential. The two Pokemon locked eyes, full of fighting spirit. The battle was about to ignite. Zhu Huang's Charizard soared into the air, spewing scorching flames from its mouth, attempting to seize the initiative. Garchomp displayed incredible agility, deftly dodging the flames while quickly closing in on its opponent. It launched a Dragon Rush, charging like lightning towards Charizard, its sharp claws glinting with a cold light. Although Charizard managed to evade in time, it was clearly intimidated by Garchomp's speed and power. Charizard immediately counterattacked, releasing a fire spin, with layers of fiery rings expanding outward. Garchomp remained composed, skillfully avoiding the center of the fiery vortex. Seizing the opportunity, it suddenly launched a dual chop, its powerful tail striking Charizard repeatedly. Despite Charizard's attempt to block with its wings, it was forced back several steps by the fierce assault. The heavily injured Charizard activated its Blaze ability, significantly boosting the power of its flames. It gathered energy and unleashed a fire blast, a massive fireball roaring towards Garchomp. Facing this deadly attack, Garchomp did not flinch, countering with Dragon Pulse. The Dragon Breath collided with the fireball, erupting in a deafening explosion. As the smoke cleared, both Pokémon bore injuries, but Garchomp's remarkable recovery ability allowed it to quickly regain its composure. It decided to launch a final assault, executing Draco Meteor. Instantly, several meteors appeared in the sky, crashing down with destructive force towards Charizard. Despite Charizard's valiant efforts to resist, it ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming attack and collapsed, unable to continue fighting. Zhu Huang recalled Charizard and immediately sent out his second Pokemon Houndoom. This level 50 elite Houndoom possessed the Flash Fire ability, carried a Flame Orb, and also had champion-level potential. A new round of confrontation was about to commence, with Houndoom's eyes gleaming provocatively as it opened its mouth to unleash fierce flames directly at Garchomp. However, Garchomp showed no fear. With agility, it dodged the incoming flames and swiftly raised its gleaming claws. The Dragon Claw move sliced through the air, hitting Houndoom's weak spot with precision. Houndoom let out a pained growl, but its fighting spirit remained undeterred. It quickly adjusted its stance, engulfed in blazing flames. In the next moment, a fire blast erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping across the battlefield with intense heat. Garchomp displayed incredible speed, maneuvering effortlessly through the sea of fire. Each evasive move was perfectly timed. Seizing the opportunity, it leaped high and unleashed Aqua Tail, a powerful stream of water that overwhelmed Houndoom. The fire-type Pokémon was visibly affected by the water's impact, and its fiery power diminished. Garchomp capitalized on the advantage, closing in once more with Dragon Claw aimed at the weak spot. This time, Houndoom couldn't evade and fell heavily to the ground, signaling the end of the battle. Despite being breathless, Garchomp stood tall, letting out a victorious roar that resonated throughout the arena. Xia Yu noticed his partner's fatigue and was about to express concern, but Garchomp shook its head, indicating it was ready to continue fighting. With that assurance, Xia Yu refrained from saying more. Zhu Huang seized the moment to unleash his ace Pokemon Salamence. As soon as this pseudo-legendary Pokemon appeared, it exuded an intimidating presence. Salamence, a level 50 elite male, boasted both dragon and flying types, and carried a dragon fang, its power reaching near champion level. Xia Yu felt a pang of unease, worried about whether the weary Garchomp could handle such a formidable opponent. On the expansive battle stage, the two titans clashed fiercely. Garchomp initiated the attack with Bite, but Salamance's Intimidate ability reduced its attack power. Seizing the chance, Salamence unleashed a violent hurricane, forcing Garchomp to retreat a few steps. Unwilling to yield, Garchomp executed Earthquake, shaking the battlefield and challenging Salamence to maintain its aerial balance. Following up with a swift Dragon Rush, Garchomp found itself outmaneuvered as Salamence deftly dodged. With confidence gleaming in its eyes, Salamence took a deep breath and unleashed a scorching flamethrower, hitting Garchomp's weak spot. Even wounded, Garchomp refused to surrender, triggering another earthquake in an attempt to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. However, Salamance's powerful wing beats generated strong winds, negating the attack completely. As the battle neared its conclusion, Salamence radiated a dazzling light, launching a final, ultimate strike with breathtaking speed. Despite Garchomp's desperate attempts to evade, it was ultimately struck down, collapsing heavily. Salamence surveyed the scene, its unparalleled strength and strategic prowess bringing an end to Garchomp's undefeated streak. The battle between the two quasi-gods captivated the audience. Enthusiastic applause, animated discussions, and deafening cheers filled the arena. "Return, Garchomp," Xia Yu called as he raised the Pokeball, a flash of red light retrieving the Garchomp that had fought valiantly to the end. He gently touched another Pokeball, and the shimmering figure of a shiny Metagross appeared on the battlefield, its metallic body gleaming under the lights. Opposite, the Salamence was exhausted, its labored breathing audible and its wounds still bleeding, struggling with every breath. In such a state, facing the fully restored shiny Metagross, the outcome seemed inevitable. The battle was about to commence. Following Xia Yu's command, the shiny Metagross launched the first attack, unleashing a dazzling meteor mash like a meteor shower. Salamence, unwilling to concede, mustered its remaining strength to release a hyper beam. the blinding energy beam clashing with the meteor mash in midair, resulting in an explosive roar. Amid the aftermath of the explosion, shiny Metagross initiated an earthquake, violently shaking the battlefield. The off-balance Salamence crashed to the ground, unable to rise before being suspended midair by shiny Metagross's psychic. Immediately after, a golden Giga impact pierced through Salamence's body. With a heart-wrenching cry, Salamence heavily hit the ground. It struggled to stand but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, marking the end of the battle. The shiny Metagross's victory seemed effortless, yet it underscored its prowess. Xia Yu advanced to the top 5, while the defeated Zhu Huang accepted the outcome gracefully. In his view, the championship of this college league undoubtedly belonged to Long Haoyan. Even Xia Yu, who displayed impressive strength, might find it difficult to challenge that monstrous presence. In subsequent matches, Yi Jin from Shanghai and Zhu Yuan from Beijing also secured the final 2 spots for advancement. The draw results were quickly announced. Xia Yu would face Yi Jin, Zhu Yuan would battle Li Hui, and the favorite Long Haoyan advanced directly, without a match. When Xia Yu and Yi Jin took the stage, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Pre-match media rankings had placed Long Haoyan, Yi Jin, and Xia Yu in first, second, and third positions, respectively. Although Xia Yu had advanced like a dark horse, Long Haoyan and Yi Jin were seasoned trainers commanding professional-level Pokemon. This early showdown among the top 3 contenders raised the question: would Xia Yu's underdog story continue, or would Yi Jin halt his winning streak, paving the way for a showdown with Long Haoyan? The audience's anticipation had reached its peak. As for the other 2 contestants, they had some supporters, but their numbers were sparse. The entire audience's focus was on the showdown among the 3 strong contenders: Xia Yu, Yi Jin, and Long Haoyan. With the referee's signal, Xia Yu and Yi Jin simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. On Xia Yu's side, a confident Garchomp emerged. Brimming with energy on the brink of professional level, this battle was the perfect opportunity for it to break through. Yi Jin, on the other hand, sent out an imposing Alakazam, showcasing elite peak-level prowess as soon as it appeared. An elite peak-level Alakazam as the opening Pokemon. Xia Yu squinted thoughtfully. Looks like I'll have to use Mega Evolution early. In the battle arena, Garchomp and Alakazam faced off from a distance, their powerful auras clashing in the air. The battle was about to erupt as Xia Yu decisively gave the command. Garchomp launched an earthquake, causing the entire field to tremble violently, momentarily unbalancing Alakazam. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Garchomp shot forward like an arrow, its sharp fangs aiming for a critical strike. Alakazam quickly regained composure, unleashing a psychic attack in an attempt to immobilize its opponent in midair. However, Garchomp's strength exceeded expectations, and Alakazam's psychic field only slightly slowed its charge. In the next moment, Garchomp executed a Dragon Rush, delivering a heavy blow directly to Alakazam. Despite the severe hit, Alakazam did not falter, immediately using Recover to regain stamina. Sensing this, Garchomp began to gather power, preparing for a final assault. Feeling the impending surge of energy from its opponent, Alakazam cast a dazzling gleam, the blinding light disrupting Garchomp's vision but failing to stop its power buildup. In this critical moment, Alakazam decisively used Psycho Cut as a last-ditch effort. The 2 forces collided heat-in the air. Alakazam's Psycho Cut and Garchomp's charged-up final strike met with a thunderous explosion. As the dust settled, Alakazam lay defeated, while Garchomp stood unharmed, thanks to its astonishing defense. The audience erupted into applause and cheers, celebrating the thrilling battle. Xia Yu, you're indeed strong. Even if you came to compete in our Magic City, you'd make it to the top 2. Yi Jin praised while recalling Alakazam, but unfortunately for you, you've met me. Let me show you what true strength is. Come out, Galade. Before he finished speaking, his ace Pokemon Galade made a dazzling entrance. Xia Yu gazed at the Galade in front of him and couldn't help but marvel. This champion-level, professionally skilled Pokemon, with its dual psychic and fighting abilities, along with the justified ability and the boost from the Life Orb, was truly deserving of being ace trainer Yi Jin's top contender. So this is your trump card? It's indeed strong, Xia Yu said with a slight smirk. But who told you that my true strength is only this? Get ready for your worldview to be shaken. Yi Jin merely sneered at this. In his experience, no one could rival him except for the Pokemon he had nurtured since childhood. To him, the only opponent worth his attention was Long Haoyan from the Dragon family, while Xia Yu was merely an appetizer between them. Seeing Yi Jin's dismissive expression, Xia Yu fell silent. He turned to his partner, the Garchomp, and in that instant of eye contact, they were completely in sync. Garchomp nodded slightly, eager to reveal its true form to the world. Respond to our bond, Garchomp. Xia Yu raised his right hand, the keystone on his glove radiating brilliant light. Show everyone what true strength is, Mega Evolution. The light from the keystone resonated with the Megastone necklace on Garchomp's tail, and in a flash, a dazzling evolution light enveloped Garchomp completely. Everyone present, From the audience to the champion and the Elite Four, even those watching the broadcast, held their breath at this incredible scene. When the light faded, a new figure stood in the center of the field, a Mega Garchomp. Its form was more towering and fierce, yet its head and shoulders appeared sleek and refined. The blue body contrasted sharply with the red underbelly extending to the jaw, adorned with diamond-shaped golden patterns, and its snout was decorated with a golden cross pattern. On either side of its abdomen sprouted 5 pairs of white bone spurs, and its knees featured a pair of red spikes. Most striking were its fused hands and wings, transformed into massive scythe-like weapons resembling a shark's pectoral fins, ready to unleash agile attacks. Mega Garchomp let out an earth-shaking roar, its overwhelming presence causing the Gallade to tremble involuntarily. It had now approached gym-level prowess, with an energy level soaring directly to 60, far surpassing Gallade's strength. This scene completely overturned everyone's understanding. Champion Liao Xingchen immediately decided to discuss this unique evolution phenomenon with Xia Yu after the match. Meanwhile, Xia's mother, watching the broadcast, promptly published a research paper on Pokemon Mega Evolution online, anticipating it would soon create a major stir in the academic world. The match continued, but the outcome was already clear. The overwhelming presence of the Mega Garchomp dominated the arena, like a challenger from a high-level gym, feeling out of place in this high school league. It shot towards Gallade like an arrow, executing a fierce dragon rush. Under such an overpowering aura, Gallade's movements were sluggish and it failed to evade, taking a direct hit and collapsing on the spot. The audience erupted in disbelief. What was expected to be a fierce battle had turned into a dramatic one-sided match. Although shocked by Gallade's swift defeat, witnessing the true power of Mega Garchomp and its new evolutionary form made the experience worthwhile for the spectators. On the field, Eugene stared at the fallen Gallade in disbelief, unable to fathom how his ace Pokemon was defeated so easily. He had intended to showcase his strength in this battle, but instead, it became a stepping stone for Xia Yu. Bitterly, he recalled his arrogant words to Xia Yu earlier, now seeming like a slap in his own face. He couldn't even imagine the mockery he would face after the match, silently cursing Xia Yu for his lack of sportsmanship in blindsiding a newcomer. Unwilling to give up, Eugene recalled Gallade and sent out his last Pokemon Bronzong. Despite the situation, he decided to face it head-on and see the match through. Though known for its defense, the Noti at professional-level Bronzong was no match for Mega Garchomp's powerful attacks, falling with just a single Dragon Claw. Xia Yu easily won the match, eliminating Eugene, a strong contender for the top 3. Subsequently, Mega Garchomp reverted to its original form and returned to its Pokeball. This unique evolution that could reverse intrigued the audience greatly, as Pokemon evolution is typically permanent. The crowd erupted in applause, celebrating Xia Yu's unexpectedly brilliant performance. Although many in the audience were eager to learn more, the matches had to continue. Secretly, everyone hoped to talk to Xia Yu after the event to satisfy their curiosity. Next was the second-round match between Zhu Yuan and Li Hui. The contest was intensely competitive, with both sides deploying all their Pokemon. In the end, Zhu Yuan triumphed with superior skills, securing a place in the top 3. Thus, Xia Yu, Long Haotian, and Zhu Yuan claimed the top 3 spots. The upcoming championship battle would feature a series of 1vs1 matches among the 3 to determine the ultimate winner. Zhu Yuan decisively announced his withdrawal, fully aware that he couldn't compete with Long Haotian and Xia Yu. Everyone understood his decision, especially after witnessing Xia Yu's stunning performance. This dark horse seemed set to surprise everyone until the end. With Zhu Yuan's exit, the final battle for the championship would be between Xia Yu and Long Haotian. Long Haotian didn't follow Zhu Yuan's lead by conceding. Despite the slim chances of winning, he decided to give it a shot. This attitude of never giving up was characteristic of him. As the 2 contestants took the stage, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The audience's cheers were deafening. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this ultimate showdown. Long Haotian looked directly at Xia Yu and said frankly, "Xia Yu, I don't expect you to give up your special evolution method. But I have a request. Could you show me the 3rd Pokemon that is yet to appear? This is the final match. Let me lose with no regrets." Xia Yu readily agreed. "Alright, since you're so eager to see it, I'll show you." He decided not to use Mega Evolution again, having already demonstrated its purpose. This time, he would send out his initial Pokemon, Boscodora, which hadn't appeared in a long time, to win the championship with sheer strength and prove to everyone that he didn't rely solely on special means to succeed. Both contestants released their Pokemon simultaneously. Xia Yu's Boscodora exuded a powerful mid-career level aura as soon as it appeared. Long Haotian sent out his ace Pokemon, Haxorus, which, despite being at an early career level, eyed its opponent with fierce determination. Boscodora. Level, 56 career level. Gender, male. Type, steel rock. Ability, heavy metal dream trait, doubles its weight. Held item, Eviolite. Potential, champion level. Haxorus. Level, 52 career level. Gender male. Type dragon. Ability Mold Breaker ignores opponent's abilities when using moves. Held item Dragon Scale. Potential champion level. Xia Yu silently assessed his opponent. Truly the strongest prodigy of the Imperial Capital's long family, with champion level potential and career level strength. But against his Boscodora, defeat seemed inevitable. On the battlefield, the two Pokemon were poised for battle. This was Boscodora's first appearance in the competition, and its excitement was palpable, eager to showcase its skills. With the referee's signal, the battle officially began. Xia Yu commanded Boscodora to launch the first attack, charging at Haxorus with its indestructible body to engage in close combat. Haxorus, undeterred, swung its axes in a powerful counterattack. Metal clashed, sparks flew. Although Boscodora was struck, it sustained no serious damage. Seizing the opportunity, it swung its tail with great force, knocking Haxorus to the ground with an iron tail. Haxorus quickly got back up, unwilling to concede. It first used Dragon Dance to boost its attack and speed, then launched into a fierce series of attacks on Boscodora with its axes. Boscodora used its arms to block the attack from the twin axe dragon, the sharp axe blades leaving two deep gashes on its hard metallic limbs. Despite the excruciating pain, this steel giant didn't retreat an inch, quickly activating its iron defense move, causing its entire body to glow with a thicker metallic sheen. The twin axe dragon's relentless chops struck Boscodora, but it was like hitting a steel fortress, causing little effective damage. Seizing the opportunity, Boscodora lunged forward, its hard head crashing into the opponent like a cannonball. This powerful headbutt hit the twin axe dragon square in the face, leaving it dazed. As the opponent lost its balance, Boscodora immediately followed up with a heavy slam, its massive body carrying incredible momentum, knocking the twin axe dragon to the ground. Finally, Boscodora leaped up and delivered a finishing move, crushing its opponent completely. As the referee raised the flag to declare Boscodora the winner, the steel giant let out a victorious roar. Long Hao Ian watched the nearly unscathed Boscodora in the arena and couldn't help but sigh. His prized twin axe dragon was completely outclassed in terms of raw power. After recalling his fallen Pokemon, he immediately sent out his second ace, the pseudo-legendary staff-tailed scaled dragon. This level 51 professional-grade male staff-tailed scaled dragon possessed both dragon and fighting attributes, equipped with the bulletproof ability and Dragon Fang, reaching a pseudo-champion level of strength. Xia Yu, seeing his opponent send out another professional-grade pseudo-legendary, thought to himself, no wonder he's a favorite to win the championship. If it weren't for facing me, the title would surely be his. In the battle arena, each step of the heavy metal Boscodora shook the ground, its metallic shell gleaming coldly under the lights. The staff-tailed scaled dragon, with its bulletproof ability, was equally imposing. At the sound of the whistle, Boscodora launched a heavy charge, rocketing towards its opponent like a cannonball. The staff-tailed scaled dragon nimbly dodged, retaliating with a piercing screech of its scales. Unwilling to back down, Boscodora unleashed a colossal metal burst, forcing the staff-tailed scaled dragon to block with Dragon Claw, still being pushed back several steps by the powerful impact. The battle raged fiercely, with Boscodora's iron head clashing directly with the staff-tailed scaled dragon's outrage, sparking dazzling bursts of energy. Ultimately, Boscodora seized a fleeting opening, delivering a devastating earthquake that severely injured the staff-tailed scaled dragon. As it staggered to rise, Boscodora quickly followed up with a rock tomb, completely trapping its opponent. Thus, Boscodora claimed another victory, showcasing its incredible dominance. After two intense battles, this steel giant remained full of energy, its momentum unstoppable, seemingly ready to continue fighting. It looked like this final might feature an impressive Onion 3 showdown. Long Hao Ian reluctantly returned his scaled dragon to its Pokeball, a hint of defeat flickering in his eyes. As the most talented prodigy of his generation, he found it hard to accept this one-sided match, especially since Xia Yu hadn't even used Special Evolution. However, the battle had to continue. He took a deep breath and tightly gripped his last Pokeball. Go Altaria! A blue light flashed, and the graceful dragon-like Pokemon spread its wings, hovering in the air. This elite-level Altaria, with its dream ability unaffected by weather and armed with a Dragon Fang, was Long Hao Ian's last hope. Xia Yu watched his opponent's final Pokemon with a slight smile. The battle between his Aron and Altaria commenced. Long Hao Ian attempted to use Altaria's aerial advantage to outmaneuver Aron, aiming for a war of attrition. However, Xia Yu's Aron had a wide array of anti-air moves, and after several exchanges, it seized the opportunity for a decisive blow. Aron, use Flash Cannon. Exhausted, Altaria couldn't dodge and was hit directly, crashing to the ground. As the referee declared Altaria unable to battle, Xia Yu achieved the unprecedented feat of sweeping the finals. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Although the champion wasn't from the Imperial City, the thrilling duel earned the respect of all spectators. Even the dignitaries in the stands couldn't help but acknowledge that the new generation had surpassed their own era. During the subsequent award ceremony, the champion Liao Xingchen personally presented trophies and prize checks to the top 10 competitors. When Xia Yu stood atop the podium, hoisting the gleaming champion's trophy, the crowd roared once again. At the same time, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the chain mission and winning the National High School Pokemon League Championship. Rewards. All Pokemon potential increased by 1 level excluding those at the cap, Aura power upgraded to advanced level, and 4,000 shop coins. Xia Yu's smile grew even brighter. It was indeed a double celebration. After the award ceremony, the top 10 competitors accompanied champion Liao Xingchen to the league headquarters to collect their rewards, bringing this year's high school Pokemon League to a perfect close. Upon arriving at the Alliance headquarters, the staff quickly escorted the competitors who ranked 4th to 10th to claim their rewards and Pokemon. Meanwhile, the top 3 Xia Yu, Long Haoyan, and Zhu Yuan were given special treatment. They were personally led by the champion to the headquarters' exclusive collection room to select their prizes. After passing through multiple security checks, they arrived at a heavily guarded door. A champion-level Arcanine stood vigilantly at the entrance, its sharp eyes watching every visitor closely. The champion entered a password, and the heavy metal door slowly opened. Inside, they were greeted by rows of dazzling rare items. Mega Evolution stones glimmering with mysterious light, Z-crystals radiating strange energy, and an array of rare gems. Under the champion's guidance, the three began carefully selecting their prizes, as each could only choose one item. Xia Yu meticulously examined the items displayed on the shelves. Though each was precious, none were what he truly needed. After surveying the showcase area, his attention was drawn to a pile of miscellaneous items in the corner. Trusting his protagonist's intuition, he decided to try his luck there. Sure enough, he soon discovered an unusual item among the pile. It was a stone encased in rock, seemingly ordinary on the outside but emitting a unique energy wave from within. Using his true sight ability to scan it, a piece of information appeared before him. This was a crimson orb worn by the passage of time, an artifact capable of transforming Groudon into its primal form. Xia Yu felt a surge of excitement. If he could capture Groudon in the future, this orb would grant him a formidable top-tier combat force. Holding the orb, he approached Long Haoyan and Zhu Yuan, who had already made their selections. The champions simply nodded to confirm their choices, not commenting on them, appearing quite nonchalant. Next, the champion led them to the special breeding area to select their Pokemon. Here, the Pokemon were carefully curated, including some pseudo-legendary ones. As the champion, only Xia Yu had the privilege to choose a pseudo-legendary. Long Haoyan and Zhu Yuan were unfazed, as their backgrounds made obtaining a pseudo-legendary not a difficult task. Xia Yu headed straight to the pseudo-legendary section, only to find that these Pokemon were rather ordinary, with none standing out particularly. He had a sudden idea and turned to approach the champion, intending to ask if there were other options available. Champion, sir, are there any other Pokemon available here? The champion gave a playful smile. Oh, not impressed, are you? I couldn't tell from your age, but you do have quite the discerning eye. Champion Liao Xingchen looked at Xia Yu, who was inquiring, and flashed a meaningful smile. Oh, it's nothing. I just want to have more options. After all, a spirit is a lifelong companion, so I have to choose carefully. I like the sound of that. Liao Xingchen's eyes lit up. You're right. Choosing a spirit is not something to be taken lightly. With your discerning eye, ordinary spirits probably won't catch your interest. Fortunately, we've made a new discovery recently, and I'd like to show you. But, his tone turned serious. These spirits are quite aggressive and won't easily accept a master. If you decide to choose one of them, you need to think carefully about how to tame and interact with it. Xia Yu had a vague idea of what to expect and solemnly promised, rest assured, if I choose one, I will nurture it well and ensure it doesn't harm anyone. Liao Xingchen led Xia Yu to the headquarters Spirit Research Lab. Along the way, he proudly remarked, if it weren't for the fact that you're the champion, you wouldn't even get a glimpse of these spirits. You're learning about this research breakthrough even before the Elite Four. They arrived outside a massive room, and Liao Xingchen asked the researcher who was recording data about the situation. Report, champion, the experiment with the ultimate balls has been completely successful, and everything is normal. Great work. Liao Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to show Xia Yu the spirits inside the room. Inside were 5 Ultra Beasts Buzzwole, Xurkitree, Pheromosa, Nihilego, and Blacephalon. These are spirits with professional level strength, typically not available for selection by competitors. However, since the champion had high hopes for Xia Yu, he made an exception. Xia Yu carefully examined the 5 beasts and finally focused on Pheromosa and Nihilego. Both spirits had champion-level potential, far surpassing the other 3, which ranged from Elite 4 to near champion level. Pheromosa was not only strikingly beautiful, but also boasted impressive dual attacks and speed. Meanwhile, the adorable Nihilego could evolve into the rare poison dragon type Guzzlord, with outstanding special attack and speed. They were the perfect blend of power and beauty. This put Xia Yu in a difficult position. His eyes darted back and forth between the two creatures, unable to make a decision. Finally, he couldn't help but make a bold request to the champion. Can I choose both creatures? I don't want to miss out on either. Upon hearing this, Liao Xingqian playfully tapped Xia Yu on the head, teasing him. What are you dreaming about? Picking two? Why not say you want them all? Being allowed to choose one is already a privilege. You've got quite the imagination. Xia Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he muttered under his breath. Having them all wouldn't be bad. What did you say? Liao Xingqian raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Xia Yu quickly covered up. I've decided. I'll choose the one that looks prettier. His gaze settled on Pheromosa, thinking to himself, sorry, Poipole, it seems we aren't meant to be. But what can I do? It's Pheromosa, after all. I just can't resist. With eyes sparkling, Xia Yu looked at Pheromosa and exclaimed excitedly. Hee, little darling, here I come. Liao Xingqian laughed and explained, you've really lucked out. Just last month, we figured out how to capture these special creatures with the newly developed Pokeballs. You've timed it perfectly. Xia Yu immediately showed his gratitude. Haha. All thanks to your generous support, champion. I'm honored by your recognition and will do my utmost for Huagua, no matter the cost. You little rascal, Liao Xingqian chuckled. With the help of the researchers, Xia Yu successfully captured Pheromosa using the newly developed Beast Ball. His face beamed with joy, thinking this trip was incredibly fruitful. Not only did he obtain the Crimson Orb from Groudon, but he also captured a Pheromosa. Truly a windfall. It's as if destiny favors me. After the capture, Xia Yu and Liao Xingqian exited to join Long Haoyan and Zhu Yuan, who had also successfully captured their desired creatures. Their smiles showed they were pleased with their catches. Liao Xingqian then sent Long Haoyan and Zhu Yuan ahead, while Xia Yu followed him to the office for a discussion. On the office sofa, Liao Xingqian got straight to the point. You know why I called you, right? Xia Yu nodded. I have a rough idea. It should be about the special evolution method I demonstrated in the competition. Yes, it's good you know, Liao Xingqian said seriously. Tell me all about it. This is a very important matter, and it needs to be explained clearly. Xia Yu explained. Well, actually, this was researched by my mother. She published the related paper on our country's internal research network during my competition. You can check it now. Liao Xingqian was somewhat surprised. Oh, really, who's your mother? He admitted he hadn't thoroughly investigated Xia Yu's background and only knew him as the national champion. Xia Yu answered truthfully. My mother's name is Qi Liui, a senior researcher in creature evolution in Shuda City. My father is Xia Tianyun, the president of the Shudu City League branch. Liao Xingqian suddenly understood. So, you're the son of President Xia and researcher Qi. I've heard they have a talented son. I didn't realize it was you. His tone became more friendly. No need to call me champion anymore. Just call me Uncle Liao. Xia Yu was a bit surprised but complied. Hello, Uncle Liao. He was secretly pleased, thinking this trip also gained him an uncle, and not just any uncle, but the league champion. Definitely worth it. When did your mother develop this special evolution? Liao Xingqian asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. About a month before the competition, Xia Yu recalled. At that time, my mother asked me to help her with experiments in the lab, and that's how we successfully achieved the evolution. It's my biggest trump card for this competition. Liao Xingqian quickly opened his laptop and pulled up the relevant paper published by Xia's mother on the league's internal academic network. His eyes moved rapidly over the content, becoming more and more astonished. Those special stones, researched by countless scientists, could produce such astounding results. Let's keep this confidential for now, Liao Xingqian said, closing the laptop with a serious expression. We'll set the paper to the highest level of secrecy. While not many have noticed it yet, we need to quickly collect the Mega Evolution Stones and Keystones mentioned in the paper to prevent other countries from stealing our research results. He paused for a moment. But rest assured, your mother will receive all the reward she deserves. The League always values and nurtures talent with outstanding contributions. Uncle Liao, you're right, Xia Yu realized. I should have communicated with you earlier. He understood the risk of other countries' hackers discovering the paper, even though it was only published on the League's intranet. Liao Xingqian was completely absorbed in the paper, so Xia Yu tactfully took his leave from the League's headquarters. When he returned to the hotel in the League's car, he saw his chubby friend eagerly waiting at the entrance. You're amazing, the chubby friend shouted excitedly with a hoarse voice. When you won the championship, I was cheering so loud in the audience that I almost lost my voice. I deserve at least a tenth of the credit for this victory. Yes, all thanks to your support, Xia Yu laughed at his friend's shamelessness. A tenth isn't enough, at least half. You said it. The chubby friend didn't catch the tease in Xia Yu's words and laughed happily. Now I have something to brag about. When are you planning to go back? It will be a grand return, the chubby friend asked. In a couple of days, I still have some things to handle here in the capital, Xia Yu replied, thinking about meeting his senior, Long Xinyu, that evening. I'll head back once I'm done. All right, I'll go back first to prepare the way for you. Make sure everyone knows the famous you. After watching his friend leave, Xia Yu returned to his room and lay down. The morning's competition and the afternoon's award ceremony had indeed left him a bit exhausted. He needed a good rest to recharge for his meeting with Long Sinyu that evening. Beep, beep, the alarm went off. Xia Yu opened his bleary eyes and glanced at his phone screen. 5 p.m. He sat up abruptly, realizing it was almost time for his date with Long Sinyu. After quickly tidying himself up, Xia Yu left the hotel and flagged down a taxi headed straight for the commercial plaza in the heart of the capital city. The scenery whizzed by the car window, matching the quickening pace of his heartbeat. Arriving at the plaza, Xia Yu stood in the center, scanning the area eagerly for Long Sinyu. However, he was soon recognized by a group of enthusiastic passers-by. "It's the champion," someone exclaimed. In an instant, Xia Yu was surrounded by people asking for photos. It was then he realized just how famous he had become as the newly crowned champion. While Xia Yu was encircled, a splash of red approached from a distance. Long Sinyu, dressed in a flowing red gown, gracefully made her way through the crowd, her refined features and elegant figure drawing countless gazes. Xia Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly apologized to the onlookers, squeezing through the crowd and jogging toward Long Sinyu. He took her hand, and together they quickly escaped into a nearby shopping mall. "Have you forgotten you're a big name now?" Long Sinyu teased, handing him a mask. Xia Yu put on the mask, catching his breath. "Thanks, senior. The people here are so enthusiastic. I'm a bit overwhelmed." "Get used to it," Long Sinyu laughed. "As long as you keep competing, your fame will only grow, just like the current 4 heavenly kings and the champion. Wherever they go, people follow." "Looks like I'll never lead a low-key life," Xia Yu joked. "Shameless." Long Sinyu playfully glared at him. As they chatted and walked, they arrived at a private room in an upscale restaurant. Once seated, Long Sinyu raised her glass in a toast. "Congratulations on becoming the national champion. That's something I never achieved," Xia Yu humbly replied. "It's just a bit more luck and effort than usual." "Have you decided to attend Capital University?" Long Sinyu inquired. "I haven't received an invitation yet," Xia Yu answered. "But if the conditions are right, Capital University is always my top choice." "That's more like it." Long Sinyu nodded with satisfaction. They continued their meal in a warm atmosphere. Suddenly, Long Sinyu changed the subject. "Did you forget something?" Xia Yu looked puzzled. "Forget what?" "The surprise you mentioned," Long Sinyu reminded him. "You said you had a surprise for me today." Xia Yu suddenly remembered, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh, that. Didn't you already see it? I presented it in front of the entire audience. There were surprises and cheers everywhere. Wasn't that enough of a surprise?" "Wait a minute. The surprise you mentioned is the special evolution showcase today?" Long Sinyu's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation, her voice slightly raised. Xia Yu nodded, a touch of pride in his response. "Yeah, what else? Isn't it a surprise?" I noticed many people were quite amazed. Long Sinyu's expression froze, her once bright eyes dimming. "All right, I thought it was." Her voice trailed off. "Thought it was what?" Xia Yu asked, puzzled. "Nothing. That does count as a surprise." Long Sinyu forced a smile, but inside she felt disappointed. She had dressed up carefully today, expecting something more special, but Xia Yu seemed oblivious. Realizing there were no other surprises in store, Long Sinyu's initial excitement and enthusiasm waned. Her interactions with Xia Yu became distant, lacking the usual warmth. Xia Yu was left perplexed, guessing it might be due to a girl's monthly mood swings. The date concluded in this awkward atmosphere. During dinner, Long Sinyu ate without tasting the food. Shopping, she showed little interest. Eventually, the date ended abruptly, leaving Xia Yu confused and Long Sinyu disappointed. Back at the hotel, Xia Yu didn't think much of it. He spent some time playing with his companions in the spirit space before falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Long Sinyu tossed and turned on the large bed in her villa, muttering softly, "Clueless Jr. Such a dense guy." Clearly, she was still upset about Xia Yu's obliviousness. The next morning, Xia Yu woke up refreshed, having slept in. He initially planned to invite Long Sinyu out again, but received a call from his senior, Sukai. Sukai urged him to return to Shooda City quickly, saying their master was eager to meet him after watching Xia Yu's competition. After a moment of thought, Xia Yu decided to head back to Shooda that day. He called Long Sinyu to briefly explain the situation, mentioning they wouldn't be able to meet for a while. Although she felt reluctant, as a trainer, Long Sinyu understood the importance of certain opportunities and agreed to meet Xia Yu again at Imperial University. After the call, Xia Yu booked the earliest flight back to Shooda. He packed swiftly and took a taxi to the airport. By 3 p.m., his plane landed at Shooda Airport. Xia Yu returned to the Xia family villa, intending to reunite with his family before meeting his senior, Sukai. Upon entering the house, Xia Yu found only his younger sister, Xiao Tong, and the butler, Uncle Lu, at home, as their parents were away on business. As soon as she saw her brother, Xiao Tong cheered and rushed to hug him. "Brother, you're finally back. Xiao Tong missed you so much." Xia Yu entered the living room, carrying his sister, and greeted Uncle Lu. They all settled onto the soft sofa, enjoying the comfort of home. Before long, The evening sun cast a warm glow through the window as Xia's father and mother arrived. As soon as Xia's mother saw him, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked over to the sofa and wrapped him in a tight embrace. "My champion son is back," she exclaimed with a smile. "You're truly my treasure, winning the national championship with ease." With that, she pulled a bank card from her bag and handed it to Xia Yu. "Hey race, 20 million as a reward from your mom. Buy whatever you want, just go ahead and spend." Xia Yu looked at the card, caught between laughter and tears. Although it seemed a bit extravagant, he accepted it with grateful tears in his eyes. At that moment, Xia's father joined them, giving his son a pat on the shoulder. "Well done, you didn't disgrace the Xia family name," he said with a hint of pride. "I see you've got your old man style." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xia's mother rolled her eyes. "Oh, please, old Xia. Do you really have the nerve to say that? Back in your day, you barely made it to the top 10. How can you even compare yourself to our precious son? You shameless braggart." Exposed on the spot, Xia's father coughed awkwardly. "Ahem, give me some face in front of our son, will you? Besides, it was a different time back then, and I was pretty good too, you know." He tried to defend himself, hoping to save some dignity. After a pause, Xia's father added, "By the way, I've prepared a gift for you too. You still have a chance to choose a spirit, right? No need to choose anymore. Just see the spirit your old man has prepared for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. It's in the Alliance building, and we'll go together to capture it tomorrow." Xia Yu nodded, filled with anticipation for the mysterious spirit his father mentioned. To celebrate Xia Yu's victory, the family held a simple dinner party. The chef at the villa prepared a lavish feast, and Xia Yu ate to his heart's content, savoring the delightful moment. That night, Xia Yu returned to his room, lay on his bed, and opened the system panel, ready to review his recent achievements. He meticulously examined his attributes, spirits, items, and various stats, feeling quite satisfied with the rewards from the past month's competition. However, knowing that a powerful Hoopa awaited him, Xia Yu grew even more eager. He looked forward to going to the Alliance building with his father the next day, wondering what surprises lay ahead. With this anticipation, Xia Yu slowly closed his eyes, looking forward to tomorrow. When it comes to the lottery, Xia Yu plans to save up 10,000 mall coins for a massive 100-attempt draw, which he believes will be much more exciting. As for the 5 advanced magical candies, he hasn't decided how to use them yet, and plans to hold on to them since they won't expire. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently waking Xia Yu. After getting ready, he accompanied his father to the League's branch building, filled with anticipation to receive the mysterious Pokemon his father had prepared for him. Xia's father led him through the spacious corridors to a training room. As the door opened, Xia Yu's attention was immediately drawn to the scene in the center of the room. A robust bear-like Pokemon was intensely striking a sturdy wooden post, each blow producing a dull thud as wood chips flew. Xia Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly pulled up the Pokemon encyclopedia to confirm the details of this creature. Name: Bear Apprentice. Level: 47 Elite. Gender: male. Type: fighting. Ability: inner focus, does not flinch from opponents' attacks. Held item: none. Potential: champion level. Moves: details omitted. Xia Yu gasped in awe. A champion-level bear apprentice, capable of evolving into the rare martial bear master. As far as he knew, no one in the country had successfully captured a martial bear master before. In that moment, his admiration for his father surged like a tidal wave. "How about it? Impressive, right?" Xia's father asked with a satisfied grin, seeing his son's delighted expression. "This gift from your old man isn't any less than what your mom could offer, is it?" "It's amazing." Xia Yu nodded enthusiastically, his eyes never leaving the bear apprentice. "You really know how to win me over, Dad." His praise made his father quite pleased. "By the way, Dad," Xia Yu suddenly remembered something. "Where did you get this bear apprentice? I thought they only appeared in the Empire of the Rising Sun, and even there, they're extremely rare." His father gave a mysterious smile. "You seem to know quite a bit. I found this bear apprentice with a group of Pokemon hunters at the border near Shooda City. They must have smuggled it from the Empire of the Rising Sun. But since I caught them, it got confiscated. I figured you'd like it, and since you have a slot to choose a Pokemon, it was perfect." Xia Yu blinked. "Isn't that a bit of an abuse of power? How can a leader's actions be considered an abuse of power?" His father laughed, waving it off. "At most, it's maximizing benefits within a reasonable scope, understand?" "You're right, Dad. I completely agree." Xia Yu laughed in agreement. "All right, enough chatter." His father patted his shoulder. "Go ahead and capture this bear apprentice." Taking a deep breath, Xia Yu entered the training room. He gently released his evergreen power, sending waves of friendly energy and intent to capture toward the bear apprentice. The bear apprentice paused its training and turned to face Xia Yu. It tilted its head, as if contemplating the human's offer. After a brief hesitation, it nodded in agreement. After all, no matter how comfortable the room was, it couldn't compare to true freedom, and this trainer exuded comforting energy. Seeing this, Xia Yu excitedly pulled out a luxury ball. The bear apprentice extended its thick paw, lightly pressing the ball's button. A red light flashed, drawing it inside. The luxury ball shook gently in Xia Yu's hand before stopping with a ding, signaling a successful capture. Yes, I captured the bear apprentice, Xia Yu exclaimed, raising the luxury ball triumphantly in the classic capture pose, unable to contain his excitement. At that moment, he could almost see his future path to becoming a champion. After Xia Yu took in his bear apprentice, he bid farewell to his father and left the Alliance building. His next destination was to find senior brother Sukai and head to their master's mysterious dojo. On the way, Xia Yu began to inquire with the system about the evolution of his bear apprentice, particularly regarding the critical items, the water scroll and the evil scroll. The system provided two options: purchase the scrolls directly, each costing 10,000 shop coins, or buy information about the scrolls' locations for just 1,000 shop coins each. Given Xia Yu's limited funds, the latter was the only feasible option. However, this choice led Xia Yu into a new dilemma. He pondered over which scroll information to purchase, whether to choose the single strike style or the combo style for his martial arts bear master. Each style had its own merits, and Xia Yu thought to himself how great it would be if he could switch between them freely. With this idea in mind, Xia Yu asked the system again. The system replied that as long as he found both scrolls, a bit more investment would allow him to switch between them at will. Hearing this, Xia Yu's mouth twitched, thinking the system was indeed a money-making machine. Nevertheless, to perfectly solve the problem, he was willing to make this investment. Soon, Xia Yu arrived at the western edge of Shu City, where senior brother Sukai was stationed. Upon meeting, Sukai immediately began praising Xia Yu. He recalled how he hadn't expected much from Xia Yu to win the championship, only to be surprised by his strong performance. Whether it was the closely guarded secret of Mega Evolution or the professional-level Aron that defeated 3 opponents in the finals, Xia Yu had proven his strength. However, when Sukai carefully sensed Xia Yu's aura, he was shocked to find that Xia Yu's power was already on par with his own. He couldn't help but ask, "Xia Yu, what's going on? How has your aura suddenly improved so much?" Xia Yu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and replied, "Senior brother, I'm not really sure. Maybe it just happened naturally. You know, I've been busy preparing for the competition and haven't even had a chance to read the aura insights you gave me." Hearing this, Sukai's mouth twitched, and he sighed inwardly. Is this the true potential of an aura warrior? Improving as easily as eating or drinking. If he had any doubts about Xia Yu's identity before, he was now certain. At such a young age, Xia Yu already possessed aura skills comparable to his own, with a finesse that exceeded his own. Sukai had to admit he'd never encountered anyone as extraordinary as Xia Yu in his life. Alright, since you're not sure either, let's drop it. It's a good thing anyway. If Master sees how strong your aura powers are, he'll be quite amazed. Xia Yu didn't respond, just smiled at Sukai. As the guardian of this place, Sukai couldn't leave for too long, so he planned to return after escorting Xia Yu to the dojo. For convenience, they decided to ride Pokemon there. Sukai released a large, imposing Salamence. Xia Yu couldn't help but take a second look at this quasi-legendary Pokemon. Level 80, male, dual dragon, and flying types, with the Intimidate ability, holding a dragon fang, and with champion-level potential. Truly worthy of being a Pokemon of the Elite Four, just one step away from champion level. Xia Yu summoned his old partner, a shiny Charizard, ready to follow Sukai. Noticing Xia Yu's gaze, Sukai boasted, "How about it? My Salamence is pretty great, right? It was a reward from the league when I became part of the Elite Four. I wasn't planning on choosing it, but since there aren't many fighting-type Pokemon that can carry people in flight, I reluctantly picked this Salamence." He had a smug look on his face. Xia Yu chuckled inwardly. Reluctantly, huh? My senior brother is almost as shameless as I am. But he went along with Sukai's words, saying, "Impressive presence indeed, truly worthy of being your Pokemon, senior brother. It's been trained really well." Although he didn't want to admit it, the Salamence was indeed well trained. Sukai wasn't one to be outdone, eyeing Xia Yu's shiny Charizard. "Good choice. But your shiny Charizard isn't bad either. Did your dad arrange it as your bodyguard?" Xia Yu just smiled silently, not responding to Sukai's guess. The two of them flew north on their respective flying Pokemon. About half a day later, they arrived at a tranquil valley. Beside the valley was a cliff from which a waterfall cascaded down, creating a stunning sight. Sukai's master's dojo was located next to this cliff. They descended from the sky, landing at the entrance of the dojo. Above the gate was a sign that boldly read, "Aura Dojo." Xia Yu thought to himself, what a simple and unpretentious name. Is this the legendary Great Simplicity that returns to the basics? He was filled with curiosity about the dojo, feeling it was worth exploring. Sukai, familiar with the place, pushed the door open without any hesitation, as if he were at home. Xia Yu followed him inside. They were greeted by a scene resembling a landscape painting, captivating and overwhelming. Instinctively, Xia Yu released his aura powers to sense the surroundings. He was astonished to find the entire dojo brimming with dense aura energy, as if he were in a high-concentration aura vortex. His aura powers resonated strongly with the environment. Noticing Xia Yu's changing expression, Sukai smiled with satisfaction. He knew Xia Yu was already beginning to integrate into the dojo's environment, much better than he had done years ago. Sukai recalled his first visit here. He hadn't used his aura powers to sense anything, instead directly challenging the dojo's disciples. Back then, he adhered to the philosophy of just do it, clueless about aura powers, embodying a muscle-bound brute. Thinking of this, Sukai couldn't help but smile. Those were the days of his youth. Looking at his talented junior brother, he felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Before long, Xia Yu emerged from the state of aura resonance. He was thrilled to discover that his aura power was not only stronger than before, but also felt as if something was actively calling to him. Seeing this, Sukai smiled and said, "Feels pretty good, right? Every disciple experiences significant gains the first time they resonate with aura power. But you're the first to resonate as soon as you walked in. Other disciples only do so after some time of practice. You're truly exceptional." Xia Yu humbly replied, "Haha, it was just a spuro-femin idea. But the gains are indeed substantial, so this trip was definitely worth it." He looked around curiously and asked, "Senior brother, why don't I see any other disciples from the dojo? There's not a single person here." Sukai explained, "Considering the time, they should all be out training. The dojo has 2 training sessions each year, each lasting 2 months, primarily to improve the disciples' control over their aura power and combat skills. After all, they can't be all talk and no action." Understanding dawned on Xia Yu as he followed Sukai to the center of the dojo, stopping in front of a room with the word Serenity written on it. The door opened automatically, revealing an elderly man with white hair and an aging Lucario, both sitting opposite each other with an air of wisdom. Sukai teased, "Hey, old man, meditating again? Does it really work?" Before he could finish, a sudden gust swept by, and Sukai found himself punched onto the opposite rockery by the old man. The old man, full of vigor, scolded, "Humph, you disrespectful brat. Don't you know the importance of respecting your elders and teachers? How dare you mock me? Do you think I'm too old to handle you?" Xia Yu watched in shock, silently marveling at the dramatic interaction between the master and disciple. Sukai climbed down from the rockery, dusting himself off, and coughed. Cough, cough. "Old man, aren't you supposed to be calming your mind? Why so aggressive? I just said one thing, no need for that. But your strength hasn't waned a bit, still as familiar as ever." The old man huffed. "You've certainly become more resilient over the years. It seems your training hasn't been in vain. If you hadn't improved, you might as well not return." Sukai quickly changed the subject. "All right, old man, don't embarrass me in front of my junior. So, how about the disciple I brought you this time? He's a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy." Hearing this, the old man took a closer look at Xia Yu, using his aura power to assess him. His previously half-closed eyes widened in surprise. Although he had watched Xia Yu's matches before, he hadn't used his aura power to observe from afar, just sensing Xia Yu's exceptional talent as a trainer and potential champion. Now, seeing him up close, the old man was clearly astonished by Xia Yu's potential. Upon witnessing it up close, the old man's eyes instantly burned with intensity. The overwhelming force of Xia Yu's aura, as vast as an ocean, left him utterly astonished. This young man was truly an anomaly in the realm of aura. The old man secretly compared himself, realizing that it had taken him decades of arduous practice to reach such a level, while Xia Yu, according to Sukai, had achieved it in just over half a year. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary talent in the power of aura, likely surpassing even the legendary Aura Guardian in his youth. The old man couldn't hide his admiration, nodding repeatedly. "Impressive, very impressive, truly remarkable." He turned to Sukai with a tone of satisfaction. "This young man, you've finally done something right in your life. Heaven blesses our aura lineage." Sukai caught the underlying meaning and thought to himself, "Am I just an afterthought?" Xia Yu felt uneasy under the old man's predatory gaze, as if he might be devoured at any moment. Realizing his own impropriety, the old man cleared his throat and said, "Xia Yu, would you consider joining our aura lineage? I will impart all my knowledge to you, helping you become the most powerful aura guardian and revitalize our lineage." Xia Yu didn't immediately agree, cautiously replying, "Well, I need to think it over. I don't have any particular ambitions to revitalize the aura lineage. For me, the power of aura is merely a tool to become the strongest trainer." Hearing this, the old man grew anxious. "Why? With your exceptional talent, it would be a waste to let it languish. Join me, and your aura power will surely reach new heights. With this skill, you can become a top-tier powerhouse." Sukai also chimed in to persuade him. Seeing this, the old man began to offer incentives. "Become my disciple, and I'll give you great opportunities, privileges even the dojo disciples don't have." Xia Yu remained hesitant. "But I might not have much time to stay at the dojo. I have my own career and dreams to pursue." The old man quickly relented. "That's not a problem. You don't have to reside at the dojo like the others. As long as you agree, you can act freely, only returning when there's something important. And your dreams can surely include revitalizing the aura lineage. It's not in conflict with becoming the strongest trainer. After weighing his options, Xia Yu finally nodded. Ah well. Cough. Disciple Xia Yu greets master. The old man was overjoyed. Good, good, my dear disciple. You shall be my last student. Watching this, Sukai felt envious, recalling the hardships he faced when becoming a disciple, so different from Xia Yu's experience. He couldn't help but feel resentful. So, a genius can do whatever they want. Yet, he had to admit that Xia Yu's talent indeed far surpassed his own. Sukai understood that with his abilities, he could at best maintain the current status of the Aura lineage, and leading it to rise was nearly impossible. Even if he advanced and became a champion, the situation might improve slightly. But after his bout with Liao Xingqian, he realized there was still a significant gap between him and true powerhouses. For him, the Elite Four was likely the pinnacle of his career, and advancing further seemed as difficult as reaching the heavens. Seeing Xia Yu successfully join the sect, Sukai was content and ready to return to Shudu City to continue his duty. However, the old man unceremoniously ordered him to leave. Hurry up and get lost. Don't stay here and ruin my mood. Not to be outdone, Sukai jokingly retorted. All right, old man, no need to cultivate your temperament. It hasn't helped. Your temper hasn't changed a bit. Hey, you little rascal. You want a beating? The old man feigned anger, waving his cane as if to strike. The two of them playfully bickered as they bid farewell, with Xia Yu watching in fascination. Though their words seemed sharp, he could feel the deep bond between them. After Sukai left, the old man led Xia Yu into the meditation room. There, a mighty Lucario sat cross-legged on a cushion, meditating with closed eyes. Xia Yu observed the Pokemon closely, silently amazed. Name, Lucario. Level, 88 champion level. Gender, male. Type, fighting, steel. Ability, justified. Item, life orb. Aptitude, champion level. No wonder it's the old man's longtime partner. Its strength is indeed formidable, Xia Yu thought. Is this the true heritage of the dojo? Noticing Xia Yu's gaze, the old man explained. Lucario has been with me for 60 years. It was just a young pup back then. Don't be fooled by its aged appearance now. Its strength is undeniable. It's the strongest Pokemon in the dojo. Even your senior brother Sukai can't match it. Impressive, isn't it? Yes, it really is strong, Xia Yu sincerely admired. It's no wonder it's your ace Pokemon. Is this the foundation of our dojo? The old man chuckled. Haha, what are you thinking? This is just my personal foundation. Our dojo has been around for hundreds of years. The real heritage is much more than this. You'll find out in time. The master and apprentice chatted for a while longer before the old man took Xia Yu to the waterfall beside the dojo to present him with a gift. Under the roaring waterfall, a Riolu was intensely training. Xia Yu stared in awe. Name, Riolu. Level, 51 professional level. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Ability, inner focus. Item, none. Aptitude, master level. This was Xia Yu's first time seeing a Pokemon with master level aptitude without any system enhancements, leaving him speechless with astonishment. Seeing his reaction, the old man cheerfully asked, How about this Riolu? It's quite something, isn't it? Its origin is extraordinary. Xia Yu could only nod in agreement. The old man continued. This Riolu was born 2.5 years ago, and is a pure-blood descendant of our dojo's founding Lucario, known as the Royal Blood. Its birth time is uncertain, but whenever it appears, it signifies the arrival of the Aura Guardian. It is destined to follow this new Aura Guardian. The old man paused, then added, Your senior brother Sukai probably didn't tell you, but 2.5 years ago, the Royal Blood suddenly appeared. We thought the Aura Guardian had descended and searched everywhere, but in the end, we found nothing. After searching for so long without success, I was beginning to think this legend wasn't true. But then you appeared. The old man's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he revealed an astonishing piece of news to Xia Yu. This is your first opportunity. Go on, try to communicate with it using your aura power and capture it. If you succeed in taming this proud Riolu, it will prove you are the Aura Guardian of this generation. The elder briefly recounted the Riolu's origins, his tone full of encouragement. Xia Yu listened, his heart brimming with excitement. He had long dreamed of having a Lucario, and now that the chance was right before him, how could he pass it up? Besides, he was confident in the pure aura power bestowed upon him by his system. Under the old man's hopeful gaze, Xia Yu cautiously approached the Riolu, which was training under the waterfall. Sensing the human's approach, Riolu paused and fixed its sharp gaze on Xia Yu, seemingly trying to intimidate him into leaving. However, Xia Yu was undeterred, continuing forward until Riolu issued a warning, prompting him to stop. At this point, they were less than 2 meters apart. Xia Yu took a deep breath and unleashed his immense aura power. Seeing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Riolu's eyes. It was accustomed to human challenges, believing its aura power surpassed that of ordinary trainers, with only the old man barely able to compete. Without hesitation, Riolu released its own aura power, ready to effortlessly repel the challenger, as usual. But when the two auras collided, something unexpected happened. Instead of an explosive clash, the energies harmonized remarkably well, resonating as if they were meant to be together. This sudden turn of events left the young Ril momentarily dazed, prompting it to contemplate whether this human might indeed be its destined master. Watching from a distance, the old man was overwhelmed with excitement. He had waited decades for this moment, ever since learning about the Aura Guardian from his mentor. Now, in his old age, he finally witnessed the legend come to life. The birth of the royal-blooded Riolu 2.5 years ago had reignited his hope, and today, he finally saw the legend materialize before his eyes. Xia Yu was unsurprised by the aura compatibility. He had previously inquired about his talents from the system and learned that the system's bestowed talents were the highest permissible within this world. With such a powerful advantage, everything seemed to fall into place. Noticing Riolu's astonished expression, Xia Yu began to employ his persuasion technique. He softly spoke to Riolu. "See, our auras are so compatible. Isn't this destiny?" His words were laden with suggestion, attempting to win over the proud creature. Young Riolu, still naive and inexperienced, was utterly bewildered by Xia Yu's words, almost ready to pledge allegiance on the spot. The memory in its veins told it that Xia Yu's aura matched perfectly with its own, a truly ideal partnership. Over the past 2 years, many aura trainers had attempted to capture it, but none were suitable. Now, encountering Xia Yu, its golden match, Riolu couldn't help but think to itself, "It really is irresistible." Xia Yu noticed that Riolu was moved by his heartfelt sincerity and grinned, showing his signature crooked smile. He stepped closer to Riolu, and seeing no resistance, he pulled out a luxury ball and said, "Riolu, come with me. Let's stand atop the world and overlook it. Bringing back the glory of aura, that is our mission." Deeply touched by Xia Yu's words, Riolu extended its small hand to press the button on the luxury ball, instantly being drawn inside. The ball shook vigorously a few times before settling, marking Xia Yu's successful capture of this noble-blooded Riolu. "Riolu, I've successfully captured you," Xia Yu exclaimed, striking a triumphant pose. This dashing dog had always been his dream companion. He then released Riolu and approached the elder. The elder, pleased, patted Xia Yu on the shoulder and remarked, "From now on, the legacy of aura rests on you, Xia Yu." Xia Yu's successful capture of the noble-blooded Ro meant the responsibility of restoring the aura's glory now lay on his shoulders. This had been the elder's lifelong wish, and witnessing this moment in his twilight years meant he had honored his master's trust. The elder informed Xia Yu that after capturing Riolu, he would not be allowed to capture other aura-powered creatures at the Aura Conference in 6 months. This was the rule. He also mentioned that another opportunity awaited Xia Yu at the conference, hoping he would attend. Xia Yu nodded, intrigued by what this opportunity might be. Over the next week, the elder subjected Xia Yu to intensive training, while Riolu trained with the elder's Lucario. A week later, the rejuvenated Xia Yu, accompanied by Riolu, bid farewell to the elder, as he had many tasks ahead and couldn't stay at the dojo for long. The elder advised, "Go, pursue what you wish to do. If you face danger, remember you have the dojo behind you, and this old man is a strong, albeit modest, supporter. Forge ahead bravely. And don't forget the Aura Conference in 6 months, sure to attend." Xia Yu was deeply moved. Although they had only been together for a week, the elder had imparted all his knowledge, deepening Xia Yu's understanding and use of aura. Unable to express his gratitude in words, Xia Yu knelt down before the elder to show his appreciation. After saying goodbye to the elder, Xia Yu climbed onto Lao Pen's back and sped towards Shouda City. After half a day of travel, he finally arrived at his familiar home. As he pushed open the front door, the sight in the courtyard immediately caught his attention. His sister was joyfully playing with an ice Vulpix and a Spheal, laughter filling the entire yard. "Brother, you're back," his sister exclaimed excitedly as she ran towards Xia Yu. He picked her up and gave her a kiss on the cheek, then curiously asked, "Why aren't you at school today?" Giggling, his sister mischievously replied, "Oh, brother, you're so silly. It's Sunday today, and there's no school." Realization dawned on Xia Yu, and he smacked his forehead, silently chiding himself for forgetting the date. To change the subject, Xia Yu quickly asked, "So, has anything interesting happened lately?" His sister tilted her head, thinking for a moment, and then said something that shocked Xia Yu. "Well, a boy in my class said he likes me." Xia Yu was thunderstruck, anger surging within him. He urgently inquired, "What? Who is he? What's his name? How did you respond?" He thought to himself that he had only been gone for a week, and already someone was making a move on his sister. His sister innocently explained, "Oh, I don't know his name. I haven't played with him. Of course, I rejected him. I told him I don't like him, and then he left crying." Hearing this, Xia Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he still sternly advised, "Good job, that's the way to do it. In the future, no matter which boy says he likes you, you must firmly reject them, understand? Keep your distance from them. At school, focus on your studies. Those boys are just distractions on your path." Although his sister, Xiao Tong, didn't fully understand her brother's words, she obediently nodded in agreement. Oh, okay. I got it. Seeing this, Xia Yu's heart finally eased a bit. Just then, his sister suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh, right. Brother, someone has been calling the house asking for you these past few days, and a lot of envelopes have been sent here. Mom put them in your room and told you to check them when you got back." These words immediately caught Xia Yu's attention. He thought to himself, could these be invitations from universities? Considering the timing, it seemed likely. Xia Yu put his sister down, summoned Gardevoir to watch over her, and quickly headed to his room. As he opened the door, he immediately saw a mountain of letters piled on his desk. Xia Yu sat down and began to carefully go through them one by one. An hour later, Xia Yu had finally read through all the letters. As he had expected, they were invitations from various universities offering him direct admission. Among them were the top 6 prestigious institutions in the country: Imperial University, Magic Capital University, Western Shu University, Jinling University, Jiangxi University, and South Sea University, along with invitations from several other top-tier universities. Xia Yu couldn't help but wonder why not all universities had sent invitations. He quickly concluded that those universities that hadn't sent any must have realized their own limitations and decided not to bother. As for those that did send invitations, aside from the 6 elite schools, most didn't have high hopes. After all, in terms of resources, teaching quality, and reputation, they couldn't compare to the top 6. These universities sent invitations more as a gamble, hoping that Xia Yu might choose them on a whim. After scrutinizing the invitation letters from schools outside the top 6, Xia Yu unhesitatingly swept them into the trash. These schools offered few rewards, had mediocre reputations, and lacked resources, making them unworthy of his time. His attention then turned to the remaining 6 letters from elite universities on his desk. After a moment of contemplation, he eliminated the invitations from Jinling University, Jiangxi University, and Nanhai University. Now, Xia Yu's choices were narrowed down to the top-tier institutions of Deity University, Mewtwo University, and Shishu University. As the most prosperous cities in Hua, Daidu and Mewtwo boast universities that are unparalleled in strength. These 2 schools have dominated the National University Spirit Battle League Championship for the past decade and are unmatched in teaching resources and faculty. Although Shishu University is the pride of Xia Yu's hometown, Shudu, and the only top 6 school in the entire western region of Hua, it struggles to compete with the financial power of Daidu and Mewtwo in terms of resource competition. The emotional appeal they played was not enough to persuade Xia Yu to stay. Despite growing up in Shudu, Xia Yu yearned to experience different lifestyles, even if it meant being far from family and friends. In this modern era, visiting home isn't difficult, especially for families like his with ample means. Moreover, as someone accustomed to frequent adventures, being away from home was nothing new to Xia Yu. After careful consideration, Xia Yu also crossed off Shishu University. With only the invitations from Deity University and Mewtwo University left on the table, he found himself in a dilemma. Deity University, though having Long Xinyu as a senior sister, seemed to have lessened their focus on Xia Yu, perhaps due to their 2 consecutive championship wins, offering relatively inferior terms. Nevertheless, compared to the other top 6, Deity University's rewards remained quite generous. On the other hand, Mewtwo University, having been defeated by Deity University for 2 consecutive years, was actively seeking breakthroughs and was eager to enhance their capabilities by recruiting potential newcomers. As the champion of the National High School League, Xia Yu naturally became their key target. Mewtwo University offered Xia Yu an impressive package that even made him marvel at their financial prowess. The enticing conditions from Mewtwo University included a 20 million enrollment bonus, luxurious single-person villa accommodation on campus, 3 unrestricted access uses of Mewtwo University's Legacy Realm, the choice of any 2 items from the Mewtwo University Collection Room, and the selection of any spirit below the professional level, including quasi-gods. Such generous treatment caught Xia Yu's attention. In comparison, Deity University's offer included a 10 million enrollment bonus, luxurious single-person villa accommodation on campus, 1 unrestricted access use of Deity University's Legacy Realm, the choice of any 1 item from the Deity University Collection Room, and the selection of any spirit below the professional level, including quasi-gods. Faced with these invitations from 2 elite universities, Xia Yu was deeply engaged in thought, weighing the potential impacts of each choice. Compared to Magic City University, Imperial Capital University offers noticeably fewer benefits. Xia Yu frowned as he recalled what his senior, Long Xinyu, had once told him. The Legacy Realm is the most important asset of any university, and only the top 6 schools possess it. When she was directly admitted, she also received access to the Legacy Realm at Imperial Capital University, where she not only obtained rare spirit tools, but also enhanced the potential and strength of her spirits. Xia Yu found himself in a dilemma. If he hadn't known senior Long Xinyu, he would have undoubtedly chosen Magic City University for its better offers. After all, in his mind, Magic City and the Imperial Capital were equally prestigious, so it made sense to choose the one offering more. But Imperial Capital University had senior Long Xinyu. Although they hadn't officially defined their relationship, the mutual affection was obvious. Xia Yu pondered that if he chose Imperial Capital University, establishing a relationship with her seemed like a natural progression. He recalled the promise he made with her. If the offers were similar, he would prioritize Imperial Capital University. However, the reality was that there was a significant gap between the two universities' offers, leaving Xia Yu frustrated and conflicted. Experiencing feelings for a girl for the first time, he was torn between choosing her or his own interests. Of course, even if he didn't choose Imperial Capital University, his relationship with Senior Long Sinyu wouldn't be entirely severed. It was just that the distance might slow down their relationship's progress, and in the worst case, they might just become regular friends. Xia Yu irritably ran his fingers through his hair, internally cursing. Imperial Capital University was being too stingy. After all, he had won the championship with overwhelming superiority. Couldn't they offer more incentives? This left him in a tough spot. Ultimately, Xia Yu decided to put the issue aside for the time being and seek his parents' advice later that evening. In the evening, Xia's parents returned home and were delighted to see their son back. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation quickly shifted to the topic of university admissions. So, have you looked at the university admission offers? Do you have a preferred school? Xia's mother asked. Xia Yu replied honestly, right now, there are mainly two options, Imperial Capital University and Magic City University. Both schools have the reputation, strength, faculty, and resources that meet my expectations. But Magic City University is offering more generous admission benefits, while Imperial Capital University is somewhat lacking, which is why I'm hesitant. Do you have a preference between the two? Xia's mother inquired further. If the conditions were similar, I would prioritize Imperial Capital University. But given that Magic City University clearly values me more and offers better conditions, that's why I'm indecisive, Xia Yu admitted. Xia's mother nodded in understanding and began to analyze the differences between the two universities. Let me tell you about Imperial Capital University. As the capital of China, the imperial capital has a long history and is home to many noble families. The university is filled with the children of these families, and they tend to be quite exclusive towards outsiders, especially students like you from other regions. You need to consider this carefully. The cities of Mewtwo and Daidu each have their own unique charm. While Mewtwo's history may not be as long as Daidu's, it is renowned for its economic prosperity and open-mindedness. After listening to his mother's introduction, Xia Yu couldn't help but tease. It seems like you have a preference for Mewtwo. Xia's father gently tapped his son's head and laughed. Of course, your mom graduated from Mewtwo University, so she's naturally biased towards her alma mater. Xia's mother rolled her eyes at the father and son before continuing. Don't interrupt. I haven't finished yet. She took a deep breath and her tone became serious. The most important aspect of both universities is their secret realms. Daidu's is said to be related to dragon-type mythical creatures, making it the best choice for those focusing on dragon-type spirits. Mewtwo's Trial Tower, on the other hand, can enhance spirits of all attributes, though it's unclear if it's associated with mythical creatures. After speaking, Xia's mother gestured for Xia Yu to make his own decision. Xia Yu turned to his father, hoping for his advice. Xia's father simply said, "Your mom is right." This made Xia's mother beam, as she threw a flirtatious glance at her husband. Xia's father felt a stir in his heart, thinking that a restful night might be unlikely. Xia Yu didn't notice his parents' silent exchange, as he was still pondering his mother's words. After dinner, seeing her son distracted, Xia's mother suggested he return to his room to think it over. Back in his room, Xia Yu picked up his phone and, after a moment of hesitation, dialed his senior Long Sinyu's number. "Hey Junior, did you miss me?" Long Sinyu's voice was playful. After some small talk, Xia Yu shared his dilemma. Long Sinyu paused for a moment before responding. Auntie is right. Daida University indeed has a lot of students from prominent families. Plus, the runner-up Long Haotian and third place Zhu Yuan in the national high school competition have already secured spots at Daida University. That might be why they're not showing much enthusiasm for you. Xia Yu suddenly understood why Daida University seemed indifferent while Moda University was eager, fearing that the top 3 spots would all go to Daida University. Long Sinyu softly added, "No matter what choice you make, I'll support you. Don't go against your own wishes for my sake." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, and Long Sinyu's words were like a gentle breeze, warming Xia Yu's heart. He had already leaned towards choosing Moda University after listening to his mother's analysis, but Long Sinyu was an influence he couldn't ignore. "Thank you, senior. I know what to choose now," Xia Yu said sincerely. "Why so polite with me? No need to be so formal." Long Sinyu replied with a deliberately light-hearted laugh. "But make sure to keep in touch. Don't forget about me." Although she had guessed Xia Yu's choice, Long Sinyu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She sighed inwardly. It's rare to meet a junior who makes her heart flutter, yet the fate seems so fleeting. "Can I ever have a sweet romance?" she mused angrily. Then a stubbornness surged within her. "No, I won't give up. With today's convenient transportation, I can fly to Modu anytime. Such a small distance won't deter me from pursuing a sweet romance." Xia Yu, on his part, was also filled with mixed emotions. He resolved to visit Long Sinew in the capital frequently. Even if they couldn't become more than friends, at least they wouldn't grow distant. To him, this budding affection was akin to a first love, and he didn't want to miss out. I have to try, he encouraged himself. Both had reached an astonishing level of unspoken agreement, though neither was aware of it. Having made up his mind, Xia Yu was no longer conflicted and planned to respond to Mewtwo University the next day. His mind, exhausted from overthinking, soon drifted into sleep. The next morning, the family had breakfast together. Xia Yu informed his parents of his decision to accept the offer from Mewtwo University. His parents supported his choice, and his mother even suggested introducing him to her friend in Mewtwo to look after him. This made Xia Yu feel very comforted, grateful for his fortunate family connections. After breakfast, his parents went to work, and Xia Yu took his sister to school. He was secretly planning to find out who might be interested in his adorable sister. At the school gate, after dropping off his sister, Xia Yu took out a special lollipop and waved over one of her classmates. A chubby little girl, recognizing him as her friend's brother, approached without fear. Xia Yu handed her the lollipop and asked if anyone at school had confessed to his sister, Xiaotong. The little girl, not understanding what a confession meant, listened as Xia Yu patiently explained. Enlightened, she informed him that a little boy had confessed to Xiaotong last week, but was rejected. Xia Yu asked her to point out the boy. She looked around and indicated a kid loitering at the gate. Xia Yu approached the boy with a sinister smile and had a friendly exchange with him. Seeing the boy nodding pale-faced, Xia Yu left satisfied. Returning to the little girl, Xia Yu asked her to help keep other boys away from Xiaotong and report back to him. In exchange, he promised that Xiaotong would share the special lollipops with her every day. Enticed by the prospect of daily treats, the girl eagerly agreed. Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction, thinking that even mythical creatures would love these special lollipops, so they were a breeze to handle with kids. With his mission accomplished, he whistled his way home, smugly thinking, "Let's see who dares to get close to his Xiaotong now." Upon arriving home, Xia Yu immediately picked up the phone and dialed the admissions office of Mewtwo University. His voice carried a hint of excitement. "This is Xia Yu. I've decided to accept the offer from Mewtwo University." On the other end of the line, the admissions officer was thrilled to hear this news. They had been waiting for 5 days, worried that the prestigious Imperial University might lure this talented student away. If all the top 3 high school league players were to join Imperial University, Mewtwo University would be overshadowed for years to come. The principal's wise decision was once again validated. After watching Xia Yu's live match, he had ordered that no effort be spared to recruit this promising young man to Mewtwo University. Although some teachers were skeptical, doubting Xia Yu's immediate inclusion in the varsity team, they still followed the principal's directive and increased their offer to Xia Yu. The head of the admissions office had been prepared to apologize to the principal, but the situation took a turn for the better. They quickly confirmed Xia Yu's enrollment date and promptly reported the good news to the principal. In the principal's office, the principal was overjoyed upon hearing the news and immediately decided to reward his colleagues in the admissions office with generous bonuses. He had already learned from an old friend about Xia Yu's capabilities and potential, confident that with proper growth, Xia Yu would become the next champion of China. Meanwhile, Xia Yu hung up the phone and began planning for the upcoming months. Now that his admission was secured, he decided to embark on a second adventure during this time. 3 days later, Xia Yu was ready to set off. Over the past few days, he had discussed his intention to continue his unfinished journey with his parents, receiving their support and advice. He also contacted his friend, Xiao Pang, to share his decision to choose Mewtwo University. Although Xiao Pang was initially surprised, he quickly decided to follow in Xia Yu's footsteps and accept the offer from Mewtwo University as well. To him, being with Yuge was more important than anything else. The chubby boy received admission letters from 6 prestigious schools. Although he only made it through the first round in the national competition, as one of the top 320 genius trainers in the country, he remained a sought-after candidate for many universities. However, compared to Xia Yu, his admission rewards were not as impressive. The chubby boy decided to travel to the northwest, where the environment was more suitable for developing his Sandstorm team. He confidently declared that after a few months of intensive training there, he would surprise Xia Yu when school started. Xia Yu smiled and said he looked forward to it. Meanwhile, Xia Yu felt somewhat relieved about his sister's safety. After arranging for classmates to protect her in secret, those unsettling incidents seemed to have stopped. As his sister's guardian, Xia Yu always regarded her as his most precious person, and anyone who wanted to harm her would have to get past him first. After making all the necessary arrangements, Xia Yu embarked on a new adventure. This time, his destination was the legendary Petroleum Federation, rumored to be the seal of Hoopa. This distant land was quite far from China, and in this era, international travel was not easy. Countries had strict checks and screenings for incoming travelers. Xia Yu's recent fame was at its peak, with the afterglow of the high school league still lingering. His performance left a deep impression on people. However, what was truly concerning was the international stir he caused. Xia Yu's mother informed him that his use of Mega Evolution during the league had drawn significant international attention. Although the domestic authorities quickly blocked related information, the level of interest remained unsettling. Xia Yu's mother suggested he stay in China for safety. In light of this situation, Xia Yu decided to first head to the Water City, planning to quietly leave from its port. With connections from his father, he easily obtained a fake identity. Coupled with his long and used Ditto mask, he believed he could perfectly conceal his identity. His family trusted him greatly, as long as he called home every few days to assure them of his safety. Xia Yu arrived at Shoudu Airport and boarded a flight to Water City. However, he underestimated his influence. As soon as he got off the plane, enthusiastic residents of the city recognized him and eagerly asked for photos. Xia Yu managed to slip away and quickly put on a mask before leaving. He checked into a hotel and, after securing a room, immediately donned his Ditto mask to begin his disguise journey. This time, he chose not to use his previous Wong Batian persona, but decided to impersonate a more notorious character, Giovanni, the infamous boss. Although uncertain if Giovanni truly existed in reality, it didn't stop Xia Yu from borrowing the Team Rocket name to play the part. He carefully adjusted in front of the mirror until his appearance closely resembled his memory of Giovanni. A tall figure, short black hair, a cold and ruthless face, narrow and sharp eyes, and that signature sinister smile. Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction, thinking that if he encountered members of the apocalyptic society abroad, he wouldn't mind using Giovanni's name to cause some trouble for them, conveniently shifting the blame onto Team Rocket, achieving a double win. Finally, Xia Yu picked up the fake identity documents he had prepared, disguising himself as a wealthy man ready for a sea voyage. He stood in front of the mirror for a final check to ensure every detail was flawless, then took a deep breath, ready to embark on this journey full of unknown adventures. The Oil Federation is located along the coast, making a cruise an excellent choice. Xia Yu boarded a luxury cruise ship bound for the Empire, on which the sun never sets. Conveniently, this colossal vessel was scheduled to stop at the Oil Federation, perfectly aligning with his travel plans. With ample funds at his disposal, Xia Yu easily checked into the luxurious suite on the top deck, flawlessly projecting the image of a wealthy individual without arousing any suspicion. The cruise's journey spanned a month, with the expected arrival at his destination, the Oil Federation, in about 2 weeks. As a first-time cruise passenger, Xia Yu decided to thoroughly enjoy this leisurely period. As the last group of passengers boarded, the massive ship slowly set sail, heading toward the vast ocean. The cruise ship's security measures were impressive. Xia Yu noticed a massive king-level Sharpedo patrolling the sea, while a similarly powerful king-level Thunderous Skarmory circled protectively in the sky. Although both creatures had only recently reached king-level status, their presence undoubtedly provided passengers with a great sense of security. As a top-tier luxury cruise, the ship offered a full range of facilities. From luxurious specialty restaurants and a Pokemon-themed amusement park to a playground, a colossal swimming pool, a theater, a gallery, a club, and a cinema, there was no shortage of entertainment options, leaving Xia Yu dazzled by the choices. He was secretly pleased, knowing he could thoroughly enjoy these lavish amenities over the next 2 weeks. As a trainer, Xia Yu naturally wouldn't travel alone. He summoned from his Pokemon space the most suitable companion for his current persona, a Gardevoir. After all, it was perfectly normal for a wealthy person to be accompanied by an elegant and beautiful Gardevoir. Other Pokemon, due to the constraints of the cruise ship's size or personal preference, chose to stay in the energy-rich, beautifully scenic Pokemon space. They even bluntly stated that the Pokemon space was far more comfortable than the crappy ship, a comment that made Xia Yu chuckle wryly. Over the next few days, Xia Yu and Gardevoir fully indulged in the cruise's offerings. They tried out various entertainment facilities and sampled cuisine from around the world. Despite assuming Sakaki's appearance, Xia Yu didn't let it hinder his enjoyment of this rare, leisurely time. At this point, a cruise staff member arrived at Xia Yu's suite and handed him an exquisite invitation. It was an invitation to the cruise's exclusive club, inviting Xia Yu to participate in the afternoon casino event and the evening auction. The staff explained that this invitation was only extended to the ship's distinguished guests, and naturally, as a top-tier resident, Xia Yu was among them. For Xia Yu, who had never set foot in a real casino, this invitation piqued his curiosity. His previous gambling experiences were limited to playing Pokemon-themed card games or mahjong with friends. He decided to explore and see how true gamblers operated. However, he was even more intrigued by the evening auction. According to the staff, the auction would feature many rare items, and Xia Yu thought he might be able to snag a few treasures. The casino event was scheduled for 2 p.m., while the auction was set for 7 p.m. Xia Yu checked the time and began preparing for this unexpected adventure. On a summer afternoon, as the clock struck 4, Xia Yu held an invitation and set off towards the casino. He was still undecided about whether to participate. Due to the casino and auction rules prohibiting the presence of elves, Xia Yu had to recall his Gardevoir into its Pokeball. Before long, a magnificent entrance loomed ahead. For security guards in black suits stood like sentinels, vigilantly scanning each person who wished to enter. Xia Yu retrieved the invitation from his pocket, and after a thorough inspection by the guards, the heavy doors slowly opened, welcoming him into this mysterious world. Upon entering the casino, which masqueraded as a club, Xia Yu was immediately captivated by the scene. Contrary to his expectations of a chaotic and noisy den filled with gamblers lamenting their losses, he was greeted by a gathering of elegantly dressed successful individuals, tycoons, businessmen, and celebrities holding champagne and conversing gracefully. Here, gambling seemed to be just a leisurely pastime for these elite figures. At the roulette, poker, and dice tables, regardless of winning or losing, these high-profile individuals maintained a composed smile, chatting amiably without a hint of excitement or disappointment. This sight left Xia Yu astonished, realizing that the rumors about casinos were not entirely accurate. A uniformed casino staff member noticed Xia Yu, a newcomer, and approached him quickly. He handed Xia Yu a stack of chips worth 100,000, explaining that it was a complimentary gift from the casino for each guest, which could be exchanged for a check if he chose not to gamble. This generosity greatly improved Xia Yu's impression of the casino's host. Given the free chips, he decided to give it a try, knowing he wouldn't lose anything. With chips in hand, Xia Yu strolled through the casino, observing the various games. Suddenly, he was amazed to discover that his true sight ability allowed him to see through the cards and dice on the tables. This unexpected advantage made him feel as if he had been possessed by the spirit of a gambling god. Brimming with confidence, Xia Yu approached a dice table where the game involved guessing odd or even numbers, ready to test his skills. This was the simplest and most certain game for him. He thought to himself, if Chun Daizai could win 37 million with $20 back in the day, then surely he, Xia Yu, could achieve a modest goal with 100,000. After all, as someone with a cheat-like advantage, confidence was essential. 2 hours later, Xia Yu moved between various dice games, occasionally letting others win, and successfully accumulated chips worth a modest goal. This drew the attention of those present, but once Xia Yu stopped gambling, their focus quickly shifted away. For these wealthy individuals, a modest goal's earnings were just trivial gains, and they were merely impressed by Xia Yu's good fortune. Satisfied, Xia Yu approached the staff to exchange his winnings for a check. Having initially spent $1 million on a cruise ticket, he hadn't anticipated earning back 100-fold so swiftly, which put him in high spirits. This journey turned out to be incredibly profitable and provided him with ample funds for the upcoming auction. By 6 o'clock, with less than an hour until the auction began, Xia Yu enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at the casino's buffet. Then, guided by the staff, he made his way to the auction venue. Inside the auction hall, there were no private boxes, just about 100 neatly arranged seats. Each seat was accompanied by a platter of exquisite fruit and delectable snacks. Xia Yu chose a seat and waited patiently for the auction to commence. As the 100 seats gradually filled, the bright lights suddenly dimmed. A spotlight illuminated the auction stage as a graceful and poised woman stepped onto the platform. She briefly introduced the background of this special auction and then announced its official start. Xia Yu stood in the auction hall, the melodious voice of the sophisticated auctioneer echoing in his ears. He glanced around, taking in the luxurious decor of the cruise ship, surrounded by elegantly dressed millionaires. This auction was a traditional event on the cruise, an essential part of every voyage. The items up for bid came from the ship's previous journey through Eagle Country, Hawaii, Cherry Blossom Country, and China, sparking Xia Yu's anticipation. The first item was carefully brought onto the auction stage. Xia Yu squinted, noticing an object resembling a fairy egg glistening under the lights. The auctioneer's voice rang out again, introducing it as a lucky egg that not only accelerates a fairy's growth, but also brings good fortune. The starting bid was set at 1 million, with increments no less than 100,000. Xia Yu wasn't interested in the egg, merely observing the reactions of those around him. As expected, the words, good fortune, prompted a flurry of bids from the wealthy attendees. 1.3 million, 1.4 million, 1.6 million. The bidding war heated up quickly, soon reaching 3 million. Xia Yu marveled inwardly, thinking how these affluent individuals seemed to treat money so lightly. Eventually, a portly middle-aged man secured the egg for a staggering 4.2 million, a satisfied grin on his face. The subsequent items, though peculiar, held no value for Xia Yu, and he didn't raise his paddle once. It wasn't until the next item appeared that Xia Yu's attention was truly captured. This is a far-fetched Pokemon egg from Eagle Country. The auctioneer's voice was tempting. Far-fetched are rare even in Eagle Country, and we went to great lengths to acquire it. Once evolved, it not only has formidable combat abilities, but its leek is also a culinary delight. The starting bid is 1 million, with increments no less than 100,000. Xia Yu examined the Pokemon egg closely, a thought crossing his mind. Though it's only gym level, far-fetched are indeed rare. Should he bid on it to develop a support unit solely for providing delicious leeks? However, while he hesitated, the bidding around him intensified. 1.5 million, 2 million, 3 million. In no time, the price soared to 5 million. Xia Yu was astonished, thinking how these wealthy individuals truly seemed to disregard the value of money, as this price was nearing that of a quasi-legendary Pokemon egg. The atmosphere at the auction was electric, with wealthy bidders eagerly competing against each other. A rare far-fetched Pokemon egg became the center of attention, thanks to its delicious leeks, ranked among the top 10 in the world of Pokemon cuisine. Although leeks are renewable, they are resource-intensive to cultivate. Yet for these affluent individuals, this was a trivial concern. The price quickly soared to 10 million, approaching the level of a pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg. Xia Yu quietly calculated in his mind, deciding it wasn't worth it since his system's store offered far-fetched leeks for just 10 store credits. Ultimately, a woman joyfully secured the Pokemon egg for a high price of 13 million. Xia Yu couldn't help but think to himself, women's money is indeed easy to earn. After a few more lots, the staff wheeled in a mysterious cage. The auctioneer began his introduction. This was a rare Pokemon of elite strength, hailing from the volcanic regions of the Eagle Nation, with a rarity on par with the far-fetched. The audience was intrigued, their eyes glued to the cage covered by a cloth. The auctioneer unveiled a small colossal, emphasizing that it was the pre-evolution form of the Red Lotus Armor Knight. Although the exact evolution method was unclear, its evolved form was the ace Pokemon of Tyrant, one of the elite 4 Fire-type masters of the Eagle Nation. The seasoned wealthy attendees were not swayed by the auctioneer's words. They knew the power of the colossal's evolved form, but were also aware that despite years of research in the Eagle Nation, only Tyrant's Red Lotus Armor Knight had ever been successfully evolved by chance. This made them lose interest in the auction, seeing the unevolved colossal as merely a decorative Pokemon. However, Xia Yu's attention was firmly fixed on this colossal. He analyzed it privately. Name, colossal, level, 46, elite, gender, female, type, fire, ability, flame body, hidden ability, occasionally causes opponents that make contact to become burned, held item, none, potential, champion level. Xia Yu was overjoyed, considering it a windfall from the heavens. A champion-level potential colossal with the dream ability flame body was truly exceptional. More importantly, he knew the conditions for colossal's evolution, whether into a Red Lotus Armor Knight or a Blazing Blade Ghost. He was well-versed in them. This colossal was a must-have for him. The auction officially commenced, with a starting bid of 2 million and minimum increments of 100,000. The crowd showed little enthusiasm, with the price slowly climbing. 2.2 million, 2.5 million, 2.7 million. Seeing his chance, Xia Yu boldly raised the bid by 1 million, pushing the price to 3.5 million, determined to secure this potential powerhouse. Xia Yu was basking in the joy of nearly acquiring his desired treasure when suddenly, a piercing voice from behind interrupted, "For a million." He turned to see a young nobleman around his age glaring at him with a provocative look. This unexpected bid left Xia Yu puzzled. He had disguised himself as Banmu, and shouldn't have had any grudges with anyone. Choosing not to dwell on it, Xia Yu focused on the auction. After all, he was determined to win the exquisite charcoal servant. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. The two of them engaged in a relentless bidding war, drawing the attention of the entire room. Realizing that this stalemate was unproductive, Xia Yu gritted his teeth and shouted, 10 million. The young nobleman smirked mockingly and ceased bidding. Although Xia Yu successfully acquired the premium charcoal servant, the extra 6.5 million spent and the senseless provocation left him simmering with anger. He silently noted this insolent fellow, planning to settle the score later. The auction continued until the appearance of the final item drew Xia Yu's attention once more. For staff members heaved a massive object onto the auction stage, and under the spotlight, the outline of a fossilized creature became clear. It was the remains of a fossilized pterosaur, a legendary ancient overlord spirit that had been successfully revived by both China and the United States. Although the revival technology was still imperfect, this discovery was undeniably a significant breakthrough. Winning this fossil could mean obtaining a powerful spirit from ancient times. The starting bid was 5 million, and the auction heated up instantly. Xia Yu scrutinized it using his true sight, confirming it was indeed a once mighty fossilized pterosaur, likely of champion level. Even if its strength diminished upon revival, it could still reach gym or even elite levels. After careful consideration, Xia Yu decided to make a move. As for the subsequent revival process, with his mother's current status, utilizing the country's fossil revival equipment should be feasible. Seeing the bid soar to 10 million, Xia Yu decisively raised it to 12 million. He was keen to observe the reactions of other competitors and prepare for the upcoming negotiations. The atmosphere at the auction heated up instantly. The price that Xia Yu had just called out was quickly drowned out by higher bids. 13 million, 15 million, 20 million. Suddenly, a voice pushed the price straight to 20 million, capturing everyone's attention. Xia Yu looked toward the source of the voice and saw a man in a hoodie standing among the crowd. Although his face was obscured, Xia Yu keenly noticed a fleeting R emblem on the man's inner shirt. His heart skipped a beat as he realized that this was someone from Team Rocket. Xia Yu wondered why they had infiltrated this cruise. Could it be that Team Rocket had also developed technology to revive ancient fossil Pokemon? As Xia Yu was lost in thought, a loud 25 million interrupted him. This 5 million increase immediately dampened the enthusiasm of other bidders. Turning his head, Xia Yu saw it was the same rich kid who had previously tried to provoke him. Before Xia Yu could react, the rich kid and the Team Rocket member were already engaged in a fierce bidding war. Xia Yu decided to watch the situation unfold, hoping to benefit from their conflict. 30 million, 35 million, 40 million. Finally, the rich kid boldly shouted 50 million, successfully forcing the Team Rocket member to back down. Xia Yu noticed a glint of malice in the Team Rocket member's eyes and thought to himself that this drama was far from over. The auction concluded successfully. The rich kid, full of pride, sneered at the defeated Team Rocket member, saying, "Who do you think you are, daring to compete with me? You're nothing but a coward." He seemed oblivious to the danger looming over him, clearly believing no harm could come to him on this cruise. Xia Yu collected the colossal Pokeball he had won, paid for it, and returned to his room. Before leaving, he noticed the Team Rocket member glaring menacingly at the rich kid, indicating that the conflict was far from settled. Back in his room, Xia Yu entered the Pokemon space and released Colossal. The little creature cautiously surveyed its surroundings, not fully accepting its new owner despite being bought by Xia Yu. Using his Viridian power, Xia Yu gently calmed it and patiently explained the situation. Then, with a loud call, he summoned his other Pokemon to introduce them to their new companion. Soon, Xia Yu's Pokemon gathered around, curiously inspecting the new, small member. Their friendly demeanor helped Colossal gradually lower its guard. Xia Yu watched the scene with satisfaction, his gaze lingering on the quiet and elegant Pheromosa with a contented smile. Reflecting on the initial challenges of capturing Pheromosa, Xia Yu couldn't help but sigh. He had thought that his Viridian power and personal charm would easily win Pheromosa over, but instead, he faced resistance. Though Pheromosa didn't attack him, it also refused to obey, much to Xia Yu's frustration. It wasn't until Milton intervened, offering to train Pheromosa, that progress was made. After 2 weeks of special training, the results were remarkable. Milton's legendary skills proved effective even in taming ultra beasts. Watching the harmonious interactions among his Pokemon, Xia Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After some communication, Colossal began to relax and integrate into the family. Later, Xia Yu took it to Charizard's volcanic habitat, an ideal environment for the fire-type Colossal. Upon reaching the volcano, Colossal was immediately drawn to the rich energy, letting out a few contented cries. It found this new home far superior to its previous one. Seeing Colossal's happiness, Xia Yu nodded and smiled, then left the Pokemon space. He had another spectacle to witness. The conflict between Team Rocket and the rich kid was about to erupt, and Xia Yu was ready to play the role of the opportunistic onlooker, intent on taking care of these two troublesome characters. In the room, Xia Yu extended his aura like an invisible net across the entire cruise ship, meticulously searching for the location of the young master. Soon, he pinpointed the target's aura near a pool, waiting for the Rocket team members to make their move. As time passed, at midnight, a thunderous explosion erupted from the open-air pool in the center of the ship. Xia Yu immediately sensed a violent fluctuation in the young master's or the Rocket team's operation had begun. He quickly dashed out of the room, heading to the railing at the edge of the deck. The scene before him was chaotic. Rocket team members were fiercely battling the young master's bodyguards. Panicked tourists were screaming and scattering, and the ship's security rushed to the scene. In the air, a Pokemon battle was unfolding. A level 75 elite Weezing was engaged in a fierce fight with a level 72 elite Honchkrow. Weezing, with its levitate ability and black sludge, had the upper hand in the fight. Meanwhile, the Honchkrow, with its insomnia ability and life orb, was struggling to hold on, its situation precarious. Xia Yu glanced at the battle, then refocused on locating the young master. Through his aura sensing, he discovered the young master had retreated to an upper-level room, accompanied by a guard. Xia Yu donned a mask and, taking advantage of the chaos, headed straight for the target room. He kicked the door open, and the scene inside was unexpected. The young master was unconscious on the bed, his clothes stained with blood, while a middle-aged man with blonde hair was tending to his wounds. Hearing the commotion, the middle-aged man turned around warily, immediately summoning a Swampert, eyeing the masked Xia Yu with suspicion. "Who are you? Why are you barging into our room?" the middle-aged man demanded harshly. Xia Yu sneered. "Huh. Think about who your young master might have offended. Competing with us for things she must have a death wish. You're with the Rocket team too?" The middle-aged man's voice trembled slightly. "Since you've figured it out, hand over the goods," Xia Yu said, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over the Swampert, which had yet to reach the elite level. "Don't think this Swampert can hold out for long." If it comes to a fight, it won't just be about taking the goods. Xia Yu released his shiny Charizard, a formidable level 75 Pokemon, whose intimidating presence instantly paralyzed the opponent's Swampert. Despite being a level 69 gym-level Pokemon with Torrent ability and the benefit of a Mystic Water, Swampert was no match for a champion-level adversary. The blonde man, witnessing this, turned pale, realizing his star Pokemon was no longer capable of fighting back. Trembling, he removed the spatial ring from the young master's hand and respectfully handed it to Xia Yu. Xia Yu took the ring and examined it carefully. Once he confirmed that all the items purchased at the auction were inside, he nodded in satisfaction. With a threatening tone, he sneered, "Humph, at least you know your place. I'll let you off this time, but if you dare to challenge Team Rocket again, you'll be obliterated." As the commotion outside gradually subsided, Xia Yu knew the operation was nearing its end. He cast one last glare at the blonde man before turning to leave the room. The blonde man, seeing Xia Yu depart, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that as long as the young master's life was spared, everything else was expendable. If anything happened to the young master, he wouldn't escape unscathed either. Xia Yu moved to a secluded corner and quickly removed his mask. He summoned Gardevoir, instructing it to use teleport to return him to his room. Once back, he nonchalantly walked out as if nothing had happened. On the deck, Xia Yu saw the imposter posing as a Team Rocket member being besieged by 3 champion-level Pokemon. The ship's guards had arrived just in time, and with only 2 champion-level Pokemon at his disposal, the imposter was struggling to hold on. He shot a venomous look at the bodyguards before fleeing the cruise ship. After witnessing this spectacle, Xia Yu returned to his room and began to inventory his spoils. Opening the spatial ring, he found not only the precious Aerodactyl fossil, but also some special stones. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were Gyarados Megastones, Blaziken Megastones, a keystone, and a shiny stone. Xia Yu mused that the young master must have been quite the stone collector. Xia Yu was secretly delighted. This venture had turned out to be a windfall with minimal effort. By merely masquerading as a Team Rocket member, he managed to extort these treasures. Initially, he intended to teach the arrogant young master a lesson, but seeing him already scared out of his wits, he abandoned the idea. The ordeal had been a harsh enough lesson for the young master, who nearly lost his life and would likely never dare to be so arrogant again. The next day, Xia Yu stepped out of his room to find the ship heavily guarded. Clearly, the previous night's attack had caused significant trouble for the crews. The passengers were not their usual lively selves, with most staying in their rooms, seemingly waiting for a couple of days to ensure safety before venturing out. Xia Yu wandered around the ship, finding it desolate and dull. After a quick lunch, he returned to his room. He heard that the young master was still unconscious and that the cruise was nearing its destination in the Petroleum Federation, which meant his own destination was close. Back in his room, Xia Yu entered the Pokemon space, feeding and training his Pokemon. After spending half the day there, he returned to the real world to plan the next day's itinerary. By noon tomorrow, the cruise would arrive at the Petroleum Federation port, marking the beginning of his new adventure. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.